Chapter 1. 121. Changes Everywhere. Ragan led the way as the group walked through the streets of New York. Everything looked normal. Merchants haggled over prices in the marketplace, the scent of fresh bread and roasted meat drifting through the air. Children ran between the legs of armored adventurers, laughing as if the world hadn't changed. The guards at their posts looked relaxed, chatting casually. The city's walls bore no fresh damage, no bloodstains, no indication that a horde had even reached its gates. It was as if New York had been untouched by the chaos that had consumed the rest of the world. Thalron's sharp gaze swept over every detail, his body rigid with tension. Marcus could feel it too. This wasn't right. This wasn't possible. Finally, Ragan broke the silence. "Thalron, I'll get this out of the way now. Your parents are fine. They were instrumental in fighting off the hordes of monsters." Thalron exhaled, a weight lifting off his chest. "Hinaya protects," he whispered, the ancient elven prayer leaving his lips like an unshaken truth. Ragan smirked. However, he glanced at Thalron, amusement flickering in his tired eye. "I had to tell her about your journey to Nyreen. Don't worry, I kept your exploits hush-hush, so you still get to surprise her." Thalron chuckled, shaking his head. "I appreciate that." Then Ragan turned to Marcus, already anticipating his next question. "Before you ask, no, New York did not suffer the same fate as the other cities." Marcus's brow furrowed. His relief was immediate, but so was his confusion. "Then what happened? And why are you so bloody?" Ragan exhaled, running a gloved hand across the deep claw marks in his armor. The motion cracked the dried blood still clinging to the metal. "When my scouts sent word of what was happening in Xenor and the Acronian Sea, Miran had us prepare for the worst. But when nothing came, he had an idea." Ragan's smirk turned wry. "Building bridges," he called it. "Since New York was untouched, he sent us to Xenor and Canindris to reinforce them." He motioned to the fresh gashes on his arm. "We've been fighting non-stop." Marcus's eyes darkened. The horde stopped when he cut himself off. He wasn't ready to tell them what he and Vera had faced in the dungeon. Not yet. He took a breath, rewording. "The hordes only lasted several hours in Nyreen." Ragan noticed the shift in tone, but didn't push. Instead, he rubbed his tired face, sighing. "I think it was the same everywhere, but the problem wasn't the duration. It was the timing. Xenor and Canindris were completely blindsided. Those monsters tore through their defenses before they had time to form a response. The real threat isn't the dungeon's opening, it's the monsters that escaped." Thalron, ever the tactician, narrowed his eyes. "Your wounds look fresh. Surely you haven't been carrying them all this time?" Ragan huffed, shaking his head. "No. Like I said, a lot of creatures escaped. We've been hunting down the ones that got away. The roads between here and Xenor are infested with them. And the reports from Canindris." He scoffed, crossing his arms. "They're saying some of the portals are still active, not as large of a spawn as before, but monsters are still coming through at regular intervals." "That's bad," Marcus murmured. Thalron frowned. "How is Xenor holding up? The walls looked rough when we passed." "Better than most," Ragan admitted. "Your mother coordinated the adventurers into something resembling a defense force. It saved a lot of lives." A rare, proud smile touched Thalron's lips. "From what I've heard, the only other place that's handling this well is Astoria," Ragan continued. "Reports say they destroyed the dungeons near their major townships and cities." The group fell silent. Velith's tail flicked, his golden eyes narrowing. "You can do that?" His voice was quiet, incredulous. "I didn't know destroying portals was possible." Arixa scoffed, leaning back. "If there's any group that can find a way to destroy something, it'd be those arrogant humans. No offense, Marcus." "None taken," Marcus replied with a smirk. "I may be human in form, but I stand with the orcs." Ragan grinned, bumping fists with him, blooded through and through. "But still," Marcus folded his arms, "destroying dungeons, that changes everything. Why haven't they shared how they did it?" Ragan sighed. "Because Des Moines Heller is an arrogant prick." Vera blinked. "The guildmaster of Astoria." "The one and only," Ragn muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. He's been a thorn in Boruk's side ever since Boruk was named New York's Adventurers Guild leader. He rubs me the wrong way, Marcus muttered. I've only met a few humans here, but he was the first one who made me think maybe that was a good thing. Ah, Ragn chuckled, a hella impression. Not surprising. Finally, they arrived at New York's main hall. You guys clean up, eat, and get some rest, Ragn instructed. Miran wants to meet with you. Speaking of Boruk, Vera piped up, her eyes bright with excitement. Where is he? Ragn waved dismissively. Around. Then, without another word, he walked off. Later that evening, the group gathered in the dining hall, finally allowing themselves a moment to breathe. The scent of roasted meats and fresh bread filled the room, a welcome change from the battlefield stench they had grown used to. The long wooden table groaned under the weight of food, trays of smoked fish, platters of venison, pitchers of ale and honeyed mead. Thalran and Velith ate voraciously, their competition silent but fierce. Thalran maintained a degree of grace, but Velith tore through his food like a beast unchained. Arixa, meanwhile, drank, mug after mug of honeyed mead, her laughter echoing through the hall. Marcus and Vera sat at the edge of the table, barely touching their plates. Between them, a single parchment lay unfolded. A sketch, a rough, hurried depiction of the celestial being they had encountered in the dungeon. The others feasted and laughed, but Marcus and Vera sat in silence. How were they supposed to tell them? How were they supposed to explain that the world wasn't just changing, it was ending? Vera ran a hand through her hair. We have to tell them. Marcus exhaled sharply. I know. The truth weighed heavy. It was one thing to fight for survival, it was another to realize that survival might not be an option. Marcus clenched his fists, feeling the latent power within him, the power he still didn't fully understand. They just had to make it through one more conversation. Soon everything would change. Chapter 122. The Full Truth. The scent of roasted meats and strong ale filled the hall as Marcus and the others sat at the long dining table, the weight of their journey beginning to settle. It had been months since they had last shared a meal in New York, but it felt like years. Laughter echoed across the room as adventurers and warriors celebrated survival, but Marcus couldn't shake the tension in his chest. Too much had happened. Too much had changed. Then a booming voice broke through the noise. Marcus! Vera! Marcus turned just in time to see a massive, broad-shouldered figure storm into the dining hall, a grin splitting his face. Chieftain Miran. Behind him, another towering orc walked with purpose, his massive battle axe slung over his shoulder. Boruk. Before Marcus could react, Boruk dropped his axe against the wall and charged. Like a rampaging beast, the orc scooped up both Marcus and Vera in a bone-crushing hug, one in each arm, lifting them off the ground as if they weighed nothing. You little shits, you're alive, he bellowed, his laughter booming. Marcus gasped as his ribs protested, and Vera let out a strangled laugh. Boruk, too tight, she wheezed, pushing against his iron grip. Miran chuckled as he set his twin axes beside Boruk's. Calm down before you squeeze the life out of them. Boruk grinned and finally let them go, patting Marcus on the back with enough force to shake his bones. You've gotten stronger, pup. I can feel it. Marcus smirked. You're just getting old man. Boruk let out a barking laugh. I'll show you old when we spar tomorrow. Miran took a seat at the head of the table, his gaze sweeping over them. I heard you lot went to Nyrene. Bet you smacked those snooty little birds around, huh? Before Marcus could answer, another voice cut in. Actually, my reports say it was Thalran who did the smacking. Marcus turned sharply. Ragn! The scarred scout stood leaning in the doorway, arms crossed, a knowing smirk on his face. He had arrived completely unnoticed. Miran let out a frustrated sigh. Damn it, Ragn, do you have to sneak up on me every time? 7 hells, I told you to get that damn wound healed at the church. Ragn scoffed as he strolled toward them. I'll be damned if I let those Illidum fanatics touch me. Miran shot him a glare, but let it drop with a sigh, turning back to Marcus. The elves finally started building their healing clinic, by the way. And Grek's been doing a fine job as New York's master of trade. Well, until all this madness started. Marcus could barely hear the banter over his own thoughts. Everyone is here now. Everyone who matters most to me. I have to tell them. Baruch jabbed a thumb toward Marcus, his grin returning. You won't believe where they built their damn church. Marcus raised an eyebrow, ready to ask, but Baruch barreled on, too excited to let him. Right next to the resource dungeon. Marcus's expression darkened slightly. They built a church next to a dungeon. Miran chuckled. Those elves were pushy about it. They wanted to be close to their divine energy, or whatever nonsense they preach. You should see it. It's so austere. Vera laughed. Guys, calm down. You're hogging the conversation. Baruch exhaled, shaking his head. You're right. You're right. How have you all been? Marcus hesitated. Where do I even begin? Thankfully, a drunken Arixer intervened. Huck up. We've been busy. Lots of adventures. I found, huck up, my parents. We beat some red orcs, got promoted. I wore a dress to the thing. Her head crashed onto the table. The orcs immediately raised their mugs and shouted in unison, Kakosh! Before chugging their drinks. Marcus exchanged a glance with Thalron, who simply shrugged. Orc tradition, Ragn muttered. First one to pass out, everyone drinks. Marcus smirked. Well, when in Rome. He clinked his mug with Vera's and took a long swig. Thalron wiped his mouth, setting his goblet down. Yes, we accomplished a lot during our time away. We completed a gold-tier quest, took down a red orc camp. The mood immediately shifted. Miran's relaxed demeanor turned stone cold. Baruch's jaw tightened. Ragn's expression darkened. I hope, Miran said slowly, that you got rid of every single one of those abominations. Thalron nodded. That wasn't even the strangest part. He leaned forward. They were guarding a dungeon. A weird one. Marcus and Vera exchanged a glance. Baruch leaned forward, eyes narrowing. Weird how? Like, what's happening now? Thalron shook his head. Not quite. The dungeon released something. Silence fell over the table. Baruch's hands tightened around his goblet. Released, like a spawn. Thalron exhaled. Not exactly. It released a single creature. A red orc. No, it called itself a red orc seal. Marcus's mind raced. Should I tell them now? He barely registered Vera placing a calming hand on his leg beneath the table. Thalron continued. It took ingenuity to take it down. We think it was mithril ranked. Baruch's eyes widened. No way. Velith, who had been listening quietly, suddenly leaned in. You said it was a weird dungeon. What did it look like? Marcus's breath hitched. Thalron frowned. It hummed with an energy I've never felt before, and it didn't have stone runes like normal dungeons. There was metal mixed into it, strange metal, and it had an engraving. Baruch's expression hardened. What kind of engraving? Thalron exhaled. An orcish number. Marcus knew what was coming. Thalron's voice was almost distant. 2. The number 2 was carved into its frame. Silence. Then Velith spoke. That's not the only one. Everyone turned toward the dragonkin, whose usually smug expression was gone. Before all this started, I was near Nyrene's outskirts. I too came across a dungeon portal of similar make. The room froze. It had an engraving as well, Velith said, his golden eyes flashing, an orcish number. Marcus's hands clenched. Velith's next words sent ice through his veins. It had the number 4. Silence fell like a hammer. Velith exhaled. No creature came from it, but something else did. It nearly killed me. His voice grew grave, and when I came to, Nyrene was burning. Marcus could no longer hold it in. I have to tell them now. Chapter 1. 123. Everything laid bare. The room had gone still. Even Arixer, slumped unconscious against the table moments ago, had been stirred awake by the sheer weight of the silence pressing down on everyone. Marcus exhaled, running a hand down his face. There was no easing into this, no softening the blow. I need to tell you everything, he said finally. Not just about the seals. Everything. Miran's brow furrowed. Boruk crossed his arms, his earlier joviality long gone. Ragan leaned against the wall, arms folded, his expression unreadable. Marcus took a breath and began. He told them about Earth, about his old life, his death, his rebirth into this world. He told them about Kalo, the being who had given him his perma, his unique connection to Kai, Mana, and Psyche all at once. He told them about STEM, an intelligence born from a corrupted system, one that had guided him since the Sirius dungeon. Boruk's jaw tightened. "You've been carrying a literal voice in your head this whole time." "Pretty much," Marcus admitted. Miran exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. "And you didn't think to mention this sooner." "There wasn't exactly a good time," Marcus said dryly. Vera, sitting beside him, placed a steadying hand on his arm. "There's more." Marcus nodded, continuing. He told them about the Sirius dungeon, not just the horrors they had faced, but what it truly was. "It wasn't just some abandoned ruin," Marcus said, his voice quieter now. "It was Earth. My Earth. Long after I left it, maybe centuries, maybe more, it had already gone through its own restructuring." Miran's expression darkened. "Restructuring." Marcus nodded grimly. "It's what happens when a world is deemed finished, wiped clean, made ready for something new." The room fell into heavy silence. "You're saying," Boruk said slowly, "that this world, Terra, is next?" Marcus met his gaze. "Yes." No one spoke for a long moment. Then Marcus continued, laying out everything. The encounter with the celestial being in the elemental dungeon, its casual, almost amused acknowledgement of a game it had played countless times before. He told them of its confusion, its mention of a second seal that should have already been active, and a third that was somehow deviating from whatever pattern it expected. "It called me Little Light," Marcus said. "Said it had tasted my power before, that we've done this dance more times than I could count." Velith's sharp eyes narrowed. "You mean to say you've faced these things before? In another life? Another cycle?" Marcus shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe. But it acted like it knew me, like this wasn't the first time." The weight of that statement hung heavy over the room. Miran finally broke the silence, his voice steady despite the storm brewing behind his eyes. "And this ascendant transformation, STEM did this to you?" Marcus nodded. "It was the only way to get stronger fast enough. STEM said the old system, leveling, thresholds, all of it, wasn't going to be enough anymore. Not against something like that." Boruk studied him carefully. "What did it cost you?" Marcus hesitated before answering. "Everything for a moment. STEM had to unmake me completely, then rebuild me from nothing. And now," he exhaled, "STEM's asleep, recovering. I don't know for how long." Ragan finally spoke, his tone grave. "So you're saying we're on our own until this STEM wakes back up?" Marcus nodded. "For now, yeah." Miran's fists clenched atop the table. "And the fourth seal, the one Velith encountered." Velith's expression darkened. "It's the reason Nirine burned. I don't know its full power, but it beat me without effort. If Marcus's ascendant strength hadn't turned the tide during the invasion, I don't know how many more we would have lost." Boruk exhaled through his nose, shaking his head. "This is a lot to take in." "There's still more," Marcus said quietly. Miran's gaze sharpened. "More?" Marcus nodded. "The dungeons that opened aren't closing. Not fully. They're anchored now, held open by something. And if what I feared is true, then we're not just fighting off monsters anymore. We're watching the beginning of the end." Silence swallowed the room whole. Then Miran, chieftain, prime minister, a leader who had weathered war, betrayal, and loss, let out a slow breath. "Then we prepare," he said firmly. "Whatever's coming, New York will stand ready." Boruk nodded, his grip tightening around his goblet. "We've survived worse." Ragan smirked faintly, though his eyes betrayed the gravity of the moment. "Haven't we always?" Marcus looked around at the faces of the people who had become his family. The ones who had fought beside him, bled beside him, built something out of nothing beside him. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Chapter 124, Knights of the Long Table. Marcus exhaled slowly, the weight of his confession settling over the table like a thick fog. He had laid it all out, the truth about his past, the looming catastrophe, and his place in it. The silence was deafening. Then, ha! Miran leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his massive chest, a wide grin splitting his face. Well, that's a lot to take in. Beside him, Boruk cracked his knuckles and smirked. Bah, I knew you were some kind of freak. I just figured you'd eventually sprout tusks. Marcus blinked. That's it? That's your reaction? Miran shrugged, reaching for his mug. You say the world's ending. That just means we fight harder. No different from the old days. Boruk nodded sagely, pointing at Marcus with a hunk of roasted meat. A fight's a fight, pup. You say it's bigger? That just means we need bigger axes. Vera let out an amused sigh, shaking her head. Unbelievable. Marcus pressed a hand to his forehead. I'm telling you the fundamental forces of this world are breaking apart. And your answer is, fight harder. Miran slammed his mug down, his grin never fading. Damn right. The sheer orcus of it all almost made Marcus laugh. He wasn't sure what he expected, but somehow this reaction felt right. Across the table, Ragan, ever the spy, leaned forward, fingers tapping against the wooden surface. All right, you think we've got some cosmic-scale mess to clean up? Fine, but if the world's ending, we might as well try to figure out when. Marcus narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? That being said, it was going to happen soon. Ragan smirked. Kid, listen. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that there's always a coward trying to buy or bribe his way out of a disaster. And that type of coward always knows something. He leaned back, stretching. They cling to false hope, to promises of safety and salvation, only to end up in the same grave as everyone else. Marcus considered it. Ragan had a point. Someone, some group, had to be out there, scrambling for an edge, hoarding knowledge about the coming collapse. Be careful, Marcus warned. Ragan chuckled, waving a hand. Please, I dig up things powerful people bury deep. If I didn't know how to be careful, I'd already be dead. Next to him, Velith, who had remained quiet until now, suddenly exhaled sharply. His tail flicked in irritation. I hate those bastards. Marcus turned to him. Who? Velith's claws dug into the wood of the table. His golden eyes flickered. The followers of the Black. Silence fell again. Boruk's jaw tightened. Miran's grip on his mug tensed. Marcus frowned. I didn't know that. Velith scoffed. Not many do. I didn't believe in their madness, but I followed their teachings. I learned their ways. And then I realized, he exhaled, voice dark. They're exactly the kind of people Ragan mentioned, the ones looking for salvation while damning everyone else. His gaze hardened. They're wrong, Marcus, and they're dangerous. If we're going to stop this, we might have to stop them first. Velith's voice turned sharper, his posture tense. Ever since I left them, I've been hunting them down. I know their ways. They search for power, anything that matches their ideology. And I've been working to cut off that power at the source. His fingers tapped against the table. That's how I stumbled across the dungeon that led to the mess we're in now. Marcus studied him carefully. Velith's expression was unreadable, then he scowled. With a voice becoming of a proper dragonkin, he announced, If you trust me, let me keep fighting them. But this time, any leads I find, I'll send to Ragan. Ragan let out a low whistle. That could work. Marcus nodded slowly, hand on his chin. Hell of a plan. Let's do it. Velith leaned back, arms crossed. Glad you like the plan, O great world savior? Marcus sighed. First of all, never call me that again. Velith smirked. Vera placed a hand on Marcus's shoulder. You already know my answer, Marcus. He turned to look at her, meeting her steady, unwavering gaze. We fight. On his other side, Thalron smirked, resting an elbow on the table. I'd say I need time to think about it, but honestly, I already knew you were trouble the day we met, Spellfist. His silver-green eyes glowed faintly. Where you go, I go. Marcus felt something warm settle in his chest. Then, I have a question. All eyes turned to Arixa. She sat hunched over her mug, still very much drunk but looking strangely determined. She raised a hand weakly. This whole end-of-the-world thing. Do you think there'll be strong bastards to fight? Marcus raised an eyebrow. I mean, probably. Arixa grinned, slamming her mug onto the table. Then I'm in. Miran sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Of course you are. Marcus chuckled despite himself. Miran, sensing the moment needed a strong close, lifted his drink. Then it's decided. He grinned, his tusks gleaming. If the world's going to end... He slammed his mug against the table, the sound echoing through the hall. We'll just have to make sure we outlive the bastards trying to end it. The orcs roared in agreement, their mugs slamming together in a thunderous toast. The others followed suit, the weight of the moment lifting, if only for now. As Marcus raised his drink, he felt something shift. For the first time since learning of the coming catastrophe, he felt like he wasn't carrying it alone. Then, Well, with all that said, Boruk stood up, his heavy boots thudding against the wooden floor as he walked toward his massive battle axe. He grasped the weapon, turned back to Marcus, and grinned slyly. All right, pup. His voice carried a challenging edge. If you're going to lead us, we need to gauge this new strength of yours. Marcus smirked, setting his mug down with a satisfying thud. I was hoping you'd say that. Chapter 125, Intelligence Quotient. The training grounds of New York were quiet, save for the rhythmic clinking of armor and the distant roar of the forge. Marcus stood in the center of the ring, bouncing on the balls of his feet as he faced Boruk. The old orc had his massive axe propped against his shoulder, tusked grin wide with anticipation. All right, pup. Boruk cracked his knuckles. Before we throw hands, let's settle something first. Show us your system screen. Marcus exhaled, summoning his status window. The celeste glow swirled before his eyes, but as he scanned the screen, something was off. Oh no, Marcus muttered, frowning. Boruk narrowed his eyes. What do you see? My abilities, titles, and achievements are gone. The group fell silent as they thought. Velith, leaning against the fence, narrowed his eyes. What happens when you try to use an ability? Marcus hesitated before attempting to activate spatial footwork. Normally, he would feel the pull of Psyker enhancing his precision, Mana weaving stability into his stance, and Kai pushing speed into his step. But now, nothing. He clenched his fist. It's not activating. Thalron snapped his fingers. Don't activate it. Try to remember how it felt. Then try and grab Boruk. Marcus furrowed his brow but complied. He closed his eyes, focusing on the sensation of his old ability. The way his feet once felt weightless, the way space itself seemed to ripple around him. Then, a flicker, the world blurred, and in an instant he was beside Boruk, fingers grazing the orc's shoulder. Boruk barely dodged, twisting just in time to avoid a full grapple. He stumbled back, his normally sharp reflexes struggling to keep up. Shit, that was fast, Ragn muttered, rubbing his temple as if trying to process what he'd just seen. Miran, Boruk, and Ragn were the only ones who had actually seen Marcus move. Thalron, Velith, and Arixa. They had only registered displacement. You're telling me that wasn't teleportation? Arixa demanded, blinking in disbelief. No, Miran said slowly, analyzing the movement. It looked like a combination of running and psyker distortion. Marcus flexed his fingers. So instead of moving in steps, I'm collapsing the distance entirely. Subconsciously. Boruk huffed, rubbing his chin, instinctually. Okay, with that test, it would seem that your abilities aren't gone. If I had to guess, I would say that your new upgrade has integrated your abilities into your very being. It probably did the same with everything else. The real question is, have your stats changed? Shaking his head, Marcus answered. It doesn't seem like it. My stats are about the same as before my evolution. Marcus read his stats aloud. Strength 61, agility 60, endurance 65, intelligence 50, wisdom 40, luck 36. Boruk raised a brow. Not bad. That'd put you somewhere between level 21 and 25 based on those numbers. Marcus shook his head. That's the thing. I don't have a level. My system evolved with me. Right now, it just says Ascendant Level 1. Miran let out a low whistle. 7 hells, you're a level 1 with stats that high? Boruk crossed his arms. Those numbers are insane for a fresh level. If we were looking at standard adventurers' guild rankings, those stats alone would put you at French Gold. Arixa scoffed, arms folded. You're telling me you've got the power of a gold adventurer, but at level 1? Thalron's sharp mind was already working through the implications. That would make sense. I don't think the evolution you received would reset your stats. Wait, what about your affinities? It just says True Magic 330, Marcus replied. Wait, your affinities don't show as separate anymore. No Kai, no Mana, no Psyker, just True Magic. Boruk ran a hand down his face. Damn. Could that mean… Marcus blinked. What? Boruk exhaled. I know you already know this, but I need to spell it out to keep track. A normal level 1 with, for example, a Kai affinity would multiply 2 stats, strength and agility. Boruk pointed at him. You multiply everything. Thalron's eyes widened. Wait, if he was a normal level 1, his magic level would be 10. But since he had all 3 affinities before, his effective magic stat would have been 30. Boruk rubbed his chin. But here's where it gets crazy. That number 330, that's your magic level now, right? Marcus nodded. Thalron's mind raced, calculations forming as realization dawned. His expression shifted, a mixture of awe and sheer disbelief. Marcus, that means all of your stats multiply by 330 when you use magic. Silence. Then, Velith, amazed, muttered, Oh, you're actually a walking catastrophe. Marcus frowned, processing it all. Strength, 61 times 330 equals 20,130. Agility, 60 times 330 equals 19,800. Endurance, 65 times 330. Whoa! Miran slowly leaned back. And that's before factoring in techniques, items, and combat experience. Boruk let out a laugh, shaking his head. Pup, you're something completely different. You have the potential to be one of the strongest humans on the planet. Thalron scoffed. You actually think someone can beat him? Boruk leaned in, his arms crossed as he fixed Marcus with a steady gaze. The old orc's usual grin was gone, replaced with the expression of a teacher about to drill something important into his student's skull. All right, pup, Boruk began, voice firm. You've got power, more than anyone here. But let me tell you something. Power alone doesn't make you invincible. It never has, and it never will. Marcus furrowed his brow. I get that skill matters, but at a certain point, doesn't sheer force just win out? Boruk let out a short laugh. That's the kind of thinking that gets warriors killed. He gestured around the training grounds. I've seen plenty of fighters with overwhelming stats, enough ki to level mountains, or enough mana to turn battlefields into craters. And you know what? I've also seen those same fighters die to people half their strength. Marcus crossed his arms. How? Boruk jabbed a thick finger at Marcus's chest. Because of fight IQ. Marcus blinked. That actually matters in this world? Yeah, pup. The thing that separates brutes from real warriors. The ability to think in a fight. Boruk started pacing, his voice taking on the tone of a seasoned instructor. It ain't just about knowing how to swing a weapon or how hard you can hit. Fight IQ is about understanding your strengths, your opponent's weaknesses, the battlefield, and how to turn all that into an advantage. Marcus nodded, already seeing where Boruk was going. So, strategy over stats? Boruk grinned. Yeah, you get it. He turned to the group. All right, let me paint a picture. Say you've got a level 30 warrior with Kai, strong as hell, fast, damn near untouchable in a straight fight. Now let's put them against a level 10 combatant. Someone who should lose, right? But let's say that level 10 has elite mastery over their weapon, knows how to use terrain, and understands exactly how Kai works. Thalron tapped his chin. The weaker fighter would never meet force with force. Exactly, Boruk said, nodding. Instead of trying to overpower the stronger opponent, they'd fight smart. Dodge just outside their attack range, force wasted movements, counterattack when they overcommit. He gestured at Marcus. Hell, you did this yourself back in your first few fights. You fought enemies stronger than you, but you outmaneuvered them. Marcus smirked. Guess my boxing instincts came in handy. Baruch let out a low chuckle. More than handy. It kept you alive. He raised a finger, and that is what makes fight IQ the great equalizer. You get two fighters of different power levels, and the one with better fight IQ can win. Miran chuckled, rubbing his chin. That's why some of the most dangerous warriors aren't the ones with the highest levels, but the ones who've had to earn every damn victory. Thalran nodded. A level 50 brute who's never been challenged has terrible habits. They overextend, waste energy, rely on raw stats. But a level 15 master, they know how to bait mistakes, how to land precise strikes, how to conserve energy while making their opponent waste theirs. Arixa grinned, and when the big dumb brute finally realizes what's happening, it's already too late. Exactly, Baruch said, nodding. That's why power alone ain't enough. You need skill, awareness, adaptability. Marcus let the words sink in. He had always known that power alone wasn't enough, but hearing Baruch break it down so clearly made him realize just how much depth there was to it. Baruch nodded. You think enemies won't figure out your weaknesses, that they won't try to counter your strength. You get lazy and someone will find a way to bring you down. Marcus smirked. Sounds like you're challenging me. Baruch picked up his axe, resting it on his shoulder. Nah, pup, I'm teaching you. He gestured toward the center of the training grounds. Now get in the ring. Time to see if that big brain of yours can keep up with those ridiculous stats. Chapter 126. Hard Lessons. Marcus was breathing ragged, his stance slightly looser than before, sweat dripping down his brow. His lungs burned, not from exhaustion, but from the sheer pressure Baruch exerted on him. The old orc hadn't given him a second to relax, not a single moment to breathe. Baruch stood before him, his massive war axe held lazily over his shoulder. His stance was relaxed, but Marcus knew better. That was the stance of a predator who had already seen his prey's every move. Come on, pup, Baruch grunted, adjusting his axe. I've seen you fight behemoths before, seen you go toe-to-toe with monsters that could flatten cities. Marcus adjusted his stance, shifting his weight slightly. He needed to find an opening. Baruch narrowed his eyes. So what's the difference now? Marcus frowned but didn't answer. Baruch smirked. The difference is, you ain't listening. Marcus's breathing slowed. He shifted his feet again, rolling his shoes against the dirt, waiting for an answer to present itself. Baruch continued, stepping forward with deliberate ease. You tried to overwhelm me with those high stats of yours. He swung the flat side of his axe, not a wild, heavy blow, but a perfectly measured strike aimed just to the side of Marcus's shoulder. Marcus barely dodged, ducking under it, but before he could counter, Baruch had already adjusted. A step forward, a shift in grip, and the axe came down like a guillotine. Marcus twisted away at the last second, feeling the wind from the swing graze his back. His enhanced speed and reflexes had saved him, but only barely. The ground where he had stood moments ago cracked under the sheer weight of the strike. Marcus's eyes flickered up. Baruch had barely exerted himself. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. I see it now, Marcus muttered under his breath. Baruch smirked. Took you long enough? Marcus shook the tension in his hands, exhaling sharply. He had spent the entire fight trying to beat Baruch with brute force. He had fought like a man with stats, not a boxer. He had power, but Baruch had experience. Marcus shifted his stance, feet planting firmly. The stance of a boxer, hands up, chin down, guard tight. Baruch grinned, stepping forward. There you are. The war axe came swinging again, faster this time. Marcus didn't try to dodge completely. He weaved, a slight tilt of his upper body, shifting just outside of the axe's trajectory. Then, he countered, his fist shot out in a quick, controlled jab. A flicker of Kai, a snap of mana, a whisper of Psyche enhancing his movement. His fist slammed into Baruch's ribs, a clean hit, a perfect counter. But before Marcus could follow up, Boruk twisted his torso, absorbing the impact and retaliating immediately. The axe came down again. No wasted movement, no opening left behind. Marcus barely managed to deflect the handle with his gauntlet, the impact still rattling his bones. Boruk wasn't just strong, he was efficient. Marcus's heart pounded. Every move Boruk made had a purpose. There was no excess motion, no wasted energy. This wasn't just a fight, this was a lesson. Marcus exhaled, focusing. Forget the stats, fight with skill. Boruk lunged, Marcus moved. A step forward, weave right. The axe cut through the air beside his ear. A sharp exhale, weave left. Boruk's knee barely grazed past his ribs. A step back, reset. Marcus struck, a powerful cross, his fist laced with true magic. It connected. Boruk grunted, staggering slightly. His tusked grin widened. I felt that one. Marcus pressed forward. He kept his feet moving, pivoting around Boruk, controlling the tempo of the fight. Every swing of the axe was met with a dodge just outside of reach. Every miss was met with a punishing counter. The sparring match became a dance, not of stats, but of raw skill. But Boruk was no ordinary opponent. The old orc adjusted. Marcus stepped forward for another counter. Boruk predicted it. The axe came, not as a swing, but as a feint. Marcus's eyes widened. He had already committed. Boruk's elbow struck first, a brutal crushing impact against Marcus's ribs, knocking the air from his lungs. A delayed feint into a close-range punish. Marcus staggered, and before he could recover, Boruk's foot swept his legs out from under him. Marcus hit the ground hard, blinking up at the sky, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Boruk chuckled, looming over him before extending a hand. Not bad, pup, he said, pulling Marcus to his feet. With your new strength, you'll surpass me in a year, if not sooner. Marcus groaned, rolling his shoulders. Every part of him ached. But there was no frustration, just clarity. Boruk had taught him a lesson no amount of stat points ever could. He had to fight smarter. He had to be better. As Marcus dusted himself off, Arixa cocked her head, watching him carefully. You still have Kai, she noted. Vera, eyes flickering with arcane energy, nodded. And Mana. Velith smirked, tail flicking. And his Psyker is still there too. Thalron's sharp mind whirred, eyes narrowing in thought. He snapped his fingers. True magic, he mused. Maybe true magic isn't just a fusion of the three affinities. Maybe it's the progenitor of all power. The idea hung in the air. It made sense. Miran, the orc chieftain, finally spoke. His voice was measured, considering. But what should we do? His piercing gaze met Marcus's. Do we tell the world about what's going on with you? Or do we let you prepare silently? Marcus exhaled, wiping sweat from his brow. He already knew his answer. We all should silently gather power, he said, looking at each of them in turn. Our city is untouched by the chaos. If we reveal what we know, the world will do one of two things. He held up one finger. Panic. A second finger, or depend on us too much. His expression darkened. And I definitely don't want to be worshipped as some kind of savior. Vera nodded in agreement. Marcus is right. This isn't something we can throw into the world blindly. Arixa ran a hand over the fleshy, almost demonic texture of her warhammer. Marcus, Vera and I, we've all gained power that doesn't fit the old rules. And we barely understand it ourselves. Marcus nodded. If people knew about us, about what we're becoming, he exhaled. We'd either be hunted, feared, or thrown to the front lines as weapons. Silence. Then Miran grinned. Huh. Keeping quiet and gathering power sounds like a damn good plan. Quiet isn't really in an orc's nature, but we can make it work. The group chuckled, the tension lightening. Boruk smirked. Well, that's enough for today. I think I'm going to hit the baths. I haven't had to work that hard since becoming guild leader. The group left their training grounds and was off for some well-earned relaxation. The city was alive, humming with the energy of people who had not been touched by chaos. Amidst the movement, a thought surfaced in Marcus's mind. something he had pushed aside in the whirlwind of battles, evolutions, and revelations. "Hey, Moran," he said, glancing over at the Orc chieftain. "How's my boxing gym coming along?" Moran visibly stiffened, his normally confident stride faltering. His tusked mouth opened, then closed again as if searching for the right words. Finally, he let out a gruff sigh. About that." He scratched the back of his head. "We haven't exactly started construction yet." Marcus blinked, processing the words. He wasn't upset, just a little disappointed. "Makes sense," he admitted after a moment. "With everything going on, the dungeons breaking open, the monster attacks, and the other cities relying on New York's aid, it's understandable." Moran let out a breath of relief, his shoulders relaxing. "Glad you're not chewing me out for it." Marcus smirked. "Don't get too comfortable. I will be expecting results soon." Before Moran could respond, a commotion erupted near the city gates. The group turned in unison, spotting a caravan just beyond the entrance. The guards stationed there looked tense, gripping their weapons as they stood against a single, very irate dwarf. Thalron immediately recognized him. Quell, the most renowned smith in the Adventurers' Guild, and his father. The stocky dwarf stood firm, his thick arms crossed over his chest, his face twisted into a scowl deep enough to crack stone. Upon opening his eyes to shout more expletives at the guard, Quell noticed him. His son, Thalron. He moved. Without even a grunt of effort, Quell shoved one of the guards clean off his feet with one hand. The poor man sailed backward, landing with a loud thud that sent a ripple of silence across the area. The other guards reacted instantly, hands flying to their weapons. Moran, however, raised a hand. "Let him through." The tension eased immediately. The guards obeyed without question, stepping aside. Quell didn't waste a second. His heavy boots pounded against the ground as he stormed forward, making a beeline for Thalron. The moment he was close enough, the dwarf lunged forward. And with surprising strength, he hoisted Thalron into the air. Marcus stifled a laugh as Thalron, who stood a full 3 feet taller than his father, was effortlessly lifted into a bear hug. "It's good to see you, boy," Quell bellowed, squeezing with enough force to make Thalron grunt. "Put me down, father," Thalron muttered through gritted teeth. "This is embarrassing." Marcus couldn't hold back anymore. He burst out laughing. Quell, completely unbothered, grinned up at his son. "Let me look at you." He finally released Thalron, stepping back and nodding approvingly. "You're looking more and more like your mother. That elf blood is strong in you." Thalron straightened his tunic, regaining his composure. "What are you doing here, father?" Before Quell could answer, Moran stepped in. "The Adventurers' Guild has been running supplies from here to Xenor," the Orc chieftain explained. "I told my men to leave the Guild's transports alone." His expression darkened as he turned toward the guards at the gate. Apparently, someone didn't get the message. Without another word, he stormed toward them. Quell smirked. "That guy's in trouble." Marcus shook his head. "I'd feel bad for them if they hadn't literally tried to block you." Quell chuckled but turned serious. "Normally, a high-level adventurer would be assigned to protect these supply runs. But your mother caught wind that you were back in New York, Thalron." Thalron's expression softened slightly. "So she sent you instead?" Quell nodded. "She wanted to come herself, but—" "Duty," Thalron finished for him, his voice quiet. "Mom always puts duty first." Quell sighed, placing a hand on his son's shoulder. "Cut your mother some slack. We trained you to be strong, didn't we? She knew you could take care of yourself while she took care of others." Thalron didn't argue. He knew his father was right. At that moment, a strong, pungent scent hit Marcus's nose. Hard. It was sharp, musky, and potent enough to make his eyes sting. He instinctively took a step back. "Holy sh—" Vera gagged, covering her nose. "Oh gods, it's awful." Arixa, still slightly dazed from her mead earlier, wrinkled her nose. "Smells like someone bottled a forge and let it rot." Quell stiffened. Then embarrassment flickered across his rugged features. "Ah," he muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. "That'd be me." Marcus tried to hide his expression with a poorly constructed poker face. Quell sighed, looking thoroughly ashamed. "Long journey. And well, we dwarves sweat profusely." Thalron, stone-faced as ever, nodded. We were actually heading to the Church of Illidan's healing pools. You should join us. Quell brightened immediately. Ah, those fancy elf baths. His grin widened. Don't mind if I do. Chapter 1, 127. Unwind and relax. Warm water lapped against Marcus's skin as he let himself sink deeper into the healing pools. The aches in his muscles, the exhaustion woven into his bones, all melted away under the soothing heat. A long, contented sigh escaped his lips. Beside him, Baruch, Thalron, and Quell were equally lost in the blissful relief. The bathhouse's soft glow reflected off the steam, creating a haze of tranquility. Then Quell broke the silence. Nerine, huh? The dwarf's gruff voice rumbled over the water, casual but laced with curiosity. Thalron smirked, leaning back against the pool's edge, his silver-green eyes glinting with pride. Yeah. Marcus, Vira, Arixa, and I went there to cause a little trouble. Quell raised a bushy eyebrow. What kind of trouble? Thalron stretched, letting the water soak into his tired limbs. We restored my mother's house to prominence. His voice carried an unspoken weight. She can stand among the nobility again, if she wishes. Quell's reaction was immediate. He slammed a hand against the water, sending a wave crashing over Boruk, who grunted in annoyance. That's amazing. Ha! I bet House Ulthar didn't like that one bit. Thalron's smirk darkened. House Ulthar will be no more soon. We're just waiting for word from Sylvan that the transition is complete. Quell nodded, rubbing his beard. Makes sense. Ulthar was the reason your mother was stripped of her title in the first place. If Kelcrest is back in power, I don't see how Ulthar could have held on for long. A flicker of something unreadable passed over Thalron's face. Ulthar, huh? He let out a slow breath. I always thought I was the reason she lost her nobility. Quell stilled. His sharp blue eyes locked onto his son's, and for the first time since arriving, the jovial energy in the room dimmed. Don't ever think like that, the dwarf said firmly. You were a baby. Nothing that happened back then was your fault. His expression softened. The elves have always been xenophobic pricks. Your mother and I knew exactly what we were getting into. Thalron met his gaze, searching. Was it worth it? Quell frowned. What? Thalron hesitated, then exhaled. Going back to Nerine, seeing the wealth, the power, the sheer opulence of the elven kingdom. My mother was part of the nobility. She had everything. And because of me, she lost it all. A heavy silence hung between them. Quell sighed, running a wet hand through his greying hair. That's not a fair question, boy. His voice softened. You're asking me if you were worth it. Thalron looked away. Quell didn't let him. He placed a strong hand on his son's shoulder. Your mother can be hard sometimes, I know, but if she had to do it all over again, knowing everything that would happen, she'd still choose you, without hesitation, and so would I. Thalron's throat tightened. He swallowed past the lump, then nodded. I know. Sometimes it's just hard to remind myself. A small, grateful smile tugged at the corners of his lips. I want to surprise her. She knows I went to Nerine, but she doesn't know what we did. Don't tell her yet. Quell chuckled. You have my word. Then his smirk turned mischievous. But I do want to be there when you drop the news. Thalron smirked back. Wouldn't have it any other way. Marcus, who had been quietly listening to the exchange, finally spoke up. All right, I gotta ask. How did you and Philia even meet? Thalron groaned. Hinaya's mercy. Please, Marcus, don't get him started. Boruk grinned and reached over, grabbing Thalron by the shoulder and shoving his head under the water. Pipe down, Pipsqueak. I want to hear this. Thalron sputtered, thrashing against the orc's grip before managing to kick off the pool floor, sending a wave of water splashing Boruk in the face. The old orc bellowed a laugh, wiping his face. Quell cleared his throat, settling comfortably against the pool's edge. His smirk widened. It's a great story, really, Quell said, leaning back against the warm stone of the bath. Steam curled around him as he stretched his arms. Before I became the most renowned smith in the Adventurers' Guild, I was a miner. Marcus, who had been comfortably sinking into the water, perked up. Really? He leaned in, intrigued. Going from miner to master smith seems like a sharp career shift. Quell let out a deep, hearty laugh. Not as big of a shift as you'd think. In Hollowmere, dwarves don't exactly have many career paths. You're either part of the ruling class, a craftsman, or a miner. Maintaining and expanding an underground kingdom doesn't leave much room for, well, options. Buruk snorted. Sounds bleak. Quell shrugged. It's just how things are, but me? I was born with something of a condition. The scholars in Hollowmere don't really understand it, so they just slapped a name on it. Called it insomnia. Buruk frowned. Never heard of it? Some kind of sickness. Quell shook his head. Not a sickness. More of a mental thing. It's rare, but every once in a while a dwarf is born who hates being underground. Not fear, not discomfort, just pure rejection of the idea. Like claustrophobia, Marcus said. Quell's face twisted. What was that? Did you sneeze? Buruk, not wanting to reveal that Marcus was from another world, covered for him. He clapped Marcus on the back. Don't mind him, he comes from a weird country with a lot of words the system doesn't translate properly. Marcus waved a hand. It means fear of small spaces. Quell scoffed. Small spaces? Hollowmere isn't small, boy. Our halls rival the grandest kingdoms above ground. There's no fear in insomnia, just a gut-deep hatred of being surrounded by stone. He exhaled, rubbing his beard. From the moment I could walk, I knew I didn't belong underground. My mother, my father, and my 26 siblings all tried to talk me out of it. Marcus, mid-sip of water, choked. 26. Quell waved a hand. That's not even that many for a dwarf. Stop interrupting. Marcus, now properly chastised, sank into the water, leaving only his eyes above the surface. Quell smirked. Now here's the thing about Hollowmere. You don't just leave. We don't have nice paved roads leading to the surface. Every dwarf you see up here. We had to dig our own way out. And let me tell you, boy, I dug. His voice grew more animated, his hands moving to mimic the motion. I dug for what felt like days, pushing through solid rock, fueled by nothing but sheer stubbornness. And when I finally broke through, when the sun hit my face for the first time, his expression softened just for a moment. I knew I'd never go back. Buruk let out a low whistle. That's crazy. With a huff, Quell continued. So there I was, fresh out of the tunnels, standing on the outskirts of Nireen, with nothing but a pickaxe, a hammer, and a pound of gold to my name. Thalrun, who had heard this story many times before, groaned. And you went straight for the shiniest thing in the distance. Spare the details, father? Quell shot him a look, but smirked. Aye, the noble district. Marcus tilted his head. Let me guess, Kelcrest? No, Quell huffed. It was Ulthar. Stop interrupting, kid. I'm getting to the good part. Marcus mimed, zipping his lips shut, sinking even lower into the water. Quell exhaled, then continued. Ulthar took me in, gave me work. But let me tell you, those bastards were a nightmare to work for. Quell, make this. Quell, forge that. They wanted everything, but never wanted to pay for it. He scowled. Elves have a way of making even compliments sound like insults. No gratitude, no respect, just demand, demand, demand. Buruk grunted in agreement. Sounds about right. Quell cracked his knuckles beneath the water. Now, one day, one of the lords of House Ulthar, don't even remember his name, wasn't worth remembering, was pushing me to the brink. Wanted some gaudy, artsy garbage to impress another noble house. Marcus, unable to help himself, smirked. Let me guess. Kelcrest? Quell glared. Marcus immediately shrank back down into the water. Yeah, it was Kelcrest, Quell admitted, rubbing his temples. Anyway, I was about this close. He pinched his fingers together to smashing that prissy elf's face in with my hammer when... His face changed. A softness entered his expression, something reverent. The most beautiful woman I'd ever seen walked in. Thalrun groaned. Here we go. Buruk elbowed him. Quiet. Quell ignored them. She was elegant, but not fragile. She carried herself like she owned the room, but not out of arrogance, like she deserved to be there. And when she saw how that Ulthar lord was treating me, his smirk returned. She didn't stay silent. She said, "If this is how House Ulthar treats the very hands responsible for their beauty and reputation, then it is not a house I wish to align myself with." Marcus whistled. "Damn." Quell nodded. Then she walked right over to me, extended her hand, and introduced herself as Philia Kelcrest. He let out a breath, as if reliving the moment, and I swear to every forge and anvil in Hollowmere, I think we fell in love right then and there. The group sat in silence for a moment, absorbing the story. Then, Boruk grinned. "Damn good story, old man." Quell chuckled. "Damn good woman." Thalron, despite himself, let out a small, reluctant smile. Marcus stretched his arms over the pool's edge, smirking. "That makes sense. Philia's kinda hot." Quell laughed, twisting a towel. "All right, that does it, kid." Chapter 1. 128. I Heart New York. The first light of dawn spilled over New York, its yellow rays reflecting off the damp streets. The city hummed with life, untouched by the chaos that had befallen the rest of Terra. Merchants were already setting up their stalls, their shouts of fresh produce and fine goods filling the crisp morning air. The clang of hammers echoed from the forges, and the scent of fresh bread wafted from open bakery windows. The city stood strong, a beacon of stability amidst uncertain times. Yet beneath the surface, a quiet tension lingered. Adventurers muttered about strange occurrences, whispers of dungeons behaving erratically, and prophecies that spoke of an impending doom. But for now, Marcus and his companions pushed those thoughts aside. Gathered in the grand dining hall of New York's main estate, the group shared a hearty breakfast. Thick slabs of seared meat, fresh fruit, and warm buttered bread were spread across the long wooden table. Laughter punctuated the conversation as they regaled each other with tales, each moment serving as a small reprieve from the heavy burdens they carried. Boruk sat at the head of the table, tearing through a loaf of bread like it had personally insulted him. "Hells, Thalron, you should have seen the look on Miran's face when Vera told him about your duel with the White Blade in Nireen. I swear the man looked proud." Thalron smirked, sipping his tea with a rare ease. "Glad to hear our chaos left an impression." Marcus, halfway through a bite of fruit, swallowed before chiming in. "Did she mention the part where Arixa almost broke Thalron's arm when he tried to do her makeup?" Arixa groaned. "Are we really still talking about this?" Vera, barely containing her laughter, nodded. Yes, we are." Before Arixa could retort, a knock sounded at the large double doors. The group turned as a steward entered, bowing slightly. "My Lord Thalron," the steward announced, "Master Quell's caravan is ready to depart for Xenor." Thalron set down his goblet and stood. "Let's see him off." By midday, the group gathered at New York's main gate as Quell's caravan prepared for its long journey. The wagons, stacked high with goods, iron ingots, tools, food, and textiles, stood ready, guarded by a contingent of seasoned adventurers. Quell himself stood near the lead wagon, giving final instructions to his men. When he noticed Thalron approaching, his gruff face split into a wide grin. "There's my boy," he barked, clapping Thalron on the shoulder. "Well, I'm off again, my son. Duty and all that." Thalron rolled his eyes. "I will come to see you a mother soon. Promise." Quell laughed. "Make sure that you do." Marcus watched the interaction, smirking. For all of Quell's rough edges, his love for his son was undeniable. Before mounting his wagon, Quell turned back one last time. "Take care of yourself. Be seeing you." Thalron smirked. "Be seeing you, father." With a final wave, Quell's caravan rumbled down the road, disappearing into the horizon. As the dust settled from the caravan's departure, the group found themselves at a crossroads. With no immediate crisis demanding their attention, everyone returned to their respective roles. Velith, his golden eyes gleaming with purpose, adjusted his coat. "I'll be gone for a while. I have unfinished business with the followers of the Black." He met Marcus's gaze. "If I find anything useful, I'll send word." Then, without another word, he vanished into the crowd. Boruk stretched, cracking his knuckles. "I've got a guild to run." He smirked at Marcus. "And if you ever want another go in the ring, pup, you know where to find me." Ragn, ever the shadow in the background, nodded toward Marcus. "I'll keep my ears open about these seals. If something stirs, you'll know." Then, just as quickly as he appeared, he was gone. That left Marcus, Vira, Thalron, and Arixa standing in the courtyard, unsure of their next move. Arixa crossed her arms. "All right, so what in the seven hells are we doing now? Sitting around isn't going to make us stronger." Thalron exhaled. "We could stay put for now, wait for Sylvain's word." Vera nodded thoughtfully. "New York is growing. We could monitor its development." Marcus leaned against the stone railing, eyes scanning the city. "What about delving a dungeon? We need to stay sharp and get some levels." Thalron shook his head. "Not so sure about that one. I'm sure the guild has restricted most dungeons due to the strange occurrences. Nobody knows what's safe anymore." Arixa scowled. "So what? We're just supposed to wait?" Marcus tapped his chin. "What about the orcs' old shift dungeon?" Vera sighed. "Already checked. Yara said Moran isn't taking any chances with that one. It's been closed off ever since you claimed the resource dungeon." Thalron frowned. "And the resource dungeon itself?" Arixa brightened. "That could work." But Marcus hesitated. "It wouldn't feel right without Stem." Vera's expression softened. "Yeah. He was the reason we even found that place. It wouldn't be fair to go without him." The group fell silent. "So what now?" Then Thalron clapped his hands together. "We check the guild, see what work is available." They all agreed. It was time to find something to do. The New York Adventurers Guild Hall was bustling with activity. The moment Marcus stepped inside, he froze. The walls were lined with paintings depicting famous moments in the city's history, and right there, in the center of the hall, was him. A massive mural of Marcus standing over a defeated Thane Vulgaris, fist raised high, light emanating from his knuckles. His face burned. "Oh, come on!" Arixa burst out laughing. "You look like a goddamn warrior saint." Boruk, leaning against the counter, smirked. "Told him not to make you look too heroic." Marcus groaned. "You failed." They pushed past the spectacle, reaching the quest board. A fellow adventurer stood nearby, scanning the postings. He turned as they approached. "Not much here," he said. "I'm heading to Xenor. It's the closest city still posting regular quests." Thalron's brow furrowed. "Xenor's still operational?" The adventurer nodded. "Barely. The city took a beating, but they need help rebuilding." Marcus exchanged a look with his companions. That was their answer. "Looks like we're heading to Xenor." With that, they set their plans in motion. Chapter 1. 129. The Rising Suns. The road stretched ahead, winding through dense forests and rolling hills as Marcus and his companions took the long way toward Xenor. They could have used the main trade route, the safest and most direct path, but they agreed that it was worth taking their time. The dungeon break had scattered monsters across the land, and they needed to see firsthand what lurked beyond New York's borders. If there were threats still hiding in the wilderness, it was better to deal with them now rather than let them fester. By the second day of travel, the group had yet to encounter anything out of the ordinary. The forests were eerily still, the usual sounds of wildlife strangely muted. It wasn't until midday that Thalron suddenly halted, his sharp elven eyes scanning a grove of twisted trees. "Those things are definitely in here," he murmured, pointing ahead. Marcus followed his gaze, his stomach tightening at the sight before him. A large cluster of eggs. The shells were cracked open, their interiors hollow, as if something had already hatched and scurried away. The earth around them was disturbed, the undergrowth flattened by movement. Arixa clicked her tongue. "Lovely, exactly what I wanted to see before lunch." Marcus knelt beside the eggs, rubbing his chin. "So why haven't we seen any of them yet?" Vera frowned. "Maybe they scattered after hatching. But where did they go?" Marcus slowly examined the ground, noticing a subtle disturbance in the dirt. He wasn't the best tracker, not by a long shot. But over time he had picked up enough from watching Thalron and Ragn to recognize when something was off. "There's something here," he muttered, pointing to a faint trail. The marks in the soil were barely visible, but they weren't random. Something had passed through, something large enough to drag its weight along the ground. Thalron crouched beside him, inspecting the signs. He traced the outline of a track with his fingers. These aren't from the insectoids we saw before. And look here. He gestured to a smaller imprint, nearly erased by the larger track. Something else was moving in this direction too, and it looks like it got dragged off. Marcus narrowed his eyes. So, something's hunting whatever these creatures are. Thalron clapped his hands together, shaking off the dust. Good eye. I can tell you've been paying attention. Marcus huffed, slightly embarrassed by the praise. I've been in this world long enough. I figured it's about time I learned something other than punching stuff. Arixa smirked. And here I thought punching stuff was your one true talent. Marcus ignored her. Arixa turned to the others. So, are we following this or not? Vera crossed her arms. New York is south, Xenor is north, and Canindris is east. That's the long way. The best route is through Xenor, but these tracks lead west. She pinched the bridge of her nose, already sensing where this was going. There's nothing in that direction for miles. The moment she finished, Marcus, Thalron, and Arixa all turned at the same time. We're following it, they announced in unison. Vera groaned, rubbing her temples. Yeah, I know. With that, they set off, tracking the signs deep into the wilderness. Hours passed as they followed the strange trail. The deeper they went, the more Marcus noticed how unnaturally quiet everything was. There were no birds, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, just the rhythmic crunch of their boots against the forest floor. Eventually, they emerged from the thick woods into a massive clearing. The open space was unnatural, too precise to be a simple break in the trees. The ground was stripped bare in some areas, with deep furrows dug into the earth, almost like trenches. Piles of freshly cut wood were stacked nearby, along with crude tools, axes, saws, and shovels, all arranged neatly. Someone or something was building something here. Arixa scanned the clearing with a wary gaze. Did the bugs do this? Thalron shook his head, his expression unreadable. No, this isn't random destruction. This looks deliberate. Vera stepped forward, her fingers brushing against a makeshift structure. This is folk-crafted. Someone was or is working here. What is this? Thalron announced, gathering the attention of the others. Kind of on the nose, isn't it? Marcus exhaled. The group sat in silence as they gazed upon a symbol etched into a wooden column, a sun being eclipsed. Across the vast expanse of the Acronian Sea, past the ever-shifting dunes of the Taurin Desert, and beyond the range of even the most powerful Voxiakir stones, a hidden meeting took place. Deep within an ancient ruin, veiled in protective enchantments that bent space itself, a group of cloaked figures gathered in a ring of flickering shadows. The air crackled with latent energy. At the center of the gathering, a holographic projection of blue-tinted light wavered, connecting them across great distances. Each figure stood rigid, their faces obscured by enchanted hoods that rippled like oil upon water, shrouding their identities even from one another. A low, distorted voice spoke first, echoing unnaturally in the chamber. The time approaches. Another figure stepped forward, their cloak shifting like liquid darkness. Our work progresses. The seeds we have planted are bearing fruit, and soon the world will see the necessity of our cause. Has our reach expanded as expected? Asked another, their voice smooth and cold. The first speaker nodded. The pieces are in place. Our agents have infiltrated seats of power across Terra. Soon we will no longer need to hide. One by one, they began to list names, pillars of influence who had sworn fealty to their cause. Norman Dreadsis, a human noble in Astoria. His seat among the aristocracy ensured that their interests were woven into the very fabric of the empire. He has maneuvered himself into the inner circle of the royal court. When the time comes, the human empire of Astoria will too bow to our will. A murmuring ripple passed through the gathered figures. Thane Vulgaris, another voice announced. The very name carried weight. The gorilla beastfolk, the ruler of Xenor, a warrior known for his raw, unmatched strength, once an adversary, now an ally. He has used our assassins before, but after his defeat at the hands of that boy, he has fully embraced the wisdom of our path. His ties to the empire of Canindrus will serve us well." A new voice chimed in, one laden with amusement. "And Ralkar, the serpent. He has sat in position within the Adventurers Guild for years, unchallenged, unsuspected. The people trust him. His presence will ease the transition when we reveal ourselves. He will speak, and they will listen." More names followed: warlords, politicians, high-ranking guild members, mercenary commanders, all part of the great unseen machine working toward a singular purpose. Then the murmurs stilled. A final towering figure stepped forward, the mere motion of their presence causing the light of the hologram to flicker and dim. Their voice carried absolute authority, a force that did not ask for attention but commanded it. "It is time." Silence fell. "For nearly 3 centuries, we have worked in the shadows, guiding this world toward its inevitable reckoning. We have ensured that when the time comes, Terra will not face the encroaching darkness unprepared. We have influenced, shaped, and molded history itself, whispering into the ears of kings, cutting the throats of those who refused to listen, and burning away those who sought to stand against the tide." They extended a hand, and the very room darkened, as if the very light had recoiled from their presence. "The signs have begun. The first seal has broken, and soon the others will follow." A single ripple of energy passed through the chamber. No one dared to move. Then the final proclamation came, one that would shake the unseen world, one that would alter the course of history. The followers of the Black no longer exist. A hush of uncertainty fell over the gathered figures. From this day forward, we are the darkened suns. The empires of Terra will follow us into the night. The words settled into their minds like an inescapable truth. The darkened suns had risen. Chapter 130. The Call to Return. The world continued to turn, even as unseen forces conspired in the shadows. For Marcus and his companions, idleness had never been an option. They had fought, bled, and grown, yet despite their victories, an undercurrent of uncertainty remained. The world was changing, subtly at first, then undeniably. Cities spoke of shifting alliances, dungeons no longer obeyed established patterns, and rumors whispered of things moving in the dark, unseen but felt. And through it all, Marcus pushed forward. After months of travel and adventure, Marcus had ascended, now standing at Ascendant Level 3. His body had become a thing of instinct, reacting to threats before his mind could process them. He was stronger, faster, but without Stem's guidance, it felt like wielding a blade with no edge. The power within him was growing, but at times it felt wild, untamed, foreign, as if something deeper lurked beneath the surface, waiting to be realized. Vera had flourished. Level 27. Her connection to mana had sharpened, her spells refined, her control over elemental forces near flawless. Yet her grimoire, the living conduit of her magic, whispered something new, an energy she couldn't define, a force beyond her understanding. Arixa had never been more driven. Level 29. The warhammer she had claimed, the twisted, flesh-bound relic from the dungeon, had become an extension of herself. When she fought, it shifted, not just in weight but in shape, adapting to her will. The more she pushed herself, the more it responded. Sitting still was not in her nature, and she thrived in the challenge of stronger, faster enemies. Thalron had honed his precision and strategy. Level 27. The limits of a spell blade were no longer restrictions to him. He had perfected his movement, each step, each feint, each strike woven into a seamless pattern of deception and precision. He fought not with strength alone, but with intelligence, adapting and countering before his opponent even realized they had made a mistake. The past 3 months had taken them across Terra, from the snow-choked peaks of Aeoples, where ice elementals roamed like phantoms, to the labyrinthine ruins beneath Freyalands, where they had faced things that had no place in the waking world. And yet for all their progress, not all was well. The release of the 4th seal not only changed the state of delving, but the state of the world. Creatures that defied logic walked Terra. Marcus nearly died multiple times fighting them, and without his guide and friend, delving was a non-option. For months, Stem had been silent, no response, no presence, no sign that the entity that had guided him for so long still existed. Marcus had tried everything: meditation, combat, raw willpower. Nothing. At night, when he stared into the star-streaked abyss of Terra's sky, he wondered. Was he alone in his mind now? Velith had disappeared into the wind. No letters, no word. The Dragonkin had sworn to hunt the followers of the Black, vowing to uncover the true depth of their influence. At first, he would send occasional updates, brief but reassuring, cryptic messages about hidden sects, abandoned sanctuaries, and movements within the underground. Then, suddenly, silence. No final message, no sign of struggle, just absence, as if he had walked off the edge of the world itself. Marcus had scoured every known informant, sending messages through trusted contacts, but no one had seen Velith. It was as if the shadows had swallowed him whole. And then there was Ragan. For 2 months he had peeled back the layers of Terra's underground, following trails that no one else could see, gathering intelligence, chasing whispers. At first his findings were promising. He mapped out former safe houses, unearthed encrypted ledgers, and uncovered old connections to noble houses that had dealings with the followers. Then suddenly, as if erased by an unseen hand, nothing. The followers of the Black had ceased to exist. Their hideouts were abandoned, their contacts severed, their movements erased from history. Not just disbanded, but wiped clean, as if they had never been there to begin with. Marcus couldn't decide which was worse, the idea that they had been utterly destroyed or that they had evolved into something else entirely. The silence wasn't victory. It was a warning. Now, in the present, the group found themselves at an oasis tavern, deep within the dunes of Torin, far east of New York. The sun burned high above, its heat merciless even in the late afternoon. The tavern was an old, sun-baked structure, shaded by palm-like flora with roots deep enough to pull moisture from the barren land. Water pooled at its center, a rare luxury in the brutal desert. Inside, adventurers and merchants mingled, their voices blending into the ever-present hum of trade and survival. Marcus leaned back in his chair, watching the rippling waves in the oasis pool, his thoughts distant. "I thought I'd enjoy some downtime," Arixa muttered, swirling the drink in her hand. "But I'm getting real sick of sand." Vera smirked. "You say that, yet I caught you training before sunrise." Arixa scoffed. "Gotta stay sharp. These monsters don't kill themselves." Thalrin took a measured sip of his tea, his gaze thoughtful. "We've been moving without direction for too long. It's time we decide what comes next." Marcus exhaled, running a hand over his face. He had no answer. They had spent months pushing forward, but toward what? Then the tavern doors creaked open. A courier stepped inside, his eyes scanning the room before locking on to Vera. She stiffened. The man approached, clad in the messenger corps uniform of New York. A thick layer of dust coated his boots, proof that he had traveled far and fast. "Wow, we have messengers now," Marcus mused, both proud and confused. The courier ignored the remark, his tone official. "You're Marcus Elder of New York, yes?" Marcus nodded slowly, already tense. "I am." The messenger handed him a sealed parchment. "This is from Chieftain Miran. He requests your return to New York immediately." Silence fell over the table. Marcus exhaled through his nose. 3 months. And now Miran was calling them back. Arixa rolled her shoulders, cracking her neck. "Well, there goes our vacation." Thalrin's eyes narrowed. "If Miran is calling us back, something's changed." Marcus didn't hesitate. "Then we leave at first light." Vera, still holding the sealed parchment, broke the wax seal. Her eyes darted across the page, her grip on the parchment tightening. "What is it?" Marcus asked. Vera's voice was quiet. "Miran isn't just calling us back." She met Marcus's gaze, her expression distant, but something deep and unsettling flickered behind her eyes. Then she spoke the words that changed everything. "He says the 7 nations of Terra are calling for change." Chapter 1. 131. Arrival in Freylands. The road to Freylands unwound before them in a ribbon of cobblestone and packed earth, flanked by rolling hills and stands of quiet forest. Unlike Xenor's battered outskirts or New York's still developing roads, this path was immaculate, swept, graded, maintained down to the last stone. It was a road built by people who expected important feet to walk it. From miles out, the ivory walls of Frielands caught the sun and held it, gleaming like something struck rather than built. The city's architecture was unlike anything Marcus had seen on Terra. Elven craftsmanship married to dwarven durability and human ingenuity, standing untouched by the wars that had scarred everywhere else. Frielands had no king, no ruling council. It thrived instead under the quiet authority of its merchant guilds and international mediators. Here, alliances were forged, disputes settled, and fortunes signed away with a flourish of ink. Or, as Marcus suspected, powerful people met behind closed doors and decided the fate of Terra while everyone else argued in the open. As he and his companions, Boruk, Vera, Thalron, and Arixa, approached the outer gates, the scale of the summit became impossible to ignore. The road itself had become a procession, faction bleeding into faction. Orcish warbands marched in disciplined column, armor polished to a shine, clan banners snapping overhead. The beastfolk of Canindrus moved in silent, imposing unity, some towering over their human and elven counterparts, fur and scale catching the midday light. Further along, Nirene's elven dignitaries rode atop enchanted mounts, robes shimmering as if woven from starlight, their faces schooled into neutrality that didn't quite reach their eyes. They were not pleased to be here and made no real effort to hide it. The merfolk envoys stood out most of all, drifting past in carriages of coral and enchanted glass, their bodies sealed in water-infused suits that let them walk on land without discomfort. Their skin held a faint oceanic glow, and their jewel-toned eyes tracked the crowd with unhurried, watchful patience. At the center of it all, Asturian nobles moved surrounded by armed escorts, velvet and gold thread setting them apart from the rougher adventurers filling the road. They traded murmurs and sealed scrolls like currency, their intrigue barely bothering to look casual. It reminded Marcus of the world he'd left behind. Politics and power plays. Battles fought not with fists, but with paperwork and patience. At the gates, guards in polished steel, bearing the sigil of the Free Traders' Council, checked credentials with brisk efficiency. Marcus and his companions were waved into line, and a broad-shouldered half-dwarf looked Marcus over with open curiosity before glancing down at his registry. Marcus Elder. His tone gave nothing away. You're on the list. Shift. Lord of New York? Something like that, Marcus said. The guard's mouth twitched. Try not to start a fight before the summit even begins. He waved them through. Welcome to Freelands. Past the iron-reinforced gates, the scale of the city revealed itself in full. Unlike Xenor's battle-scarred streets, Freelands was built for influence, not war. Marble pillars lined the avenue toward the Grand Assembly Hall, each hung with the banner of a different faction. The buildings around them pristine, seemingly immune to time or decay. Freelands wasn't just a city, it was an argument made in architecture that money and diplomacy could outlast any army. Officials, scholars, and merchants crowded the streets, trading talk of alliances and the ever-worsening dungeon crisis in the same breath as trade tariffs. Gem-encrusted carriages rolled past street vendors hawking dungeon-salvaged artifacts at prices that made Marcus's eyebrows rise. He'd expected tension in the air. What he found instead was something quieter, and somehow worse. A sense of certainty. This wasn't a summit where factions would debate Terra's survival. It was a room where the decision had already been made, and everyone was just here to watch it get announced. Marcus caught his own name threading through the crowd as they walked. That's Marcus Elder. He fought Thane Vulgaris and survived. He owns a dungeon, doesn't he? What's he doing here? Vera nudged him, smirking. You're famous, you know. You mean infamous, Marcus muttered. Thalron's gaze sharpened. Be careful, Marcus. Your reputation makes you valuable. It also makes you a target. Always is, Marcus said, rolling his shoulders. The Grand Assembly Hall rose ahead of them, ivory pillars, a domed ceiling painted with Terra's own history, its steps crowded with dignitaries, warriors, and scholars. Near the entrance, knots of adventurers and guild representatives traded quiet words, some throwing open glares toward a cluster of robed figures bearing the darkened sun's eclipsed sun sigil. While Vera, Thalron, and Arixa peeled off toward the Grand Hall to find seats among the observers, Marcus followed Boruk toward the guild's private wing, where a message from Philia, already in the city, having ridden ahead days earlier to coordinate with Xenos' delegation, asked them to meet before the summit began. The council chamber was dim, low-ceilinged, and thick with the kind of tension that made the air feel used up. Marcus stepped through the reinforced oak doors behind Baruch and found Philia Kelcrest already waiting inside, arms crossed, jaw tight. The scent of aged parchment and wax seals hung over the room, underscored by the faint metallic tang of the weapons racked along the walls. At the head of the chamber, flanked by 2 armored guards, sat Esperon Hilmanar, executive chief officer of the Adventurers Guild. His lion-like features gave nothing away, golden eyes tracking Marcus with an intensity that filled the room without him needing to raise his voice. To Esperon's left, leaning against a stone pillar with practiced ease, was Ralkar, Xenor's most formidable Psyker user. His serpentine features caught the torchlight. Fiery yellow eyes, a coiled tail that flicked once as he watched Marcus enter, cataloguing him the way a man checks a door he already knows is locked. Philia didn't wait for pleasantries. She crossed to the table and slammed down a rolled parchment hard enough to crack its wax seal, letting it unfurl for the room to see. "This summit isn't about negotiations," she said, voice like a blade drawn slow. "It's a direct attack on the guild's authority. The Darkened Suns aren't looking for compromise. They're looking to replace us." Esperon exhaled through his nose, arms folding. "We're aware, Philia, but outright rejection isn't an option. Stand against them entirely, and we alienate the whole political structure of Terra. We choose our approach carefully, or we don't get to choose at all." Marcus crossed his arms. "So if we push back too hard, we get cut out of the room." "Exactly," Esperon said. "The guild survives on trust. The moment we're seen as an obstruction, the factions rout around us." Boruk growled low in his throat. "That's cowardice." "No," Esperon said flat. "That's survival." The silence that followed had weight to it. Then Ralkar laughed, soft, dismissive, the sound of a man amused by children arguing about something adults had already settled. "You're all acting like this is some kind of war." He unfolded from the pillar, tail dragging lazily across the floor. "It's not. The Darkened Suns aren't some grand threat. They're just another faction angling for leverage. They want to build academies. Let them. Doesn't mean they can force anyone through the door." Boruk's jaw tightened. "And what makes you so sure of that, friend?" Ralkar's smirk widened. "Come on, Boruk. We've been in this game long enough to know politics when we smell it." He gestured at the parchment. "This is posturing, a bid for leverage, nothing more." "Then explain," Philia said, quiet and deadly, "why the first academy has already been built." Ralkar blinked. Just once, just barely. But Marcus caught it. A half-second of stillness where a denial should have already been halfway out of his mouth. Marcus had spent his old life reading men who lied for a living. Fixers, promoters, men who smiled while they sold you out from under yourself. A tell wasn't a fact. It was an invitation to look closer. He ran the math while the room kept talking around him. Marcus triggered inspect. It came back to him wrong, not because the ability itself faltered, but because something on the other end was actively fighting it. He hadn't used often without stem, but inspect had always been quiet, almost effortless, a window that simply opened. This time it felt like forcing a door that was pushing back just as hard from the other side. Something in Ralkar didn't want to be seen, and it was spending real effort to make sure of it. The result arrived in fragments, half of it scored through like redacted testimony. Target skill detected, Enigma, actively obscuring stats, data partially blocked. Continued observation will incur backlash from target's Enigma. Name, Isin Nuira Ralkar. Level redacted, -1 HP. Marcus winced at the small, sharp bite of pain. Enigma's teeth, not his own limit. But he held the thread anyway, pushing past line after redacted line until one number finally surfaced through the static. Level 55. There it was. A level 55 didn't sit at gold rank. A level 55 didn't sit anywhere quietly. Ralkar wasn't underestimated. He was hidden, buried in plain sight, exactly where a plant would want to be. "Ralkar," Marcus said, slow and even, "why are you here?" Ralkar's tail twitched once, his smug expression flickered, just for an instant, before smoothing back over. "I was invited, of course. I'm Xenor's top Psyker user. It'd be an insult not to include me in a summit of this scale." Marcus stepped closer, voice dropping. "That's interesting. I was invited because I hold the Shift Lord title. Filia's here for Xenor's guild branch. Boruk's here for New York's. Xenor's ruling faction already has its own representatives in this building." He tilted his head. "So I'll ask again. Why are you here?" Ralkar's expression didn't crack. He only smiled, showing a fraction too many teeth. "Does it matter?" The room went still. For the first time, something uncertain moved behind his eyes. "That's what I thought," Marcus said quietly. Filia's fists clenched at her sides. "You're with them, Ralkar." Esperon pressed his fingers to his temples. "Damn it. This just got more complicated." Marcus kept his voice low, almost gentle. "They're using you. You know that, right?" Ralkar's tail coiled tight, his posture going rigid. Boruk's voice came out rough. "We trusted you, Ralkar. I trusted you." Esperon's golden eyes narrowed. "I think this goes without saying, Ralkar, but you may leave." With a low hiss, Ralkar turned and left the chamber. Marcus watched him go, memorizing the set of his shoulders before turning back to the others. Esperon's face had gone unreadable again. "Here's what happens now. We let the Darkened Suns play their hand. We watch. We wait. And when the moment's right, we counter." Marcus met his eyes. "And if it's too late by then?" Esperon's expression darkened. "Then we break the board altogether." A sharp knock cut through the room. An usher in Frielen's diplomatic colors stepped inside. "The summit is about to begin. Representatives are expected in the Grand Hall immediately." Filia exhaled sharply, already moving. "That's our cue." "Let's go see what they have planned," Marcus said. Chapter 1, 132. The Summit of Terra. The Grand Council Hall of Freelands was a masterpiece of design, built to command respect and magnify authority. Its domed ceiling loomed overhead, adorned with mosaics depicting the historical struggles of Terra, from the earliest wars between humans and beastfolk to the first dungeons that reshaped the world. The room itself was arranged in a descending circle, ensuring that all eyes were drawn toward the center of power. At that center stood the Darkened Suns. Their cloaked figures radiated silent authority, their golden eclipse insignias glowing faintly in the dim torchlight. Their presence alone was unsettling. There was no nervousness, no uncertainty in their posture. They knew they belonged here, and that knowledge unsettled many in attendance. The hall was packed with representatives from every major faction, their expressions ranging from wary skepticism to outright hostility. Astoria's nobles sat in ornate chairs near the human delegation, their richly embroidered cloaks marking their elite status. Their expressions were guarded, but there was no mistaking their interest. This proposal played directly into their desire for structured military control. The elves of Nerine radiated disapproval, their robes shimmering with faint magical enchantments as they sat stiffly, whispering among themselves in their melodic language. They were not pleased. Merfolk envoys, wrapped in water-infused ceremonial garb, remained neutral but intrigued. Their trade routes had been suffering due to the instability of dungeons, and the potential return of regulated delving benefited their economy. The orcs and beastfolk, seated in different sections, were visibly divided. Some war leaders nodded in quiet approval at the structure being proposed, while others glowered, recognizing what this could mean for warrior cultures that valued independence. The Adventurers Guild representatives sat nearest to Marcus and his companions, their expressions tight with defiance. This was not just a proposal for them, it was a threat to everything the guild represented. A hush fell over the chamber as Ralkar stepped forward. Ralkar moved with measured confidence, his serpentine form uncoiling slowly as he stepped into the center of the room. The flickering torchlight cast elongated shadows behind him, adding to his already commanding presence. He stood still for a moment, surveying the room, letting the silence grow heavy before he spoke. Then, in a voice that carried effortlessly, rich and commanding, he began. Terra is at a crossroads. The room stilled, the weight of his words drawing every ear toward him. The dungeon crisis is no longer a regional concern, it is a global threat. Every kingdom, every city, every faction gathered here today has felt the effects of this growing instability. You have all lost warriors, resources, and trade to the chaos of unregulated dungeon exploration. He paused, his golden eyes sweeping across the gathered leaders, locking on to each faction's most influential members as if speaking directly to them. And why? Because the current system has failed us. A murmur rippled through the chamber. Some nobles nodded in agreement, while guild representatives tensed. For decades, the Adventurers Guild has operated under the belief that independent, self-governed delving is the best way to handle the dungeons. And for decades, this method has resulted in the same pattern. Untrained adventurers walking into death traps, guilds struggling to manage increasingly unstable rifts, and nations losing control over their own resources. He turned his attention toward the Asturian nobles, his voice shifting to a tone of understanding, of shared ambition. Would you accept an untrained soldier into your ranks? Would you send men into battle without preparation? No. You would demand training, discipline, structure. The Asturian delegation nodded, murmuring among themselves. Ralkar shifted, his attention moving toward the merfolk envoys. Your economy suffers when dungeon trade collapses, does it not? Regulated delving means consistency, stability. No more uncertainty about whether the next month's haul will be cut short because another rogue adventurer triggered a catastrophe. The merfolk exchanged glances, intrigued. Then his tone hardened as he turned toward the Adventurers Guild representatives. And yet, when a solution is presented, when structure and safety are offered, what does the guild do? His golden eyes narrowed. They resist. The guild faction bristled, but Ralkar pressed forward, his voice unwavering. So we offer a choice. A subtle pause, a moment of carefully planned silence. We, the Darkened Sons, propose the following. His words echoed through the hall, each syllable spoken with absolute conviction. Mandatory training for all adventurers under 18. A temporary freeze on all new Adventurers Guild recruitments. The creation of a centralized academy system to ensure proper dungeon exploration. The room erupted into conversation, voices overlapping in a cacophony of murmured debates, sharp objections, and hushed agreements. Ralkar's words had sunk in, and now every faction was calculating their next move. Seated on the raised platforms of the Asturian delegation, nobles in finely embroidered robes whispered amongst themselves, their expressions a mix of approval and cold ambition. This is exactly what we need. Imagine an entire generation of warriors trained under a single doctrine, no more reckless sellswords, no more ungoverned mercenary forces. This will ensure discipline, efficiency. We must align with this movement. One of the older Asturian generals, a man with iron-grey hair and a heavy military presence, leaned forward, speaking for the first time. With proper oversight, these academies could be incorporated into our standing forces. This eliminates the unpredictability of self-taught adventurers and grants us access to talent before it is squandered on independent contracts. Several noble heads nodded in approval. Across the room, however, the elven delegation from Nyrene was seething. Golden-haired emissaries clad in robes woven with mana-infused thread glared down at the speaker's platform, their discontent almost palpable. The head of their delegation, High Enchanter Varileth, stood slowly, his gaze filled with contempt and warning. This proposal is nothing short of an insult to our people, he declared, his voice cool but edged with underlying fury. A few elven attendants murmured in agreement, their expressions a mix of disgust and disbelief. The mastery of magic is an art refined over centuries. To suggest that such training should be standardized, stripped of its cultural and arcane complexities, is nothing short of heresy. He turned his gaze toward the Astorian nobles, his disdain barely concealed. I see clearly now, this is not about protecting adventurers, this is about control, a structured academy system under the watchful eyes of self-interested rulers. You seek to rewrite the very foundations of power in Terra. His words sent ripples through the hall, stirring those who already felt uneasy about the scope of the darkened sun's influence. From the merfolk delegation, High Tidemaster Vasara, her blue-tinted skin gleaming under the torchlight, raised a webbed hand for silence. Unlike the elves, the merfolk were not immediately opposed. Their delegation had arrived in Freelands with economic concerns. The dwindling trade of dungeon artifacts had begun to impact their economy. "Let us not be blinded by pride," she said, her voice carrying a melodic, almost hypnotic quality. "The stability of our waters has been disrupted by dungeon collapses. This is not simply a matter of training, it is a matter of survival." She turned to Ralkar. "If we align with this academy system, will merfolk be allowed equal access to training, to instruction on land and sea alike?" Ralkar, ever the performer, offered her a serpentine smile. "Of course, we do not seek to restrict, only to unify. The seas, like the land, have been burdened by dungeon instability. We will not deny you what you need to reclaim balance." A few merfolk envoys exchanged satisfied glances, but others remained skeptical, their posture rigid. Among the orcs and beastfolk, the reactions were varied and fierce. Some of the older orc chieftains, warriors who had survived wars against human kingdoms and dungeon incursions alike, seemed intrigued by the idea of formalized training. One of them, a scarred elder clad in blackened armor, grunted, his deep voice rumbling through the hall. "We train our young from birth. Strength is earned through struggle, not dictated by law. But if these academies can forge warriors who do not need to relearn every mistake, perhaps there is merit in this." On the opposite end, a beastfolk warrior, a towering panther-like figure with dark fur and piercing green eyes, growled in displeasure. "This reeks of shackles, disguised as guidance. Our people do not follow the orders of others. We carve our own paths." The beastfolk beside him murmured in agreement, but it was clear that division ran through their ranks. The Adventurers Guild delegation, however, remained completely unyielding. Philia Kelcrest's fingers drummed against the table, her scowl deepening as the conversation unfolded. Baruch sat beside her, arms crossed, jaw clenched, looking like he was about to punch someone through the floor. Espiron, for his part, remained stoic, his golden eyes measuring the room, calculating the shifting tide of influence. Then Marcus was called upon to speak. A sudden hush fell over the chamber. Marcus could feel dozens of eyes on him. He didn't need to turn to know that leaders, warriors, and dignitaries alike were watching, waiting to see how he would respond. He let the silence stretch, ensuring that when he finally spoke, his words carried weight. "What concerns me isn't the idea of training, it's the execution." The whispers immediately quieted, the weight of his voice commanding attention. Marcus turned his gaze directly to Ralkar, who remained unshaken, smiling faintly. Why was the first academy already built before this summit? The question landed like a hammer. A sharp murmur rippled through the room. The undeniable truth had been spoken. Marcus didn't stop. If this was truly a proposal, why was the decision made before this meeting even began? The shift was immediate. Astorian nobles paused mid-discussion, frowning as realization dawned. The elven delegation, already skeptical, exchanged sharp glances. Merfolk envoys stiffened, recognizing the deeper implications. Orcs and beastfolk warriors growled amongst themselves, the revelation feeding into their distrust. The Adventurers Guild delegation straightened, their unease now turning into outright hostility. Ralkar's expression remained composed. Then he smiled. "Because," he said, his voice smooth as silk, "progress doesn't wait for permission." A wave of murmurs rippled through the hall, some in support, others in quiet outrage. Marcus clenched his fists. The room was turning, but was it too late? The final vote was cast. The room held its breath, waiting for the results. Then, one by one, the ruling factions raised their hands. or in the case of the Elven delegation, refused to acknowledge the proceedings altogether. But it didn't matter. The verdict had been decided long before any of them had entered this hall. A hollow stillness filled the chamber as the last count was finalized. The majority had voted in favor of the Darkened Suns Academy initiative. The ruling was made official, and with it, the Guild's tenuous hold over dungeon exploration was shattered. The realization sank in like lead in Marcus's chest. It was done. The future of adventuring had been rewritten, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. But then came the final revelation. A smaller attendant, robed in the official insignia of Freyland's record keepers, stepped forward with a parchment. His voice was steady but cold, void of emotion. For full transparency, the Free Traders Council confirms that the first Darkened Suns Academy has already been completed. A silence more profound than the vote itself settled over the hall. Arixa tensed beside Marcus, her fingers twitching near her weapon. Thalron's jaw clenched, his usually calm demeanor cracking under the weight of the truth. Marcus's heartbeat pounded in his ears as the final words left the attendant's mouth. It stands at the clearing designated 2 months prior. Coordinates matching the unclaimed land discovered by Marcus Elder and his party. It wasn't just planned ahead of time, it was already built. A slow, dreadful murmur rose through the factions. Even those who had voted in favor shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Some of the Astorian nobles frowned, realizing they had been puppets in a game they didn't even know was being played. The elves of Nirene, already furious, now looked murderous. High Enchanter Varaleth's expression had gone from cold contempt to white-hot rage. The merfolk envoys whispered among themselves, suddenly re-evaluating the cost of their neutrality. And the guild representatives? They sat rigid, their expressions a mix of defeat and fury. Even Espiron, usually unreadable, let out a slow breath, his golden eyes narrowing. This summit wasn't a debate, Marcus said under his breath, his voice barely audible, yet heavy enough to feel like a stone sinking into deep waters. It was a formality. The decision had been made long ago. The summit was never about deliberation. It was about making the world believe they had a choice. Marcus felt his fists clench at his sides, his nails digging into his palms, his muscles coiling with the urge to lash out, to fight back, to do something. But there was nothing to fight. Not here. Not yet. They had been played. The moment Marcus stepped into the cool night air of Freylands, the noise of the chamber seemed to dissolve into nothingness. The city, so alive with politics and power plays, now felt hauntingly quiet in the wake of what had just happened. Small groups of leaders trickled out from the Grand Council Hall, their expressions a mix of relief, concern, and bitter resentment. Some walked together in hushed conversations, already forming new alliances, recalculating their strategies. Others walked alone, lost in their thoughts. Marcus saw Philia and Borug speaking in low voices. Even Borug, ever the warrior, looked unsettled. Espiron stood near one of the marble columns, his golden eyes scanning the dispersing crowd with a calculating gaze. He hadn't spoken since the vote, but Marcus knew his mind was already planning the next move. From the corner of his vision, Marcus caught a glimpse of Ralkar. The Psyker user stood near the base of the stairs, speaking with a cloaked figure from the Darkened Suns. His serpentine eyes flickered to Marcus for just a moment. Then he smirked. It was the look of a man who had won. Marcus inhaled deeply, forcing down the anger burning in his chest. He felt Vera step up beside him, her arms crossed, her expression unreadable. "They won this round," she said, her voice lower than usual. Marcus exhaled, his breath slow, controlled. "Yeah." For the first time since stepping into this world, Marcus felt truly powerless, but only for a moment. Because if there was one thing he knew for certain, it was this. The game was far from over. Chapter 133, The Shadowed Path Forward. The air outside the Grand Council Hall of Freelands felt heavy, thick with the remnants of power plays and shifting alliances. The summit had ended, but its impact had yet to settle. Marcus stood near the edge of the courtyard, watching as the world's most influential figures dispersed, their retinues moving with quiet urgency. He adjusted the straps on his gear, feeling the weight of the moment press into his shoulders. The decisions made today would not just shape Terra's future, they would dictate the battlefield he would soon have to step onto. Then a shift in the air, a pulse of magic, subtle yet unmistakable, rippled through the courtyard. Yara appeared, her form warping reality as if the very air folded around her will. The sheer presence of her ability was enough to make those nearby instinctively tense, even those accustomed to magic. Her piercing gaze swept across the assembled figures before settling on Boruk. "Miran has called for you," she said, her voice devoid of anything resembling warmth or urgency. Boruk grunted, rolling his shoulders before turning to Marcus. There was something in his eyes. Not quite fear, but a grim understanding of the battles yet to come. "New York is changing, Marcus. Be ready." Marcus grasped his forearm, their grip firm, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Then, without another word, Boruk and Yara vanished, swallowed by a distortion of space and time. Silence lingered in their wake. From across the courtyard, Espiran watched with the steady patience of a man seeing the pieces of a broken world fall into place. The Adventurers' Guild, once the backbone of independent exploration, was now little more than a fading shadow of what it once was. As he approached, Marcus met his golden gaze, reading the quiet storm beneath his composure. "The Guild, it was built for a different world," Espiran said at last. "Now I must figure out how we fit into this new one." There was something deeper in those words, an acknowledgement that change was inevitable, and that survival meant adaptation. Marcus had no answer for him. With nothing more to say, Espiran turned and left, his entourage following close behind, vanishing into the shifting tides of Freyalands. Marcus turned, catching sight of Thalron approaching his mother. Philia Kelcrest stood poised, her expression unreadable as she prepared for her own departure. "I haven't received word from Lord Sylvan yet, but we restored your house to prominence, Mother," Thalron said, his voice measured. "Once the transition is complete, Kelcrest will stand among the nobility again." Philia's lips pressed into a thin line, her expression unchanged. Then, after a pause, she spoke. "You didn't have to do that, my son. But I'm glad you did. This gives me options now that my duties as headmaster are uncertain." Thalron almost sighed, almost looked away, but then she stepped forward and embraced him. The hug was quick, unexpected, yet sincere. And Marcus saw something soften in Thalron's stance, a moment of recognition that, despite everything, his mother truly did care. "You are loved, my son. Thank you for doing what you did." Thalron straightened, nodding as Philia pulled away. Then her gaze shifted to Marcus, her voice colder, though lacking its usual sharpness. "My son's time with you has been good." It was the closest thing to approval he'd ever get. With that, she departed, leaving Marcus, Thalron, Arixa, and Vera standing in the cooling evening air. The world had shifted, and now they had to decide where they stood. The road back to New York stretched endlessly before them, dust and silence filling the gaps in conversation. For a while, no one spoke. It wasn't until they set up camp for the night, firelight flickering against the canvas of their tent, that Thalron finally broke the silence. "We need to talk about what we know." Marcus exhaled, running a hand over his face. He'd been thinking the same thing. The weight of the summit, of what they had uncovered, pressed heavily upon all of them. Marcus, seated cross-legged on the hard-packed ground, traced absent patterns into the dirt with his finger, thoughts coming faster than his hands could keep up. Thalron pulled a small rolled-up map from his pack and spread it across the ground, smoothing it flat with deliberate precision. Marcus tapped his finger on the map between Zenor and New York, his voice measured but sure. "This academy's placement wasn't arbitrary," he began. "They built it between Zenor and New York for a reason, one that benefits them far more than either city." Thalron's eyes narrowed. "New York's resource dungeon." Marcus nodded. "Exactly. It's one of the few fully operational dungeons left, and more importantly, it's stable. No collapses, no unexpected rifts. A controlled source of magical resources, materials, and knowledge." Arixa exhaled, rubbing the bridge of her nose. So they're siphoning from New York, using Xenor as an excuse. Not just siphoning, Marcus corrected, the words tumbling out faster now, his mind weaving through the implications. They've been lobbying through proxies, subtly shifting the narrative, convincing the right people in New York that supporting Xenor's rebuilding efforts was in their best interest. He traced a line between the two cities. But the majority of those resources never actually reached Xenor. Vera's brow furrowed. Then where did they go? Marcus met her gaze. To fund their secret operations, the academy, their expansion, their influence, everything. A heavy silence fell. Thalrin exhaled through his nose, fingers tightening over the map. They played everyone. Thalrin shifted his attention to Marcus. The academy's placement makes logistical sense for their expansion. But I think there's another reason it's so close to you. Marcus remained still. Go on. Thalrin didn't hesitate. They built that academy right near your stronghold of influence. You helped solidify New York's stability. You have a claim to its adventuring structure. You're a growing power they haven't accounted for. Arixa leaned forward, fingers interlocked. They're watching you. They've been watching me since the moment I arrived, Marcus admitted, the realization settling deeper than he expected. They know what I can do. They just don't know the full extent yet. Vera tapped her fingers against her thigh, studying him. Don't get me wrong, I don't think you're dumb, but that was a side of you I've never seen before. Marcus blinked, as if snapping back to reality. He hadn't even realized how effortlessly his mind had dissected everything, how the connections had formed on their own, faster than he was used to. Thalrin watched him, something clicking into place. Your true magic. It's giving you all the tangible benefits of Psyker without any training. Marcus frowned. You think it's affecting my intelligence? I think it's enhancing how you process information, Thalrin corrected. It's not just combat. Your mind is moving faster, calculating, strategizing, connecting threads that most people wouldn't even notice. Arixa smirked, leaning back. Just don't turn into a nerd. Laughter broke the tension, but beneath it, a quiet realization settled. Marcus was changing. The caravan moved steadily through the winding dirt path, the comforting sight of New York's towering walls coming into view. But even before the others noticed, Marcus felt it. A disturbance, a wrongness in the air. His heightened senses sharpened, his vision pulling distant figures into clarity long before anyone else saw them. What is it? Thalrin asked, noticing Marcus's change in posture. Marcus didn't answer immediately. He focused on the city gates, where a confrontation was unfolding. The orc guards stood at the entrance, their weapons gripped tightly but not yet raised. Beside them, unexpectedly, stood the Church of Illidum, their golden insignias catching the last rays of the setting sun. They weren't blocking just anyone. Marcus's gaze zeroed in on the group standing before them, controlled, disciplined, unyielding. The darkened suns had arrived. Even at this distance, Marcus could make out the subtle but calculated designs of their attire. Robes trimmed with gold, scholarly, yet carrying the imposing air of authority. Their movements were precise, calculated. They weren't merely requesting entry, they were expecting it. And stitched onto their sleeves, unmistakable even in the fading light, was the emblem of a golden eclipse. His stomach twisted. They weren't here to negotiate. They were here because they had already decided this city was theirs to claim. Marcus exhaled slowly, his mind already racing through the possibilities. What did they want? Had Miran been expecting them? Or were they forcing his hand? The tension at the gate was thick enough to cut with a blade. Vera, beside him, tightened her grip on her staff. Thalrin's hand hovered near the hilt of his blade, eyes locked on the unfolding confrontation. Arixa cracked her knuckles, her usual humor absent as she watched the gathering of robed figures below. Marcus didn't need to say it. They all knew. The road home had led them straight into another war. Chapter 134, The Gathering Storm. Marcus's senses sharpened as they neared the entrance, his heightened awareness picking up the subtle tension in the air. The steady murmur of voices, the rigid posture of the guards, something was happening. His gaze locked onto the main gates, where a confrontation had already begun. The orc guards stood in formation, their weapons gripped tightly but not yet raised. Beside them, standing in stark contrast, were the robed figures of the Church of Illidum, their golden sigils glowing faintly in the waning light. Across from them stood another group, controlled, disciplined, their expressions unreadable. The darkened suns had arrived. Miran, his stance solid, stood flanked by the orc guards and a high-ranking priest of Illidum. Facing them was a figure not clad in armor, but in flowing robes embroidered with a golden eclipse. His bearing exuded confidence, a quiet but commanding presence that demanded attention. With an air of finality, the envoy unrolled a parchment and began to read aloud. "We come not as conquerors, but as emissaries of progress." Miran's expression remained cold. Progress or control? The darkened sun's envoy smiled. "Control is an illusion, chieftain. What we offer is certainty, education, strength. Your people need not stand alone in the new world we are building." His voice carried a measured confidence, as if he had already foreseen every response, every protest. He took another step forward. "I'm sure you know our first academy has been built. We have come to serve military-age people their acceptance letters." A cold realization settled over Marcus like a stone. He stepped forward, his voice even, but his words laced with warning. "I think you mean conscription." The envoy barely blinked, his expression remaining composed, but there was something in his posture, a quiet amusement, a recognition that this exact exchange had been expected. A second parchment was handed to him, and as he unrolled it, he spoke with the same deliberate cadence. "Marcus Elder, in 1 month's time, you are to report to the Darkened Sun's Liquid Academy to start your education." Marcus froze. A part of him had braced for conflict, but this was something else entirely. He opened his mouth to reject it outright, but then a thought struck him like a hammer. How did they know his age? Although he had died at 44 in his old world, upon arriving in Terra, his appearance had changed. He had long assumed he had regressed to 18, but in truth, he had never verified his age. Around him, Arixa, Thalrun, Miran, and Vera all bristled in protest, ready to tear into the sun's envoy, but Marcus's mind was already spinning, calculating, connecting dots that hadn't existed before. They had targeted him, and that meant they had a reason. Inside the city, it was clear the Darkened Suns had already done their work. New York was no longer a single united force. Some factions whispered in favor of the academies, claiming that structured education would finally bring order to the chaos of adventuring. Nobles, merchants, and even some younger adventurers saw opportunity in the sun's promise of progression. Others, particularly the older adventurers and independent warriors, saw it for what it was: occupation in disguise. The orcs remained divided. While Miran leaned toward resistance, some among his ranks weren't so sure. Even more concerning, the Church of Illidum had taken a firm stance against the Darkened Suns, but their reasoning wasn't entirely clear. The city was teetering on the edge. One wrong move, and New York would no longer be a neutral power, but a battleground. The candlelight flickered across the war table as Marcus, Thalron, Vera, and Arixa gathered in one of Miran's private war rooms, papers and half-unrolled maps scattered between them like the debris of an argument that hadn't happened yet. Marcus stood with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the map, already 3 steps past whatever anyone else in the room had managed to say out loud. "The placement of that academy wasn't random," he said. "It sits exactly between Xenor and New York, which means it isn't about either city, it's about what moves between them." Thalron's eyes narrowed, circling toward the same conclusion a half-second behind him. "The resource dungeon. The one thing on this continent nobody's managed to break," Marcus said. "Stable, producing, the only clean supply line left standing while everything else falls apart." He tapped the map hard enough to rattle the inkpot beside it. "They didn't put the academy near Xenor to help Xenor. They put it there to sit on top of us." Vera leaned over the table, frowning. "You're saying the aid to Xenor was never really—" "A cover," Marcus said, finishing her sentence before she'd fully committed to it. "Just enough truth in it to survive scrutiny. Just enough theater to make New York's own council vote to hand resources away with a smile." The room went quiet a beat too long. Vera sat back slightly, something unreadable crossing her face. Not doubt, exactly. More like the strange discomfort of watching someone finish your own sentence for you and get it more right than you would have. Thalron didn't look up from the map right away. When he finally did, something in his jaw had tightened. So what do you want to do about it? Burn it down, Marcus said without hesitation. Not later. Now, before they finish embedding themselves any deeper. Every week that Academy stands, it's not a school, it's a foothold. Something flickered across Thalron's expression. There, then gone, but Marcus caught it. Closer to alarm than agreement. That's not a small ask, Marcus. Thalron's voice had cooled. You're talking about a direct assault on an institution the summit just legally sanctioned. Every noble house that voted yes will read it as an act of war against the whole political order, including Nireen. A pause. Including my mother's. Marcus's gaze cut to him. Your mother's house just got its seat back. Exactly. Thalron's hands flattened against the table, a seat that took 3 months, a public duel, and everything Sylvan had to spend to secure it. If Kelcrest is seen backing an attack that burns a sanctioned academy to the ground, we don't just lose momentum, we hand Ulthar's allies the exact excuse they need to call the whole restoration illegitimate. His jaw tightened. I'm not asking you to let this go. I'm asking you to remember that not everyone in this room can afford to move as fast as you. For a moment, nobody spoke. Arixa glanced between them, arms crossed, like she was watching an argument in a language she only had understood. Marcus exhaled, and when he answered, the edge had gone out of his voice, though not the certainty. I hear you. I do. But Thalron, every day we wait for the politically clean option, that Academy gets one day more entrenched, and one day closer to being impossible to remove without a real war. He tapped the map again, softer this time. I'm not asking you to torch your mother's seat. I'm telling you we're running out of time to solve this quietly. Thalron held his gaze a long moment, something unresolved still sitting behind his eyes. He didn't argue further. He didn't agree either. Vera broke the silence, her voice quieter now, almost cautious. Marcus, you did that thing again. Where you're 3 thoughts ahead of the rest of us before anyone's finished the first one. Marcus blinked, the words catching him slightly off guard. She's right, Thalron said, some of the tension folding into something more clinical, more careful. It's not just that you're sharp, it's that you're fast in a way that doesn't feel… He searched for the word earned. Like you're not solving the puzzle. Like you already know the shape of it before you've even seen all the pieces. Arixa, never one to let a moment sit too heavy, smirked. Careful, keep that up and you'll turn into one of those creepy oracle types who finish people's sentences at parties. The joke landed, but it didn't quite dissolve the tension it was aimed at. Marcus laughed anyway, rougher than he meant to. Because the truth was, he'd felt it too. The way conclusions didn't so much form in his mind anymore as simply arrive, whole, assembled, uncomfortably certain, faster than the reasoning that was supposed to produce them. Marcus was changing, and for the first time, it wasn't only the others who found that unsettling. The next day, Marcus arranged a meeting with a high-ranking member of the Church of Illidum. If the church was standing with Miran, there was a reason. The chamber Marcus had been led to was dimly lit, the flickering glow of enchanted candles casting shifting shadows across the ancient stone walls. The air was thick with the scent of parchment and incense, the unmistakable aura of a place where secrets were both kept and whispered. Marcus stood at the center of a long wooden table opposite Grand Reverend Stilonivar, an elder of the Church of Illidum. The man's robes of ivory and gold were pristine, but it was his weathered face and weary eyes that drew Marcus's attention the most. This was a man who had seen the weight of knowledge change the course of history, and now it was clear he was deciding just how much of that weight he was willing to share. Stilonivar interlocked his fingers, studying Marcus as if measuring the depth of his understanding before he spoke. "You've come looking for answers, Shift Lord," the cleric said finally, his voice steady but heavy with age. Marcus met his gaze. The church has never aligned itself with orcish war bands, let alone taken a stance against something as politically influential as the Darkened Suns. He leaned forward slightly. So why now? Why are you standing with Miran? A long silence. Then Stilonivar let out a slow breath, as if unburdening himself of a truth too long carried. Because the darkened suns are merely the newest mask of an old enemy. Marcus felt a cold weight settle in his gut. You mean, Stilonivar's expression did not waver, his gaze unwavering, almost expectant of Marcus's realization. The followers of the Black never vanished, they adapted. The room felt smaller, darker. Marcus straightened, his muscles instinctively tensing as his mind raced through the implications. He had suspected something beneath the surface. The darkened suns were too well organized, too precise in their political maneuvering, their expansion too seamlessly executed. But this? This changed everything. The Church has fought against them for centuries, Marcus said, his voice quieter now, as if saying it aloud gave the knowledge more power. You always preached that the followers were radicalists, hoarding magic in preparation for a war that never came. Stilonivar's lips pressed into a thin line. That war has not come yet. Marcus narrowed his eyes. You still believe in some impending catastrophe? The cleric's face remained impassive, but there was something in his expression that Marcus did not miss, a certainty that made his blood run cold. What we believe, Shift Lord, is irrelevant. What matters is what they believe, and they have not abandoned their doctrine. They have simply evolved their methods. Marcus exhaled, crossing his arms. Instead of operating in the shadows, they've gone political. Precisely, Stilonivar confirmed. Before, they worked in hidden enclaves, manipulating from the fringes of power. Now, they have taken a form that allows them to grow their influence in plain sight. And the world, his voice darkened, is letting them. A long, heavy silence stretched between them. Then Marcus asked, Why are you telling me this? Stilonivar studied him carefully, his aged features unreadable. Because you, more than anyone else, stand outside their calculations. Marcus froze. For some reason they are after you, but it is apparent your presence disrupts their plans in ways they cannot yet define. And that is precisely why they want you under their control. Marcus clenched his jaw. The acceptance letter. He knew it wasn't about education. It was about removing a threat before it became uncontrollable. So what now? Marcus asked, his voice calm, but his mind already piecing together the battlefield ahead. Stilonivar sighed. The Church of Elidum has always been a force for peace, for progress, but we weren't foolish enough to believe malefactors would not oppose us. Stilonivar leaned forward. The Church has long maintained its own intelligence networks. When we first learned of the followers of the Black, we knew their teachings and practices were an affront to everything we stand for. We opposed them because they sought a future dictated by power, while we pursued one shaped by wisdom. His eyes sharpened, but now they have adapted, and we have no choice but to do the same. Marcus took a step closer. What are you saying? Stilonivar met his gaze. I am saying that if you truly wish to stop them, you cannot do it alone. And the Church of Elidum, he paused, is ready to stand with you. A heavy silence settled between them. Marcus knew that a war was coming, whether anyone wanted it or not. The only question now was how it would be fought. Chapter 135, Shadows in the Sunlight. The tension in Miran's office was suffocating. The usually steady flicker of torchlight against the stone walls did little to ease the weight of the conversation that was unfolding. Baruch, pacing like a caged beast, was livid. His heavy footfalls echoed against the floor as his tusked jaw tightened with barely restrained fury. We can't just hand him over to them, he roared, fists clenched. Across the room, Miran sat behind his desk, arms crossed, his expression like chiseled stone. Though anger simmered beneath the surface, his voice remained even, controlled. And what would you have me do, Baruch? Miran countered. Challenge them? Fight them? We don't have the strength to openly oppose them, not yet. Baruch scoffed, shaking his head. They've already tried to kidnap and assassinate him multiple times. You think we should just let them try again from inside their own fortress? Silence followed as the two warriors stared each other down, neither willing to yield. Marcus, who had been quietly observing, leaned back in his chair, arms behind his head. He gave a small, lopsided grin, attempting to break the tension. To be fair, they tried assassinating me when they were still the followers of the Black. Maybe the Suns are nicer. Baruch shot him a glare that could have melted steel. "This is not a game, boy," he growled, voice low and warning. "If they get their hands on you, they'll find out what you really are. And if that happens, they'll never let you leave." Miran exhaled, rubbing his temple. Baruch's right about one thing. They already know Marcus is different. Why else would they be going to such lengths to claim a human boy? Marcus sat up, finally addressing the concern that had gnawed at him for some time. "They only know about me because of the Copper Fang tournament. Winning put a target on my back. They've been watching me ever since." He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Surviving a dungeon collapse, conquering an unknown dungeon, winning a war, and building a city. That probably just made them even more interested. Miran nodded, his deep voice like a rumble. "All the more reason to not let them have you now. Your family, Marcus. We can't let them torture, brainwash, or blackmail you into submission." Marcus fell into deep thought, fingers tapping against the armrest of his chair. Then he spoke. "I don't think they'll need to resort to those methods." His voice was calm, calculating. "Think about it. The academies. They're the perfect way to catalog, monitor, and shape talented warriors. They're doing the same thing they did when they were the followers. The only difference is now they don't have to resort to nefarious means. People will flock to them willingly." Baruch's rage simmered into frustration as he ran a hand over his face. "So what? You just go to them?" Marcus nodded slowly, eyes sharp. "Actually, it's not a bad plan. If I'm there, I can gather information about their operations, their dungeons, and, most importantly, their knowledge of the seals." Miran let out a deep breath, considering. "Not a bad plan," he admitted, "but you'll be alone. Vyra, Thalron, and Arixa are all above the age of conscription." "He won't be alone." The voice came from the shadows, smooth as silk. Miran nearly jumped out of his chair, hand instinctively reaching for his weapon. "Seven hells, Ragn! I told you to stop doing that." Emerging from the dimly lit corner, Ragn smirked, arms crossed. "Sorry, boss. I've secured an instructor position at the academy." Silence. Baruch's face twisted into something between disbelief and frustration. He exhaled sharply, running a hand down his face before snapping, "How the hell did you pull that off?" Marcus leaned forward, equally intrigued. Ragn's grin widened, the glint of mischief unmistakable in his sharp eye. He leaned back against the desk, arms crossed casually, as if this revelation was the most normal thing in the world. "Ralkar, Baruch, and I used to adventure together in our early days," he explained, his voice tinged with nostalgia but never losing its playful edge. "A few well-timed jokes, some reminiscing about the good old days and pretending to be sympathetic to the Sun's cause. And well, Ralkar was practically begging me to take the job." Baruch's eyes narrowed further, his tusks pressing against his lower lip as he folded his arms. "You're telling me Ralkar just handed you a position in their inner circle?" Miran's brow furrowed. "You trust Ralkar that much?" Ragn gave a cocky grin, but something flickered in his expression, just for a second. "Trust? No. But I know his weaknesses." Marcus narrowed his eyes. "And what if they're playing you instead?" Ragn shrugged. "Then I'll make sure I play them better." Miran, arms still crossed, wasn't convinced. His voice was quiet but firm, the weight of command in every syllable. "Could be a ploy to rob New York of its spy master." Ragn waved him off, his expression never shifting. "Nah, I'm good at my job. Improve comes with the territory." Marcus couldn't help but chuckle. "So you're telling me you fast-talked your way into a high-ranking position within the Suns?" Ragn gave an exaggerated bow. "What can I say? Charm is a deadly weapon." Baruch sighed heavily, rubbing his temples as if willing the headache away. "Well, we're still down a spy master." Ragn shrugged again, but this time his gaze flickered toward Marcus, something more serious beneath his usual nonchalance. "Not necessarily." Marcus raised an eyebrow. "Vera and Thalron can pick up the slack. Ragan continued, nodding toward Boruk, "and you can back them up with a little muscle if the need arises." "Me?" Boruk exclaimed, incredulous. "What about me?" says Spy Master. "Vera is green when it comes to spy work." Marcus let out a slight chuckle at the word green. The others ignored him, not understanding the irony. Boruk pressed on, "Thalron doesn't have a stake in New York's endeavors, and I still have my guild leader duties." Miran, rubbing his chin, spoke with deliberate calm. "Not for long, Boruk. With the Suns all but shutting down guild operations, many cities are considering temporarily closing their branches. New York has the resources to give the guild financial aid, but I doubt your guild duties will require your full-time attention." Boruk's jaw tightened. Marcus leaned forward, trying to calm him down. "Look, no one's asking you to be a spy master. Vera has grown a lot, and Thalron, well, you know elves. He'll never abandon us after we've done so much for him." Boruk let out a sharp exhale. "He's only half elf." Boruk shook his head. His knuckles cracked as he flexed his fists. "So that's it then?" He let out a deep, frustrated sigh. "Fine. Fine." Marcus turned to Miran. "Are the guilds really going to shut down?" "No," Miran said assuredly. "Not completely. Many wealthy empires have the means to fund their guilds. Nireen, Freylands, and New York plan to keep our halls operational for any remaining adventurers in need of gainful employment." "What about Xenor? What about Philia?" Marcus asked. "Xenor fully backs the Sun's Academy initiative. That snake Vulgaris was all too ready to shut the guild branch down. As for Headmaster Philia, she sent word that she plans to return to Nireen." The room sat in silence for a long moment, the weight of their shifting roles settling over them like an unspoken burden. Then Marcus spoke. "What about Arixa?" Miran sighed, shaking his head. "That woman is wild. She won't stay put for long. She'll probably return to the wilds of Arindral to gain more power." Marcus frowned, considering that. Then an idea struck him like lightning. "Let's give her something to focus on. Velith has gone missing." Miran's expression shifted, realization dawning as he sat straighter in his chair. "She trained under Master All, didn't she? One of the guild's best trackers." "Exactly," Marcus said. "If anyone can find Velith, it's her." Ragan, for the first time that evening, dropped his playful demeanor. His voice was serious, almost grim. "She'll have her hands full. I used every resource I could spare to track him when his communications stopped. He just vanished." Marcus clenched his fists. He wasn't willing to accept that. "She'll find him." And he meant it. The room settled into a moment of heavy silence, each of them lost in their own thoughts, calculating, adjusting, preparing. Then finally, Marcus let out a slow breath, a smirk playing on his lips. "Well, I've got a month left." He looked at the faces of his friends, each one carrying their own burdens, their own responsibilities. "Guess I better prepare for school." But even as he said it, the words felt heavy. Because he wasn't just preparing for school, he was walking into enemy territory. Chapter 136. The Road to the Unknown. New York never truly slept. Even now, as midnight stretched across the sky, the city pulsed with life in a way that felt both familiar and strangely distant. Down below in the lower district, the forges clanged and hissed, each strike against metal reflecting sparks that danced like fireflies in the gloom. Adventurers, some drunk on cheap ale, others exchanging hushed tales of the darkened suns, crowded the local taverns, their laughter and arguments echoing through narrow streets. From somewhere beyond the main square, a familiar orcish drinking song rumbled through the darkness. The same tune Marcus recalled from the night he was blooded into orc society. Back then, it had been a comforting reminder that life here was raw and real. Tonight, it stirred a different kind of emotion, a pang of nostalgia and the subtle ache of departure. Tomorrow, he was leaving all of this behind. The thought made his chest tighten with a weight he couldn't fully name. He stood on the eastern watchtower, leaning against the stone railing. Past the towering walls lay open land, shadowed by starlight. In daylight, the fields and sparse forests seemed welcoming, but under the moon's glow they became an inky swath of unknown. If fate was kind, he would return to see them again. If not, footsteps echoed behind him, steady, deliberate. He recognized that gait even before he heard the voice. "You're really doing this?" Marcus sighed, resting his chin against his palm. "You know, if I had a copper for every time someone asked me that tonight." Boruk emerged from the darkness, arms crossed, tusks jutting forward as he fixed Marcus with a look that somehow merged concern and exasperation. "And if I had a copper for every time you ignored common sense, I'd own this damn city." Marcus allowed himself a half smile. "Well, if you didn't waste your money on bad ale, maybe you would." Baruch scoffed quietly, though he didn't bother refuting it. Instead, he turned his gaze to the horizon, as if trying to pierce the veil of darkness. The hush between them wasn't uncomfortable. It was weighted by a mutual understanding that words could never fully capture. "You sure you're ready?" he finally asked, his voice lower than usual. Marcus exhaled through his nose, tilting his head in a gesture halfway between a nod and a shrug. "Not even a little." A grunt of approval escaped Boruk, like he respected the honesty more than any forced bravado. He stepped forward, then gripped Marcus's forearm in a warrior's clasp. Tight, grounding, just like the first time they'd acknowledged each other's strength after the fiasco in the shift dungeon. It reminded Marcus of how far they'd come. From that chaotic fight with the rogue gorehound to building this city's backbone. "You got good instincts, pup. Trust 'em. Always." A second set of footsteps echoed on the stone steps, slower, more measured. Miran, the orc chieftain, stepped into the torchlight. The slight curve of his mouth hinted at amusement, but his gaze was anything but light. "Hope I'm not interrupting," he said, voice resonating in the night air. Boruk shrugged, releasing Marcus's arm. "Nah, just up here getting sentimental." Miran smirked. "Should have brought drinks then." All three stood in silence for a moment, overlooking the city below. The city they had fought for. The city that was thriving in part because of Marcus's relentless drive to stand up for it, forging alliances and carving out a haven after the chaos of the shift dungeon. But tonight it felt like a kingdom he was about to relinquish. Eventually, Miran turned to Marcus, the humor fading from his voice. "Don't be a hero in there. If things go sideways, we'll come for you. Even if we have to stand against the world, you'll have the full force of New York at your back." The words settled into Marcus's chest with more force than he'd expected, like a vow he hadn't realized he needed. "Come hell or high water," he murmured. Miran nodded, satisfied. "We'll bring the hell," Baruch added, the corners of his mouth twitching in a faint grin. Miran turned to leave, pausing at the top of the stone steps. His golden eyes, usually so commanding, softened. "You may be leaving, but you know where home is." And Marcus felt that, really felt it. The final tether binding him to this place. "Thanks, old man." He made his way back through torchlit corridors, each step feeling heavier than the last. Boruk and Miran's words played over in his mind. Their faith in him was grounding, but it also magnified the stakes. If he failed, he wouldn't just lose himself, he'd be betraying their trust. At his chamber door, he paused, collecting himself with a steadying breath. Then he pushed the door open and stopped. Vera stood against the far wall, arms crossed, her black hair seeming darker than ever in the flickering torchlight. Her golden eyes pinned him in place. "Took you long enough," she muttered. A dry laugh escaped him. "I'd say I was avoiding you, but we both know you'd just hunt me down anyway." She smirked. "Damn right." Letting his satchel fall from his shoulder, he rolled his neck to ease the tension. Ran into Baruch. He nearly cried, you know. Vera scoffed, but the corners of her mouth twitched. "Yeah, I believe that." A moment stretched between them, the usual easy banter overshadowed by the knowledge that soon he'd be gone. Silence settled, full of shared history, the shift dungeon fiasco, the moment he'd nearly been taken out by a gorehound while she, Ragan and Boruk pulled him through. He'd been little more than distraction fodder back then, but they'd forged a bond that night, a bond deepened by every subsequent battle and victory. Vera spoke first. "Remember the first time we fought together?" His grin widened. "The rogue gorehound, shift dungeon." She huffed. "You mean the time you almost died while we did all the real work?" I prefer provided a crucial distraction. Vera rolled her eyes. We carried you through that fight. Marcus shrugged, a spark of humor in his gaze. And look at me now, fully capable of getting my own ass kicked without assistance. She let out a genuine laugh, a sound that momentarily chased away the weight in the room. But then her expression shifted like a cloud covering the sun. You better not die. Her tone was blunt, yet the underlying concern was unmistakable. Marcus blinked, caught off guard by her sudden seriousness. Did that once already? Didn't stick, he replied. She didn't laugh this time. Instead, she stepped closer, reaching out, gripping his collar in a gesture that felt as personal as it was possessive. Then she pulled him into a hug, brief, fleeting, but undeniably real. Then she kissed his cheek. Don't keep me waiting too long. Just like that, Vera turned and disappeared into the corridor. Marcus exhaled, staring at the doorway she'd just passed through. I won't die. Promise, he murmured to the empty room, the ghost of her warmth lingering on his cheek. Sleep proved impossible. After lying in bed for what felt like hours, Marcus gave up, an unsettling restlessness gnawing at his thoughts. There was one more person he needed to speak with, one more goodbye, in a sense. He pulled on his boots, slipped through the quiet halls, and left the fortress behind. The rebirth dungeon beckoned under the moonlight, standing at the edge of the city like a silent sentinel. The place had been something else once, a savage boss rush gauntlet that had nearly cost him and Vera their lives, until Stem reshaped it. Under normal logic, a construct living in his mind shouldn't have been able to do that, but Stem had always defied expectations. Marcus placed a hand against the cool stone, feeling the faint hum of power beneath his palm. Hey, Stem, you awake? He let the question hang in the still night. No response. He dragged his fingers over the surface, recalling the day the three of them, Marcus, Vera, and Stem, had conquered the original dungeon. They'd earned incredible rewards, his gauntlets, Vira's grimoire, and somehow Stem had been granted dominion over the dungeon itself, forging it into the resource-laden backbone of New York's economy. This place was a great find, Stem. His voice echoed slightly, bouncing off the stony archway. He paused, half expecting a witty retort from the AI that lived in his head. I'm a little jealous, you know. Might be the greatest dungeon reward of all time. Only the soft whistle of wind answered him, carrying dust through the canyon in front of the entrance. I figured it out, you know, he continued, pressing his fingers to the stone. Why you named it Rebirth. He exhaled, inhaling the crisp night air, not just for the dungeon. For you. For me. Then faintly, a pulse, lingering, as if acknowledging him without words. Marcus felt a stirring of gratitude rise in his chest. You're a sappy bastard, he muttered, letting a small laugh slip through. But thanks, buddy. By the time the sky began to lighten, Marcus stood at New York's gates, a packed satchel slung over his shoulder. Shadows still stretched across the ground, but the horizon glowed with the first hints of dawn. Ragan leaned against a caravan, arms crossed, a lazy grin on his face. Still time to run, kid. Marcus rolled his shoulders, fighting the urge to glance back at the city he was leaving. Too late, already packed my lunch. Ragan snorted. Your funeral. Behind him, Miran, Boruk, Vera, and Thalron were clustered in a small group. Watchful, silent. Each wore an expression that said they didn't want him to go, but they wouldn't stop him either. Thalron approached first, smirking in that self-assured way of his. Who would have thought a spell fist could make it this far? Marcus grinned, tapping the carved gauntlets that had once been a trophy from a boss rush. Made it this far, 'cause I've got a damn good spell blade for a friend. Thalron chuckled, a glint of satisfaction in his sharp eyes. Then Arixa appeared, her approach direct and unapologetic. She eyed Marcus up and down, a teasing light dancing in her gaze. Don't think this gets you out of our rematch. Marcus chuckled. Wouldn't dream of it. She leaned in, voice dropping to a playful murmur. And you know, my offer to make powerful offspring still stands. Marcus nearly choked on his own breath. Arixa, for the... he sputtered, cheeks burning. Boruk groaned somewhere behind them. For the love of... he muttered under his breath, eliciting a laugh from Arixa. Marcus inhaled slowly, forcing himself to focus on the gates ahead. The morning sun glinted off their iron bars, making them look more daunting than usual. He could feel the hush that fell over the group, a collective understanding that once he stepped beyond those gates, the next arc of his saga would begin. Without another word, Marcus faced forward, and with the memory of hugs, laughter, and warnings etched into his mind, he walked toward the Liquid Academy, carrying not just his satchel, but the weight of every vow he'd made. Chapter 1. 137. The Liquid Academy. The carriage rattled along the uneven road, its wheels groaning in protest with every stone and dip. The early morning mist clung to the trees lining the shadowy forests, and the air held a crisp chill, one that did little to ease the tension Marcus felt pressing against his ribs. He sat slouched on one side of the cramped interior, elbow resting on his knee, eyes drifting between the passing scenery and Ragan's unreadable expression. Neither spoke at first, both knowing that the real conversation had yet to begin. Finally, Ragan sighed, stretching his arms behind his head. "I'll be leaving you soon, kid." Marcus blinked, snapping out of his thoughts. "Leaving me? We're going to the same place, right?" Ragan smirked. "Yeah, but not together. The Sons can't know we traveled here side by side. Bad look if we waltz in like old war buddies." He reached into his satchel and pulled out a smooth oval stone, its ruby and pearl hues fused seamlessly, a faint blue rune pulsing at its center like a heartbeat. Marcus's eyes narrowed. That can't be what I think it is." Ragan grinned, flicking the stone between his fingers. "What? No way you know what this is. It's something Yara and Quell cooked up. Apparently, I'm the only guy in the world with one." Marcus leaned forward slightly. The stone's gravitational pull was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was there. "Let me guess," Marcus said with a coy grin. "It summons something." "How in the seven hells did you guess that?" Ragan said as he opened the side door, casually tossing the stone outside. The moment it hit the ground, a pulse of energy surged outward in a ripple of blue light. In a flash, the air split apart, and a Crixus burst from the swirling rift, already crouched low and waiting. Marcus leaned back, a slow whistle escaping his lips. "You guys really made a ball that captures then summons creatures." Ragan hopped out of the carriage, boots crunching against the dirt. The plan was to mass-produce them. Would have made a killing, right? He climbed onto the Crixus's back, settling into place as it adjusted to his weight. Marcus arched a brow. "So why aren't you rolling in riches?" Ragan snorted. "Yara almost died making this one. Apparently the whole thing involves gravitational stabilization, something she called planar anchoring, and high-tier summoning mechanics. I stopped listening after she mentioned reality distortion. Bottom line, it's too unstable, too expensive, and we'll probably never make another." Marcus sighed in mock relief. "Good. Hate for some gaming lawyers to reach out from the other side and sue us into oblivion." Ragan hesitated. "Lawyers? Some kind of powerful mage order?" Marcus smirked. "Oh yeah, master warriors of law and order. Their ability to sue can cause financial devastation across nations." Ragan rolled his eyes. "You're weird, kid." He gripped the Crixus's reins, its long head dipping low as it crouched. "See you at the academy." With a surge of its powerful legs, the Crixus launched forward, blurring into motion, its 6 limbs carrying it across the terrain with unnatural grace. It vanished into the distant tree line, leaving Marcus alone in the carriage, the dust settling in Ragan's wake. Marcus leaned back, exhaling. For the first time in a while, he was truly alone. The sun had barely risen when Marcus stepped off the carriage, adjusting the strap of his satchel. The Liquid Academy gates stood before him, their massive iron framework woven with glowing runes, each carved line pulsing softly with a contained measured power. The golden eclipse emblem of the darkened suns hung above the archway, its presence unmistakable. Beyond the gates, the campus unfolded, a sprawling landscape of stone pathways, towering spires, and lush training grounds, designed not just as a school, but as a fortress of knowledge and power. It had the feel of a modern university from his old world, but magic hummed in the very air, woven into the foundation itself. Students from every corner of Terra gathered in the courtyard, some eager and curious, others cautious and uncertain. A single glance told Marcus everything he needed to know. This place was unlike anything the world had seen before. Marcus took a moment to collect himself, subtly shifting his weight from one foot to the other as he let the courtyard's energy wash over him. The Liquid Academy was unlike any place he had seen before, a sprawling complex of wide walkways and looming spires, teeming with an eclectic mix of recruits. Nobody truly knew what to expect. Not the orcs who'd arrived in disciplined lines, nor the elves who hovered at a distance with careful poise, nor even the humans who ranged from refined noble types to scruffy farmhands. He could sense their collective uncertainty, the hush in their voices, the way some clutched at letters or half-unrolled scrolls with instructions they barely understood. He caught bits of conversation from all corners. A cluster of beastfolk quietly debating if the academy was truly for dungeon exploration or something more sinister. A pair of dwarves complaining about the folly of kids these days, acting as though they were forcibly conscripted to attend. A tall, robed figure lamenting the downfall of the Adventurers Guild, calling this academy a step toward militarizing a free craft. Marcus exhaled. This felt worlds away from the loose camaraderie of the old guild. Back then, you took contracts, formed parties on a whim, or just tested your luck. Now, everything about the Liquid Academy screamed structure. There were posted schedules, designated check-in stations, and uniformed staff handing out syllabi. A swirl of motion caught his eye, a pair of elf twins in elegantly embroidered robes, scanning the courtyard with veiled apprehension. He couldn't recall seeing that many elves outside of Nerine's sporadic alliances. It drove home the fact that this place might truly be the most cosmopolitan environment Terra had ever seen. Then came the conversation that made him pause. Did Astoria create another one? No, that one's probably half mer. He turned his head fractionally, focusing his heightened hearing. The speakers were two humans, staring in his direction. Marcus stiffened. Another one? He echoed internally, though his face remained impassive. He followed their line of sight and discovered the target of their whispers. A dark-skinned human, tall, lean arms etched with glowing tattoos that pulsed in swirling red and blue. The man turned slightly, revealing faint motes of magic dancing along the ink, almost as though it were alive. A flicker of unease welled up in Marcus. Without hesitating, he triggered Inspect. Race human, affinities Chi Mana. His stomach tightened. A dual affinity human. Up until now, he was the only person capable of wielding multiple types of magic. At least that's what Kylo and his blessing led him to believe. A passing beastfolk, a tall leonine figure wearing a half-plate chest piece, scoffed in earshot. Humans always finding ways to defile magic, as if delivering a tired adage. Marcus pursed his lips, wishing he had time to question the man with the tattoos. Could the Darkened Suns have engineered this? He knew the organization had grand ambitions, but this level of meddling in bloodlines or magical genetics? Or maybe humans in this world truly were as recklessly ambitious as rumors claimed. He was still puzzling it over when a new voice broke through his thoughts. Glugbeck, friend. Turning, he found himself facing a young man who bowed slightly, an unfamiliar greeting on his lips. He appeared human, with tanned skin and a swirl of tribal markings around his forearms, but nothing about him suggested heritage or dwarven ancestry. Marcus blinked, a bit caught off guard. I have no idea what that means, but hi. The man straightened, brow furrowing. You're not half mer? He spoke with a little accent that suggested some region Marcus hadn't visited. Maybe coastal, maybe somewhere near Astoria's southern isles. Marcus chuckled. Nope, 100% bona fide human. Name's Marcus. He extended his hand in a gesture he'd picked up from Orcish customs, a forearm clasp. The stranger mirrored the gesture. Cedric Gonistord, apologies for the confusion, but if you're not half mer, I don't get it. Marcus shrugged, offering a wry smile. Yeah, it's the skin, right? Terra's big. I'm just from somewhere, far away. He left it at that. No sense explaining his real origin, the shift dungeon fiasco, or the old world, to a complete stranger. Cedric chuckled, relief easing the tension in his shoulders. All right, Marcus, we'll leave it at that. He glanced around the courtyard, eyes flitting from one exotic building to the next, from stone spires carved with swirling runes to wide training fields dotted with looming targets. This is my first time outside of Astoria, never planned on becoming a merc, delver, or warrior. Then the Emperor's men showed up in our village with orders for a bunch of us to come here. He trailed off, the weight of conscription evident in the slump of his shoulders. Marcus felt a pang of sympathy. He remembered how some orcs in New York had complained about forced alliances or the subtle manipulations that had pulled them into battle. Now humans in Astoria were facing something similar. So you got roped into this? Cedric gave a tight nod. Seems so. Marcus opened his mouth to respond, maybe mention how the Darkened Suns were rumored to be gathering all types of talents, or how the academy was far more structured than the old guild, when a sudden hush blanketed the courtyard. Heads turned in unison, focus snapping to a tall balcony overlooking the square. A man dressed in the academy's dark uniform stepped forward. The golden eclipse emblem stitched onto his cloak caught the rising sunlight, gleaming like molten gold. He lifted both arms in a sweeping gesture, commanding every eye to fix on him. "Welcome, students, to the inaugural first year of the Darkened Suns Academy," he announced, his voice echoing across the courtyard. A wave of excitement, apprehension, and curiosity rippled through the recruits. Some clapped uncertainly, others shuffled their feet, obviously unsure if applause was expected. Several dwarves in the corner exchanged glances, while a group of elven novices stood straight-backed, their expressions unreadable but clearly measuring the man's every word. Marcus exhaled slowly. The official's proud stance and well-practiced speech reminded him of the many times he'd seen nobles in Nyrene or leaders in Canindrus rally their people. But this was new, different. The entire structure of learning to delve dungeons, structured schooling, formal training, that was never the guild's way. The guild had been flexible, mercenary, free. This place was anything but. Amid the stirring crowd, Marcus felt Cedric watch him out of the corner of his eye, as if gauging his reaction. He forced a neutral expression, recalling Ragan's instructions to keep a low profile. He wasn't here to show off. He was here to dig. Somewhere in the mass of new recruits, the other dark-skinned human with glowing tattoos lingered, garnering his own share of wary stares. Marcus wondered if that man had come willingly, or if he'd been created for this by someone with far too much power. The idea twisted uncomfortably in his gut. He straightened his shoulders. Step 1, act like a curious recruit, a little overwhelmed but determined. Step 2, watch, listen, and learn. Uncover the Sun's real motives. The official on the balcony was still speaking, extolling the Academy's mission to forge a new generation of warriors, explorers, and leaders, referencing structured dungeon delving and the failures of the old system. A few in the crowd murmured, likely recalling how the Adventurers Guild had once been the backbone of Terra's defense. Marcus forced himself to slip into the role of an unsure, quiet student. He nodded as though in agreement with the official's words, ignoring the anxious swirl in his stomach. This was no simple academy, it was a political tool, if not something more. He could practically feel the tension in the air, crackling with each new vow the official proclaimed. And so, as the speech continued, Marcus tuned out the official's lofty promises about uniting Terra's best and facing the dungeon crisis head-on. Instead, he let his gaze roam the throng, searching for the subtle power plays, the uncertain glances, or any sign that the others had suspicions like his own. For now, it was just excited chatter and wide-eyed awe. Finally, the official concluded with a flourish, arms extended to the rising sun. The courtyard erupted in a patchwork of hesitant applause, scattered cheers, and watchful silence. Marcus inhaled. He had stepped into enemy territory, a place shaped by the Darkened Suns to mold the future of dungeon exploration. He felt Cedric's presence at his side, a reminder that for many this academy was simply an order from higher powers. But for him, it was the first step in unveiling secrets that might change Terra forever. The day had only just begun, but the tension in Marcus's chest told him this journey would be unlike anything he'd faced before. Trials, classes, alliances, rivalries. A grand test, not just of his skill, but of his loyalty and cunning. He steeled himself, determined not to let the carefully orchestrated facade of the academy blind him to the shadows lurking beneath. No one around him truly knew what they were getting into. But Marcus did. He'd find the truth, and if the Darkened Suns were plotting something greater than New Age dungeon training, he intended to bring it all crashing down. Chapter 1, 138, The First Tests. The morning sun cast long shadows over the courtyard as Marcus and Cedric stood in line, waiting to be processed. The registration hall was a large, open-air structure with massive stone pillars, each etched with glowing runes that pulsed with faint energy. At the far end of the hall, uniformed staff sat behind wooden desks, reviewing acceptance letters, names and classifications as students moved through the queue. Marcus casually scanned the recruits ahead of him, noting the variety of expressions. Some were eager, practically bouncing in place, while others carried a stiffness that suggested they didn't want to be here. A group of orcs from nomadic tribes, their leathers and war paint still fresh, eyed the academy walls warily, like caged animals assessing their surroundings. A few familiar faces from New York's orc population, most of whom Marcus had seen around the forges or sparring pits, nodded his way but kept their distance. He did the same. A cluster of ex-guild hopefuls, young warriors who had failed their Adventurers Guild assessments and now saw the academy as their only chance to prove themselves. Elven aristocrats, wrapped in high-collared robes, watched everyone else with thinly veiled superiority, speaking in hushed tones about their futures in nobility, as if this place was just another stepping stone to power. Beside him, Cedric exhaled sharply, shifting uncomfortably. "This is insane," he muttered. "I ran a farm. What am I doing here?" Marcus smirked. "Hey, who knows? Maybe they need someone to teach monsters how to plow fields." Cedric shot him a look, then sighed. "I don't even know how to hold a sword properly." Marcus shrugged. "If we end up in the same classes, maybe I'll show you a thing or two." Their conversation halted as the line moved forward. A cold, efficient-looking human woman sat behind the desk, barely looking up as she reached for Marcus's documents. Her uniform bore the golden eclipse emblem stitched into her shoulder. She scanned the parchment, her voice devoid of warmth. "Marcus Elder Shift Lord, accepted into the Liquid Academy. Affinity, unknown. Prior combat experience, trained under New York's warriors." Her thin brows lifted slightly, and for a brief moment her pale blue eyes flicked toward him, scrutinizing. Marcus kept his expression neutral, only giving her a curt nod. She tapped the parchment against the desk, muttering, "All applicants are classified under their regional sponsorship. You were entered through an individual invitation." She stamped the document and slid it back to him. "You are expected to attend all training and abide by academy guidelines. Failure to do so will result in immediate expulsion." Marcus took the papers, not missing the implication. Expulsion probably didn't mean walking free. The auditorium was massive, a semicircular chamber with high-vaulted ceilings. Banners of the Darkened Suns hung from the walls, the golden eclipse emblem casting long shadows across the rows of seats. Recruits filed in, taking their places as whispers filled the hall. Then a hush fell over the crowd. An elf stepped onto the raised platform. Marcus tensed. Not just any elf, the once noble Arion of the fallen house Mavren. His movements were measured, and his emerald robes bore embroidery that marked nobility. A line struck through it. His gaze swept across the recruits with an air of control, lingering on Marcus just a fraction too long. When he spoke, his voice carried effortlessly, both commanding and elegant. "Welcome, initiates." He gestured toward the banners, his sleeves flowing like water. "You stand at the dawn of a new age. The dungeon crisis is no longer a distant threat, but a force shaping the world's future. The Adventurers Guild, once the foundation of exploration, failed. It lacked structure, discipline, vision. That is why the Darkened Suns have stepped forward. His eyes swept across the audience, his next words deliberate. "We are not merely training warriors. We are building the future. You are here because you have the potential to be part of something greater than yourselves." The murmurs among the recruits shifted, some nodding, others still wary. Marcus kept his face unreadable, but internally he was taking notes. The Sons were selling this as salvation, as order, not a power grab. Smart, dangerous. After orientation, each recruit received a detailed map of the campus, listing dormitories, training arenas, mana research halls, and dungeon simulation rooms. Marcus and Cedric walked together, scanning the locations. "They're really trying to make this a full institution," Marcus muttered. "Feels more like a military base," Cedric replied. They separated to explore, agreeing to meet at the mess hall before noon. The cafeteria was a grand, open-air space lined with long wooden tables. Food was served in orderly portions. Nothing extravagant, but nutritious, military efficiency over indulgence. Marcus sat with Cedric, keeping his movements controlled. He didn't want to draw attention. But then an announcement rang out. All students are to report to Arena 1 after lunch for assessment and class placement. Marcus had just finished his meal, rising to throw away his tray, when he bumped into someone. His reflexes halted immediately, not from the impact, but from who he had just run into. Ragan, except now Ragan wasn't Ragan. Dressed in the Academy's official instructor uniform, his hair neatly tied back, he exuded an air of strict professionalism. "Watch where you're going, recruit." His voice was sharp, authoritative, so different from the Ragan Marcus knew. Marcus blinked, but before he could respond, Ragan had already slipped something into his hand. Then, without another word, he turned and walked away, blending seamlessly into the faculty. Marcus glanced down, a small folded note. He subtly tucked it into his pocket, waiting until he was alone to read it. The note was short, direct. "They're going to gauge everyone's affinity. This could be bad. Figure out how to limit your true magic." Marcus exhaled slowly. Of course they were. An academy built for dungeon delving. A structured recruitment process. The Sons wouldn't leave affinities unchecked. They'd test for potential immediately. He tightened his fist, considering his next move. "Okay, hold back, just enough." Chapter 139. The Exams. The assessment arena was a vast open field, lined with arcane boundary markers that shimmered faintly with mana. Rows of recruits gathered along the starting line, each one adjusting their stance in anticipation. The proctor, a broad-shouldered beastfolk instructor, raised his voice over the murmuring crowd. "First test, speed. You'll run 200 meters as fast as you can. No magic, no enhancements, just raw ability. Times will be recorded. Step forward when your name is called." Marcus rolled his shoulders, scanning the competition. The feline beastfolk stretched fluidly, their long limbs tensed like coiled springs. They had natural agility, no doubt expected to dominate this event. The elves looked equally poised, their lean frames built for endurance and grace. Marcus figured they'd do just as well as the beastfolk. A few orc recruits scoffed, clearly unimpressed by an event that didn't involve raw strength. Cedric, standing beside Marcus, looked uncertain. Marcus gave him a sidelong glance. "What's your best guess on your time?" Cedric exhaled sharply. "I don't know. I'm just a farmer, remember?" Marcus smirked. "Guess we'll see if farm work's got any benefits." The first wave of runners took their positions. "Begin!" A sharp burst of mana activated the timers, and the first group took off. The feline beastfolk lived up to expectations, their movements blurs of speed, while the elves followed closely behind. Then came Cedric's turn. Marcus watched as Cedric bolted out of the gate, moving with surprising speed, not refined, not perfect, but shockingly fast for someone who claimed no experience. Cedric crossed the finish line in 4.8 seconds. Marcus blinked. Damn, that was fast. Cedric hunched over, catching his breath. "Chasing roybirds is good training, I guess," he panted. Marcus laughed. "Right. If I had a copper for every farmhand who could outrun professional sprinters—" Then it was Marcus's turn. He stepped forward, aware that all eyes were watching him. He had to hold back, but not so much that he looked suspicious. Begin. His body instinctively surged forward, muscle memory taking over before his mind could fully process. The wind howled past his ears, the ground blurred beneath him, and he realized, shit, too fast. He forced himself to slow, adjusting his stride, but by the time he crossed the finish line, his time flashed on the display. 2.1 seconds. Marcus cursed under his breath. Thankfully, he wasn't the only standout. Saluth Arroyo, the other dark-skinned human, finished in 1.2 seconds, a time so absurdly fast that even the instructors raised their brows. A female elf, Dinlari of House Ulthar, finished in 1.8 seconds, and Marcus noticed she was watching him, her expression unreadable. Marcus exhaled slowly. All right. No reason for anyone to suspect me when that guy exists. For the second test, recruits stepped onto reinforced platforms, each one fitted with a glowing stone carved with dense magical inscriptions. The proctor explained, "This stone grows heavier by the second. The longer you endure, the better your score." Marcus cracked his neck, already mapping out how much strength he should display. One by one, recruits took turns, gripping the stone above their heads, trying to last as long as possible. Marcus took mental notes. The orcs dominated early. Their sheer brute force let them withstand absurd amounts of weight. The dwarves weren't far behind. Short, stocky, and stubborn, they held their stones longer than most. Cedric surprised him again, lasting until 6,100 pounds before his arms finally buckled. Marcus nodded in approval. "For a farmhand, you're holding up well." Cedric panted, "Ha! Carrying grain sacks, every day." Then came Saluth's turn. The tattooed human stepped onto the platform, taking the stone with measured confidence. His arms flexed, Kai swirling around his body as he held the stone with barely any strain. The numbers climbed. 5,000 pounds, 6,000, 7,000. Marcus watched closely. There was no struggle in Saluth's form. The weight reached 8,040 pounds before he finally dropped the stone, stepping off the platform without so much as a stagger. Damn, this guy is good. Then came a dwarf named Plog. Unlike Saluth, Plog didn't use any external magic, just pure, unrelenting strength. When the weight reached 10,110 pounds, the arena fell silent. The proctor even leaned forward. Marcus was impressed. That's almost 5 tons. Then it was his turn. Marcus stepped up, lifting the stone effortlessly. The weight increased. The proctor eyed him. "Not bad. Let's see how far you go." Marcus pretended to strain, then let the stone drop at 7,500 pounds. The proctor's eyes narrowed. "Holding back, are we?" Marcus gritted his teeth, keeping his expression blank. Shit. He noticed. The final test was an obstacle course riddled with hazards, rotating bladed pendulums, illusory enemies that struck without warning, and a series of high-speed projectiles designed to test reflexes. Cedric went first. It was painful to watch. He stumbled on the first tripwire, ate a fireball to the face. Each collision was accompanied by a harsh reprimand from the instructors. "Get up. Keep moving." Their shouts echoed in the maze-like structure as Cedric was repeatedly knocked down, and by the time he reached the finish line, he was covered in bruises and wheezing. Marcus winced. You okay?" Cedric groaned. "Told you, I'm no warrior." Marcus grinned, helping him up. "Stick with me, I'm a pretty good fighter." Then came Saluth. The man glided through the course, effortlessly breaking obstacles with his tonfas. He barely dodged, he destroyed anything in his way. A merfolk named Garlington also stood out. His movements were fluid, precise, and every time an obstacle threatened him, he crushed a runestone in his palm. Marcus raised a brow. "What's he doing?" Cedric, still half dead, mumbled, "Rune fighter, charges himself with different magical affinities." Marcus watched as Garlington crushed a psycho-charged rune, his reflexes suddenly enhanced to dodge a spinning blade. Marcus smirked. Didn't expect a farmer to be an expert on warrior classes. Cedric, still catching his breath and nursing his wounds, managed a wry smile. "I said I didn't want to be a warrior, Marcus. I never said I didn't study them from time to time." His quiet retort carried real weight, hinting at long hours spent poring over battle manuals and ancient texts, an education that had served him well despite his apparent reluctance. Marcus laughed. Then it was his turn. At first, he kept it controlled. He ducked, dodged, slid past the traps, but as his confidence grew, his instincts took over. By the end, he had completely forgotten to hold back. One of the instructors watched closely. That's the best score I've seen all day. Marcus internally cursed. Damn it. The obstacle course eventually came to an end, and as the recruits gathered, the lead instructor ascended the platform to announce the results. His voice boomed across the arena, momentarily quelling the lingering din of fatigue and rivalry. "Recruits, listen well," he began, his tone both authoritative and encouraging. "Today you have shown us not just your strength, but your spirit and resolve. These are the recruits you must look up to, moving forward." His eyes swept over the crowd as he read off the names with measured cadence. Saleuth Arroyo, the tattooed, dark-skinned human who seemed to have made the course his own. Dinlari of House Ulthar, the proud female elf whose disdain for Marcus was as evident as her unyielding determination, punctuated by a sneer that spoke of long-held grudges. Larry Fortunest, the proud human noble whose posture and every measured move spoke of a life steeped in tradition and valor. Marcus Elder, Shift Lord, his own name echoed through his ears as he listened in dismay, for he had not wished to stand out so conspicuously. Largefest Hammerton, the smug dwarf who carried his success with an air of self-satisfaction that was impossible to ignore. A hush fell over the assembly as the instructor continued, "In your old lives, you may have been nobles, lords, held titles, or been a no-one. But from this day forth, your titles and station matter not. These top 5 shall be known as Recruits First Rate. This is the title you must strive for. This is the only title that matters at this academy. The rest of you will be designated as Recruits Sixth Rate. Let the magical insignia on your uniforms mark this difference, and let it drive you to train harder, to learn more, and to surpass even your own limits." At the mention of the imprinted insignia, a flash of light swirled on their left shoulder, revealing their placement. "None of you are here by accident. Your lords, ladies, emperors, queens, and our own scouts have noticed something in you. Something that this academy will pull into the light." Amid the congratulatory claps for the top performers and the subdued murmurs of those relegated to the lower tier, Marcus's mind churned with a mix of introspection and determination. Every event had revealed a facet of his character. The competitive spark that drove him, the fleeting arrogance that sometimes got the better of him, and the underlying loyalty to his comrades, even those he viewed with a mixture of rivalry and affection. The recruits dispersed towards the next phase, written exams that would test their scholarly aptitude as much as their battlefield prowess. The arena slowly emptied, leaving behind echoes of laughter, sighs, and determined whispers. Chapter 140. The Written Exam. Marcus shifted nervously in his seat, the polished wooden desk cold under his fingertips. The entire exam hall was arranged meticulously, desks evenly spaced, rows perfectly aligned, and instructors pacing the aisles with hawk-like vigilance. Marcus couldn't help but feel like prey caught in a predator's sights. "Why does this academy care so much about our knowledge?" Marcus whispered to Cedric, keeping his voice barely audible. "What questions could this test possibly have?" Cedric leaned slightly, eyes forward but lips moving carefully. "Maybe they want to know what we already understand about monsters and dungeon types." Marcus nodded subtly. "Makes sense. Maybe our scores here, plus our placement from the physical tests, will determine our courses." A sharp, irritated voice cut through their whispered exchange. "Silence." Marcus snapped upright immediately, eyes fixed straight ahead. The proctor glared daggers at them, his deep-set eyes promising dire consequences for any further disturbances. "Now," the proctor announced, pacing at the front of the class, "you have precisely 15 minutes to answer 20 questions. No talking, no peeking. Any attempt to cheat will result in immediate expulsion. Understood?" Marcus exhaled quietly. 15 minutes, 20 questions. Easy enough. Begin, the proctor barked, and Marcus quickly flipped the test paper over. His confidence shattered instantly. The first question sprawled across half the page in a confusing jumble. In reference to the ethereal rift incident of year 871, calculate the approximate mana decay rate required to stabilize a Class D dungeon gate, assuming a proportional coefficient of energy expulsion relative to the planar resonance frequency. Provide your answer in Thorms per cubic span. Marcus felt a drop of sweat trickle down his temple. What in the goddamned is this shit? His eyes darted left and right, panic rising as pencils around him scratched rapidly. Filling answer after answer, Cedric beside him wore a confident grin as if this kind of convoluted jargon was elementary. Marcus rubbed his forehead, rereading the question, hoping for some hidden clarity. Before he knew it, a soft chime echoed. The first minute had already passed. He cursed under his breath, pulse quickening. Of course they all know this. They're natives here, he thought bitterly. This must be common knowledge. He scribbled a wild guess and rushed to question 2, equally baffling. Another minute slipped by unnoticed. Marcus felt a growing dread tightening his chest. Damn it, he thought. I wish Stem was awake. His infinite knowledge would be a real lifesaver right now. 3 minutes in, a hand shot up confidently beside him. Marcus turned in shock to see Cedric's grin wider than before. Cedric gave Marcus a quick nod of solidarity as the instructor approached and escorted him from the room. Marcus swallowed hard, anxiety bubbling up within him. 10 minutes remained, and he'd barely answered 2 questions. As Marcus's breathing quickened, something tugged at his senses, a subtle, familiar ripple of psyche. His gaze flicked around, several other students were practically radiating it. The realization hit him like lightning. I'm such an idiot. He took a calming breath, letting the latent psyche within him ripple gently through his mind. Instantly, clarity washed over him like cool water. Knowledge flowed effortlessly, memories from his months of adventuring, snippets of overheard conversations, glimpses of monster lore, details his subconscious had quietly collected. Marcus attacked the test anew, the answers almost leaping off the paper at him, his pencil moving rapidly from question to question, guided by his suddenly unlocked mental reservoir. Before long, Marcus confidently lifted his hand, pencil resting triumphantly beside his completed test. Done! He glanced around as he lowered his hand. Almost everyone had already finished, only 3 nervous students still frantically scribbled answers. Marcus's cheeks flushed faintly, embarrassment tempered by relief as he stood and joined the finished students at the side of the room. Expecting hushed complaints or murmurs about the test's difficulty, Marcus was surprised to find a calm quietude instead. No one was complaining. Everyone else looked relaxed, as if the test had been simple. Cedric approached him, still grinning playfully. So a great fighter but terrible at tests, huh? You had me worried there. Marcus smirked, giving him a mock glare. Laugh it up. I might not have book knowledge, but I've got street smarts. Give me a dungeon over a textbook any day. Cedric chuckled softly, shaking his head. Whatever you say, Marcus. As the final students handed in their papers and left the examination hall, a strange shimmer of magic danced across each recruit's shoulder. Marcus glanced down quickly. His number remained unchanged, still marking him as a recruit first rate. He looked over to Cedric, who stared at his own number in astonishment. Cedric's jaw dropped before shifting into a wide smile. Recruit third rate, he pumped a fist excitedly. Marcus chuckled. I guess we both aced the written exams after all. The proctor stepped forward once more, his expression softened slightly now that the test was complete. Well done, recruits, he called, voice echoing clearly through the silent hall. Return to your dormitories now. Your class schedules and syllabi will arrive at your rooms by morning. A wave of confused murmurs rippled through the recruits until a sudden magical glow appeared again on their shoulders. Marcus felt a faint warmth, glancing down to see Dorm B4 etched magically onto his uniform. Beside him, Cedric laughed aloud, pointing excitedly at his own identical dorm assignment. Looks like we're roommates, Marcus grinned. Couldn't ask for better. The proctor continued briskly. You are now permitted full access to campus grounds. Your accomplishments within this academy earn you merits, our internal currency. Your merit count is visible on your left wrist. Marcus glanced down, eyes widening at the number displayed. 30 merits. The proctor finished. Attend all classes promptly. Outside of class hours, you have free reign of campus, but be in your dormitories before midnight. A relieved buzz filled the air as recruits filled out into the corridor, conversations sparking once more. Marcus clapped Cedric on the back, steering him toward the main campus walkway. "Hey, Mr. Third-Rate Genius," Marcus teased. "Let's go celebrate your scholarly excellence at one of the fancier dining halls tonight. On me, of course, courtesy of my superior street smarts." Cedric laughed brightly, falling in step beside him. "With pleasure, O mighty dungeon philosopher." Marcus chuckled, spirits high once again as they stepped out into the fading daylight, ready to discover what else the academy had to offer. Chapter 141. Dorm Life. The whirlwind of exams and evaluations had subsided, but Marcus still felt the weight of the day pressing on his shoulders. With the formalities behind them, it was time to breathe, reflect, and plan. He and Cedric strolled through one of the academy's upscale dining halls, their boots clicking against the smooth, polished stone floor. Unlike the utilitarian cafeteria, this place was an absolute sensory feast. Crystal chandeliers cast a warm, ethereal glow above them, while long banquet-style tables groaned under the weight of dozens of exotic dishes, all preserved under enchanted stasis fields to keep them fresh. Marcus's eyes landed on a platter of wriggling jelly-like spheres, their translucent skins pulsing with a bioluminescent glow. A merfolk student casually popped one into her mouth, sighing in contentment. He turned to Cedric. "I've fought monsters that looked less intimidating than this meal." Cedric snorted. "Welcome to the world beyond orc cooking. Just try something. What's the worst that could happen?" Marcus picked up one of the glowing spheres, his fingers trembling slightly. "Famous last words," he muttered before popping it into his mouth. The moment the sphere hit his tongue, his mouth went numb. Then, as if on cue, a refreshing coolness washed over him, followed by faint electric tingles that spread down his jaw, into his throat, and settled deep in his stomach. He blinked, surprised by how pleasant the sensation was. "That's actually kind of good," Marcus admitted, rolling his tongue to savor the strange aftertaste. "See," Cedric smirked. "Now how about this?" He pointed at a dwarven stone teak, a slab of meat that looked more like solid granite than anything edible, steaming atop a sizzling hot plate. Marcus tapped the surface with his fork. It clinked. "Okay, that's not food. That's a murder weapon." A nearby dwarf, arms crossed, overheard and huffed. "Chish, you humans have weak jaws." Marcus flashed him a grin. "Maybe, but I'd rather eat something that doesn't double as building material." Cedric snickered and gestured to the glowing menu hovering near their table. "You're paying, right? I only have 10 merits." Marcus glanced at his balance of 30 merits, then scrolled through the options. He bypassed the cheaper meals in favor of something labeled Gilded Buffet Experience, 5 merits per entry. He tapped the option, "All you can eat, my friend. Tonight we feast." After an indulgent meal filled with bizarre, yet surprisingly delicious dishes, Marcus and Cedric finally made their way toward dormitory B4. The dormitory was taller than Marcus had expected, its sleek exterior blending intricately detailed stonework with magically reinforced glass windows. Each room boasted a small balcony, offering a view of the academy grounds. Inside, their room was surprisingly cozy. 2 neatly arranged beds, a small study table, reinforced wardrobes, and an enchanted self-cleaning wash basin tucked into the corner. Marcus glanced around, squinting slightly. Why are the darkened suns trying so hard to make this place feel like home? Cedric flopped onto his bed with a groan. Maybe they just don't want us miserable. Marcus wasn't convinced. A place designed for control wouldn't waste effort on comfort unless there was a reason. Before he could voice his concerns, a sharp knock echoed at the door. Cedric looked up, expecting company. Marcus opened the door to find Saluth Arroyo, the tattooed human from earlier, standing in the hallway. His piercing gaze swept across the room before fixing on Marcus. "You were holding back," Saluth stated flatly. Marcus blinked at the directness. "You always introduce yourself by accusing people of sandbagging." Saluth smirked, his glowing tattoos shifting faintly as he leaned against the doorframe. "I know of you. You're strong." Marcus resisted the urge to sigh. It had been a single day, and he was already drawing attention. He shrugged. "I'm not that special. You, on the other hand. 2 affinities." Saluth blinked, mildly shocked. He studied Marcus for a moment longer, then stepped back. "Stop holding back." With that, he turned and walked off, disappearing into the hallway. Marcus exhaled slowly. "Welp, that's going to be a problem." Cedric watched Saluth leave, shaking his head. "That guy's got an intensity level of about Paladin on a warpath." Marcus chuckled. "Haven't met a Paladin yet." Before they could dwell on it, a loud, boisterous argument erupted from across the hall. "Hey, I told you last, the left side is mine. Just because you're shorter doesn't mean you get to claim whatever's closest to the door." Marcus and Cedric exchanged glances before stepping out. Across the hall, the door to their neighbor's room was slightly ajar, revealing a broad-shouldered dwarf standing nose to chest with an elegant female elf. The dwarf huffed, arms crossed over his barrel chest. "You can't just—" "I can and I will," the elf interrupted smoothly, adjusting the sleeves of her flowing academy robes. "I refuse to share a study space with someone who spills ale on every parchment within arm's reach." The dwarf growled. "Stop taking up all the space with your shit." Marcus smirked, leaning casually against their doorway. "Guys, seriously, it's the first day." The dwarf turned, scowling. "Who? What? Mind your business, human." The elf sighed deeply, as though the entire conversation had drained her very soul. "Apologies for the noise. We're having a disagreement over spatial arrangements." She stopped mid-sentence when she noticed Marcus standing in the doorway. An icy stare formed on her face at the sight of him. The dwarf was visibly shocked by the sudden shift in her mood. Cedric grinned. "Divines, does anyone like you, Marcus?" The dwarf stammered. I'm Largifest Hammerton. You can call me Largy. This is—" The elf inclined her head, cutting him off. "Dinlari of House Ulthar." Marcus barely registered the name. Ulthar? He couldn't care less about the nobles of Nyreen. Marcus snapped his fingers. "Ah, that's why you don't like me. Apologies, I guess. How's that whole situation working out?" "My house is in shambles because of you and your Mixtum friend," Dinlari snapped back. Largy and Cedric both visibly flinched at the mention of the word. Marcus's kai flared slightly, a low hum of energy vibrating around him. "My friend's name is Thalron of House Kelcrest, and I think by this point his house is in higher standing than yours." Marcus moved a step closer. "Don't elves respect status? If you don't want things to get worse for your house, I suggest you cut your tongue out before calling him that again." Dinlari's posture faltered. With a sharp huff, she stormed into her room, slamming the door behind her. Cedric and Largy exchanged stunned glances, unsure of what to make of the encounter. Marcus shared a brief look with Cedric before stepping forward and extending a hand. "Sorry about that. I'm Marcus, and this is Cedric." Largy gave Marcus a hard look, sizing him up before shaking his hand. His grip was like a vice. "Well," Marcus said with a smirk, "here's to dorm life. Hopefully we survive it." Largifest frowned slightly. "You gonna tell us what that was about?" Marcus rubbed the back of his neck. "It's a long story." Largifest glowered. "Damn, and it looks like there's not enough time to tell it." He lifted his arm, revealing a pulsating curfew rune. The three of them shared a polite nod before heading back into their rooms. Chapter 1, 142, Spy and Motives. The academy was silent, the kind of silence that felt unnatural, too controlled, too enforced. Marcus lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting. Cedric was already asleep, his slow, steady breathing the only sound in the room. Then, without a sound, the balcony door creaked open. Marcus sat up immediately, his muscles tensing before his brain caught up. Ragn, disguised in faculty robes, his hood drawn low, he slipped inside like a shadow. his movements too fluid for a man his size. Marcus smirked. You could at least knock. Raggan snorted, shutting the balcony door behind him. Not much of a spy if I announce myself, am I? He crossed the room, eyes flicking toward Cedric. Out cold? Marcus nodded. Was out the moment his head hit the pillow. Kid sleeps like he doesn't have a care in the world. Raggan smirked, then leaned against the far wall, arms crossed. We need to talk. Marcus swung his legs over the bed, sitting up fully. I figured. Raggan got straight to the point. You did well today, but there's a slight problem. They still can't pin down your affinity. Marcus frowned. That's a problem? Raggan tilted his head. Think about it. The physical exams tested for raw stats and helped gauge who could use ki and mana. You showed strength on par with trained orcs, speed rivaling beast folk, and now they suspect Psyker too. You're capable of too much. It's unnatural. Marcus exhaled. How do they suspect Psyker? Raggan gave him a sharp grin. The written exam. Marcus's brow furrowed. The hell does a test have to do with Psyker? Raggan pushed off the wall, stepping forward. The questions weren't designed to be solved with intelligence alone. They were obscure, deliberately difficult. The real test wasn't whether you knew the answers, it was how fast you figured them out. Marcus blinked. They were testing for Psyker use. Raggan nodded. Exactly. Psyker-enhanced cognition is subtle, but those who have it tend to process information faster than the average person. You hesitated, took longer than expected, which means… Marcus pieced it together. They don't know if I'm actually smart or just using Psyker. Raggan snapped his fingers. Bingo, it bought you time. Marcus ran a hand through his hair. Wait, they don't already know. I've been passing myself off as a mana fighter. Raggan chuckled. And they have no idea if that's true. You haven't used Kai, mana, or Psyker enough for them to accurately gauge you, which is exactly why they're watching you. They know your stats are off the charts, they just don't know why. Marcus exhaled. So I lean into it. Keep holding back. Don't reveal any affinities. Raggan smirked. Or you could just showcase one and stick to it. Either way, that Arroyo kid is stealing the spotlight. They'll be focused on him as well. Marcus crossed his arms. Yeah, 2 affinities. Raggan's smirk faded slightly. Good catch. Marcus arched a brow. I have an inspect skill. Raggan blinked. Huh, right. Does that mean stems back? Marcus shrugged. Still dormant. Would have been a great asset to have right now. Raggan sighed, pacing slightly. I can't find much about that Arroyo guy. The Sons didn't know anything about him until a week ago. And his records are too light, like someone scrubbed them. Marcus leaned forward. And? Raggan's face darkened. My network did some cross-sharing with a few factions close to Astoria. Long story short, I think that Arroyo kid is a plant, like you. And get this, there's a heavily magic cryptid file with his name on it, and a line that just reads, First true success. Marcus frowned. Success in what? Raggan hesitated, then spoke in a lower tone. Astoria has been meddling in genetics for years, quietly, experimenting, trying to create the perfect warrior. Or at least something close. Marcus sat back, feeling the weight of that statement. And Saluth is their result. Raggan nodded. Looks like his existence is a big deal. Now that he's here, the Sons and Astoria are both watching closely to see what he can do. Marcus exhaled sharply. So Arroyo isn't with the Sons. Do we need to worry about Astoria? Raggan shook his head. No more than usual. They're ambitious, but the Sons are still our focus. That said, he glanced toward Cedric. Dark-skinned humans are a big deal here. From what you've told me about your old world, having a range of skin tones among humans was normal there. Here it means power. The Sons are going to want to know everything they can about you, and they already know a surprising amount about all of you, including him. Marcus's expression hardened. Cedric? Raggan nodded. His stats are unnatural. Apparently when his system became unrestricted at 16, he had a Kai affinity and absurdly high physical stats. But instead of becoming a warrior, he ran his family farm. Marcus rubbed his chin. That explains a lot. His performance was way too good for someone with no formal training. Ragn shrugged. You picked up on that too? Good. That's why I arranged for you two to room together. Marcus glanced at Cedric's sleeping form. You want me to keep him from buying into their propaganda? Ragn smirked. That, and maybe some of your stubbornness rubs off on him. At least keep the kid innocent a little longer. Marcus nodded. I'm not a babysitter. Ragn continued. Just watch out for him. Also, I got you two in a few classes together. Try not to let the kid get eaten alive. Marcus chuckled. Why do you care about this one so much? Astoria keeps a close eye on their talented, Ragn said. If we play our cards right, a kid like that could eventually become our foot in the door with the nobility. You've got a lot of faith in Blondie over there. Don't need faith. I've got a spy's intuition. Emperor Asta may have let him slip through the cracks the first time, but if he performs well here, Asta's going to be all over him. Ragn inched towards the balcony. I'm still working on how they figured out your age. Marcus sighed. Yeah, I've been wondering about that myself. Any theories? Ragn tapped his chin. I have one. Marcus gestured. Please share. Ragn leaned against the wall again. You were reincarnated inside a dungeon. I'm guessing whatever brought you here reset you to 16, to match the system's unrestricted activation age. We all just assumed you were 18 because, well, you're so big. Marcus scratched his chin. Sound hypothesis. Ragn nodded. Because you look young, because your stats were already off the charts when you joined the guild, and because there's no birth record of you anywhere, they can just claim whatever age suits them. Marcus exhaled. Which means, legally, they can force me into the academy. Ragn shrugged. Pretty much. But it's not all bad. Yara and some of the Church of Illidum's scholars are working on a spell to verify your real age. Marcus tilted his head. And what happens if they figure it out? Ragn smirked. Best case, you're over the conscription age and we use that to get you out. Worst case, you get some clarity but we're stuck playing along. Marcus thought for a moment, then nodded. Either way, the mission comes first. Ragn's grin returned. That's the right mindset. We still need to know what the Sons know about the seals. If we can bring them down in the process, that's just a bonus. Marcus smirked. Now you're speaking my language. Ragn chuckled, then glanced toward the balcony. I should get going. Marcus looked up to respond. But Ragn was already gone. Marcus exhaled through his nose, shaking his head. Rude. Then, with a tired grin, he crawled back into bed. Tomorrow would be another step deeper into the Sons' game. And Marcus? He was ready to play. Chapter 143. Leadership and First Lessons. The soft chime of magic pulsed through the dorm, a faint hum that signaled the start of a new day. Marcus blinked awake, stretching as a faint, refreshing breeze passed over him, though the windows remained shut. A subtle glow emitted from the ceiling, bathing the room in a warm, natural light that simulated dawn. The air smelled fresh, his body felt clean, his clothes wrinkle-free, as if he had already bathed and dressed, though he hadn't moved from his bed. Cedric groaned from the other side of the room, rubbing his eyes. Every morning. This is unnatural. Marcus sat up, rolling his shoulders. Magic is efficient, creepy but efficient. Cedric smirked. They're making sure we start the day optimized. He stood, watching as his bed automatically adjusted itself, sheets smoothing, pillows fluffing, as if an invisible hand were tucking it in. I swear this school is trying to make us soft. Marcus raised an eyebrow. No, it's making us obedient. Cedric paused, rubbing his chin. Huh. Never thought of it like that. The door creaked slightly, and both turned to find two neatly rolled syllabi scrolls waiting outside their room. Cedric snatched his up first, unfurling it. 2 classes together. He grinned, tapping the parchment excitedly. 1 combat class and 1 history class, advanced combat training and history of Terra. Marcus skimmed his own schedule, eyes narrowing. Many of his classes were combat-focused. Something wrong? Cedric asked. Marcus shrugged. They really want me fighting. Well, you are a first-rate recruit, Cedric pointed out. What, did you expect sewing lessons? Marcus smirked, tucking his syllabus into his pocket. Might be safer. The dining hall buzzed with morning energy, recruits in various colored uniforms separating them by rank, station, or origin. The first-rate recruits were given priority seating, an unspoken yet obvious symbol of hierarchy. As Marcus and Cedric entered, they moved toward the food selection, where trays of enchanted meals floated in seamless rows. Each dish adjusted itself based on the recruit's preferences, magically optimizing nutrition. Marcus grabbed a thick-cut meat and eggs dish, while Cedric grabbed some kind of Nutri-Grain porridge. At least the food's good, Marcus muttered as they sat down. Cedric was still absorbed in the syllabus. I'm excited for history class. You? Marcus grinned. You kidding? It's the only class I actually wanted to take. After breakfast, they split up, Cedric heading toward the drill and ceremony wing, while Marcus made his way toward the combat training grounds. As Marcus walked toward his class, he wasn't alone for long. Largefest Hammerton fell into step beside him, ever casual. Mornin', lad. Guess we'll be getting our heads cracked together. Morning, Lagi, Marcus greeted, noting the others approaching as well. Dinlari of House Ulthar walked ahead of them, her pace precise, ignoring Marcus entirely. Saluth Arroyo walked nearby, not engaging, but glancing at Marcus every so often. Marcus exhaled. Well, aren't we a friendly bunch? Lagi chuckled. Aye, some of us are. Others, he nodded toward Dinlari, are too good to mingle. Marcus smirked. Guess I left an impression. The training arena was vast, a reinforced combat coliseum with floating platforms, automated training dummies, and mana-infused barriers lining the walls. At the center stood their instructor, Ralkar. Marcus felt his pulse quicken. Ralkar's presence was oppressive, his serpent-like tail coiling lazily behind him as he scanned the recruits with a predatory gaze. Welcome, Ralkar began, his voice smooth, almost rehearsed. You are here because you have already proven yourselves exceptional. But exceptional is not enough. His gaze swept the class, lingering slightly on Marcus before moving on. This academy does not produce mere fighters. We produce leaders, commanders, pioneers. He paced, voice deepening. To lead, one must not only master combat, but the will to command, the strength to unite, and the wisdom to understand why the world has failed before now. Marcus frowned slightly. This was more than a combat lecture. This was indoctrination. One student, Larry Fortunest, scoffed under his breath. This is basic military structure, waste of time. Ralkar was suddenly beside him, quicker than any of them expected. The air grew thick. Basic, Ralkar repeated, his voice dangerously low. Tell me, Fortunest, how many expeditions have you commanded? Larry straightened. Dozens. Astoria's militarization. And what have they achieved? Ralkar cut him off. His sharp gaze pinned Larry in place. Astoria, Zenor, Nyrene, the Orcish clans, the merchant kingdoms. You've all been at war with one another, squabbling for power, leaving dungeons unchecked, allowing the world to rot. A ripple of tension spread through the recruits. Ralkar continued, his voice almost hypnotic. You think because you have trained, you are leaders. You are failures, raised in a failed world, inheriting the mistakes of those before you. That is why you are here. To be reforged, to ensure Terra does not collapse under its own incompetence. Silence. Larry swallowed, his bravado noticeably diminished. Ralkar exhaled, his tone softening. But you are ahead of the rest. You are first-rate. The world will look to you for guidance as others rise and fall beneath you. His eyes flickered with something dark. Let's see how well you think. Today's lesson is simple. Work together. Unite or fail. Ralkar gestured to the enchanted board, and glowing text etched itself into existence. Scenario. You are 5 commanders, each leading a different faction with competing interests. A dungeon has collapsed near a major city, releasing a horde of creatures. Some wish to seal it, others wish to harness it, and others see opportunity in chaos. How do you unite them? Ralkar leaned back. Choose one of you to brief me on your solution. The group stood in a tight circle, examining the scenario etched onto the board. The glowing text flickered faintly, waiting for their response. A brief silence stretched between them. Then, Dinlari of House Ulthar took charge immediately. "We need to establish control first," she declared, arms crossed, her tone brisk and authoritative. "If the factions don't see order, they'll act in self-interest. We focus on securing leadership before negotiating terms." Larry Fortunest scoffed. "Classic nobility answer. Control only works if you already have power. This isn't a court, Ulthar. It's a battlefield. We don't have time to play politics." Dinlari shot him a sharp glare. "And what's your alternative? Let them fight among themselves while the monsters run rampant?" Larry smirked. "No, you give them a common enemy. We let the dungeon run wild, just enough to force cooperation." Lagerfest Hamilton grumbled, arms folded. "Sounds like you want to risk a few casualties to make a point." Larry shrugged. "Calculated sacrifices. If it gets the factions in line, it's worth it." Saluth Arroyo, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "But that's assuming they react the way you want. If you're wrong, the city takes more damage, and then you have no leverage." Larry turned to him, his smirk widening. "You got a better plan, Arroyo?" Saluth hesitated. "No, but neither do you." Larry frowned slightly, but didn't press further. Marcus watched the exchange carefully. Saluth was observing, not leading, not competing, just watching, as if gathering information. Marcus leaned against the table, choosing his words carefully. "There's no single way to unite people. Every faction has a price. You don't force them. You figure out what they want and use it." Dinlari rolled her eyes. "Manipulation, then?" Marcus smirked. "Persuasion." Dinlari huffed, but said nothing. Lagerfest gave a slow nod. "You're saying we play to their interests. Some want the dungeon sealed, some want its power, some see profit. We use that, give them all a stake in the solution." "Exactly," Marcus said. "You don't force them together. You make them want to work together." Larry exhaled. "A warlord's strategy. Let them think they're making the decision while you guide them." Marcus shrugged. "If it works, it works." Dinlari tapped her fingers against her arm. "I'll present the summary. Fortunest's idea is too reckless, and yours is effective, but morally questionable. I'll refine it into something acceptable." Marcus smirked. "Of course she would." Larry muttered something under his breath, but didn't object. Saluth merely observed. As Dinlari stepped forward to address Rulkar, Marcus stole a glance at Saluth. Still watching, still analyzing. Marcus filed that away for later. Dinlari stood before the class, posture perfect, voice steady. "Our solution prioritizes structure and incentive. Instead of imposing control outright or risking unnecessary damage, we leverage each faction's desires to bring them into alignment. By offering them something in return, whether it's safety, power, or profit, we create a self-sustaining coalition, one that doesn't rely on force but on mutual benefit." She finished, tilting her chin up slightly, awaiting judgment. A beat of silence. Then Rulkar's slow, deliberate clap echoed through the training hall. "Well spoken, Ulthar," he mused, his forked tongue flicking slightly. "A refined approach, though not without flaws." Dinlari tensed, but she remained silent, waiting for his critique. Rulkar stepped forward, his presence coiling around the room like a predator sizing up prey. "You assume rationality," he said smoothly. "You assume men and beasts alike will act in their best interests. But history proves otherwise." He turned slightly, addressing the class at large. "You think Terra fell into crisis by accident? You think this world is broken because it lacks warriors? No." His voice hardened. "It is broken because of men and women who thought as you do, who believed diplomacy could reign over chaos, who believed negotiation could suppress hunger, who believed civilization was stronger than destruction." He let the words sink in, eyes glinting. "The world does not bend to reason, it bends to force. And if force is not applied, then the strong will take, and the weak will suffer. This is the lesson you must learn." His gaze locked onto Larry Fortunest. "You," he said coldly, "you think leadership is easy, don't you?" Larry stiffened. "I In a blink, Ralkar was beside him. The air grew heavy, the room stilled. You think because Astoria has trained you, because you have commanded men, that you understand leadership. Larry swallowed, his confidence faltering. You understand nothing. Ralkar's tone was sharp as a dagger. Where was Astoria when the dungeons bled into the countryside? Where was your grand military structure when cities crumbled? Where were your trained commanders when men, women, and children screamed for salvation? Larry clenched his fists. Astoria failed. The word cracked like a whip, and so did every other nation. Ralkar straightened, voice cold and measured again. That is why you are here. Because the world's response to the dungeon crisis was pathetic. Because the strong failed to act. Because Terra does not need commanders. It needs conquerors. Silence. Then Ralkar exhaled, tension easing as quickly as it had formed. But you have time. This class will change as more rise and fall. Others will join the first rate. Others will fail. His forked tongue flicked slightly as he smirked. Some of you may already be falling. Larry's expression darkened, but he said nothing. Ralkar turned away. For today, you are dismissed. Learn from this. The recruits hesitated, then slowly filed out. As Marcus walked toward the door, he felt Saluth's eyes on him again. Watching, calculating. Marcus ignored it and kept walking. One class down, and next, History of Terra. Finally, something he actually wanted to learn. Chapter 1, 144, History of Terra. The moment Marcus and Saluth Arroyo stepped into the lecture hall, the shift in social dynamics was undeniable. The ranking system had already begun shaping interactions. Lower-ranked recruits sat in clusters, forming unspoken alliances, their eyes darting toward the first-rate recruits with thinly veiled caution. Even Cedric, a recruit third-rate, received nods of recognition from those beneath him, a subtle but clear sign of growing hierarchy. Marcus sighed internally. It hadn't even been a full day, and the darkened suns had already turned students into a microcosm of their envisioned world. Didn't take long for the rankings to mean something, Marcus muttered. Cedric adjusted his bag, keeping his voice low. You see it too. Even the ones who were chatty yesterday are suddenly keeping to their own ranks. Saluth, standing just ahead, gave a barely noticeable glance toward Marcus before silently taking his seat. Ever watchful, ever calculating. Marcus exhaled. Yeah, I see it. The lecture hall was massive, a semicircular amphitheater carved from enchanted stone, its vaulted ceiling enchanted to resemble the shifting sky outside. At the center stood their instructor, a tall, striking centaur with golden-brown fur and a long, flowing mane of black hair woven with silver charms. Her posture was perfect, her every movement fluid and deliberate, exuding an air of grace, intelligence, and absolute authority. Welcome, she said smoothly, her voice rich and commanding. I am Professor Zara Valanth, and this is History of Terra, a subject that every great leader must understand to shape the future correctly. Marcus instantly didn't like her tone. Too polished, too rehearsed, too certain. Zara's gaze swept across the students, pausing ever so slightly on Marcus, Saluth, and the other first-rate recruits before continuing. History is not merely a collection of events, she continued. It is a record of mistakes, a guide for the wise to follow, and for the weak to be consumed by. The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. Cedric frowned but said nothing, fingers tightening slightly around his syllabus. Marcus exhaled, and so it begins. The lecture began as expected, a broad introduction to Terra's past. Terra has always been a land of strife, Zara said, pacing elegantly, a world where power dictated survival. The first civilizations were nomadic, scattered, fragile, vulnerable to the forces of nature and the beasts that roamed the lands. She gestured, and an enchanted board behind her illuminated, displaying ancient pictograms of early settlements. The first great rulers were not kings or emperors, but those who wielded strength, be it in battle, in magic, or in dominion over others. Marcus could already feel the subtle undertones of indoctrination. Civilization flourished when those with vision began to unify the lands, she continued. And yet, history repeats itself time and time again, because the world has always suffered from one core weakness. She turned to face the class fully, voice perfectly measured. Complacency. Marcus nearly rolled his eyes. Every great empire fell because its leaders lost sight of one thing: that the strong must guide the weak, not the other way around. There it was, the sun's favorite ideology, woven seamlessly into history itself. Zira's expression remained serene, but her voice hardened slightly. The Adventurers' Guild was the greatest failure of them all. The room remained silent, but Marcus could sense the tension in some of the students. They were given free rein to explore, to expand, to protect, Zira continued, and yet they did nothing with their power. They let chaos fester, let cities crumble, let people suffer, until the world was drowning in unchecked dungeon expansions and lawless territories. A low murmur spread through the recruits. Some nodded, others looked uncertain. Marcus remained still, absorbing everything. They're rewriting history in real time. As the lecture moved on, the class was encouraged to participate, answering questions about Terra's various ruling factions, wars, and past crises. One recruit hesitated before answering a question about the Nerine-Elven conflicts. Zira offered a polite but condescending smile. Incorrect, but a fair attempt. You are thinking of the Third War of the Glade. However, you misunderstand the motivations behind it. Cedric from his seat cleared his throat. If I may, he said. Zira turned, raising a brow. You believe you have the correct answer, Recruit Gonistard. Cedric nodded. The conflict you're referring to was during the Second War of the Glade, not the Third. It wasn't merely a territorial dispute, but was largely influenced by a power struggle within the Elven High Courts, particularly the defection of House Valos to the Asturian Empire, which led to internal fractures even before the war started. Zira's smile tightened ever so slightly. Marcus smirked. Gotcha. Zira tilted her head gracefully. Impressive recall, Recruit Gonistord. Perhaps I misjudged the academic capabilities of some students. Marcus snorted. She really thought Cedric was just a farm boy. Cedric, ever humble, simply gave a polite nod. I enjoy reading. As the class continued, Marcus felt the weight of manipulation pressing down. Every point, every event was twisted into a narrative of strength, control, and the sun's necessity. Finally, he couldn't hold his tongue any longer. That's a nice version of history, he said, his tone casual but carrying an edge. But you left something out. Zira's ears twitched slightly, her expression composed. Oh? Marcus leaned back in his seat. You skipped over the followers of the Black. The class stilled. The name carried weight, and Marcus saw several students exchange uncertain glances. Zira's smile did not falter, but Marcus caught it. A flicker, a moment of contained irritation before she smoothed her features. The so-called followers of the Black were a fringe cult, nothing more, she said coolly. Rumors and falsehoods spun from the fear of the unknown. Marcus resisted the urge to grin outright. She was lying. You seem confident about that, Marcus said, tilting his head. Zira's tail flicked once, a subtle tell of her irritation. Because it is the truth, Recruit Elder. Marcus held her gaze for a long moment before giving her the smallest, knowing smile. Zira's lips pressed together. She moved on. As class ended, Marcus and Cedric walked together toward their next course. Cedric stretched. Well, that was easy. Marcus raised a brow. Easy. Cedric smirked. Yeah, history is just another puzzle. You just have to know which pieces they're trying to hide. Marcus grinned. I thought you were just a farmer, but it seems you're actually a bookworm. Cedric shrugged at the joke. I bet they gave me that class because they think I'm just another dumb farm boy. Then, after a pause, he glanced at Marcus. You know, for someone as skilled as you don't seem to know a lot about history. Marcus's grin faltered slightly. Cedric gave him a sideways look. Why is that? Marcus exhaled. Long story. Cedric hummed, clearly not satisfied with that answer, but let it slide. As they approached the training grounds, Marcus focused ahead. Next up, Combat and Weapons. And Marcus had a feeling this class was going to be fun. Chapter 145. Combat and Weapons. The training grounds were wide and open, surrounded by reinforced stone walls enchanted with barrier runes to withstand the brutality of student spars. The air smelled of dust and steel, a stark contrast to the structured elegance of the lecture halls. Marcus cracked his knuckles as he stepped in, genuinely excited for this class. Yet as he surveyed the recruits, he couldn't help but wonder, what could this class actually teach them? He had trained under seasoned warriors, fought in real battles. Could a structured academy course truly push him further? Or was this just another way for the Sons to measure him? Cedric looked uneasy, glancing at the other recruits adjusting their weapons. "I don't belong here," he muttered under his breath. Marcus smirked. "Relax, you've got great stats for someone who only ever lifted grain sacks." Cedric shot him a dry look. "I'll remind you of that when I'm laid out on the floor." Meanwhile, Marcus caught Saloth Arroyo's gaze. The man had barely acknowledged him before, but now his eyes burned with intensity, like he was waiting for something, expecting something. Marcus frowned slightly. "What exactly are you hoping will happen?" Before he could dwell on it further, a loud crash echoed from the entrance. Their instructor had arrived. A massive orc stumbled through the doorway, nearly tripping over a weapons rack before catching himself. Laughter rippled through the recruits as he grunted in frustration, straightening his stance. His green skin was etched with markings unfamiliar to Marcus, tribal ink that didn't match the orcish clans he had encountered before. "Ah, damn these tight spaces," the orc muttered, before finally facing the class. Despite his clumsy entrance, the moment he stood tall, the air shifted. His presence commanded respect, his sheer size and raw power undeniable. "Right, let's get this out of the way. I ain't no professor. I ain't some scholar with pretty words," he said, his voice gravelly yet warm. "I'm Instructor Gorath of the Turok Kai. You can call me Gorath, you can call me Instructor, just don't call me late." He glanced at the weapons rack he had bumped into earlier. "Because I already got that covered." The class chuckled. Marcus liked him immediately. "Now listen up," Gorath continued, his voice booming across the hall. "You all come from different backgrounds. Some of you were trained since birth, others picked up weapons just to survive. Some of you got fancy titles, others earned your strength the hard way." He paced, gesturing toward the recruits' weapons. "But strength alone, not enough." Gorath picked up a bladed glaive from a nearby student, spinning it with ridiculous ease, the blade singing through the air. "Your weapon is more than just steel and wood. It's an extension of yourself. You can swing a sword all day, but until you understand it, until it becomes part of you, you'll always be fighting against it." He tossed the glaive back without looking, and the recruit barely caught it, eyes wide. "That's what I'm here for, to help you unlock mastery." His gaze swept the class. "Some of you already know your weapon. Some of you think you do. And some of you, you've been lying to yourselves." The recruits shifted uncomfortably. Gorath grinned. "We'll fix that soon enough." As he continued pacing, he casually took weapons from students at random, demonstrating fluid, expert movements before handing them back. A spear, effortless twirls, perfect footwork. A greatsword, swift and brutal, no wasted movement. A bow, nocked and drawn in an instant. Every weapon he touched, he commanded. And then he reached Marcus. Gorath paused, eyeing him curiously. "Where's your weapon?" Marcus raised a fist, displaying his black gauntlets. "I use my fists." Gorath's brow lifted. "You think fists can do more damage than a sword?" Marcus grinned. "They won a war." A flicker of recognition flashed in Gorath's eyes. "Ah," the orc muttered, crossing his arms. "You're that pup from New York. The ones who settled down." Marcus straightened slightly. Gorath nodded. "I heard about your people. Takes guts to leave the old ways behind. But if you're blooded into a clan, those fists of yours must be something." He cracked his knuckles. "Let's see how good they are." Gorath clapped his hands. "All right, listen up. Combat's a language. You don't learn it from books. You learn it from experience." He strode to the center of the training ground. "You're all getting a partner. I don't care if you like them or not. Today is about feeling out strengths and weaknesses. The class shifted as pairs were formed. Marcus was paired with a cheetah beastfolk. Cedric was paired with a hulking minotaur. Saluth Arroyo was matched with another human. Gorath observed the class, nodding in satisfaction, until Saluth suddenly pointed at Marcus, gripping a tonfa. I want that one. The air tensed. Gorath turned, stepping between them. Maybe next time. Saluth's jaw tightened, but he didn't push further. Marcus exhaled, shaking his head. Why are you so fixated on me? Marcus turned to his sparring partner, a lean, nervous-looking cheetah beastfolk. The recruit's tail flicked anxiously, eyes darting to Marcus's first-rate insignia. I'm Rico, he muttered. Marcus offered a hand. Marcus, let's keep this light, yeah? Rico nodded stiffly. Before they could begin, Gorath's voice rang out. Listen up. I see some of you getting nervous. I get it. But let me tell you something. Those ranks mean little. The class quieted. Gorath tapped his own shoulder where a recruit's ranking insignia would be. This school takes combat seriously, he said, and if you manage to beat someone who outranks you. He grinned. You might be surprised at the end of the day. The students got the hint. A ripple of energy passed through the recruits, the unspoken challenge now laid bare. Several lower-ranked students straightened, determination hardening their stances. Marcus smirked. He had to admit, he liked this instructor. No propaganda, no nonsense, just pure joy for combat. All right, class, Gorath called out. Let's see what you've got. And with that, the sparring began. Chapter 146. Lessons in Combat. The energy in the training grounds shifted as Instructor Gorath stood before the class, arms crossed, his presence alone enough to command attention. No magic, he stated plainly, voice carrying easily across the arena. Today is about your weapon, your body, and your instincts. You rely on spells, auras, or enchanted gear, and you'll never truly understand your weapon. He let the words settle before clapping his hands together. Now let's get to it. Cedric was up first, standing across from his opponent, a hulking minotaur beastfolk whose large frame made Cedric look painfully outmatched. Marcus could see it already, the hesitation, the uncertainty. Cedric's grip on his training sword was weak, his stance unbalanced. He barely knew how to hold it, let alone how to use it. The minotaur, to his credit, wasn't cruel. His movements were measured, his attacks deliberate but restrained, his swings meant to teach rather than overwhelm. Sympathy was woven into his strikes. Cedric stumbled back, barely parrying. His opponent let him reset, not pressing his advantage. Marcus grimaced. This wasn't a fight. It was a slow, drawn-out humiliation. Cedric's jaw tightened. He could feel it too. The pity, the audience watching, the whispers, the quiet expectations that he would fail. Then, something sparked in him. With a frustrated growl, Cedric suddenly tossed the sword aside. The Minotaur's eyes widened slightly, not in mockery, but genuine intrigue. A beat passed, then with a small nod, he tossed his own weapon away. The fight resumed. Cedric charged, clumsy but determined, his hands reaching for his opponent in raw defiance. They locked hands, strength against strength. Marcus sat up straighter, the Minotaur's eyes glinted with approval. Not bad, the beastfolk grunted, just before unceremoniously throwing Cedric onto the ground. The fight was over. Gorath approached, arms still crossed, eyes sharp. He turned to the Minotaur first. You did the kid no favors. He learns nothing if you pity him. Then to Cedric, you're strong, I can work with strong. Cedric, still winded, looked up at him. You've got a week, Gorath said. Decide if you want to stick with the sword, or if we find something that suits you better. Cedric nodded, rubbing the back of his head. Appreciated, instructor. Gorath smirked. Good. Now get up. You ain't done learning yet. The matches progressed in a steady rhythm, each pair stepping forward, exchanging blows and retreating once their instructor called it. Marcus took mental notes, his instincts sharpening. A halberd user struggled with balance, their wide swings leaving too many openings. Every time they overcommitted, their opponent capitalized, knocking them off balance. Powerful weapon, poor control. A dagger fighter moved fast, but lacked endurance, burning out too quickly. They dodged well, but hesitated when committing to a counterattack. Speed means nothing if you can't follow through. An archer fought up close, using their bow like a quarterstaff, a risky but creative strategy. They used the length of the bow to keep distance, but struggled whenever their opponent broke inside their reach. Goroth barked out critiques without hesitation. "You, stop swinging like you're cutting down trees. You're leaving yourself wide open. You think dodging is all there is. You'll die tired before you land a hit. Good improvisation, but you're using a bow, not a damn spear. Make a decision." Marcus smirked. Goroth didn't coddle anyone. Then, Arroyo stepped forward. The air shifted. Even those who had been chatting or adjusting their weapons stopped to watch. Marcus felt his own attention snap into focus. Saluth Arroyo stepped forward with a slow, deliberate pace, his tonfas held loosely, almost casually. But Marcus knew it was a calculated deception. Across from him, his opponent, a human swordsman, held his short sword with a refined grip, his stance tight and disciplined. A warrior trained in precision. The fight began. The swordsman attacked first, his blade flashing out in controlled arcs, each movement testing for weaknesses. Saluth barely moved. Instead, he let the attacks come to him. Every strike met a tonfa's effortless parry, the force absorbed, redirected, neutralized. Marcus narrowed his eyes. He's a counterfighter. The swordsman pressed harder. His movements became faster, more aggressive, frustration creeping into his strikes. Saluth never flinched, a swing at his ribs. Saluth caught it, twisted his wrist, and his opponent's sword arm was pulled just enough to unbalance them. A sharp tonfa strike to the knee followed. The swordsman staggered. Before he could recover, Arroyo flowed inside his guard, twisting both tonfas downward and slamming them into his opponent's chest. The swordsman crumpled. It was over. It had been surgical, efficient, and utterly controlled. Marcus inhaled slowly. That was precise, not brutal, not reckless, just cold, clinical efficiency. Saluth exhaled through his nose, stepping back from his downed opponent. His movements were as steady as they had been at the start. Marcus felt his gaze lock onto him again. More intense than before. A silent message. Watch closely. Marcus smirked slightly. Oh, I am. Goroth strode into the center of the ring, glancing between Arroyo and his opponent, who was still struggling to push himself up. The orc rolled his shoulders, exhaling through his nose. Efficient, he said, voice even, precise. Saluth simply inclined his head. But, Goroth's golden eyes locked onto him. You fight like a man who's waiting for an excuse to break something. Saluth's fingers tightened slightly around his tonfas. The orc's lips curled into something between a grin and a warning. Control is good, but don't pretend you're cold when I can smell the heat beneath it. Goroth's voice lowered slightly. You weren't just countering. You wanted that boy to push harder. You wanted to punish him. Saluth's face remained unreadable, but Marcus caught the faintest twitch in his jaw. Goroth smirked. Keep that in check. If I wanted enforcers, I'd be training guard dogs, not warriors. He turned, his gaze sweeping the class. That being said, his voice boomed, if any of you plan on rising in rank, that's what you're up against. A ripple of tension spread among the recruits. For the lower ranked, it was intimidation. For the first-rate recruits, it was a challenge. Goroth let the weight of his words linger, then clapped his hands together. All right, next up. His gaze landed on Marcus. A slow grin spread across his face. Marcus Elder. The recruits shifted, whispers buzzing through the crowd. Marcus exhaled through his nose, rolling his shoulders. Let's see if those fists can keep up. Marcus stepped forward. His opponent was waiting. The cheetah beast folk stood across from him, slim yet well-muscled, his fur spotted and his stance low. Twin nunchaku-like weapons hung loosely from his hands, the chains between them glinting. Marcus raised a brow. Interesting. The beast folk tilted his head, his tail flicking. Good luck, he offered hesitantly. Marcus smirked. Yeah, you too. Fight, Goroth commanded, and the match began. Chapter 1. 147. Dust yourself off. The air in the training grounds felt different now, thicker with anticipation and calculation. Marcus stood in his signature stance, weight slightly shifted to his back foot, his lead hand up near his chin, rear hand tucked, shoulders rolled forward, a classic Philly shell guard. Across from him, Rico, the cheetah beastfolk, bounced lightly on his feet, nunchaku spinning with hypnotic fluidity. Marcus could already see it. His opponent was fast, too fast. And those weapons? Even faster. The moment Gorath called for the fight to begin, Rico blurred into motion. Marcus, caught off guard by the momentum shift, barely raised his guard before the nunchaku lashed out. A blur of chain and wood striking toward his ribs. Marcus twisted, his rear hand snapping down to deflect the first strike off his forearm, but before he could counter, the second nunchaku was already swinging for his jaw. Fast, too fast. Got to fake it, Marcus thought, as he barely pulled his head back in time, the weapon whipping past his nose, cutting through the air like a razor. A two-piece setup. The cheetah was testing him, baiting out reactions. Rico didn't stop moving, his feet light, circling Marcus with quick, darting steps. Marcus adjusted, rolling his lead shoulder forward, his guard tightening into his defensive shell. The nunchaku came again, this time a rapid, alternating flurry. Left, right, left, right. Marcus's forearms snapped up with each incoming strike, rolling the force away, parrying, absorbing, and tracking. It was a constant rhythm, like blocking a drummer's wild tempo with nothing but his arms. Block, deflect, shoulder roll. The force of the strikes made his arms sting, but Marcus stayed locked in, reading the pattern. Rico's ears flicked in irritation. He backed off suddenly, retreating in a flash of Kai-fueled movement, circling wide. Marcus exhaled sharply. Shit, he was already fast, he thought. A cheetah with Kai is unfair. Marcus shifted forward, testing Rico's retreat speed. Too fast. The moment Marcus moved, the cheetah beastfolk skated backward, his footwork impossibly smooth, barely leaving a trace in the dirt. Marcus clicked his tongue, trying to hold his power back. If he chased without Kai, he'd just burn himself out. Instead, he left an opening. Marcus dropped his lead hand just slightly, rolling his shoulders forward like he was tired, his weight shifting just enough to make it seem like he was slowing down. A trap. Rico's ears flicked. His instincts screamed at him, "Attack now!" The cheetah lunged. Marcus was already moving. His rear hand snapped up, knocking the first nunchaku strike aside. But Rico's second strike was already coming. And another, and another. The cheetah beastfolk barreled in, his nunchaku flowing rhythmically, each movement a seamless beat of controlled chaos. A quick flurry of attacks distorted the air, the chains between the nunchaku whistling with each strike. Marcus locked in. His pupils shrank, his breathing slowed. The moment the first nunchaku whipped toward his jaw, Marcus punched it away with a jab. A sharp crack of knuckles against wood. Deflection. Rico didn't relent. Another strike from the right. Marcus snapped his forearm up, intercepting it. A strike from below. Marcus stepped off angle, his elbow blocking the incoming attack before rolling seamlessly into a counter jab that forced Rico to reset. But the beastfolk was relentless. A blur of motion, dozens of strikes flew toward Marcus. Marcus attacked the attacks. His fists became a blur of their own, punching away incoming nunchaku blows with ruthless accuracy. A jab stopped a downward strike mid-swing. A lead hook intercepted a high, sweeping arc. A sharp cross disrupted a spinning feint before it could gain momentum. Marcus broke Rico's rhythm, strike after strike, refusing to let the cheetah set the tempo. In a brilliant, electrifying sequence, Marcus punched away every single attack, his knuckles crashing into Rico's nunchaku so fast and precisely that it almost seemed choreographed. The watching recruits murmured in awe. The sounds of enchanted wood meeting otherworldly metal, chains slicing the air, yet Marcus refused to yield, his stance rooted, his focus unshakable. Rico's ears twitched in frustration. For the first time, he backed off. He skated backward, resetting. Marcus pressed forward immediately. Rico's footwork was too good for a normal chase, but Marcus had already set the bait. Marcus left another opening. His lead shoulder dipped, his stance loosening just enough to make him seem vulnerable. Rico took it. He lunged, nunchaku swinging toward Marcus's ribs. And Marcus exploded forward. Step in, lead hook to the chest. Marcus felt the impact vibrate through his knuckles as Rico's body folded. Rear uppercut to the chin. The beast folk's head snapped back, his footing suddenly unsure. Step to the outside. Lead shovel hook to the liver. Rico let out a choked grunt, his body twisting to protect his side. Rear cross, clean, straight to the temple. Rico staggered, his legs trembling, barely holding him up. Marcus saw the moment the fight left his opponent's body. One last lead hook to the jaw sent the cheetah sprawling to the ground, his nunchaku clattering beside him. Silence, then cheers from the watching recruits. Goroth let the noise settle before striding forward, writing something on a pad that had seemingly materialized out of nowhere. His eyes flicked between Marcus and Rico, a knowing smirk pulling at his lips. Shit, Marcus thought. He hadn't noticed, so entranced by the fight with Rico, that he'd inadvertently unraveled Kai from his true magic and used it openly. Before Marcus could even make up a lie, or an offhanded comment to undermine what the orc had probably just written down, Goroth spoke, his pad vanishing into thin air. Rico, he said first, you've got great battle instincts, but you don't trust them. Rico, still catching his breath, nodded slightly. If you're going to retreat, fight while doing so. Don't just run. Make your opponent pay for chasing. Be more efficient with your stamina. The cheetah gave another small nod, rubbing his jaw. Understood, instructor. Goroth's attention shifted to Marcus. You, he started. You're arrogant. Marcus raised an eyebrow. Am I? Goroth grinned, but it wasn't a friendly one. You might not think so, the orc continued, but you are. You strolled into the ring like you could beat a beast folk built for speed with just those bare fists of yours. Marcus held his gaze. I'm a spell fist. It only looked like Kai, but... Goroth chuckled, cutting him off. A spell fist is like a spell sword. Save it, kid. I read the reports. The statement made a few recruits murmur. I'll admit, Goroth said, arms crossed, you're masterful, not only with your fists, but with tracking your enemy's movements. I've never seen a fighter like you before. Then, his eyes gleamed. But I will figure out how to make your style even better. Marcus felt a chill of relief paired with excitement creep up his spine. Goroth wasn't impressed. He was interested, and most importantly, he didn't press Marcus on his affinity. A loud rumble rippled through the training hall. The group paused. Marcus smirked. He knew that rumble well. Goroth clutched his stomach. It's about that time. Listen up, recruits. Think about everything that happened today, contemplate the tips I gave you, and be prepared for tomorrow. All right, go dust yourselves off. It's time for lunch. As if on cue, a chime rang out signifying lunch. Only 3 meals a day. This is Minotaur shit, Goroth muttered to himself as he walked toward the chow hall. Lunch was a quiet affair. Marcus sat with Cedric, picking at his food, but his focus was elsewhere. He wanted to know what Goroth had written down, and worse, he wondered if he'd given it to the faculty. After class, the students' ranks had adjusted again. Cedric's rank had dropped. Marcus had noticed it before they even sat down. Cedric's movements had lost energy. His shoulders were slumped, his food untouched. You gonna eat that? Marcus asked. Cedric barely looked up. Not really hungry. Across the hall, other students were reacting to their new rankings. Some looked relieved, their insignias unchanged or improved. Others, frustrated, exhausted. Marcus read their faces, their body language. It wasn't just about the numbers, it was mental. A slow, quiet breaking down process. A year of this, these recruits, these kids, were going to be so focused on their ranks that they wouldn't even notice the subtle indoctrination. He turned back to Cedric, who was still just staring at his plate. Marcus tapped his knuckles against the table. Hey, Cedric. The farm boy blinked, looking up. Huh? Marcus leaned back. What did you think of my fight? Cedric exhaled. I don't know. You make it look so easy. Marcus studied him for a moment, then he smirked. Want to learn? Cedric laughed dryly. Yeah, right. I don't think I'll ever be able to fight like that. Marcus shrugged. I know we barely know each other, but trust me, boxing teaches you more than just how to master your fists. Cedric frowned. Boxing? He stumbled slightly on the pronunciation. Yeah, Marcus said, that's what I call my fighting style, and I'm going to teach it to you. Cedric blinked. Then slowly he sat up a little straighter. For the first time all day, there was a flicker of something in his expression. Hope, and Marcus would make damn sure no one took that from him. Chapter 1, 148, Tactics and Terrain. Marcus, what if I, just punched a rock really hard? Would that count as training? Marcus groaned. Cedric, no. But hear me out. Cedric practically bounced beside him as they walked down the academy hallways. Boxing is all about hand speed, right? And endurance. What if I just punched solid stone until my fists got stronger? Marcus gave him a flat look. That's not how it works. Cedric waved a hand dismissively. Okay, but what if… Marcus pinched the bridge of his nose. Cedric, I swear on everything in this world, if you ask me one more ridiculous question before I get to class, I will personally throw you into the nearest training pit. Cedric grinned. Would that make me stronger, though? Marcus sighed. I am regretting this already. Cedric, completely unaffected, shrugged. Well, enjoy your fancy combat class. I'm off to go learn how to hold a teacup properly. You could probably use it, Marcus said. Cedric groaned dramatically, rolling his eyes. You're lucky I respect you, Marcus, or I'd find a way to challenge you to a duel for that insult. Marcus smirked. You can try, after you figure out which fork to use for salad. Marcus arrived at the Fighting and Knowing Terrain class and was immediately taken aback. The room defied reality. From the outside, it had looked like just another academy chamber, no different from the lecture halls or sparring arenas. But inside, it was massive. The ceiling stretched impossibly high, lost in shadow. The space was cavernous, grand, largely unlit except for glowing runes along the walls. Despite the darkness, Marcus could feel the immensity of it, like standing inside a hollowed-out mountain. He wasn't the only one stunned. Even Saloth Arroyo, who rarely reacted to anything, subtly tilted his head in interest. Largefest let out a low whistle. This ain't natural. Beside him, Plog stood wide-eyed, clearly overwhelmed. Before he could say anything, a voice cut through the awe. What is a first-rate recruit doing fraternizing with a fourth-rate? Marcus turned to see a sneering human noble, arms crossed, a few other recruits standing behind him. Largy frowned, stepping forward. I'll talk to whoever I damn well please. The noble scoffed. And that's the problem. You should be setting an example, not dragging yourself down to the level of failures. Plog's face darkened, but he held his tongue. Marcus exhaled. Here we go. Before Largy could respond, the noble smirked. What's wrong, fourth rate? Need your friend to defend you? Or are you just going to… The noble stopped mid-sentence, his face draining of color. Marcus felt it too, an overwhelming, oppressive aura washing over the room. It felt like drowning without water, a crushing weight that made even the air hard to breathe. Largy and the noble both froze in place. A voice, smooth and commanding, sliced through the tension. That will be enough. The instructor had arrived. The aura lifted, and the recruits visibly relaxed, though none dared to speak first. Marcus turned to get a proper look at their instructor. She was beautiful in a way that didn't seem fair. Her features ethereal, delicate yet severe, like someone sculpted her from deep-sea pearls and the crushing pressure of the ocean itself. Her silver hair flowed over her shoulders, her skin had a faint iridescent shimmer, and her deep, abyssal blue eyes held no warmth. And beside her stood Gurgleth, her son, second-rate, a rune fighter. His presence was different. Whereas his mother radiated control and absolute confidence, Gurgleth was still, watchful, unreadable. The instructor spoke first. I see the ranking system has already created divisions. Her voice was smooth, but there was an edge to it, an unspoken expectation that the nonsense would end immediately. She turned to the students who had insulted Plog and Largy. Your ranks do not determine who you may speak to. If a first-rate chooses to associate with a fourth-rate, it is their choice, not yours. The noble swallowed. But instructor, surely it's... You are not here to question me. Her voice never rose, but the sheer weight behind it was undeniable. The noble visibly shrank. She let the silence stretch. Then she turned to the class. My name is Pugilist, and I will be your instructor for tactics and terrain. She noticed the looks directed at her and her son. You do not need to concern yourselves with nepotism. My son is here because he belongs here. Nothing more, nothing less. Marcus raised a brow. A preemptive strike against rumors. Smart. She continued, weaving her own story into the lesson, blending personal tragedy with the son's ideology. My family was hunted. The underwater mer kingdom of Nautilandus wanted to dissect us for our abilities. The humans of Astoria sought to use us as tools. We were not seen as people, only resources. A pause. The darkened suns saved us. They gave us purpose. They ensured that my son would live not as an experiment, but as a warrior. Her gaze swept the room. They offer the same to all of you. Marcus immediately recognized what she was doing, the subtle, practiced propaganda woven into her every word. The darkened suns weren't just protecting people, they were saving them. She let the weight of her words settle before switching to the lesson. With a single command, reality itself shifted. Marcus could scarcely believe what he was witnessing. The walls, once solid and imposing, rippled like water, dissolving into a vast open expanse. The floor beneath him trembled, then surged outward, transforming into uneven rock formations, rivers carving their way through shifting canyons and frozen tundras cracking into existence in the distance. Entire landscapes materialized from nothing, as if the world itself had been split apart and reassembled in mere seconds. Magic like this shouldn't exist. Even Arroyo, ever the stoic enigma, narrowed his eyes, the red and blue glow of his tattoos strobing subtly in response to the sheer power at play. Largy let out a low whistle, while Plog, standing rigidly beside him, stared at the morphing terrain in slack-jawed disbelief. Then, as if drawn by an unseen force, all eyes turned toward the heart of the room. Floating in the air, suspended by an invisible force, was a massive crystal-like stone, its surface pulsating with an ethereal glow. Its core shimmered with shifting colors, oscillating between hues that Marcus had no words for, blues that seemed deeper than the ocean, reds that burned like molten metal, and golds that were too bright to exist. The air around it was dense, charged with a silent hum, as if the very fabric of reality was kneeling before its presence. The instructor's voice rang out, reverberating from everywhere and nowhere, as if the room itself was speaking. This is not my magic. She pointed a delicate, webbed hand toward the floating artifact. Even as she gestured, the very space around the crystal seemed to bend slightly, as if the room itself refused to remain indifferent to it. This is the work of the greatest minds of the darkened suns, an artifact of knowledge and power, allowing us to train beyond normal limits, a tool for enlightenment, for refinement, for achieving what others can only dream of. Marcus felt his stomach tighten. That was propaganda if he'd ever heard it. Still, his curiosity got the better of him. He triggered Inspect. Error, limited information available. Marcus's breath hitched. That wasn't normal. Inspect always gave him something. Stats, background, even if the data was vague. But this? The only detail it provided was one single anomaly. This object contains elements matching your equipped artifact, gauntlets of the outsider. Marcus's heartbeat quickened. What the hell does that mean? Before he could dwell on it, the instructor's voice rang out again. Your first test, return to the center of the room before class ends. Marcus barely had time to register her words before the world dissolved beneath him. He didn't fall, he plummeted. Wind howled in his ears as his body free fell through absolute darkness, weightless yet gripped by the terrifying sensation of dropping into nothingness. Just as he opened his mouth to curse whatever cruel entity decided this was a good idea. Splash! Marcus hit the water with a force that sent a shockwave through his entire body. The cold rushed up to choke the breath from his lungs, and he surfaced with a spluttering gasp, thrashing violently like a drowning cat. He clawed at the water, kicking furiously until his hands met solid ground. No, rock. His fingers dug into it like his life depended on it. Because it did. Marcus hauled himself onto a jagged island of stone, no bigger than a tavern table, his drenched clothes clinging to him as he curled his legs up as far away from the water as possible. His heart pounded like a war drum in his chest. No landmarks, no direction, nothing but deep, dark water stretching in every direction. Marcus swallowed hard, his body refusing to move an inch. He could fight dragons. He could face down entire legions of enemies. He could take on world-ending threats without a second thought. But this? Nope, nope, nope. His legs refused to dangle off the edge. Absolutely not. He wasn't about to let anything drag him under. He kept his limbs pulled tightly against him, his grip on the rock unwavering. He hated deep water. He didn't know what was beneath him. He couldn't see the bottom. That was the problem. Anything could be down there. A sea monster, a dungeon rift, something with teeth. The instructor's voice, clear, serene, and utterly unconcerned with his suffering, whispered across the water, coming from everywhere at once. Your only task is to return to the center. Marcus let out a strained, panicked laugh. You have got to be kidding me. A deep rumble echoed through the abyss below. Marcus froze. Slowly, painfully slowly, he turned his head toward the water. Beneath the surface, something massive moved, a shadow so deep it swallowed the faint light above. It was watching. Marcus's breath hitched. Oh, hell no! He needed a plan. Option 1, swim, immediately discarded. Hell no. Option 2, wait for help, not happening. If the instructor thought he'd just sit here and hope someone fished him out, she was out of her damn mind. Option 3, figure it out. Marcus sucked in a sharp breath, forcing himself to calm down. Think, Marcus. Chapter 1. 149. Facing the Deep. Marcus sat frozen on his tiny island of rock, gripping the jagged surface like it was the last thing tethering him to life. His legs stayed curled far away from the edge because he knew, deep in his bones, that something was watching from beneath the waves. Something massive, something patient. The instructor's voice still echoed eerily across the water, but Marcus barely heard it. His mind was stuck, looping through bad possibilities. I can't swim that far. I can't punch the ocean. I definitely can't punch whatever is down there. What if it has tentacles? Or worse, teeth? His fingers dug into the rock, heart hammering in his chest. He'd fought warriors, he'd faced monsters, but this was pure, primal fear. The water shuddered. A massive, coiling shadow drifted beneath the surface, too large to make sense. It wasn't just big. It was impossible. Marcus let out a strained breath. I am not dying in a magic classroom. He forced himself to think. Deep breath, analyze, adapt. Marcus closed his eyes, activating his psyche, digging into buried memories locked deep within his subconscious. A flood of past lessons, experiences, and observations surged through his mind. Not his own skills, but those of his allies, his mentors. Thalron's precision and tracking. The wind speaks if you know how to listen. Direction isn't found, it's followed. Grek's merchant survival instincts. Every step forward is an investment. Move smart, not just fast. Ragan's ruthless navigation in battle, and knowing where you are is the difference between winning and getting stabbed. Marcus absorbed their lessons like a sponge, piecing together an invisible map in his mind, calculating unseen currents, feeling for subtle shifts in air pressure. And then he remembered something else, a memory not from Terra, from Earth, a moment from his old life. A childhood moment, sitting in front of a glowing screen, watching a tiny, ridiculous lizard sprint across water like it was defying physics itself. The basilisk lizard. The Jesus lizard. Marcus's eyes snapped open. Oh, I can work with that. He pushed himself to his feet, balancing on the precarious rock. Another low rumble shook the water, something in the depths growing impatient. Right, Marcus muttered. Time to leave. He took a single deep breath and ran. His legs pumped like pistons, each step barely touching the surface before pushing forward, skimming across the water like a skipping stone. For a few precious moments, it felt impossible. Water wasn't supposed to hold weight like this, but his speed, momentum, and sheer refusal to die proved otherwise. The water rippled violently beneath him. The shadow lurched upward, and Marcus did what he did best. He broke the rules. He stomped down with all his strength mid-stride, shattering the surface tension, sending a concussive shockwave through the water, and something beneath him broke. A deep, unearthly wail rippled through the ocean as whatever lurked below recoiled, its enormous form shattering apart like mist dissolving in the sun. Marcus kept running, teeth clenched, lungs burning, until he reached solid ground. His feet hit damp earth, and for the first time since he'd fallen into this abyss, he could breathe again. Marcus braced his hands on his knees, panting, soaking wet, but victorious. Then he let out a weak, breathless laugh. I just curb-stomped the ocean. He straightened, dripping with seawater but filled with something new. Confidence. He still hated deep water, but now it feared him too. And with that, Marcus headed toward the center of the class. The terrain shifted constantly, yet one by one, students began to emerge from their biomes. The instructor stood in the center, calm, watchful. Gurglith was the first to appear, rune magic crackling faintly around him as he strode forward, completely unharmed. His expression was unreadable. He locked eyes with his mother, who briefly acknowledged him, but as soon as their gaze met, she looked away. However, the message was clear. Good job, son. Plog arrived shortly after, bruised but grinning, his dwarven resilience carrying him through. Then Arroyo emerged, calm, composed, and barely scuffed. The instructor gave them an approving nod, but she was watching the entrance expectantly. More students trickled in, each carrying signs of battle, exhaustion, or triumph. And then, Largy walked in, completely casual, lazily dusting off tiny embers from his sleeve. My biome was a stroll through the lilies, he said dryly. Plog blinked. Then what took you so long? Largy stretched his arms, unconcerned. I literally strolled. A little fire ain't nothing to us dwarves. The recruits chuckled, but a notable absence was starting to settle in the air. Arroyo shifted slightly, frowning. He was watching the entrance. Waiting. Finally, a drenched, scuffed-up Marcus stumbled into the clearing, water dripping from his clothes, his gauntlets still glowing faintly, the lingering effect of whatever battle he had in his biome. Largy grinned. Took you long enough. Marcus shot him a tired glare, shaking out his arms. Arroyo scoffed, crossing his arms. I started to worry. Then, without another word, he turned and walked away. Marcus watched him go, something unspoken passing between them. That wasn't an insult. It was disappointment. Arroyo had expected Marcus to arrive sooner, and that meant something. The instructor surveyed the group, nodding in approval. You all did well. Her voice carried through the chamber, steady, controlled. The battlefield is not a place of certainty. Terrain is not static. The world moves beneath your feet, and if you do not move with it, you will be swallowed by it. She gestured toward the massive crystal, its light pulsating softly. You are here to learn more than just combat. You are here to master adaptation. Strength is not just in the body, but in the mind. The weak cling to what is familiar. The strong embrace change. Her eyes scanned the recruits, watching for reactions. Then she looked directly at Marcus. And some of you, her gaze lingered, have accomplished the impossible. Marcus stiffened. Tell me, recruit elder, how did you break a construct that was not meant to be broken? The room fell silent. Marcus glanced at his gauntlets. I just can't not stand out. The instructor's curiosity sharpened. She studied Marcus closely, her abyssal blue eyes narrowing. Your Mer ancestry must have been a great help in the water biome. Marcus blinked. I'm not Mer. A pause. But your skin. Yeah, I get that a lot. She tilted her head, studying him. You don't have luminescent markings. You're not one of Astoria's enhanced children. Marcus shook his head. Nope, and nope, Just human. She frowned. Who are your parents? Marcus hesitated. Then calmly, I don't really have any. I was raised by orcs. Her expression tightened, like that didn't compute. Oh, you were abandoned. That is common for the offspring of Mer and Man. Marcus immediately cut her off. No, I wasn't abandoned. I was born and raised amongst the orcs. The instructor stared at him, unblinking. That doesn't make sense. Then, the rune chime signaled the end of class. Marcus exhaled sharply, frustration creeping in. Another person questioning his origins, and this time he didn't have STEM to feed him answers. Chapter 150. Day ends, night stirs. Marcus stumbled into his dorm, exhaustion weighing him down like a boulder. His limbs felt heavier than lead, his clothes still damp from his oceanic misadventure. Without thinking, he fell face first onto his bed, groaning into the soft mattress. The room reacted instantly. The enchanted dorm, as if sensing the grime clinging to his body, activated its automatic cleansing features. A soft hum filled the air, and Marcus felt a warm, tingling sensation wash over him. A magic-driven cleaning spell, stripping away the dirt, sweat, and residual salt water clinging to his skin. His clothes dried, smoothed out, and even his hair felt like it had been freshly washed. Fancy magic, he mumbled into his pillow, too tired to even lift his head. Then, crash. The door slammed open, and Cedric stumbled in, arms completely full of scrolls. A few loose pages fluttered to the ground as he nearly tripped over himself, barely managing to keep his balance. Marcus sighed, eyes still shut. Cedric, why? Marcus. Cedric plopped the scrolls onto his bed, practically vibrating with excitement. I've been thinking about training. We should start immediately. Tonight. Marcus groaned. Cedric, please. I just nearly drowned, ran on water, fought a sea monster, and got interrogated. I am not doing this right now. But let me take a nap. Cedric hesitated, then, after a long pause, sighed dramatically. Fine, but when you wake up, I want to learn the deadliest punch you know. Marcus smirked, eyes still closed. How about the one that puts me to sleep right now? Cedric snorted. That one sounds too effective. Marcus grunted, rolling over onto his side. Good, now shut up. Deep beneath the academy, behind doors reinforced with both magic and steel, the instructors gathered. A grand war table stretched before them, covered in scrolls, enchanted projections, and names written in glowing script. Dark, flickering braziers cast ominous shadows on the walls. Ragn sat among them, his expression neutral, his mind calculating, listening, observing. At the head of the table stood Ralkar, his serpentine tail flicking, arms crossed. His golden eyes glowed faintly as he surveyed the gathered instructors. We begin, he announced, his voice commanding silence. The discussion started simply, analyzing the most promising recruits. Cedric. His physical potential is staggering, but his lack of experience hinders him. He adapts quickly, though. Given time, he may surpass expectations. Arroyo. Refined, disciplined, he knows how to fight with purpose. A perfect candidate for leadership. Dinlari. Cunning, ruthless, she will serve well. Lagi. Resilient, crafty, a warrior in both mind and body. Ragn relaxed slightly. Marcus wasn't mentioned. Good. The last thing he needed was them paying too much attention to Marcus just yet. Then, Goreth leaned forward. You forgot one. The boy with the unique class of Spellfist. Every report says he's a mana user. Ragn stiffened. Goreth smirked. Marcus Elder. A ripple of undeniable interest passed through the room. The Centaur historian scoffed, still irritated from her earlier clash with Marcus. That one is reckless, undisciplined, and far too curious for his own good. The merfolk instructor furrowed her brow. His origins still trouble me. He moves like a human, but something doesn't add up. Then, a whisper, not from anyone at the table, from the shadowed figures beyond the brazier's light, the mysterious overseers. Ralkar tilted his head, listening to their hushed words. Then, with slow precision, he turned back to the group. We have been watching Marcus Elder for some time now, before he arrived at the academy. Ragn felt his stomach twist. Shit, Ralkar continued, his tone now laced with something almost amused. Push him further. The instructors exchanged glances. The centaur frowned. For what purpose? Ralkar listened again to the whispers. Then slowly he grinned. Because we need to know if he will break or become something else entirely. That boy has power. Power we wish to understand. If he cannot be broken, well, there are other ways to make use of such strength. Ragn kept his expression still, neutral, but internally, he was already formulating his next move. Marcus rolled his shoulders, exhaling slowly. The academy's night torches flickered dimly in the training area, casting long shadows against the stone walls. Cedric bounced excitedly on his heels, fists raised, completely wrong, completely unguarded. Marcus rubbed his temples. All right, first things first. Fix your stance. You're about 2 seconds away from tripping over your own feet. Cedric immediately planted his feet. Like this? Marcus sighed. You look like you're waiting for a hug, not a fight. Cedric pouted. Hey, I'm a fast learner. Marcus snorted. We'll see. He shifted into his stance, demonstrating proper foot placement, hand positioning, and weight distribution. Boxing isn't about wild swings. It's about precision, balance, and knowing your own reach. Cedric mimicked him, though far less gracefully. Marcus watched him for a moment, then smirked. All right, let's start simple. A 3-punch combo, jab, cross, hook. Cedric's hands twitched. Got it. Marcus nodded. Remember, keep your chin tucked, hands up. Always protect yourself. Cedric hesitated. Marcus, what if I just practiced 1,000 different punches instead of just 3? Marcus raised a brow. Then with a smirk, he quoted one of his favorite warriors. Fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once. Fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. Cedric blinked in awe. Damn, who said that? Bruce Lee. Never heard of him. Was he a great warrior? Marcus chuckled. He was a warrior, philosopher, teacher, and a hell of an entertainer. Cedric grinned, now even more motivated. Damn, I thought I read about every hero on Terra. He sounds cool. Marcus smiled. He was pretty cool. Now practice what I showed you. Marcus stepped back, letting him practice the simple combo. As he watched Cedric throw his first clumsy but eager punches, Marcus's thoughts drifted back, to Ralkar, to the instructors, to whoever was watching him from the shadows. Something was coming, and he had no choice but to be ready. His friends back home could take care of themselves, and he was going to make sure this new one could as well. Ouch! What the hell, Cedric? How did you manage to punch yourself in the face? Chapter 1. 151. Finding a Friend. Time blurred into a grueling cycle for Marcus. His days began at sunrise and ended well past sundown, leaving him with barely enough energy to crash into bed before repeating it all over again. Mornings, leadership training with Ralkar. The serpent pushed him ruthlessly, ensuring he knew how to lead like a son. Midday, history of Terra. The centaur historian actively challenged him, making lessons unreasonably difficult. Marcus relied on his earthborn knowledge and Cedric's tutelage to counter her tricks. Afternoons, tactics and terrain with Pugilist, and combat classes with Gorath. Gorath began learning details about Marcus's peculiar fighting style, allowing him to push Marcus to his limits. The merfolk instructor's suspicions of his origins only grew, her eyes lingering on him longer each day. Each lesson was unpredictable. Biomes changed daily, testing his ability to navigate, hunt, and adapt. Evenings, sparring, and personal training. Cedric was improving, slowly, but he still managed to punch himself at least once a session. At least you're consistent, Marcus muttered, as Cedric winced, rubbing his jaw. And all the while the academy watched. They weren't just training him, they were testing him. But during this time, the others had not been idle. The Zenorian wilderness stretched for miles, untamed, vast, and quiet. Nestled deep in its heart, was Master Davel's renowned tracking school, an institution that had once served the Adventurers Guild, now operating independently. Arixa moved with purpose, her steps sure, her resolve firm. As she approached the lodge, Master All stood outside, casually sharpening a hunting knife. The diminutive satyr's weathered face split into a grin the moment he spotted her. Well, well, Ull mused, this is a surprise. Arixa halted in front of him, arms crossed. Master Allah. His grin widened. You didn't write, you didn't visit. I was starting to think I wasn't your favorite anymore. Arixa exhaled sharply. I need your help. Ahal's amusement didn't fade, but his sharp gaze flicked to the satchel she carried. Tracking work, he guessed. Something personal. Arixa nodded. Velith is missing. I aim to find him. That got his full attention. His grin disappeared, replaced with measured seriousness. Come inside, Hal said. Let's see what you've got. Inside, the study was lined with maps, old guild records and scrolls, remnants of a time when the Adventurers Guild still mattered. Arixa laid out the reports. Ragan, Thalron, and Vera compiled this. It's the most complete information we have on Velith's disappearance. Orful sat back, his fingers tracing across the maps and notes. Patterns emerged where there seemed to be none. The locations weren't random. Velith was being moved deliberately, methodically. Arixa, impatient, pressed forward. Where is he? Owl smirked. Instead of answering, he pushed the maps back toward her. Tell me. Arixa frowned. This isn't a test. It's always a test. His eyes twinkled with amusement. Let's see if you learned anything from me. Arixa gritted her teeth but didn't argue. She re-examined the maps, this time with fresh eyes. Not a direct route. Good, keep going. Avoiding major cities. The satyr smiled. You're getting closer. Every location was near water, but never the same coast. Then, her breath caught. They're leading him to an island. Errol's grin widened. Now you're thinking. Arixa stood immediately. I'm leaving. Aral cleared his throat. Guess I'd better pack. Arixa blinked. Why? Aral shrugged, grabbing his hunting knife. You think I'd let my best student have all the fun? Besides, he smirked. Things have gotten boring here. I need the exercise. The moon hung low, casting faint silver light through the dense canopy as Arixa and Eroli moved soundlessly through the underbrush. Then, movement. Figures clad in blackened armor emerged, their steps eerily quiet. Darkened suns, Hal muttered. Arixa's grip tightened around her demonic warhammer. We take them fast. The battle was over in seconds. Arixa struck like an earthquake, her hammer turning the attackers into paste. Ashal was pure efficiency, disabling enemies without wasted movement. When it ended, one operative remained alive, gasping for breath. Arixa raised him by the throat to eye level. Where is he? The man choked on his own blood, refusing to speak. All aside. Instead of questioning him, he reached into the man's breastplate. He pulled out a folded parchment. His expression darkened. Arixa looked down. The words were chilling. Move the asset. Ensure he is never found. Their eyes met. They were close. After a few days of travel, Arixa and Orsley disembarked from their raft, stepping onto uneven terrain miles south of Erindral. Owl stopped abruptly, his gaze locking onto something unnatural. A mound of earth out of place, grass beginning to grow over it. Arixa frowned. Burial site? Aval shook his head. No. Something's beneath it. Then he felt it. A faint pulse of psyche. His eyes widened. Something's alive down there. They dug. Minutes passed before they hit stone. What they uncovered wasn't a grave, but a ruin. A dilapidated structure, long buried and forgotten. A remnant of the darkened sun's past. They descended. The underground chamber reeked of age and abandonment. The sigils on the walls were ancient. Traces of the followers of the Black. Then Arixa stopped. In the corner of the chamber, strung up, unmoving, a body. Her breath caught. Velith? His form was hollow, his scales dulled, his limbs gaunt with starvation. Arixa's eyes began to water. They just left him for dead. Orthel smiled faintly. The boy's still alive. Arixa snapped her gaze to him. What? Aral gestured toward Velith's chest. Look closer. Arixa focused, calming her raging Kai, and then she saw it. Velith's chest rose, a breath, shallow, but there. Arixa wasted no time. She rushed to untie him. Give me your water. Ashel caught her wrist. That'll kill him. Arixa froze. What? Ariel exhaled. Dragon kin can enter extreme hibernation. We take him to New York. Those Illidum birds will have the tools to heal him. Arixa nodded. And so they prepared to bring Velith home. They placed him carefully in their rickety boat and set sail back to New York. Chapter 1, 152. A Life on the Edge. The Illidum healers moved like a well-oiled machine, their golden runes flaring to life as they surrounded Velith's fragile, motionless body. Every movement was precise, synchronized, a harmony of practiced efficiency and desperate urgency. The air was thick with magic, currents of golden light snaking across the floor as layered enchantments activated in rapid succession. Velith lay still, barely clinging to life. His body, once a proud frame of draconic strength, was wasted away, his once glossy scales now dulled and cracked, his form gaunt, his breathing shallow and irregular. Every few seconds, a shuddering twitch ran through his limbs, his body struggling to react to the sudden influx of restorative energy. Arixa stood rigid in the background, arms crossed tightly, pacing in short, agitated strides. Her normally impenetrable expression cracked at the edges, her lips pressed into a hard line, her every muscle tensed like a coiled spring. Thalron stood beside her, whispering old elven prayers, his keen eyes darting over the room, tracking every movement of the healers. He was trying to stay detached, to focus, but there was no hiding the way his fingers tapped against the hilt of his rapier. Vera, usually full of snark and charm, said nothing. Her grip on the edge of her robes was white-knuckled, her throat tight with words that refused to come out. At the center of it all, the lead healer, a silver-haired elf, barked orders with rapid-fire precision. We need more stabilizing runes, now. Two mages immediately threw out their hands, their fingers tracing intricate golden sigils in the air. The moment they finished, a pulse of energy rushed through the room, connecting with the engraved symbols around the healing table. The runes flickered and flared, sealing Velith in a shimmering cocoon of containment magic. Above him, a holographic display materialized, a translucent, pulsing diagram of his body. Symbols flashed wildly, red indicators glowing like warning beacons. Heart rate dangerously low. Psyche pathways severely damaged, malnourishment extreme, internal injuries detected. Damn it, the lead healer muttered under her breath. Another healer, a golden-leafed dryad, forcibly grew purple and yellow flora from its crown. It plucked the strange flowers, crushed them into a fine powder, and mixed the powder with its crystal-clear sap. Then it manually injected the concoction into Velith's withered arm, its branches twitching in deep concentration. Potions aren't stabilizing properly. His body isn't absorbing the magic fast enough. His metabolism is nearly non-existent, another mage added, his hands glowing as he hovered over Velith's abdomen. Too much internal scarring. We need an infusion of restoration potions. The dryad healer gritted his teeth, adjusting the dosage, his fingers pulsing with a controlled burst of healing energy, trying to force Velith's system to accept the life-saving elixirs. Meanwhile, another healer cast a diagnostic scan over Velith's psyche channels, her face tightening as she analyzed the flickering energy conduits. There's severe nerve damage, especially around his extremities. His psyche isn't responding to external magic like it should. Vera finally stepped forward, her voice uncharacteristically quiet. Is he going to be okay? Thalron crossed his arms, but his mana began to pulsate, a telltale sign of his unease. He looks bad, he muttered, his voice flat but heavy with concern. Arixa didn't say a word. She just kept pacing. Her fists clenched at her sides, her breath even but sharp. She had seen men on the brink before, but this was different. The elf healer turned to them, her expression firm, unwavering. You need to leave, now. If you want him to survive, let us work. Arixa sat motionless in the waiting area, her fingers lightly gripping the edge of her belt. The hours dragged, each second a slow, agonizing wait. Thalron and Vera weren't much better, both of them stealing glances at the door, waiting for someone to tell them whether Velith had made it or not. Finally, the same elf healer emerged, wiping sweat from her brow. "He's stable." The words hit them like a sudden weight lifted from their shoulders. She gestured for them to follow. The three entered the dimly lit medical chamber, where Velith lay on a glowing healing table, wrapped in layers of enchanted bandages. Each sigil emitted a slow pulse of magic that flowed into his body. The once chaotic energy of the room had settled into an eerie stillness. His breathing was steady, but he remained motionless, unconscious. The healer exhaled deeply, rubbing her hands together. "You all found him just in time. He only had a day or two left, if that." She motioned toward the holographic status projection showing various bodily conditions. "He has been starving for months. There are multiple deep lacerations that are healing far slower than they should. Signs of extended torture. His bones were broken and healed improperly. Whoever did this wanted him alive, but suffering. Nerve damage, especially around his extremities, where Psyche is channeled." Thalron's hands curled into fists. They were breaking him. Arixa's voice was low, controlled, but edged with something dangerous. "What else?" The healer hesitated before continuing. "The most concerning thing is his brain." Vera visibly tensed. Much of it is dark, showing no signs of activity. The room fell into silence. Arixa's stomach twisted. Velith was alive, but was he even still Velith? Then, the machines flared to life. Velith's body spasmed violently, his back arching against the healing table. The glowing runes flickered and crackled, sparks flying. The healers rushed to restrain him, their hands glowing as they tried to stabilize the sudden chaotic energy flaring from within him. His psyche pathways are reacting. He's overloading. His fingers twitched, his claws scraping against the leather restraints. His breath came out in short, gasping bursts, shallow, erratic. Though still unconscious, his lips moved. A whisper. "Have to tell. Marcus." Arixa's blood ran cold. Marcus ducked left, smoothly evading Cedric's punch before countering with a light jab to the ribs. Cedric stumbled back, groaning. "You're still dropping your guard when you throw a cross," Marcus said, stepping back to let him recover. Cedric rolled his shoulders. "I thought I had you with that one." "You almost did." Marcus smirked. "Let's go again." Cedric exhaled, resetting his stance. This time he moved more sharply. Marcus could see it. The footwork was cleaner, the timing better. They exchanged blows, Marcus subtly guiding Cedric with every strike. "You're getting faster. Don't hesitate after your first hit. Keep your balance, never overcommit." "That was good. Now put it together. Flow, don't force it." Then, Cedric landed a solid hit on Marcus's side. The impact wasn't much, but it was real. Cedric's eyes widened. Marcus nodded. "Not bad, you're learning fast." Cedric grinned. "Come on, let's keep going." Marcus rolled his shoulders. "All right, but I'm going to crank up the intensity." Cedric immediately took a step back. "Never mind, I think I want to hit the showers." Marcus smirked. "Oh, no you don't. The fancy magic in the room will clean you up when I'm done with you." Cedric groaned. This was going to hurt. Chapter 1. 153. Unraveling Plans. The air in the Academy's lower storage tunnels was thick, damp, and heavy with secrecy. The flickering mana lamps overhead cast restless shadows, their light barely piercing the gloom of the underground corridors. The faint drip of condensation echoed through the chamber, each drop a distant reminder of just how deep beneath the Academy they were. Marcus sat on the cold stone bench, elbows resting on his knees, while Ragn leaned against the opposite wall, arms crossed, his face unreadable. This wasn't just a friendly chat. "Velith's alive." Marcus exhaled sharply, his breath hitching for just a moment. Relief, real and undeniable, flooded through him. "He's in bad shape," Ragn continued, his tone measured but grim. "Starved, tortured, barely holding on, but alive." Marcus's relief turned brittle in an instant. He leaned forward, fingers laced together, his brow furrowed. "You're not telling me everything." Ragn gave a slow nod. "He keeps muttering your name. During his moments of consciousness, he keeps saying, 'Have to tell Marcus.'" A chill rippled down Marcus's spine. "What does he know?" "That's the question, isn't it?" Ragn murmured, watching Marcus closely. He was a captive of the Suns. Whatever they did to him, whatever he saw, it was enough to burn your name into his mind. Marcus's fingers tapped against his knee, a steady, restless rhythm. His mind raced through possibilities. If Velith had survived the Sun's captivity, he'd seen something. Something they didn't want escaping. "Make sure he pulls through, Ragn." Marcus's voice was low, heavy with intent. "Whatever it takes, whatever they need, Velith's recovery comes first." Ragn smirked faintly, but there was no humor in it. "That's already being handled, but we need answers, Marcus. And we need them soon." Marcus's jaw tightened. "I know, and we'll get them." Ragn sighed, shifting his stance. "That's not the only thing you need to worry about." Marcus's eyes flicked up sharply. "Define worry." "The Academy is planning something big." Marcus felt his pulse quicken. "How big?" Ragn's voice dropped lower, his eyes scanning the corridor instinctively, as if making sure they were still alone. "The kingdoms of Terra are sending representatives to observe the Academy. The nations expect results, and they're getting desperate. The dungeon crisis is worsening. Some territories are dealing with daily dungeon breaks now." Marcus's stomach clenched. "I thought the Suns were handling it." "They are," Ragn admitted, "but not in a way anyone expected. And now, mercenary factions are stepping in." Marcus rubbed his temples, trying to keep up with the implications. "Mercenaries have always been around. What's changed?" "Power," Ragn said flatly. "With the guild collapsing, merc groups aren't just scavengers anymore. They're consolidating, combining military and financial power. Some of them are beginning to rival nations." Marcus's eyes narrowed. "And the guild's response?" Ragn hesitated. "There isn't much of one." Marcus's frown deepened. "The guild doesn't have the pull it once did," Ragn continued. "Active membership is dropping. Adventurers are either dying in dungeon breaks or defecting to these factions. If this keeps up, the guild might not exist in another year." Marcus ran a hand over his face. "That's insane." "It gets worse." Marcus exhaled slowly. "Of course it does." Ragn's expression darkened. "Sometime after the first academic quarter, the Academy is sending first- and second-rate recruits into real dungeons." Marcus's head snapped up. "That's suicide." "Yeah," Ragn said, his voice grim, "but the plans are already in motion." Marcus stood up abruptly, his fists clenching. His mind raced. "No one has delved a dungeon in months." His words were sharp, edged with something dangerous. "There's no telling what's in there now. Not after the fourth seal was broken. The monsters, the ecosystem, everything inside will have changed." Ragn gave him a knowing look. "Exactly." Marcus paced, tension coiling in his chest. "They're going to get these recruits killed." "Yes." Silence stretched between them. Finally, Marcus exhaled slowly, forcing himself to think rationally. "I need to prepare." Ragn nodded. "Yeah, you do." Marcus left the meeting deep in thought, the weight of Ragn's words pressing heavily on his shoulders. He made his way to the training grounds, his mind a whirlwind of calculations, strategies, and questions he didn't have answers to. Then he saw him. Cedric. The young recruit was practically vibrating with energy, throwing sharp jabs and quick crosses at the air, his body a blur of movement. The moment he saw Marcus, his face lit up like a bonfire. "Marcus, you gotta see this." Marcus forced himself to set his worries aside, if only for a moment. "What is it?" Cedric grinned ear to ear, practically bouncing in place. "I ranked up. I'm second-rate now." Marcus felt his stomach drop. "That's great, Cedric." Outwardly, his tone was steady, proud, but inside, he was dreading it. Second-rate. That meant Cedric would have to delve. Cedric was still talking, excitedly showing off his new rank insignia, shadowboxing in front of Marcus like an over-enthusiastic pup. "I told you I'd get better," Cedric laughed, throwing another set of punches. "I've been working non-stop, man. I knew I was close, but when I saw the official notice, I almost lost it." Marcus nodded, playing the part. "You earned it." Cedric beamed. He didn't notice Marcus's hesitation. "Come on, let's train." Marcus hesitated for only a second before nodding. "All right, show me what you've learned." He had to keep him sharp. If Cedric was going into the dungeon, he needed to be ready. The Academy's calm night air was shattered by the sudden hum of magical resonance. A sharp collective hush fell over the training grounds. The Voxosphere stones embedded in the students' uniforms vibrated to life, sending a faint pulse through their bodies. Marcus frowned, lifting his own to his ear. The message was short, but it was enough. "Attention recruits. All first- and second-rate recruits are to report to the Academy's Guidance Council for mandatory mental evaluations. Failure to attend will result in consequences. You will receive your assigned time slots shortly. Do not be late." Marcus exhaled slowly, his mind piecing together the possibilities. Evaluations. Now? He knew this wasn't routine. Across the training ground, Arroyo stood still, staring at his communicator with a blank expression. Other recruits were murmuring, some confused, some wary. Cedric grinned at Marcus. "Well, I guess we get our heads checked now, huh?" Marcus didn't laugh. "Yeah." But inside, something felt wrong. Chapter 1, 154, The Weight of Power. The Academy's night air buzzed with anticipation and unease. Recruits continued with their evening routines, but everyone's attention was fixed on their Voxosphere stones, waiting for the inevitable hum that would summon them to their mental evaluations. The first call came swiftly. Dinlari's stone pulsed. She barely reacted. Her only response was an irritated sigh as she glanced down at the glowing insignia on her wrist. "Let's get this over with." Without waiting for anyone's reaction, she turned on her heel and disappeared into the halls. A few other recruits flinched when their own stones vibrated next, signaling they would be up soon. Marcus watched, waited. "I'm not wasting my time sitting around." He turned to Cedric. "Come on, let's get some training in while we wait." Cedric nodded, but as they left the training grounds, a disturbance caught their attention. Down near the dormitories, a group of lower-ranked recruits stood huddled together, backs against the stone walls. Facing them were 3 second-rate recruits, sneering, arms crossed. "You've been getting your daily merits, yeah?" One of the higher-ranked recruits gestured to the merit counter on his wrist. "Then hand 'em over." One of the lower-ranked recruits, a scrawny boy barely into his teens, guarded his own merit counter from sight. "We need them," he said, voice shaking. "Merits determine our living conditions. If we give them away, we won't be able to afford additional meals or training equipment." One of the second-rates laughed. "That's a shame, but see, we're the ones putting in the real work, carrying the Academy on our backs. You? You don't need that many merits. Call it redistribution." Marcus's eyes darkened. "I can't believe they're doing this. It has only been a few weeks, and these kids were already letting their ranks go to their heads. Recruits earned merits through class performance. The higher the rank, the more benefits they gained. But the rankings weren't permanent. Merits weren't just currency. They dictated privileges. Who ate well? Who trained with better weapons? Who mattered? But those privileges weren't fixed. A first-rate today could be a third-rate tomorrow. Yet here they were, acting as if their ranks were law. Marcus remained silent, weighing his options. Then, "That's enough." Cedric stepped forward. The lead second-rate recruit, a stocky beastfolk with a smug grin, turned toward Cedric, amused. "Look who it is." He smirked. "Didn't you just get promoted? Thought you'd have learned by now how things work." Cedric stood firm. "Yeah, I did." His voice was steady. "And I know that ranks change every day, so tell me, what's your plan when you're not second-rate anymore?" The recruit's smirk twitched, just slightly. "That's not going to happen." "Oh?" Cedric gestured toward the huddled recruits. "You think the Academy cares about your rank? Tomorrow, you could be standing where they are." The recruits watching murmured among themselves. "Take a good look," Cedric continued, "because you could be in their shoes next." The beastfolk recruit snorted. "That's cute. He cracked his knuckles. "But you're missing something, farm boy." Cedric raised an eyebrow. "What's that?" The beast folk grinned. "You don't get to talk back if you can't fight." And then the first strike flew. Cedric dodged the first attack smoothly, pivoting just as Marcus had taught him. Then a counter. A clean jab to the ribs, not enough to take the beast folk down, but enough to get a reaction. The second-rate recruit staggered, surprised. Then he grinned. "All right, let's see what you got." The other second-rates moved in. 3-on-1. Marcus stayed back, watching, calculating. Cedric needed to prove himself. For the first few moments, he held his own. Every dodge, every counter. It was clear he had been training. But numbers mattered. A random strike caught him. A slash from a dulled training sword, bashing into Cedric's gut. The next, a brutal hit from a battle hammer, sent him stumbling. Marcus felt the tension shift. This wasn't a lesson anymore, it was a warning. And Marcus wasn't going to let it continue. Marcus didn't move. He didn't raise his fists. He didn't shout. He simply let his aura flare. The air changed instantly. A weight settled over the training ground. It wasn't Kai. It wasn't Mana. It wasn't Psycha. It was something else. The fight stopped instantly. The second-rate recruits froze mid-step, their instincts screaming at them to halt. Some even staggered back, their bodies reacting before their minds could process why. Across the courtyard, Arroyo, who had been watching the fight from nearby, narrowed his eyes. Marcus stepped forward, unhurried. He reached down, helping Cedric to his feet. Then he turned to the gathered recruits and spoke. "You think power gives you the right to push others down?" The second-rate said nothing. "You think being second or first-rate means you'll always be above them?" Marcus gestured toward the lower-ranked recruits. "The academy changes ranks every day. Tell me, what happens when you fall?" His words rippled through the crowd. "You're trying to build a kingdom on sand." A few recruits shifted, uncomfortable. "You should be helping each other, because one day you might find yourself in their shoes." Silence. Then a slow clap. Marcus turned toward the source. Ralkar walked forward, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Marcus Elder," he mused. That was quite the speech. Marcus said nothing. Ralkar turned to the recruits. "He makes an interesting point, doesn't he?" The instructor smiled. "That the strong should be kind. That power should be shared." Silence. Then Ralkar's smirk sharpened. "Tell me, recruits, has the world ever worked that way?" Marcus's stomach tightened. "You think kindness changes your rank? You think kindness will stop the monsters waiting in the dungeons?" Ralkar's voice lowered, smooth, dangerous. "The suns do not divide the strong from the weak. The suns reveal the truth of what you are." A heavy pause. Then he turned to Marcus, voice calm. "You think you've won something here?" His smirk widened. "But all you did was reveal yourself." Marcus clenched his fists, frustration burning in his chest. Because Ralkar wasn't wrong. And worse, Ralkar had figured something out. Marcus's aura didn't feel like Kai. It didn't feel like Mana. It didn't feel like Psycha. It was something else. And that was far more dangerous than any speech Marcus had just given. Chapter 155, The Unseen Hand. After the events in the training hall, Marcus and Cedric made their way back to their dorm room. As the evening turned to night, Marcus prepared for bed. He was restless. The scene of Ralkar undermining everything he said was replaying repeatedly in his mind, haunting him. "I hate what this place is doing to these kids," Marcus thought to himself as he laid there in darkness. Marcus began to fall into sleep. "I doubt they'll call me tonight. I'm sure they'll take more of our personal time during breakfast or some shift," Marcus muttered into the night. Just as he decided to sleep, his stone hummed to life. "Of course," Marcus said to himself as he hopped out of bed. The hallway leading to the guidance council's chamber felt endless. Marcus walked alone, his boots echoing against the polished black stone. The academy had its fair share of ominous places, but something about this felt different. The further he walked, the more the air shifted, thick, controlled, deliberate. The hall was lined with enchanted runes, faintly pulsing with mana, their patterns spiraling upward along the walls. If Marcus had to guess, the markings weren't just for decoration. They were suppressive, designed to keep magic from running wild. Finally, he reached the chamber doors. They were unlike any other in the academy, massive, engraved with swirling, shifting patterns that almost seemed to move as he stared. A robed attendant, standing rigidly beside the entrance, wordlessly gestured for him to enter. Marcus hesitated. He had been through a lot. Dungeons, assassinations, war, but something about this room, this moment, felt worse. Like walking into a cage you weren't meant to leave. Finally, he stepped inside. The chamber was blinding. Floating crystalline stones casted a perfect white light. It was so bright that it made the room feel and look like a bright, colorless void. The air was unnaturally still, and sitting at a long obsidian table were 5 figures, each masked, each watching. Their masks were featureless, smooth, almost unsettlingly blank. No expressions, no sign of humanity. The moment Marcus stepped forward, the doors closed behind him. They sealed perfectly with a resounding thud. A single chair sat in the center of the room, positioned directly in front of the council. "Sit, recruit Marcus Elder." The voice came from the center figure, slightly distorted, likely magically altered to further erase identity. Marcus wasn't stupid. They didn't want recruits forming personal connections with them. They wanted distance, authority without familiarity, a psychological tactic. Marcus stayed standing for a second longer than necessary, just enough to make it clear that he sat down by choice. The air shifted subtly, and then the questioning began. The leftmost masked figure spoke first. "You have been at the academy for nearly a month. How would you describe your experience so far?" Marcus leaned back slightly. "Educational. In what way?" Marcus smirked. "I've learned a lot about how to dodge nonsense." The figure didn't react. "Be specific." Marcus shrugged. "The structure is different from what I'm used to. The ranking system, the way recruits are pushed, the whole merits over morals approach." "Do you believe the ranking system is unfair?" Marcus tapped his fingers against his knee. "I believe it's effective at what it was designed to do." A pause. "And what do you believe it was designed to do?" Marcus's smirk faded slightly. "That's what I'm still figuring out." The council exchanged glances. A different figure, second from the right, spoke next. "You were an adventurer before coming here." Not a question. Marcus nodded. "Yeah, I was." "How does the academy compare to your previous experience?" Marcus tilted his head. "A little too structured. Too much emphasis on obedience, not enough on thinking." "And yet, our methods produce warriors. Do you not value structure?" "I value efficiency," Marcus countered. "And you believe our methods are inefficient?" Marcus sighed. "I think you're looking for answers in places they don't exist." The council remained silent for a long moment. Smooth, calm, but sharp. "Marcus Elder." Marcus's muscles tensed. That voice, he had heard it before. But where? "You have fought against difficult odds, faced death, survived where others have not." The masked figure tilted its head slightly, watching him with a gaze that, despite being hidden, felt sharp as a blade. "Tell me, do you fear death?" Marcus's fingers twitched. A simple question, but the weight behind it? Something about it felt wrong. "I try not to think about it. Lying is an inefficient use of time." The room felt colder. Marcus forced himself to relax. "I don't fear dying. I fear dying for nothing." The masked figure stilled. "Interesting." Marcus forced himself to focus. That voice. "Where do I know it from?" The figure continued. "What do you think is more dangerous, power or the belief in power?" Marcus blinked. "Is this an exam or a philosophy debate?" "Answer the question." Marcus exhaled through his nose. "Belief in power is more dangerous." "Why?" "Because people will do insane things for it, kill for it, worship it. Power itself is just a tool. Belief turns it into a god." The masked figure was silent for a long moment. Then, "Fascinating." Marcus gritted his teeth. That voice was digging under his skin. He knew it. But from where? The central figure raised a hand. That concludes your evaluation. You are dismissed. Just like that? Marcus mused. No scores, no feedback. Nothing? Marcus stood slowly, eyes flicking toward the masked figure on the far right, the one who had spoken last. Even without a face, Marcus could feel the gaze lingering on him. As he turned to leave, a voice stopped him. The same voice. You are troublesome, Marcus Elder. Marcus's spine locked. The figure continued. You are worth more alive than dead, but that depends entirely on whether you resist our methods. A cold wave washed over Marcus's psyche pathways. The words, the exact same words that Assassin had whispered to him before poisoning him. Marcus's chest tightened, his mind snapped to clarity. Kale, he was right there. His psyche flared instinctively, but before he could act, the doors behind him opened. Dismissed. Marcus turned sharply, stepping through the threshold. The doors slammed shut behind him, and his heart was pounding. As Marcus walked down the dim corridor, his hands curled into fists. Kyle was alive, and now he had a seat at the table. Chapter 1. 156. The Path to Power. Marcus stormed through the academy halls, his boots hitting the stone with force, his aura crackling faintly around him. The air around him warped slightly, his emotions threading into the space like ripples in a lake before a storm. His breathing was uneven, not from exertion, but from raw, boiling rage. The suns had played him. Again, Kyle. He was alive. And now, not just alive, but seated among the academy's elite. Wearing a mask of authority, watching, studying, waiting. Marcus's mind raced. Kyle is here, watching me. The darkened suns aren't just training soldiers, they're preparing something much worse. This world is breaking apart, and I'm stuck in this damn school playing their game. But it wasn't just Kale's survival that had Marcus gritting his teeth so hard his jaw ached. It was everything. The Academy's twisted rank system turning recruits into predators. The world collapsing into war, with mercenary factions devouring what remained of the guild. The Celestials, distant but inevitable, the true threat that no one even realized was coming. His fingers twitched. People are suffering, and they're sitting here playing gods. He clenched his fists tighter. Damn them all! By the time he reached his dorm, his patience had already burned to ash. The door slammed shut behind him, shaking the frame. What the? Cedric bolted upright, his hair a mess, eyes squinting against the dim light. Marcus barely heard him, his chest rising and falling too fast. Marcus? What the hell, man? Cedric rubbed his face, voice thick with exhaustion. You good? Marcus exhaled sharply. Too sharp. His temper had gotten the best of him. Again. Yeah. His voice was rougher than intended. Cedric frowned but didn't press. Not yet. Marcus sat on the edge of his bed, running a hand through his hair. His heart was still pounding. But now? Now it was from frustration, not just anger. Cedric watched him for a long moment, then let out a deep sigh. Want to tell me what's eating you alive, or should I just go back to sleep? Marcus hesitated. He couldn't tell Cedric everything, but he needed to vent. He kept his voice measured, even. There are factions in this world, he said slowly, choosing his words carefully. Evil factions, ones that will burn everything down just to rebuild it in their image. Cedric sat up fully now, expression tightening. Evil factions, he echoed, his tone shifting. Like who? The Suns? Marcus shook his head. They're a problem, but they're not the real problem. Cedric waited. Marcus exhaled. I came here to stop a crisis, he muttered. But to do that, I need power. His voice hardened. Real power, the kind that can change the tide before it's too late. His gaze dropped to his hands, to himself. I've fought wars, I've won battles, but the things I've faced, he inhaled deeply. The things I'll have to face are beyond what anyone here understands. Cedric's expression darkened. Like what? Marcus looked up, his grey irises flickering with traces of shimmering black. One of the teachers here attacked me a long time ago. He left me for dead, but I survived. Cedric's breath hitched. That's crazy. Does the Academy know? Marcus's eyes dimmed back to normal. He forced his aura to calm. I'm sure they do. He exhaled slowly. That was just the beginning. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. I had to break my limits to win a war. What happens when the next enemy is stronger? Cedric was silent for a long moment. Then he shrugged. Then you break your limits again. Marcus blinked. It's that simple. Cedric grinned. If what you say is true, you've already done the impossible 100 times. You'll figure it out. Marcus stared at him. Then slowly, a small chuckle escaped him. You're annoying, you know that. Cedric laughed. Yeah, but I'm right. Marcus shook his head, the tension in his body finally unwinding. His anger hadn't disappeared. It had just shifted into determination, into drive. I need to reach a level where no one, not Kyle, not Rulkar, not even the Suns, can control me. Cedric grinned. Now that's the Marcus I know. Marcus smirked, standing up. Go back to sleep, said. I've got things to think about. Marcus stepped onto the dorm's small balcony, the Academy's lights casting a soft glow over the training grounds below. The air was cool, but his mind was still burning. All right. He inhaled deeply. Time to figure this out. He summoned his system screen. A faint golden glow flickered before his eyes, and then... System interface. Name Marcus Elder. Ascendant level 3. True magic 330. Primary attributes: strength 61, agility 60, endurance 69, intelligence 50, wisdom 40, luck 36. True magic. State fully integrated. Affinity breakdown: Kai merged, mana merged, Psyker merged. Current limitations unspecified. Marcus's stomach twisted. Why is there no XP bar? Before it had been easy. Fight, survive, grow. Now, he had no idea how he reached level 3, no clue what would trigger level 4. Damn it, Stem, I need your guidance. When are you going to wake up, buddy? His mind raced. I've grown stronger in battle before, but I never saw a notification about leveling up. Is it tied to my true magic? Or does my system only advance when I truly break past my own limits? A cold realization settled over him. What if I need something catastrophic? What if he had to push himself to the edge of death again? What if the only way to break past this wall was to survive the impossible? Marcus gritted his teeth. I'll figure it out. He closed the system screen. For now, he had a more immediate concern. The delve. If the Suns were throwing recruits into real dungeons, that meant he had a perfect opportunity to test himself, to push his limits, to find the key to Ascendant Level 4. Marcus smirked. Let's see what this academy can really throw at me. Chapter 1. 157. Descent into the Unknown. The soft hum of the dorm's enchanted cleaning magic roused Marcus from sleep. The air in the room felt fresh, the lingering scent of night replaced by the faint trace of magic-fueled efficiency. Cedric groaned, rubbing his eyes. I'm finally starting to like the cleaning magic. Marcus smirked, stretching before climbing out of bed. Yeah, right, you fell in love with it after the first week. Cedric stretched. Whatever you say, mister, this place is trying to make us obedient. As they moved toward the door to begin their usual morning routine, something on the floor caught Cedric's eye. 2 neatly rolled scrolls, bound with the dark blue insignia of the Academy Guidance Council, lay in front of their door. Cedric bent down, picked up one of the scrolls, and unrolled it. All classes for the week are cancelled for first- and second-rate recruits. All students are to report to the Grand Assembly Hall immediately for an official announcement. Cedric glanced up at Marcus. What do you think this is about? Marcus didn't answer. He already knew. The Grand Assembly Hall was silent. Hundreds of recruits sat shoulder to shoulder, rigid and expectant. The air felt thick with anticipation, a collective breath held in suspense. Even the lower-ranked recruits, usually whispering among themselves, kept their voices hushed. And looming above them, watching from their elevated thrones, were the Academy Guidance Council. Their featureless white masks gleamed under the ethereal light of the floating mana crystals that illuminated the massive chamber. Marcus scanned the room. The first and second-rate recruits sat in the center, their gazes sharp, their posture tense. They were unsure of what this was, but Marcus did. The Delve. The first sanctioned dungeon exploration since the world changed. Marcus felt the weight of it settle over him. This wasn't just a test. It was something more. A statement. Then Rulkar stepped forward. His serpentine form moved with deliberate grace, his golden eyes gleaming as his voice slithered through the air like coiled steel. You have all trained, fought, and bled to stand where you are now. His tone was smooth, but laced with something sharper, something hungry. And now you will be tested. A ripple of unease spread through the assembly. We delve! Muted gasps, subtle shifts of weight. A few recruits straightened unconsciously, as if sitting taller would make them look stronger. Rulkar raised a hand, commanding silence once more. The Delve is not just a test, it is a declaration. It is the moment where those who deserve to rise, rise, and those who do not. His golden eyes gleamed. Well, you will serve another purpose, an example of what happens to the weak. Marcus clenched his jaw. This situation couldn't be worse. The Academy was rushing into chaos without even considering their lives. The best of you, Rulkar continued, will lead the world into the future. A future dictated by order, discipline, and organized force. The words rang out through the hall, carrying weight beyond simple instruction. Marcus scanned the room. He caught the flicker of doubt in some recruits' eyes. Others stood rigid, eager, blinded by ambition. As I call your name, stand and acknowledge your party. Marcus exhaled slowly. This was the moment. Names were read out, one by one. Marcus listened carefully, analyzing every choice, every pairing. Then, his name. Marcus Elder. He stepped forward. You will be joined by Dinlari of House Ulthar. Marcus barely kept his expression neutral as the elven noble strode forward, her chin tilted in an air of superiority. Her cold blue eyes barely flicked toward him before she looked away. He already knew what she was thinking. Great, I'm stuck with him. And Altheon Leistherin. A name he didn't recognize. A second elf stepped forward, this one unfamiliar. Altheon was lean, sharp-eyed, and carried himself with a quiet intensity. Unlike Dinlari, he didn't sneer in distaste. Instead, he gave Marcus a brief nod. Marcus nodded back, then triggered Inspect. A mage, Marcus thought approvingly. He must be a newly promoted battlecaster. Marcus filed the information away. The teams continued. Cedric Gonistord. Marcus turned his head. Your team consists of Plog Ironarm and Largefest Hammerton. Marcus immediately frowned. Cedric, Plog, and Largy. The realization clicked into place. The Academy was structuring these teams on purpose. Marcus glanced at Cedric, trying to gauge his reaction. Cedric grinned, nudging Plog in the side. Looks like we're dungeon buddies. Marcus narrowed his eyes. Largy was strong and Plog was tough, but Cedric was the only strategist. They had thrown him into a brute force team. Testing him, forcing him to see if he could keep up, or if he'd be swallowed whole. Then Arroyo. Marcus glanced toward him as his team was called. Saleuth Arroyo. You will be joined by Syrian Tanal and Gurglith Gilis. A warrior, a noble, and a rune fighter. Marcus's stomach twisted. They were being pushed to their limits. This wasn't just a test. This was a calculated gamble to see who survived. The recruits let out an organized round of applause as the last name was called. Rulkar gave them a moment of recognition before calling the assembly to order. As the last of the applause fell silent, a massive holographic projection shimmered into existence above the guidance council. The image flickered, revealing a towering cavernous abyss, a dungeon swallowed by time. Whispers swept through the recruits. Marcus stared at the projection, taking in the jagged cliffs, the darkened corridors winding endlessly into the abyss. This was once a boss dungeon, a controlled space with a clear end goal, Rulkar explained. The projection shifted, the cavern twisted. Something pulsed in the depths. Something wrong. But since the calamity of the dungeons collapsing, we do not know what awaits you. A hush, a pause. Then Ralkar's voice, smooth and absolute. The weak will fall. The strong will rise. The future will conquer the unknown. Marcus's chest tightened. This wasn't a controlled test. It was a well-organized farce. It was a way for the Suns to show the world the fruits of the Academy. It was a gamble. And the darkened Suns didn't care, because no matter what happened down there, the Suns would win. As the recruits murmured among themselves, Marcus's mind raced. Even if we all die, the Suns can just claim they need more time and money. If we succeed, they can say their methods are working. They had stacked the odds. They had crafted the teams. They had ensured that no matter the outcome, they came out on top. Marcus clenched his fists. His fate was already being played like a game on a board. And if he wanted to survive, if he wanted to win, he'd have to flip the table. Chapter 158, Delve Preparations. Hey, our teams are pretty stacked. I feel good about this, Cedric said eagerly, adjusting his uniform with a confident grin. Marcus simply smiled, masking the unease sitting heavy in his chest. Cedric's confidence was genuine, but confidence didn't guarantee survival. And the delve. The delve wasn't something you could just grin your way through. He turned to Plog and Largy, who were casually discussing strategies for the upcoming week. Marcus rested his hands on his hips. Mind if I borrow him for a minute? Plog grunted, crossing his arms. Don't worry, the scrawny brat is in good hands. Marcus forced a chuckle. Yeah, you guys will take good care of him. Just need to do some last-minute prep. Largy waved them off with a smirk. Well, hurry back. We need to plan our training routine for the week. I got some ideas brewing, and I need his big brain to smooth out some details. Cedric laughed, throwing a mock salute at Largy. Don't worry, I'll be back before you figure out how to spell strategy. As they stepped away from the group, the energy shifted slightly. Cedric's easygoing nature remained, but Marcus caught the slight furrow of his brows. He knew something was up. So what's up? Cedric asked, stretching his arms. We doing some last-minute sparring? Marcus shook his head. I have something else in mind. The Academy's equipment shop was dimly lit, the scent of oiled steel and enchanted leather thick in the air. Rows of weapons lined the walls, gleaming swords, towering spears, intricately crafted bows, each more deadly than the last. But Marcus wasn't interested in any of them. He led Cedric toward the back of the shop, where a case of less conventional weapons sat behind reinforced glass. Cedric eyed him suspiciously. You sure this isn't just you worrying? Marcus deadpanned. I don't worry, I prepare. Cedric smirked. That sounds like a Marcus way of saying, I'm totally worried. Ignoring him, Marcus tapped on the glass, drawing Cedric's attention to a pair of obsidian gauntlets etched with intricate runes. I've been eyeing these for you, Marcus said. Your speed is good, your endurance is great, but you need stopping power. These will let you break bones, other than the ones in your hands. Cedric leaned in, his excitement flickering, until he saw the price tag. His expression immediately soured. Yeah, I'd love 'em, he muttered, if I could afford 'em, but they're part of an entire armor set, and I doubt the shopkeep will let us purchase them separately. Besides, I only have 112 merits to my name. I probably can't even afford just the gauntlets. Marcus smirked. Let's see if the shopkeep will cut a deal. The young dwarven shopkeeper leaned over the counter, unimpressed. Thick auburn braids rested against her shoulders, her sharp green eyes gleaming with skepticism. She leaned an elbow against the polished wood, giving the recruits an unimpressed once-over. Humph. You two don't look like the kind that can afford quality gear, so unless you're here to clean the dust off my shelves, don't waste my time. Marcus exhaled, putting on his best diplomatic smile. All right, let's start over. My friend and I were hoping to buy the gauntlets over there. The shopkeeper glanced at the container holding the gauntlets. Not happening. Marcus frowned. And why not? They're part of a set, she said matter-of-factly. I sell you the gauntlets, and I'm stuck with the rest of the armor. That means I have to spend extra time reforging another pair just to make the whole thing sellable again. Come on, give us a break, Marcus tried. We're first and second-rate recruits. The shopkeeper scoffed. You think just 'cause you're first rate, I'll throw in a discount? These ain't charity gloves, boy. Cedric, ever the intellectual, stepped forward with a confident grin. But they're not gonna sell just sitting there either. Let's talk numbers. Marcus folded his arms, leaning slightly against the counter, watching as Cedric effortlessly switched into merchant mode, a skill honed from years of bartering goods on his family's farm. Cedric tilted his head. They're kinda outdated, right? Not a lot of recruits use full sets of armor in combat. The dwarf scoffed. That just means they're exclusive. Exclusive to who? Cedric countered smoothly, gesturing around the shop. The few nobles who already own ornate, and let's be honest, better quality gear. We're the only two people in the whole academy who could benefit from those gauntlets. You've had these sitting here for how long? No one's picking them up. Marcus hid his smirk as Cedric leaned in, tapping the counter. Let's say you take the armor set apart. Suddenly, people can buy the individual pieces and boom. You're selling faster. I'm doing you a favor by taking these off your hands. The shopkeeper narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Cedric. Her fingers drummed against the counter before she let out a deep sigh. Fine, just the gauntlets, no armor set. She gave Cedric a sharp look, then glanced at his merit counter. But you still can't afford them. Marcus stepped forward and dropped his merit counter onto the counter. The shopkeeper barely glanced at it before nodding. The transaction was finalized. Cedric's jaw practically hit the floor. Dude, that was all your merits. Marcus smirked. I'd be a poor coach if I didn't get you a proper set of gauntlets. Cedric opened his mouth to argue, but the words never came. Instead, he looked down at the gauntlets in his hands, turning them over, his fingers tracing the engravings. He let out a slow breath, his voice quieter when he finally spoke again. Well, you're definitely poorer now, but I'll pay you back. Marcus chuckled. Pay me back by making it out of the dungeon intact. As they turned to leave, something caught Marcus's eye. Two small, wicked-looking contraptions gleamed under the manor lamps, a pair of retractable assassin's blades. His mind immediately started working. Cedric's punches are fast, but they still lack weight. What if... He turned back to the shopkeeper. How much to fit these into the gauntlets? The dwarf snorted, waving him off. Boy, that's a full custom job. You're broke now anyway. Marcus turned to Cedric. How many merits do you have left? Cedric checked. He had just enough to buy the blades, but not enough to have them fitted in. His eyes lit up. He realized Marcus's plan. Cedric, grinning. So, how exactly do we attach 'em? Marcus smirked, turning toward the door. I know a guy. Chapter 1. 159. Modified Gear. Marcus and Cedric made their way back to where Plog and Largy were discussing training drills, their conversation full of loud grumbling and exaggerated gestures. The two dwarves were deep in debate over the best way to prepare for the delve when Marcus interrupted. We need a favor, Marcus said, holding up Cedric's new gauntlets along with the retractable blades. Can you fit these together? Plog squinted at the items in Marcus's hands, then immediately scowled. Just because we're dwarves, you think we want to forge for you for free? Largy chuckled, slapping a hand against Plog's chest. Calm down, friend. This one's different from the other humans. He turned to Marcus with an amused glint in his eye. But still, you're asking for some tedious work. What's in it for us? Marcus didn't hesitate. It's not for free. Think of it as an investment in your own survival. Cedric is still learning to fight, and if you want him to hold his own in the dungeon, he needs this upgrade. You're not just helping him. You're helping your own team. Largy stroked his beard thoughtfully, already considering the task. No need to explain further. Of course, we'll do it. Then he frowned. But it's not a quick job. Proper fitting, balancing, and rune engraving. It'll take at least a day to do it right. Plog threw up his hands in frustration. A day? That's gonna cut into training time. His bushy eyebrows furrowed as he shot Marcus a glare. Marcus smirked, already prepared for the pushback. A great man once said, if I had 1 hour to solve a problem, I would spend 55 minutes thinking about the problem, and 5 minutes thinking about solutions. Doing this now will save you those 5 minutes when it actually matters. Cedric raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms. Another bit of wisdom I haven't heard before. Seriously, where do you get this stuff? Marcus waved him off. Just something I picked up. Plog huffed, folding his arms. All right, fine, I get it. We'll do it. But you're helping. He pointed a thick finger at Marcus and Cedric, making it clear that this wasn't going to be an easy favor. Marcus grinned. Wouldn't have it any other way. Largy stretched his shoulders. Then let's not waste time. There's an unused forge on the far side of the academy. Not as busy, which means we won't have people breathing down our necks. The group gathered the equipment and set off toward the forge, the weight of preparation settling over them. The night ahead would be long, full of sweat, sparks, and careful craftsmanship. But when it was done, Cedric would walk into the delve with a weapon uniquely his own. The forge's heat wrapped around them the moment they entered, the scent of burning coal and metal thick in the air. The academy's forge room was vast and well-equipped, its enchanted anvils glowing faintly with embedded runes. The large bellows hummed with stored magic, waiting to be unleashed into the flames. Plog and Largy took one look around and whistled low. Damn, Plog muttered, running a hand over a polished anvil. The academy must have consulted the best smiths in Hollowmere before building this. Largy nodded in agreement, his fingers tracing over the perfectly etched runes along the forge's edges. These are even better than the ones back home. Marcus smirked. I take it that means you're impressed. Largy chuckled. Aye, but don't let it go to your head. Plog grunted. All right, what exactly do you need done? Marcus gestured to Cedric's new gauntlets and the pair of assassin's blades. We need these fitted together. I want them retractable, but sturdy enough that they don't break under impact. Plog and Largy wasted no time. They laid the gauntlets and blades on the work table, inspecting them with practiced eyes. Largy turned the gauntlets over, studying the engraved runes. We'll need to mold the base plates to fit the extra mechanisms. These blades weren't made for impact fighting. They're meant for stealth, quick kills. If we reinforce them with a kinetic dampening rune, they won't snap when Cedric lands a blow. Plog nodded. And we'll need to adjust the gauntlet's wrist guards to house the retraction mechanism without restricting movement. Otherwise, he won't be able to throw a proper strike. Largy stroked his beard. We could use mana-threaded wiring to connect the retraction system to the knuckles, allowing for... Marcus raised a hand. Guys? We don't follow. Plog groaned. You. He pointed at Marcus. Start bringing the forges to temp, and you... He pointed at Cedric. Sit over there. We need to measure you up. We'll have to adjust the gauntlets to fit properly with the new modifications. Cedric frowned as Largy began wrapping measuring tape around his wrists. Too right. Largy grinned. Calm down, farm boy. The forge roared to life as Marcus pumped the enchanted bellows, heating the coals until they glowed a deep, molten orange. Sparks flared into the air as Plog began hammering metal, reshaping the wrist guards to accommodate the blades. Largy turned, rubbing his chin. Slight problem. These runes require mana. All of us here use Kai. Marcus hesitated. Actually, I'm a mana fighter. Silence. Plog, Largy, and, most noticeably, Cedric all stared at him. Largy tilted his head. Strange. I saw your performance during the exam. Could have sworn you were a Kai user. Cedric squinted at Marcus. Your strength stat is unnaturally high for a human. Marcus felt a bead of sweat roll down his temple. If they found out about his true magic, that Kai, Psyche, and Mana were merged perfectly into his body, things would get complicated. He shrugged. I'm a spell fist, kind of like a spell blade. Shouldn't we be focusing on the job at hand? Plog eyed him for another second before shaking his head. Fine, whatever. If you can channel mana, we have everything we need. Let's get started. The next few hours were a mix of technical work, frustration, and near disasters. At one point, Plog nearly dropped a pair of scorching hot tongs directly onto Cedric's lap. Plog! Relax. Dwarves are resistant to heat. I'm not a dwarf. Oh, yeah, my bad. Largy got so engrossed in etching runes that he almost forgot to let the metal cool before handling it. I swear you two are trying to kill me, Cedric groaned. Marcus, despite his best efforts, wasn't much help when it came to smithing. "Pump the bellows slower, you're overfeeding the flames," Plog barked. Marcus frowned. "I thought hotter was better." "This isn't a campfire, genius." Eventually, though, the modifications took shape. The retractable blades were seamlessly integrated into the gauntlets, their housings reinforced with shock absorption runes. When retracted, they disappeared almost entirely into the metal, leaving only the faintest seam to indicate their presence. Largy wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Now for the last step," he gestured toward Marcus. "Come here, lad. Pour your mana into the runes." Marcus hesitated. He had no idea what his true magic would do to the gauntlets. Plog noticed. "Calm down. This part is simple. Focus your hands over the runes and just channel your mana into them." Marcus exhaled slowly. "Here goes nothing." He extended his hands, focusing. He tried his best to unweave his mana from his Kai and Psyker. The runes began to glow, their light intensifying as the gauntlets absorbed something more. Plog squinted, muttering, "Oi, something ain't right." Before anyone could react, a violent surge of power rippled through the forge, sending shockwaves outward. The gauntlets crackled with a strange power, then the entire forge exploded with light. A pulse of unnatural energy surged through the room, sending all four of them flying backward. Marcus crashed into a pile of unused ore. Cedric tumbled over a workbench, cursing loudly. Plog and Largy hit the ground with a heavy thud, smoke rising from their singed beards. For a second, no one moved. Then Cedric groaned. "Marcus, what the hell did you just do?" Marcus coughed, waving away the dust. I think I overcharged it." Plog sat up, rubbing his head. "No, really? I never would have guessed." Largy, still lying on his back, muttered, "Well, at least they look impressive." All eyes turned to the gauntlets. The smoke cleared, and on the forge table lay Cedric's gauntlets. No longer the deep, matte obsidian they once were. Instead, their surface shimmered like liquid gold, catching the dim forge light in a way that made them seem almost alive. Cedric blinked. Those were black before, right?" Plog rubbed his beard, his eyes narrowed. "Lad, what exactly did you channel into them?" Marcus exhaled sharply. "That might be a problem." Chapter 160. Another Power Beyond Terra. The forge was silent. Not the comfortable kind of silence, but the charged, heavy kind that signaled something unnatural had just occurred. The golden sheen of Cedric's new gauntlets caught the dim glow of the embers, reflecting an eerie, pulsing light, almost like a heartbeat. Largy, Plog, and Cedric stared at them, their expressions caught somewhere between awe and suspicion. Cedric flexed his fingers in anticipation. He imagined feeling the gauntlets conform perfectly to his grip. "They look powerful," he muttered, almost reverently. Then he looked at Marcus. "Should I try them on?" Marcus barely registered the question. He had already triggered Inspect. Item, Guardian of the Protector, unique. Blessing, unlocked potential. Triggers when the user or their party is in peril. For 20 seconds, the user will achieve the pinnacle of their potential power. Cooldown, 7 days. Passive effects, plus 30 strength, plus 30 luck while in dungeons. Mithril durability. Marcus's breath caught. Can true magic grant system blessings? His mind raced as he reread the passive effects. The stat boosts alone are perfect for Cedric, but pinnacle of potential power. What does that even mean? His fingers twitched, itching to analyze further, but he quickly dismissed the inspect screen before anyone noticed his blank stare. Marcus turned to Cedric and forced a casual nod. "Yeah, try them on." Cedric slid his hands into the gauntlets. The moment they locked into place, the runes along the wrist guards flared briefly, sending a tingling sensation up his arms. "These fit perfectly," he muttered, twisting his wrists to admire the craftsmanship. "These must be mithril, at least." Marcus blinked. Cedric had felt the metal and determined its composition just by touch. His intelligence was too good for just a farmhand. Largy took a step closer to Marcus, lowering his voice. "You don't have to tell me what that was," he muttered, "but I know that wasn't mana." Marcus stiffened. It felt strange, Largy continued, his eyes narrowing. It felt like everything. Marcus didn't respond. Both of them glanced toward Plog and Cedric, who were still marveling over the gauntlets. Largy exhaled through his nose. I won't say anything to anyone, but if you're hoarding some kind of unnatural power... His voice dropped to a whisper. Don't let this academy take it. Marcus met his gaze evenly. He had no intention of letting the darkened suns get their hands on his true magic. Way ahead of you. Meanwhile, Cedric had started shadowboxing, throwing a few practice punches. His excitement was growing by the second. He turned to Marcus, grinning. These things need a real test. Marcus smirked. Let's give 'em one. The group made their way to the combat and weapons training hall. Due to classes being cancelled in anticipation for the upcoming delve, the training hall was eerily empty, its vast space silent except for the distant hum of mana-infused barriers. Marcus scanned the room. All right, with classes cancelled, we've got this place to ourselves. Everything here is built to handle serious damage. So said, go all out. Plog smirked as he dropped a massive stone pillar in the middle of the hall with a loud thud. Start with this. Cedric whistled, eyeing the sheer size of the pillar. That's a big rock. Plog patted it. Hit it with everything you got. All right, my straight punch is good, but an uppercut might have more power, if I use my hips. Marcus stepped beside Cedric, watching him in confusion. Your right hook, Marcus said, interrupting his friend's indecisive muttering. Cedric exhaled, rolling his shoulders before stepping into a novice-like stance. He tightened his core, planted his feet, then swung. The moment his fist connected, the entire pillar shattered, crumbling into dust. Silence. Then, Plog staggered back, his jaw nearly unhinged. What in the... Largy ran a hand through his beard. That wasn't normal. Marcus crossed his arms, already breaking it down. Cedric hadn't just broken the stone, he'd obliterated it. The gauntlets weren't just enhancing his punches, they were amplifying them, unlocking raw potential he didn't even know he had. Plog, still reeling, rubbed his chin. No way we forged something that strong. Those gauntlets were steel rank at best. His eyes flickered toward Marcus. It has to be the mana. Just how potent is your mana, kid? Marcus kept his expression neutral. You tell me. Cedric, meanwhile, grinned like a madman. I'm definitely surviving the dungeon with these. A loud yawn echoed from the entrance. What in the seven hells is all this racket? Gorith's deep voice rumbled as he stumbled into the hall, rubbing his eyes. The group turned toward him. Marcus raised an eyebrow. Were you sleeping in here? Gorith waved him off. Don't worry about it. He squinted at the dust cloud that had once been a stone pillar. I knew you'd show up here. Got to train before a big delve, right? Marcus smirked. Right. Cedric stepped forward eagerly, holding up his gauntlets. Check these out, instructor. Largy, Plog, and Marcus helped me modify 'em. Gorith lifted a gauntlet to eye level, taking Cedric with it. Gorith examined it with a practiced eye. Huh. Solid craftsmanship. He twisted the gauntlet in his hand, and Cedric rotated in tow. Gorith tapped the knuckles of the gauntlet with his other hand, activating the hidden blade, watching it slide out effortlessly. Nice. You even added damping runes. Good thinking. Cedric grinned. They're a beast, sir. Can I get down now? Gorith nodded approvingly. Sorry, pup. Gorith released the gauntlet, dropping Cedric unceremoniously to the training hall floor. Ow. You could have let me take them off first. I said sorry, but you've got a damn fine weapon. Gorith turned to Marcus. Speaking of upgrades. He reached into his bag of holding and pulled out something small and mechanical, setting it up on a nearby stand. Largy, Plog, and Cedric stared at the strange contraption. Marcus, however, immediately smirked. Oh, I know what this is. Gorith grinned. Told you I'd figure out how to make your style better. He gestured to the device. Made this with increasing your speed in mind. Don't know what to call it yet. Marcus chuckled. Gorith was truly a master of all things combat. The instructor had unwittingly created a little piece of his past life. I have a name for it, Marcus said. He took a step forward. How about the double-end bag? Chapter 1. 161. Breaking limits. The rhythmic thumping of Marcus's fists colliding with the double-end bag echoed throughout the empty training hall. The bag rebounded rapidly, swinging unpredictably, but Marcus remained locked in, his body flowing like water, his strikes landing with pinpoint accuracy. His footwork adjusted instinctively, weaving between the bag's erratic swings without breaking rhythm. Gorath, arms crossed, watched the display with a mix of intrigue and amusement. "You know," he muttered, tilting his head, "I was going to explain how this thing works, but you seem to know already." Marcus shrugged mid-combo, adjusting his tempo effortlessly. "It's instinctual." That was the best excuse he could come up with. In reality, this was basic training for any boxer back on Earth, but Gorath didn't need to know that. The instructor smirked. Not bad. Deciding to push him, Gorath twisted the enchanted dial near the base of the device. The bag's movements became faster, the rebound force increasing sharply. Marcus adjusted without hesitation, his reflexes keeping up with the increasing pace. Another twist. The bag became faster. Marcus narrowed his eyes, focusing. His strikes turned sharper, his reactions more precise. He was in the zone, every motion refined through years of experience. Gorath grunted approvingly, but wasn't done testing him yet. With a final twist of the dial, the bag's movement became lethal. A blur, a snap. Then, without warning, the bag shot back at Marcus like a bullet. Marcus barely weaved out of the way in time. He stopped, breath-controlled but his mind racing. "What the hell was that speed?" he muttered, eyes locked on the still swaying bag. Gorath scratched his chin nonchalantly. "This thing can reach speeds up to 5,000 miles an hour. If I can figure out a material that won't burst into flames, I think I can make it faster." Marcus let out a low whistle. "Damn." Gorath grinned. "You're damn fast, but this thing's a different beast. If you can keep up with it, maybe, just maybe, you'll finally be a half-decent fighter." Marcus chuckled, shaking out his arms. "Appreciate the vote of confidence, Gorath." "Anytime, pup." Despite the teasing, Marcus knew this was a goldmine. If he kept training with this, his reaction time would hit entirely new levels. With the delve looming, every advantage mattered. Marcus nearly lost track of time. He barely remembered he needed to meet up with his assigned team. Stuffing the double-end bag into his bag of holding, he waved to Plog, Largy, and Cedric. The three returned the wave, and with that, Marcus hurried off toward the first-rate dorms. Waiting for him were Dinlari of House Ulthar and Altheon Lestherin. Dinlari, arms crossed, was already fuming. "You're late." Altheon barely spared him a glance, his tone flat and disapproving. "Chush, wasting time before an important operation. How typical." Marcus grinned, unbothered. "Relax, I'm here now." Dinlari scoffed. Altheon simply sighed, rubbing his temples. "Fine," Altheon said, shifting his stance. "We're discussing our strengths and weaknesses. I'll go first." He took a step forward, his posture refined and effortless. "My spells are powerful. I specialize in area of effect destruction magic and possess the rare ability to debuff opponents. However," he adjusted his gloves, "the complexity of my incantations means my spells take considerable time to cast." Dinlari snorted, arms still folded. "To be expected from a lesser noble." Altheon turned to her, utterly indifferent. "Ah yes, House Ulthar, a family that no longer even holds a seat at the High Council's table. I suppose I should expect nothing but pettiness from the remnants of a fallen name." Marcus let out a sharp laugh. "Damn, you burned her, bro." Dinlari's confidence wavered, her head lowering slightly. Marcus, still grinning, shook his head. "Guess I'll go next while you figure out how to talk to people, Dinlari." She didn't respond. Marcus stretched his arms, keeping his explanation vague. "I'm a spell fist. Think of it like a spell blade, but instead of enchanting weapons, I enhance myself. I can deal serious damage, especially against high-level opponents. But like spell blades, my mana drains quickly." Altheon nodded, his expression turning thoughtful. "Good, a frontline damage dealer with self-enhancement. That's useful." Dinlari finally spoke, straightening her posture. "I come from a lineage of duelists. I specialize in Kai combat, allowing me to enhance my speed and strength exponentially in battle. Altheon smirked. How basic. No wonder House Ulthar has fallen. Dinlari clenched her fists. You! Marcus doubled over, laughing. Ha! Burned her again. Man, Altheon, you really don't hold back, do you? He lifted his hand for a high five. Altheon blinked. What are you doing? Marcus kept his hand raised. It's called a high five. It's a gesture of celebration. Altheon hesitated, then awkwardly lifted his hand. Marcus closed the distance, completing the high five. Altheon frowned, then, almost imperceptibly, smiled. Strange. But interesting. I look forward to doing this again once we have conquered the dungeon. Marcus grinned. Now you're getting it. His gaze flicked to Dinlari. She still had her head down, shame rolling off of her. Listen, Dinlari, Marcus said, his tone serious but not unkind. I get it. You're still trying to hold on to your old status, but acting like you're above everyone won't help you here. This academy doesn't care about where you came from. Ease up on the snobbery and let's actually work together. Altheon nodded. Your pride is meaningless in the face of real combat. Dinlari let out a slow breath, tension slowly leaving her shoulders. Finally she muttered, I apologize. Marcus smirked. See, that wasn't so hard. She shot him a glare but didn't argue. The tension had eased slightly. All right, she said, straightening up. Let's prepare properly then. Altheon adjusted his gloves. We should conduct synergy exercises. If we're going to work as a unit, we need to learn how to complement each other's strengths. Marcus clapped his hands together. Sounds good to me. Let's get to it. The team was starting to fall into place. Now it was time to turn them into something deadly. Chapter 162. The Observer's Demand. The Academy's training yard thrummed with activity. Recruits darted between stations, some drilling in tight-knit formations, others hammering away at magically reinforced dummies that shimmered with each strike. The air crackled with intensity, sweat, and a sense of anticipation for the looming delve. Marcus leaned, hands on knees near one of the stations, observing Dinlari perfect her stance before striking another dummy. Altheon stood nearby, wiping his brow and muttering about elves never sweating this much. The trio had been kicking around ideas for their formations, half strategy, half banter, when the atmosphere shifted. It wasn't a sudden noise or gust of wind, but something deeper, more primal, like the moment a deer senses a wolf's presence. If you could have stopped me, you would have. A strong human voice echoed through the courtyard. Heads turned. Conversation died. In an instant, the yard fell silent. From the Academy's main corridor emerged a tall, broad-shouldered man, wearing a combat coat so sharply tailored it looked forged rather than sewn. He walked with deliberate certainty, like a blade sliding into its sheath. A group of officials trailed him, their faces tinged with annoyance and something more difficult to pin down. Desmoin Heller. Marcus recognized that voice. It belonged to the human noble who had once questioned his origins. What's he doing here? Desmond carried himself as though he owned every inch of ground beneath his boots. Who's that? Altheon muttered, eyes narrowing. Dinlari lowered her weapon, frowning. He's a human noble from Astoria, probably here just to stir up trouble. Marcus said nothing, tracking Desmoin's path across the yard. The noble didn't so much as glance at the officials hurrying behind him. Instead, he scanned the gathered recruits, quick, methodical, as if taking an inventory of each face. Then Marcus felt it, a ripple of aura close by. He turned to look at Saloth Arroyo. Typically unflappable, the stoic Arroyo stood rigid. The faint glow of his blue and red tattoos had dulled to a lifeless sheen. His hands hung at his sides, fingers flexing like he couldn't decide whether to clench them. Marcus raised an eyebrow. Does Arroyo know him? Arroyo's gaze locked on Desmoin. For the first time since Marcus had met him, there was something raw in those cold eyes, an emotion poised between awe and dread. Marcus's thoughts churned, recalling how Stem once explained that dark-skinned humans were rare, often the product of magical ancestry or intermingling between humans and merfolk. Magical ancestry, he repeated silently, the words echoing through his mind. Desmond halted in the center of the yard and turned to face the cluster of officials. His voice cut through the silence like polished steel. "Let's keep this short," he announced, snapping Marcus back to the moment. "I'm joining the delve." The stunned quiet only lasted a heartbeat before the yard erupted in whispers. "What does he mean, joining? Is that even allowed? Who is this guy?" One of the officials, an older instructor wearing sun sigils on his robes, stepped forward, clearing his throat. "Sir Heller, with all due respect to your station, the delve is an academy affair. Outsiders aren't—" Desmond tilted his head, fixing the man with a cool, dismissive stare. "The Sun's Liquid Academy wouldn't exist if not for my family's magical innovations," he said flatly. "I'm not asking," he continued, voice calm but unyielding. "I will be there. Complain to whomever you please afterward." The instructor's mouth opened, then snapped shut. The other officials exchanged uneasy glances. Marcus almost smirked. Desmond clearly held enough clout to make everyone here uneasy. A brittle silence stretched out before the instructor nodded stiffly. "We'll take it up with the Guidance Council." Desmond's lips curved into the faintest of smiles, a look that said he'd already won. An excellent plan. Marcus's attention slid back to Arroyo. The man hadn't budged, jaw tight, fingers still twitching. Then Desmond turned, his gaze locked with Marcus's, and the air seemed to hum with tension. "Saleuth," Desmond greeted, his tone mellowing just enough to sound personal. Arroyo's shoulders tensed further, if that was even possible. He dipped his head in the subtlest of acknowledgments. "Desmond," he said, voice quieter than Marcus had ever heard. "Didn't know you were coming." Desmond stepped closer, his boots scuffing the dirt. "Of course I'd come see one of my favorites perform." He studied Arroyo like a craftsman appraising his finest work. "Look at you, grown up, walking, talking. And from what I hear, your performance so far has been outstanding." Arroyo's fingers twitched again, more sharply this time. There was something pointed in the way Desmond said, "grown up," something that hinted at a history going deeper than mere mentorship. They must go way back, Marcus thought, mind racing to connect the dots. Desmond's gaze shifted to Marcus. Arroyo stayed quiet, staring somewhere beneath Desmond's chin. Marcus pieced it together anyway. Arroyo's precision in battle, his near-mechanical grace, his unwavering focus. Except now. Desmond wasn't just a figure from the past. He was likely the shaper of Arroyo's power. As Desmond approached him, Marcus felt the need to tread carefully. The noble offered a calculating smile that made Marcus instinctively want to check for missing coin. "Marcus Elder," Desmond said, as though he'd anticipated this moment. Marcus didn't look away. "How's it been?" Desmond took a slow step closer, his eyes narrowing slightly, not hostile but probing. "I've been keeping an eye on you since our talk in Xenor." A chill prickled at Marcus's spine, though he masked it well. "Oh? I'm flattered." "You should be." Desmond's smirk held firm. A kid with no past, no trace, suddenly appearing out of a dungeon in orc territory no less. "You've been making waves. How are you still alive?" Marcus shrugged lightly. "Maybe I'm lucky." Desmond's chuckle was bone dry. "Luck doesn't take down Thane Vulgaris." Marcus felt his stomach tense, but kept his expression neutral. "Luck doesn't sway elven tradition," Desmond continued, "and it certainly doesn't let you walk away from a broken dungeon unscathed." Marcus's thoughts spun. How closely has he been watching me, he wondered. No one was around when Vera and I stepped through that portal. "Around you," Desmond pressed, "dungeon anomalies seem to pile up like flies on a corpse. Just 1 year, and your name's tied to half of them. Some coincidence, don't you think?" Marcus forced a grin. "Maybe I attract trouble." A flicker of something, triumph, danced in Desmond's eyes. Attract, cause, it's all a matter of perspective. Not a whisper broke the hush that had fallen over the courtyard. Marcus sensed the enormity of Desmond's implications. He wasn't simply fishing for information, he was closing in on whatever truth he suspected. Before Marcus could respond, Desmond spun on his heel, coat flaring behind him. "Enjoy your training," he said over his shoulder, already striding away toward the officials. He paused near Arroyo, leaning in just enough to whisper, "Play nice for now." Presumably meant only for Arroyo's ears, but Marcus caught it too. Then he was gone, vanishing into the corridor like he hadn't just upended the academy in one fell swoop. Marcus watched Desmoines' retreating form, mind churning. Too much knowledge, too much sway. This man wasn't a mere noble. He was a player, and Marcus felt as though he'd just been placed on Desmoines' board. He glanced at Arroyo. The man remained rooted, fists clenched, tattoos dark and lifeless. The stony mask he always wore had cracked. Something flickered behind his eyes, fear, maybe, or echoes of the past. "Old friend of yours?" Marcus asked, nudging him gently. Arroyo jerked away, knocking Marcus's arm aside. "Mind your business," he growled. Marcus let it go for now, but one truth was inescapable. Whatever Desmoine Heller intended, it wasn't just the delve he was after. And whatever hold he had on Arroyo, that was the real mystery. Chapter 1. 163. The Curtain Rises. The Liquid Academy was alive with a meticulously orchestrated display of discipline and power. Rows of recruits sparred in tight formations, their attacks crisp, their movements refined, far too synchronized to be anything but a performance. With 3 days until the delve, the training yard, usually chaotic and full of shouting instructors, had been transformed into a carefully curated spectacle. Above, on the observation balconies, high-ranking officials and foreign dignitaries watched with keen eyes. The first wave of representatives from the nations and factions had begun to arrive, each vying for a glimpse at the Academy's greatest achievements. A dozen voices murmured in low tones, some analyzing the Academy's fighting styles, others critiquing its methodology. They weren't just here to observe, they were here to judge. Marcus moved through the yard, subtly dodging instructors who were too eager to pull him into demonstrations. He had no interest in playing the Academy's golden boy today. As he maneuvered through the field, he felt it, an unmistakable presence entering the scene. His eyes flicked up to the main balcony. Moran, the Prime Minister of New York, had arrived. Draped in his signature crimson coat, Moran walked with the unmistakable weight of authority. His gaze swept across the recruits and instructors, keen and measuring. Then, for just a moment, he spotted Marcus. Their eyes met across the courtyard. Moran's usual sharp expression softened, if only slightly. There was a glint of familiarity, of something bordering on pride. Marcus didn't react outwardly, just a slight tilt of the head, a silent acknowledgement. But that fleeting moment was enough. From the sidelines, Ralkar saw it. The serpent's slitted pupils followed the brief exchange, suspicion flaring in his golden eyes. His gaze then flicked toward Ragn, who was standing near one of the training pits, overseeing a group of recruits. Ragn, ever the infiltrator, seemed wholly engrossed in his work. Marcus inwardly smirked. Right on cue. Moran's slow approach toward the training grounds was deliberate, his aura radiating an air of authority. However, as soon as his eyes landed on Ragn, his entire demeanor shifted. From warmth to disgust. A sneer curled his lips. "Well, well," Moran drawled, his voice cutting through the training yard. "I thought I smelled treachery." The yard fell silent. Ragn turned, his face an unreadable mask, then twisted into a smirk as he saw Moran. "Prime Minister," Ragn greeted, voice dripping with sarcasm. "To what do I owe the pleasure?" Moran's aura flared. A heavy weight crashed over the yard, commanding, oppressive. Recruits nearby staggered, some instinctively lowering their stances as though preparing for a fight. Marcus forced himself to stand casually, unaffected, though inside he was intrigued. Moran's aura wasn't just strong, it was refined, like a masterfully honed blade. Moran's sneer deepened. "Tell me, Ragn, how long did it take for you to sell yourself to these vermin?" His tone was laced with venom, carrying the bitterness of betrayal. Ragn's smirk widened. "Sell myself." He spread his arms, looking delighted. "Oh, Moran, I didn't sell anything. If anything, working here is a promotion." Moran's nostrils flared. "You were my spy master. You served New York, not this twisted cult." Ragn chuckled, shaking his head. "Served? Miran, I don't serve anyone. And honestly, this place appreciates me more than you ever did. You always had me crawling in shadows. At least here, I get to watch the sunrise. Miran's aura spiked, and before anyone could react, he struck. A blur of movement. Miran's fist slammed into Ragan's gut. The force sent the former spymaster staggering back, his boots skidding against the dirt. Gasps rippled through the assembled recruits and instructors. Ralkar's eyes narrowed, his tail twitching. Other instructors immediately moved, stepping between Miran and Ragan, hands hovering near their weapons. Ragan clutched his stomach, doubling over with a grunt. He coughed, spitting to the side, before glancing up with a lopsided grin. Touchy, Ragan wheezed, still smirking despite the clear pain in his voice. Miran loomed over him, his aura still sharp and unwavering. Traitors deserve worse. Ralkar rushed to separate the two orcs. Then, in a perfectly measured tone, he said, "You may not like Ragan's decision to join us, but violence against Academy staff is not tolerated." Ragan rolled his shoulders, still acting as if shaking off the hit. "So unless you'd like to be escorted out by the very people you're here to impress, I suggest you leave." The tension in the air spiked. For a moment it seemed Miran might strike again. His eyes burned with raw contempt. But then, Miran exhaled sharply, dramatically throwing his cloak back. He scoffed, shaking his head in mock disappointment. "You disgust me." He turned sharply, cloak billowing, as he stormed toward the Academy officials. "This conversation isn't over," he growled before giving Marcus a hidden, knowing look. The instructors relaxed slightly, stepping back. As Ragan was escorted away, he too shot Marcus a subtle look. A knowing wink. Marcus barely held back a grin. He couldn't have scripted it better himself. I'm sure Ralkar won't doubt Ragan's loyalty after that performance. The tension from Miran and Ragan's performance still lingered in the training yard, thick like the fading embers of a dying fire. Recruits muttered amongst themselves, sneaking glances at where the Prime Minister had vanished, and where Ragan had been escorted away. Marcus, arms still crossed, allowed himself a small smirk. Damn, that was some show. But the moment was short-lived. A sharp, authoritative snap of fingers rang through the air, silencing the murmurs instantly. Ralkar, the serpent instructor, stood near the training pit, his golden eyes gleaming with authority, his forked tongue flicking as if tasting the air. His tail coiled slightly, a subtle but unmistakable sign of irritation. Enough gawking. His voice, though smooth, carried an unmistakable weight of command. "Recruits, fall in." The Academy yard shifted at once. Bodies moved, posture straightened, and idle conversations died under the suffocating presence of the command. Even Marcus, despite his usual resistance to being ordered around, found himself instinctively straightening. Ralkar's gaze swept over them, pausing briefly on Marcus before flicking toward the observation balconies, where more foreign dignitaries were beginning to gather. "The first of the world leaders have arrived," he announced. His voice carried easily, sharp and unwavering. "And the darkened suns will not appear weak before them." The recruits stood motionless, absorbing the weight of the words. "You will present yourselves accordingly." Ralkar's tail flicked again. Effective immediately, all recruits are to don their formal academy attire. A ripple of unease passed through the crowd. Marcus barely resisted rolling his eyes. Formal attire, really? Cedric, standing a few feet away, leaned in and muttered, "I hate these speeches." Marcus smirked. "Wait till you see the outfits." Ralkar ignored them, continuing, "These leaders come not just as spectators, but as judges. They will assess your worth, your discipline, and your potential as the future of warfare." His golden eyes gleamed dangerously. "Disappoint them, and you disappoint the suns." Silence, then a clipped nod. "You have 10 minutes, dismissed." The training yard erupted into movement. Chapter 1, 164, Proving Grounds. The Liquid Academy had undergone a stark transformation. Gone were the rows of sparring recruits and training dummies, replaced by an atmosphere of rigid decorum. Grand banners of black and gold bearing the sigil of the darkened suns hung from towering marble columns, and the central chamber, usually reserved for large-scale strategy lectures, had been converted into a grand council hall. All first- and second-rate recruits were ordered to attend. Supposedly, this was a perk of their rank, a front-row seat to the political forces shaping their futures. In truth, it was a show of power, a clear message from the Academy to the world that their methods worked and would soon be everywhere. The Darkened Suns were hosting the most influential figures on Terra. Marcus stood in a rigid line among the other first- and second-rate recruits, the stiff collar of his Academy-issued formal uniform chafing at his neck. The sheer weight of the gathering pressed down on him. He could feel the ripple of power as world leaders, monarchs, warlords, and envoys filed into the chamber to pass judgment on the Academy's mission. Near the center of the hall, poised like an emperor among generals, stood Ralkar. His golden eyes shone with satisfaction at the sight of the arriving dignitaries. He made no effort to hide his ambition. This was his stage, and they were the spectacle. Recruits all around Marcus murmured in hushed tones as they recognized the entering figures. "That's Miran, the Prime Minister of New York," someone whispered. "The King of Canindris. He actually came himself," another recruit muttered in disbelief. "No sign of Vulgaris," a noble-born youth sneered. "Guess he's still sulking after New York humiliated him." Marcus suppressed a smirk of his own. The King of Canindris, a lion-like beast-folk clad in multiple hides of powerful dungeon beasts, overheard the remark and let out a low chuckle. "Vulgaris is receiving retraining," he remarked casually, a note of dry contempt beneath the humor. "A Thane is meant to win his battles with steel, not with hired knives and clever lawyers. He's been reminded of that, rather thoroughly." Marcus's attention shifted to a lone figure in deep blue robes, standing apart from the human and beastfolk leaders. The merfolk envoy, High, Tidemaster Vasara, radiated an unsettling stillness, her webbed fingers folded neatly in front of her, and her aquamarine eyes quietly surveying the hall. Merfolk rarely involved themselves in land-based affairs, yet here she was. From the elven delegation stood only one representative, Philia Kelcrest, newly appointed to speak for the noble houses of Nyrene. Her posture was rigid, her expression frosty. The elves despised the Academy initiative, and for Philia it was deeply personal. The downfall of the Adventurers Guild was still fresh, and she had been forced to watch her entire world crumble. Sitting in the shadows was Espiron Hilmanar, leader of what little remained of that guild. Silent but imposing, his golden eyes scanned the room as though bracing for an unseen threat. Then came the Emperor of Astoria, surrounded by human nobles, with Des Moines Heller among them. If the Academy believed it could choreograph this summit, they had not accounted for him. A crackling tension filled the air as the dignitaries took their places in the elevated stands encircling the central floor. At Ralkar's signal, a senior Academy instructor stepped forward to open the summit. "The Liquid Academy stands at the forefront of progress in this new age," the instructor began, his voice echoing with practiced gravitas. "We have gathered you here not merely to witness our success, but to invite you to share in it. The first of many academies is already built. The only question is, will yours be next?" Miran scoffed loudly. "A bold declaration. I must have missed the part where the world agreed to your methods." A ripple of laughter spread among a few delegates. Miran had wasted no time pushing back. Des Moines Heller leaned forward, tapping his fingers idly against the table. "Tell me," he said, his tone deceptively light, "of these recruits, our children, how many do you estimate will die in this delve?" Silence gripped the chamber. Ralkar showed no sign of unease. Spreading his hands, he replied, "Progress carries risks, but we offer structure, discipline, and the chance to enter the dungeons again. The alternative is the chaos of adventurers running wild for centuries without proper oversight." Philia Kelcrest's voice sliced through the hush. The Adventurers Guild would disagree. Espiron Hilmanar spoke next, calmly but firmly. "We would. No amount of training or structure can fully prepare someone for what lurks in those depths. And that's more true now than ever. You can sharpen a blade, but you can't teach it to think." Ralkar's smile hardened. "Then perhaps your guild should have considered the consequences before allowing its adventurers to run unchecked." A loaded silence followed, thick with history. The elves exchanged solemn glances. The merfolk envoy remained impassive. The beastfolk king watched on, faint amusement flickering in his eyes. Miran seized the pause, exhaling a long breath. "So," the Prime Minister said, leaning back, "you want to expand, build your academies in our cities, and train our people your way. And if we refuse?" Ralkar didn't blink. "After these recruits prove that our methods work, you won't." Miran's eyes narrowed. "You seem certain, and if we do refuse? War? Or a slow, systematic takeover?" A faint smirk played on Ralkar's lips. "Neither. You misunderstand, Prime Minister. We don't force change, we show its necessity. Once your people see what these recruits, your own sons and daughters, can achieve, they won't ask for an academy in their lands." His smile deepened. "They will demand it." Des Moines Heller stood, and his voice cut the air like a blade. "The sons have overstepped at every turn. You built this academy without approval, acquired classified military technology to outfit it, and funneled our best prospects into it. Why should we trust an organization that acts first and never bothers asking permission?" The tension ratcheted higher. Ralkar remained composed. "Because, Lord Heller, if we had waited for permission, Terra would still be hiding behind barricades while the dungeons swallowed your lands one by one, and Astoria would still be destroying dungeons, helpless to stem the tide. Our way is the only way forward." Marcus scanned the room, reading reactions. Astoria's nobles seemed intrigued. Philia and Espiron bristled, their anger barely contained. Miran and the beastfolk king exchanged thoughtful looks, assessing the moment. Then High Tidemaster Visara spoke, her voice liquid and measured. "Are we to believe that sending untested recruits into corrupted dungeons is our best path? Will their lives be merely expendable in service to your progress?" Ralkar paused, as though this was the one question that actually challenged him. "You ask the wrong question, Tidemaster." He gestured at the assembled recruits. "The real question is whether they'll emerge as legends." A current of murmurs swept through the gathering. Miran regarded Ralkar carefully. "Or become another grim footnote in history." Marcus stood quietly, absorbing the tension as it spiked once more. He could only think, no matter how this ends, someone is about to be proven right. Ralkar exhaled softly, almost in pity. Change is always met with fear, but soon it will be undeniable. He turned to the recruits. In 3 days, they will walk into the abyss, and when they return, this little debate will be irrelevant. Chapter 1, 165, Unseen Patterns. Ralkar's voice resonated through the now repurposed council hall, and for a moment the echo seemed to linger in the vaulted ceilings. He had a knack for commanding attention, for shifting the tone of a room from stiff formality to orchestrated spectacle. "You have proven yourselves as Terra's finest," he declared, his tone poised and confident. "As such, you will be permitted, encouraged in fact, to mingle with our esteemed guests. Consider this an opportunity to learn from those who shape the world you will one day inherit." Marcus felt an involuntary shiver. He knew Ralkar's words were meant to be inspiring, but coming from him, it all felt like a performance carefully choreographed to showcase the Academy's might. This wasn't just a polite meet and greet between students and dignitaries. It was evidence of the Academy's growing reach. All around the chamber, clusters of recruits and delegates began to form, each group buzzing with hushed excitement. Marcus watched from the sidelines, content to remain a silent observer. For now. A sudden burst of awkward energy drew Marcus's attention to the Astorian delegation. Cedric was there, practically vibrating with excitement as he approached the Emperor himself. Marcus could almost feel Cedric's heart hammering from across the room. Cedric bowed deeply, his face reddening as he blurted out, "It's an honor, Your Majesty. Your Imperial Majesty. Or, is it just Majesty? I don't actually—" A faint, amused smile played on the Emperor's lips as he lifted a hand to silence the flustered recruit. "My boy, you may simply address me as Your Majesty. That will do." Cedric straightened at once, swallowing hard. He was clearly trying his best to maintain composure, but the awe on his face was plain. I've seen your reports. You've seen my progress reports, I mean. The Emperor chuckled softly. I have indeed. His voice was refined yet warm, like an uncle pleased with a favored nephew. I'm told you hail from a humble background. An Asturian farm, was it? To think a farmer has outshined some of our established noble houses. Cedric looked like he might burst from pride. Yes, Your Majesty, I started as a farmhand, but I trained. Well, a fellow recruit has been teaching me a new fighting style. Boxing. The Emperor's eyes gleamed with curiosity. I've heard mention of it. Fascinating name. You must show me what sets it apart from typical sword or spear combat, and introduce me to this recruit. Perhaps a demonstration, once this summit is complete. Cedric's grin stretched from ear to ear. It would be my honor, Your Majesty. Marcus shook his head in mild amusement. He couldn't blame Cedric for being starstruck. This was the Emperor of Astoria, after all, a leader revered and feared in equal measure. The fact that the Emperor spoke kindly to Cedric only stoked Cedric's pride further. If the recruit's excitement grew any more, Marcus thought, he might just float off the ground. While Cedric basked in attention, Arroyo slipped through the crowd as though he were made of mist. Every time Des Moines Heller so much as turned his head, Arroyo positioned himself behind a taller recruit or conveniently joined a group conversation just out of Des Moines' line of sight. The one time Des Moines did manage to glance in Arroyo's direction, a beastfolk dignitary conveniently pulled him aside to discuss some matter of trade routes, allowing Arroyo to vanish yet again. It was uncharacteristic behavior for someone usually so unflappable. Marcus frowned, wondering what was going through Arroyo's mind. He knew Des Moines Heller's presence clearly rattled his friend. But why? Across the hall, Marcus spotted Plog and Largy huddled beside a sprawling buffet table. Platters of roasted meats, fresh breads, and exotic fruits were arrayed in a tempting display. The two recruits had piled their plates impossibly high, showing not the slightest interest in the swirling political drama around them. They don't even have a Hollowmere delegate, Largy muttered around a mouthful of roasted warboar. Plog swiped at the gravy trickling down his chin with the sleeve of his formal attire. Their loss. They should have sent someone to try this. He reached for another platter, unconcerned that several dignitaries observed their feast with faint disapproval. Amused, Marcus let them be. Politics mattered little to them. The longer they stayed out of trouble and out of earshot of important conversations, the better for everyone. Nearby, Dinlari stood stiffly with her arms crossed, her gaze flicking toward Philia Kelcrest. She gave the new elven delegate only the briefest glance before turning away entirely. Marcus understood why. House Kelcrest had orchestrated the fall of House Ulthar, Dinlari's own lineage. Whatever bitterness she harbored went far beyond a mere grudge. Altheon, on the other hand, observed Philia with cautious interest. If one fallen house can rise, he murmured half to himself, perhaps another can as well. Philia ignored both of them. She was watching Marcus. He felt her approach before he saw her. There was a certain focused intensity in her steps. Elder, she greeted, her voice low and careful. Marcus gave a slight nod, raising an eyebrow. Philia. Her demeanor surprised him. Gone was the steely anger she usually directed at the academy. I trust you're adjusting well to this new world order. He let out a dry chuckle, as well as anyone can in a place like this. For the first time since he'd known her, Philia's expression softened. House Kelcrest owes you a debt, it seems. She paused, and Marcus noticed the flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. I do not forget debts, nor do I allow pride to blind me to those who shape history. The magnitude of that statement took a moment to sink in. Philia Kelcrest, acknowledging a debt to him. Marcus's mind flashed through memories, battles fought, alliances tested, and landed on Thalron, who had changed everything. Actually, Thalron did most of the shaping, he said quietly. Philia's lips curved into a small, reluctant smile. Perhaps. But you were there, and so your name is woven into the story. Marcus was still reeling at the sight of her smile, When Prime Minister Myran appeared by his side, gesturing for him to follow, Philia gave him a nod and stepped aside, her momentary softness reverting to a mask of calm neutrality. Myran led Marcus away from the lively crowd toward a quieter alcove where large pillars cast dramatic shadows across the marble floor. The air felt colder here, the murmur of conversation subdued by the hall's high arches. "Walk with me," Myran said simply. They paced side by side in tense silence for a few moments until the Prime Minister spoke again, this time with an edge to his voice. "Something has been bothering me since your confession in New York. We're on the eve of this next delve, and the details keep gnawing at me." Marcus let out a slow exhale. "If you have something to say it." Moran's eyes flicked to him, serious and unwavering. "It's about your dungeon experiences, Marcus. They haven't been normal." A chill skittered down Marcus's spine. "More specific, please." "Serious dungeon," Moran said, voice barely above a whisper. "You were trapped somewhere you should have leveled naturally, yet the system mocked you, deliberately halting your progress." Marcus felt his chest tighten. He remembered the frustration, the wrongness of that place, like the dungeon itself was alive and toying with him. "And then," Moran continued, "the boss rush dungeon." Marcus swallowed. Aslan, the god of that dungeon. It came out harsher than he intended. Memories of endless cycles of combat, with no clear way out, rushed back at him. "That place, it wanted to keep me fighting forever." Moran nodded grimly. "A force created to trap you in perpetual battle. Another dungeon that was anything but normal." Marcus clenched a fist. "I was lucky to escape." "There was also the Red Orc dungeon," Moran went on, crossing his arms. "From what you said, it nearly triggered a calamity capable of devastating entire regions. And you, yet again, survived." Marcus's breathing became shallow. He'd tried not to dwell on these experiences, but having them listed out in rapid succession made it impossible to ignore. Each of these dungeons was a puzzle piece he'd never quite fit together. "And lastly," Moran said, voice dropping even lower, "the one containing the Celestial." Marcus's heart pounded. He felt a sudden flash of memory. He'd stepped into a dungeon that should not have existed, discovered a power that changed the very nature of how dungeons worked. He'd never fully processed the implications of that day. And now Moran's words made it all too real. "Every dungeon you've entered," Moran pressed on, "has been an outlier, a twisted anomaly. The chance of one person stumbling into so many uniquely broken, catastrophic dungeons should be impossible." Marcus finished for him, his voice barely audible. He swore he could feel his blood turn to ice. Moran's eyes didn't leave Marcus's. "You see it now, don't you?" Marcus didn't answer. He didn't trust himself to speak. Instead, a horrifying certainty began to take shape in his mind. Whatever was behind these dungeons, whatever force kept skewing his path, was not finished. The Academy's new delve was on the horizon, and if these anomalies followed him here... He drew in a trembling breath. What if this delve is another anomaly? What if it's worse than all the others combined? Moran watched him in heavy silence. Despite his generally shrewd, almost abrasive personality, there was a note of genuine concern in his gaze. "You have to be ready," the Prime Minister said at last. "Ready for the possibility that what lies in that dungeon is far beyond normal, beyond what the Academy can control." Marcus forced himself to nod. Admitting this truth, even to himself, felt like stepping off a cliff's edge with no guarantee of a safe landing. He had gone through each of those harrowing experiences by sheer grit, with no real understanding of why they kept happening. Now he knew. Or at least he knew enough to realize that if the pattern continued, he might walk into a delve that could break the world. Another nightmare could walk free. The restructuring could be one delve away. With those unsettling thoughts circling his mind, Marcus could only stand in silence, the truth pressing down on him like a crushing weight. He had never felt more certain that the path ahead was neither safe nor simple. If anything, he'd just realized how little control he, and everyone else, truly had. Moran placed a hand on Marcus's shoulder, a rare gesture of reassurance. "Stay sharp," he warned quietly. "We're all counting on you to see what others can't." As Moran's footsteps receded back into the swirl of political chatter, Marcus closed his eyes for a moment, letting the enormity of his realization sink in. Dungeons had never been fair, never been predictable, but for him they were something else entirely. And that terrifying unknown awaited him in just 3 days. Chapter 1. 166. The Pressure Builds. The academy had tightened its grip on the recruits, movement was restricted, training regimens intensified, and distractions were eliminated. With only 2 days remaining until the delve, the air had changed. It felt heavier, pressing down on every recruit as the reality of their situation set in. This wasn't just an exam. It wasn't a trial run. This was survival. Marcus sat across from Cedric in their shared dorm, arms folded as he watched his friend fasten the straps of his newly modified gauntlets. The faint glow of the runes along the knuckles pulsed like a heartbeat. "You excited?" Marcus asked, his tone unreadable. Cedric grinned, flexing his fingers. "Are you kidding? This is it, Marcus. The moment we prove we're not just trainees anymore." Marcus studied his face carefully before exhaling. "You know I can't protect you in there, right?" The grin faltered, just slightly, before Cedric forced it back. "I don't need you to. We've been training for this. I've got Plog and Largy backing me up, and these gauntlets. I feel like I could break through a castle wall." Marcus leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "The gauntlets are powerful, but your real weapon has always been your mind. You're sharp, Ced. That's why you've survived so far. Trust your team, but trust yourself more. You can't afford to be reckless." Cedric met his gaze, something flickering behind his eyes. Understanding. Doubt. "I hear you," he said after a pause, "but we're both making it out, Marcus. Don't think otherwise." Marcus wanted to believe him. After Cedric left for the library to study monster classifications, Marcus made his way to the training halls, hoping to clear his head. But as he passed through one of the academy's side corridors, he heard them. "They're going to die in there, you know." Marcus slowed his steps. A group of lower-ranked recruits, likely 3rd through 6th rate, stood clustered near an observation deck, their backs turned to him. "The 1st and 2nd rates might think they're special," one of them scoffed, "but the delve isn't some academy trial. It's a real dungeon. A lot of them won't come back." A snicker. "Well, at least that'll give us a chance to rank up." Marcus stopped cold. The words dug into him like a blade. This wasn't just arrogance or ignorance. It was the fundamental flaw in the system the Darkened Suns had built. The academy thrived on sacrifice. It rewarded survival, not unity. And these recruits? They weren't afraid of losing their peers. They saw it as an opportunity. His jaw clenched. His fingers twitched. Something inside him snapped. The air shifted. A low, thrumming pressure coiled around the corridor, thick and oppressive. Then it crashed down. An unseen force rippled outward, slamming into the recruits like a tidal wave. The laughter stopped, choked off mid-breath. One recruit gasped, dropping to his knees. Another staggered back, eyes wide in panic. A third collapsed entirely, unconscious before hitting the floor. The weight of it was unbearable, like standing too close to an apex predator that had finally decided to stop pretending it wasn't hunting you. Marcus didn't move. His true magic had surged. It wasn't just anger, it was everything. The Darkened Suns, the upcoming delve, the looming threat of the restructuring, the slow, methodical erosion of everything he had once understood about this world. The magic in his veins wasn't normal. It wasn't Kai. It wasn't mana. It wasn't Psyche. And now everyone around him could feel it. Marcus inhaled sharply, forcing himself to pull it back. The suffocating aura vanished as suddenly as it had come, like a storm retreating beyond the horizon. But the damage was done. The recruits lay crumpled on the floor, gasping for air. Marcus clenched his fists. He had lost control, again. This can't happen during the delve. A distant voice, Guild enforcers. They were coming to investigate the disturbance. No time. He turned sharply and disappeared into the shadows, slipping away before he could be caught. The moment Marcus's power touched the world, others felt it. It wasn't a ripple. It was a fracture. An unrelenting force that shattered the natural balance of the academy, pressing down on those attuned enough to recognize the shift. The Guidance Council halted their meeting mid-sentence. The polished stone chamber, once filled with the measured discourse of the Academy's highest minds, fell into abrupt silence. Ralkar, standing at the head of the table, went still, his slitted pupils constricted, his golden eyes narrowing in deep calculation. He had felt countless forms of power in his lifetime. Raw ki, honed through discipline, mana-wielding prodigies, their spells refined to an art, and the enigmatic psyche, the energy that blurred the boundary between mind and reality. This was none of those. Whatever it was, it didn't belong. The room seemed smaller, heavier, as if the very air recognized the shift and recoiled in response. Around the chamber, the visiting dignitaries stirred, not out of mere curiosity, but something closer to instinctual unease. Des Moines Heller paused mid-conversation, his fingers tapping lightly against the polished council table. Rhythmic, calculated, unbothered, but deeply interested. His eyes flickered toward the training hall's, head tilting slightly as if listening to something only he could hear. His expression didn't change, but something in his gaze sharpened. Simultaneous affinity usage, he murmured to himself. On the far side of the table, High Tidemaster Vasara remained outwardly composed. Her flowing ceremonial robes barely shifted, and her oceanic gaze gave nothing away. But then, her grip on her staff tightened. A nearly imperceptible twitch of her fingers. A subtle shift in stance, small but telling. The merfolk understood power on an ancient scale. They had lived through the great floods and the reshaping of the tides. For a moment, just a fraction of one, the Tidemaster looked as if she had just felt the pull of something deep beneath the surface. Something that shouldn't be there. Across the room, Esperon Hilmaner exhaled sharply, eyes narrowing in recognition. Not full understanding, but recognition. He had felt something like this before. Not exactly, but close. His fingers curled into a fist on the table, old instincts creeping to the surface. Miran barely reacted. His posture remained loose, his breathing steady. But his fingers, they twitched, a slight movement against the fabric of his sleeve, like a man suppressing the urge to correct an unruly child. He knew exactly what this was. And so did Ragan. Standing a short distance away, the former spymaster's expression remained still, but his stance shifted. A fraction of an inch, weight shifting just slightly onto the balls of his feet. Miran's gaze flicked to him. Their eyes met for just a second. No words were needed. Marcus. A guild enforcer moved swiftly to Ralkar's side, his boots barely making a sound against the stone floor. Despite his composed exterior, there was an urgency in his posture, a tension buried beneath his professional tone. Some of the students say it was Marcus Elder. A murmur of interest spread among those who overheard. Ralkar hummed. A slow, thoughtful sound. Is that so? The lingering magic from the forge explosion matches, though I can't taste it on the air. The enforcer hesitated before adding, It doesn't match any known magic affinities. Another pause. Ralkar's tongue flicked once more, then he finally turned, his gaze shifting past the enforcer, past the gathered dignitaries, past the walls of the chamber itself, toward wherever Marcus was. Hiding. Then a smirk. What kind of power is that boy hiding? A long silence. Then a decision. Keep a close eye on him. And with that, the world's most dangerous minds turned their attention to Marcus Elder. In a forgotten storage hall, Marcus sat alone. His chest rose and fell in uneven breaths, his heart hammering in his ears. What if this happens during the delve? His true magic always surged in dire moments, uncontrollable, untamed. This wasn't just about secrecy anymore. If things spiraled in that dungeon, if they were pushed too far, he knew he wouldn't be able to hide it anymore. He pressed his palm against the cold stone wall, steadying himself, forcing the air back into his lungs. 2 days, he muttered, 2 more days. The Academy was watching, the world was watching, and soon, the abyss itself would be watching too. Chapter 1. 167. Final Formation. 1 day until the delve. The weight of it settled over Marcus, Dinlari, and Altheon like a silent force pressing on their shoulders. They had spent the week drilling strategies, perfecting formations, testing limits. But this was different. This wasn't about refining what they already knew. This was about creating something new. Marcus stood between them, flexing his fingers, feeling the familiar pull of Psyche sifting through his memories. It came like a whisper from the past, Stem's voice guiding him, recalling the first time he, Vera, and Velith had used a technique that turned one Psyche user into an overcharged conduit of raw control. It had been powerful then, but now? Now I'm different. My magic isn't just mana, Kai, or Psyche anymore. It's all of them. He took a slow breath, steadying his focus. All right, he said. This will be our last test before the delve. Dinlari cracked her knuckles, her usual smirk playing on her lips. Last test? You mean last confirmation that it's already perfect? Altheon shot her a sidelong glance, expression flat. Arrogance dulls the blade. This is our trump card. We either execute it flawlessly or we don't use it at all. Marcus nodded. Let's go. They moved like clockwork. Marcus and Dinlari positioned themselves behind Altheon, channeling their respective energies. Marcus could feel it immediately, the rush of Dinlari's refined Kai, honed for speed and impact, blending into the deeper pull of his own true magic. It latched onto Altheon, sinking into his mana channels, amplifying their output. Altheon inhaled sharply, his body trembling with contained force. His hands glowed, the ambient energy shifting the air around them. His spell work was impressive, but now it hummed with something beyond natural limits. He extended his hand toward the training dummy, unleashing a simple debilitate spell. Or at least, it should have been simple. The moment it struck, the dummy eroded, its surface cracking and crumbling as if centuries had passed in an instant. The deterioration was unnatural, an amplified decay that shouldn't have been possible from a standard debuff spell. Silence stretched between them. Dinlari let out a slow exhale, eyes wide. All right, that's simply amazing. Altheon flexed his fingers, still feeling the residual energy in his system. That was supposed to be a 10% stat decrease, he muttered. How did you come across such a powerful spell? Marcus studied the disintegrated dummy, frowning. It wasn't just amplification, he thought to himself. It was transformation. The nature of the spell itself changed under the power granted by the magic battery and my true magic. He turned back to his team, expression firm. A friend of mine taught me this technique. It had worked well before, but it seems we've perfected it to an even greater level. Dinlari grinned. So do you think we are ready? Marcus exhaled. They were ready, or at least, as ready as they could be. I think we're ready. From a distance, Ralkar watched. His golden gaze tracked the recruits with an unreadable expression. Around him, several instructors stood in observation, but only one of them wasn't pretending to watch anyone else. Gorath. The Orc combat master couldn't take his eyes off the trio, his massive arms crossed as he leaned forward, completely engrossed. One of the younger instructors shifted. Plenty of teams have developed cohesive maneuvers, but their power output is... That's not just cohesion. Gorath's voice was gravelly, carrying a weight that made the others fall silent. They aren't just following orders and old battle formations, he continued. They're adapting, refining something the world hasn't seen before. Ralkar arched a brow. And what do you make of that? Gorath exhaled through his nose. I think you darkened suns might have doomed some of your most promising warriors with your ambition. For the first time, Ralkar almost agreed. Almost. Instead, he smirked, shaking his head. The dungeon must be delved. The world will see what our methods have created. Gorath's gaze lingered on Marcus. Yeah, he muttered. We'll see. The night air was cool, the academy grounds eerily quiet as recruits parted ways for the evening. Marcus walked with Dinlari and Altheon, exchanging last words of strategy before heading toward his dorm. But as they separated, something caught his eye. Arroyo, the normally composed warrior, was moving differently, his steps measured but covert. Then, with a single fluid movement, he veered off the main path and jumped off a nearby ledge. Marcus frowned. What the hell are you up to? With careful steps, he followed. Arroyo made his way toward the woodline near the academy. Marcus trailed him, keeping a distance, masking his presence in the darkness. But then, he lost him. Marcus halted, scanning the tree line, his heightened senses stretching outward, his psyche pulsed, sending him details hidden in the environment. There! He adjusted his path, pushing further until he finally found him. And he wasn't alone. Who's he talking to? A second figure stood across from Arroyo, their form obscured by foliage. I need to get closer, but they might hear me if I move. The conversation was hushed, but Marcus focused, attuning himself to pick up fragments of their words. One of my greatest successes. Marcus's heart skipped a beat. That's Desmoine Heller. I will not have you needlessly die in a dungeon. Desmoine reached into his coat and produced something. A small artifact. Marcus could feel it radiating magic, even at a distance. Marcus watched as he pressed it into Arroyo's palm. I will be there. But if I cannot intervene, use this and get to safety. Marcus squinted, trying to identify the object, but the conversation suddenly stopped. Why did they stop talking? A chill ran down his spine. Where'd he go? Marcus could only see Arroyo looking around sharply, his stance shifting, his eyes darting into the darkness. Marcus's stomach dropped. Shit, Desmoine is onto me. Marcus didn't wait. With a burst of psyche, he turned and vanished. He warped through the trees, masking his magic output, keeping his aura suppressed. But even as he moved, he felt it. Desmoine appeared, as if out of nowhere, arriving in the exact spot Marcus once stood, eavesdropping. Making it back safely to his dorm, Marcus plopped onto his bed, staring at his hands. He couldn't shake it. The way Desmoine had spoken, the item he had given Arroyo, the way Arroyo had looked ready to obey. Marcus exhaled slowly. What was that about? He ran the words through his mind again. One of my greatest successes. Needlessly die. Marcus clenched his fists. Desmoine wasn't just worried about Arroyo's survival, he was ensuring it. Chapter 1, 168, Departure Day. The morning was still and heavy, carrying the kind of silence that only came before something monumental. Marcus moved methodically, packing his bag of holding with precision, his armor reinforced, his rations packed, his gauntlets polished. Across the room, Cedric was doing the same, though with far less focus. His movements were slower, his hands pausing over his gauntlets more than once. There was something unsaid between them, lingering like a ghost in the space they shared. Marcus glanced at him. You ready? Cedric gave a half smile. Of course. It wasn't true. Neither of them believed it. But Marcus let it lie. Some things didn't need to be spoken. Instead, Marcus tightened the straps of his bag and exhaled. Then let's get to it. And just like that, they moved forward. The recruits stood in organized formations within the Grand Assembly Hall, the vast chamber carrying a heavy, solemn weight. This wasn't just another training exercise. This was the real thing. The first and second-rate recruits, those chosen to be the first to delve into the unknown, stood in neat, disciplined lines. Each team had been outfitted, armed, and prepared to represent the academy, not just in skill, but as a symbol of its legitimacy. The hall was empty, except for them and the instructors conducting pre-combat inspections. Soon they would be joined by the rest of the academy and the foreign dignitaries, but for now, it was just them, standing on the edge of something far greater than any of them could fully grasp. Marcus scanned the room. Saluth Arroyo and his team stood near the front, as composed and unreadable as ever. His own team, Dinlari and Altheon, stood at his side, finishing their final preparations. Cedric's team, Plog and Largy, chatted among themselves, though Cedric himself remained quiet. Larry Fortunist and his team, an arrogant, sharp-eyed noble and his followers, brimming with quiet confidence. Bruin and his team, a large, intimidating beastfolk warrior flanked by a heavily armored wolf and jaguar beastfolk. Thopos and his team, a trio of centaurs, the most unpredictable of the lot, a group known for their unorthodox, almost reckless tactics. A sharp voice cut through the hall. Ralkar. He strode to the front, his serpent-like form coiling slightly as he surveyed them all. His golden eyes glinted with something unreadable. Anticipation, pride, something else. "You will travel 10 hours northwest of the academy," he began, his voice ringing across the hall. "Your safeties will be Ragn, Des Moines Hella, and Combat Master Gorath." A murmur rippled through the recruits. They already knew this, but hearing the names aloud, it made the weight of their mission real. "The mission is simple," Ralkar continued, tone sharp. "Delve the dungeon, learn what has changed about its nature, document any and all new finds, and, if you can manage it, conquer it." Silence fell. The parameters were anything but clear. No one truly knew what they would be walking into. And yet they would go anyway, because this was what they had trained for, because they had no other choice. The sound of marching boots echoed through the chamber as the 3rd through 6th rate recruits entered, filling the observation balconies. They would not be delving today, but they were here to watch. And then the foreign dignitaries entered. The highest powers of Terra now looked down upon them from their elevated seats amongst them. Miran, Prime Minister of New York, his gaze sharp and analyzing. The Emperor of Astoria, the ambitious and prideful human emperor. The King of Canindris, watching with amusement. Philia Kelcrest, standing in defiance for the noble houses of Nyreen. High Tide Master Visara of the Merfolk, expression unreadable. Esperon Hilmana, the last echo of the Adventurers Guild. Across from them, the Guidance Council sat in silent observation. Their presence was as looming as the dignitaries, but their purpose was different. And in the center of it all stood the 1st and 2nd-rate recruits. Their postures straight, their hands at their sides, the weight of an entire world pressing down on them. Then Ralkar entered, and the room fell silent. Ralkar's footsteps echoed as he made his way to the center, turning to address not just the recruits, but everyone in attendance. His voice was powerful, deliberate, unwavering. Months ago, the world changed. The words carried across the hall like a decree. Dungeons, once the lifeblood of nations, the source of wealth, power, and growth, have become fountains of death and devastation. His golden eyes swept over the dignitaries, his gaze challenging. For months, the world has failed to reclaim them. A pause, then his voice sharpened. But today, the darkened suns take the first step toward restoration. A murmur passed through the chamber. The statement was bold, dangerous. These recruits, he gestured toward the 1st and 2nd rates. They are more than mere students. They are warriors in the making. While the world has debated, hesitated, and clung to its outdated traditions, we have trained them. While the Adventurers Guild collapsed under its own failures, we have forged something stronger. His voice was rising now, filling the space, demanding attention. Today, these warriors will ride into the unknown. They will face what others have feared, and they will return victorious. The statement rippled through the audience. The recruits stood taller, their shoulders squaring, the weight of his words sinking in. This mission is not just about reclaiming a single dungeon. It is proof. He turned, pointing toward the assembled dignitaries. Proof to the world that our academy, our teachings, our order, our discipline, create warriors capable of turning the tide. A beat of silence. Then he turned back to the recruits. "Your time has come." His final words landed like a hammer striking steel. "Ride out, conquer the unknown, and when you return, let the world kneel before the strength of the darkened suns." The chamber erupted. Some dignitaries scoffed, some murmured among themselves, others watched in grim acknowledgement. And the recruits? They stood ready, ready for the unknown, ready for the delve. The departure was silent, not because there was nothing to say, but because words felt too small to hold the weight of what lay ahead. The delve teams and their safeties assembled in the courtyard of the Liquid Academy, the morning sun casting long shadows over the stone paths. Their breaths were visible in the crisp air, mingling with the mist that curled around the Academy's towering spires. A line of enchanted transport carriages awaited them, massive constructs reinforced with steel plating and magic-bound wheels, designed for rapid traversal across unstable terrain. Each carriage bore the darkened sun's sigil, gleaming ominously in the morning light. Ralkar, ever the overseer, stood before them, his expression unreadable. "You all know your mission," he said, his voice cutting through the morning stillness. "You are no longer students. You are warriors, reclaiming what the world abandoned." His golden eyes flicked across the teams, pausing briefly on Marcus before settling on Gorath, Ragn, and Des Moines. "Ensure they complete their duty." No one responded. There was nothing to say. The order was given. The teams filed into the carriages, the heavy doors sealing with a low hiss as barrier enchantments activated. The ride had begun. The world passed in fleeting blurs beyond the reinforced carriage windows, forests stretching endlessly, rivers cutting through valleys, the occasional ruin standing as a testament to what had been lost. Marcus sat in the corner of the carriage, arms folded, gaze distant. Across from him, Dinlari and Altheon sat in silence, the weight of the mission pressing on them as well. Cedric and Plog were in another carriage, along with Arroyo and the other teams, but the silence was the same. Marcus let his thoughts drift. Let them pull him back. The Orc lands. Being born to this new world from a problematic dungeon and being taken in by its inhabitants, who later adopted him as family. Sirius Dungeon, his first ever delve, in a dungeon near the Acronian Sea. The cold, the desperation, the feeling of being hunted by something unseen. He remembered the way the dungeon taunted him, halting his progress, mocking him, how it had almost taken Boruk. The system had whispered to him, denying him the natural order of growth. What if this delve is no different? His fingers curled into his palm. New York. The Boss Rush dungeon, now the Rebirth dungeon, the madness, the being that played Toymaster, seeking to ensnare him in an endless cycle of battle. That dungeon hadn't wanted him to clear it. It had wanted to keep him. Another anomaly, another sign that for him the dungeons wouldn't play fair. The Red Orc dungeon, the moment he stood before another calamity. The moment he knew that this world was on borrowed time. The restructuring isn't coming, it's already here. Marcus exhaled, trying to steady himself. The delve was another step into the unknown, but he wasn't walking blindly. This time he was watching. Dinlari broke the silence. "You look lost in your worries." Marcus looked up. Her sharp gaze was locked onto him. "I've seen that look before." Altheon sighed. "It's understandable. Before we had parameters, dungeons were easy to understand. But now, there is no telling what we are riding into." Dinlari scoffed, waving a hand. "The dungeon doesn't know what's riding into it." Marcus wanted to believe that. He wanted to believe that this would be a normal dungeon delve, that they were taking the first step toward reclaiming the world. But he couldn't shake the feeling. They weren't walking into another unseeable calamity. They were walking into something that had been waiting for them. The carriages ground to a halt, the enchanted barriers fizzling out as the doors unlocked. Marcus stepped out first, boots crunching against rough ashen terrain. The air here was thick, stagnant. It smelled of stone, steel, and death. Bodies of twisted monstrosities and what remained of men formed a horrific pathway, and at the end of that path, the dungeon entrance loomed. It was nothing like the ancient ruins that once defined Terra's dungeons. This was different. The stone was fractured, the patterns along its entrance, unnatural blood-red vein-like tendrils suffocated its design. It was wrong. Marcus wasn't the only one who felt it. The other recruits hesitated, shifting uneasily. The world felt off here, like they had stepped somewhere not meant to be touched. A group of Xenorian soldiers stood in formation, securing the entrance. Their commander stepped forward, his armor marked with the sigil of Vulgaris. His expression was grim. "We've secured the entrance," he said, "but there's no telling when the next wave of monsters will spill through." His words settled over the recruits like a cold wind. Marcus stepped forward, his team behind him. The other delve teams followed. He met the commander's gaze. No more hesitation. No more uncertainty. No more questions. "We go in." Marcus turned to the teams and safeties. "We move." Chapter 1. 169. So it begins. A chill ran through the teams as they stepped beyond the portal. The world around them was wrong. It was dark, but not like the absence of light. It was as though the very air refused to hold illumination for long. The terrain beneath their boots shifted slightly, like they were stepping on something not quite solid, not quite stable. The land stretched out in unnatural curves, twisting like sinew, pulsing as if breathing beneath their feet. The walls of the dungeon, if they could even be called that, looked like veins winding through flesh, running along the horizon in unnatural formations. The recruits adjusted uneasily, some gasping, others rubbing their arms as though they had been dipped in freezing water. There was no wind, no movement. But the weight of the place pressed down on them all the same. Marcus forced himself to steady his breathing. Around him, his team was struggling to adjust. Dinlari rolled her shoulders, cracking her neck. What the hell is this? The air feels like it's pressing down on my lungs. Altheon flexed his fingers, his mana swirling around him erratically, refusing to settle as if something about this place was disrupting natural energy flow. The gravity is wrong, it's subtle, but I can feel the shift in my core. Cedric was already moving, pulling a notepad from his bag. His fingers twitched, his mind already racing ahead of the others. A few steps ahead, Saluth Arroyo remained uncharacteristically rigid, scanning the landscape with narrowed eyes. Bruin and his beastfolk stood tense, their animal instincts screaming that something about this place should not exist. It was Desmoine who spoke first, his voice breaking the oppressive silence. I've delved many times. I've seen lands beyond dungeon portals. He ran a gloved hand across the nearest rock, feeling its strange, wet texture beneath his fingertips. His usual confidence wavered, replaced with something almost reverent. But this feels wrong. A heavy silence followed. The teams tried to shake off the discomfort, forcing themselves to acclimate, but it was Cedric who first noticed something truly off. He moved with focused intensity, ignoring the shifting landscape, ignoring the hushed whispers of the other recruits. His hands worked swiftly, scribbling notes, adjusting the map, tracing unseen patterns in the air. Marcus stepped forward. Cedric, what are you doing? Cedric didn't answer, his breathing shallow, eyes darting between the sky and the landscape. Ced? Hold on, Cedric cut him off, pulling a small mirror from his pack, aligning it with his map. He circled something, then reached for his protractor, drawing a precise line from the circled object to the edge of the map. Then he stopped. His body went rigid. Marcus caught up to him, watching as Cedric slowly turned his head, looking over his shoulder. His face was pale. Marcus. Cedric's voice was steady, but there was something underneath it, something close to horror. Marcus frowned. What? Cedric handed him the map. Marcus scanned it, his brows furrowing. I don't understand. What are you showing me? Cedric took a sharp breath. You're holding a map of our continent. He pointed toward a distant peak on the horizon. You see that mountain? Marcus followed his finger. A lone jagged peak rose in the distance, shrouded in the eerie half-light of this realm. It was unsettling, but nothing particularly abnormal, until Cedric spoke again. I see that peak from our dorm room every day. Silence. Ragan's gaze snapped toward them. What are you saying, kid? Cedric traced the stars with his fingers, his voice growing more frantic. At first I noticed something was off when I looked at the sky. He gestured upwards, drawing invisible lines. There's Nil-Nil, there's Vroto, there's Zothox, but they're mirrored. Plog scoffed, arms crossed. Kid, stars are stars. No way those are the same as ours. But Marcus knew, his mind flickered back, to Stem's words long ago. When you step into a dungeon, you are witnessing a world at any point in its existence. A heavy weight settled into Marcus's gut. Dungeons weren't just random pockets of monsters and treasure, they were places that once had life. This wasn't just some random otherworldly space, this was Terra. Just not their Terra. The realization sat like a stone in Marcus's stomach. He could see the same thoughts forming behind Ragan's eyes, the flicker of understanding that wasn't quite ready to be spoken aloud. And then, a sound, not the rustling of leaves, not the shifting of rock. A wail, something inhuman, something wrong. The recruits tensed, weapons already half drawn, as the eerie, echoing screeches drifted toward them. Desmoine moved fast, pulling out several strange magical devices, their cores humming with arcane energy. He turned toward the gathered teams, his expression cool and composed, but beneath it, Marcus could tell he was rattled too. Desmoine cleared his throat, drawing the recruits' attention. "We need to keep moving," he said. "But before that, I have something for each of you." He reached into his coat and pulled out small, perfectly round black stones, handing one to each team leader: Marcus, Cedric, Saluth, Bruin, Thopos, and Larry. "What you're holding," Desmoine explained, "is Astoria's latest magical innovation, a mapping device. It will track real-time readings on flora, fauna, and terrain." Largy rubbed his chin. "Like an inspect skill." Desmoine smirked. "Exactly." Cedric's eyes widened. "Inspect is a mythic ability. You mean to tell me Astoria has developed a magical artifact that can replicate that?" Ragn and Gorath exchanged glances. Gorath grunted. "And why, exactly, are you just giving this to us?" Desmond didn't miss a beat. "We're already in the dungeon. This run will prove its effectiveness. The Academy won't be able to reverse engineer it before Astoria can go public." Gorath snorted. "You don't even care that they'll take the designs, huh?" Desmoine shrugged. "Let them try." Marcus turned the strange device in his hand. It was unnervingly smooth, almost weightless. It hummed faintly, a sensation that traveled up his arm. Before Desmoine could continue his demonstration, Cedric activated his. A thin wave of energy pulsed outward. A holographic overlay of their surroundings projected itself above the stone's surface. Cedric's eyes flicked over the readings, and then they widened in alarm. "Marcus," Cedric's voice was urgent, "we have a problem." Marcus tensed. "What is it?" Cedric swallowed hard, looking at the live feed. "Dozens, maybe hundreds. Large hostile signatures are heading straight for us." The recruits snapped into action, hands flying to their weapons. Desmoine clicked his tongue. "Well, that didn't take long." Marcus exhaled sharply, locking eyes with Ragn and Gorath. No time for questions, no time for fear. The delve had begun. Chapter 1, 170. The Horrors. The air shuddered with an unnatural screech. The ground beneath them twisted, flesh-like tendrils writhing as if they were standing on the muscle of some great beast. Then they came. The monstrosities spilled forth like an open wound, flesh shifting and twisting, each one an unnatural amalgamation of bodies never meant to exist together. One sprouted limbs that weren't its own, a hand, too human, grasping blindly from within its pulsing chest. Another split its own skull apart, revealing a nest of needle-thin teeth, snapping hungrily. They didn't just mutate, they evolved, adapting mid-strike, shifting their very anatomy to counter their prey. They moved too fast, too fluid, like predators that had never known a world without killing. The first wave hit like a tsunami, and the recruits fought back. Thopos and his fellow centaurs were trained for war. They didn't hesitate. Their hooves thundered across the shifting terrain, shields locking into a defensive wall. The moment the first creatures lunged, the centaurs met them with raw force. Thopos' sword cleaved through muscle, severing a limb, only for another to sprout in its place. He pivoted, slamming his shield into the mass, sending it skidding backward. "Don't let them regenerate," he roared, twisting his sword and igniting it with Kai. The second wave collided against them, but the centaurs stood firm, battering their attackers with precise tactical brutality. "No one gets past us," Plog bellowed, slamming his hammer down. The ground cracked under the force, sending a monstrous flesh beast flying. Largy darted forward, his buckler slamming into a lunging creature's head, twisting its form into something even more disgusting before he drove his hammer into its core. Cedric was moving differently than before. His footwork was cleaner, sharper. He felt his body respond in ways he hadn't before. His new stats surged in his veins. When a creature lunged at him, its tendrils reaching for his throat, he didn't dodge. He countered. His right hook caved in the thing's disgusting, pulsing face. It hit the ground hard, spasming as its mass tried to rebuild itself. Cedric's eyes widened. That was stronger than it should have been. Marcus's words rang in his head. Your real weapon has always been your mind. Cedric grinned. Time to use it. They moved as one. Marcus led, his footwork immaculate, his punches precise. Each strike found a vital point, shattering bone, rupturing cores, turning organic flesh to pulp. Altheon's magic flowed effortlessly, his debuffs crippling every enemy in his vicinity. A single wave of his hand and the creatures slowed, their regenerations halting, their movements staggered. Dinlari danced through the battlefield, her rapier a blur, piercing through skulls, tendrils, and joints, her speed unnerving. Marcus, 6 o'clock. Marcus ducked, narrowly dodging a claw meant to impale him, only for Altheon to snap his fingers. The creature froze, its flesh turning brittle under the weight of the debuff. Marcus didn't hesitate. His uppercut tore through its skull, shattering it entirely. 3 dead in 2 seconds. Bruin's group lacked the coordination of the others, but what they lacked in finesse, they made up for in pure destruction. Bruin roared, his ki exploding outward. He ripped a creature in half with his bare hands, tossing the halves like they were nothing. His teammates weren't far behind, their attacks brutal, unrefined, but effective. One of the monsters latched onto Bruin's back, wrapping tendrils around his throat. He reached over his shoulder and grabbed it by the face, slamming it into the ground repeatedly until it stopped twitching. "No fancy tricks," he growled, "just smash 'em." And they did. Larry stood back, Psyker weaving through the battlefield like an unseen hand. His mind picked apart the chaos, identifying weak points, pulling the strings that let his teammates execute perfectly. A flesh creature lunged. Larry barely moved. His psyche pulsed, and the monster froze mid-air, contorted into itself, its very mind crushed under the weight of his abilities. His duelists moved elegantly, their blades cutting in sync, their ki enhancing each strike, cutting through flesh like paper. He smiled. Too easy. Everyone stopped when they saw it. Salith didn't fight like a normal ki user. He fought like something else entirely. His tonfas burned with fire, his entire body engulfed in flame, but his speed, his precision, his force, that was the power of Kai and mana. He was one with both. He moved like a storm. Each step left fire in its wake. He vanished, only to reappear inside a monster, his tonfas piercing straight through it, setting it ablaze from the inside out. He exhaled, wind mana fed the flames, and they roared higher. But Gurglith was no slouch. His true affinity was mana, but his rare rune fighting style allowed him to utilize ki and psyker alike. Monsters approached him with great speed. Gurglith retrieved several yellow glowing runes from his utility belt and tossed them toward the charging beasts. When the stones had passed, Gurglith appeared where a rune had been, slashing down through the creature with a dagger. But he didn't stop there. For every rune that had been thrown, the process happened again and again, until the last of the charging beasts lay still. The duelist on the team couldn't keep up. Des Moines stood amidst the chaos unmoved. He didn't dodge, didn't retreat, he summoned. Artifacts appeared around him, hovering, shifting, their intricate runes glowing with unseen power. From them, creatures manifested, beasts made of pure arcane energy, their forms shifting, adapting, tearing through monsters with unnatural efficiency. He extended his hand, and a sword of pure psyche materialized. This is getting interesting. Goroth, meanwhile, was a whirlwind of weaponry. One moment, a greatsword cleaved a beast in half. The next, a spear impaled a creature mid-leap. Then, dual daggers, moving too fast for the eye to track, leaving only severed limbs in their wake. Every weapon was perfect for the moment. He wasn't just fighting, he was teaching the battlefield how to lose. Ragn was a shadow, he moved unseen, his strikes never wasted, his kai flowing like liquid death. One recruit blinked, and an enemy collapsed. Its throat cut so cleanly, it took a moment to realize it was dead. Ragn never stopped moving. The battlefield was a maelstrom of flesh and steel. No matter how many they killed, no matter how hard they fought, the monsters kept coming. The putrid stench of rotting muscle, the grotesque squelch of limbs reforming, the shrill cries of the abominable horrors, it was relentless. And the teams started to break. Bruin roared as a tendril-covered monstrosity tore into his shoulder, its pulsating limbs wrapping around his arm like living chains. His kai flared, and with sheer brute force, he ripped the thing off, hurling it into another creature with enough force to shatter its grotesque form. But it wasn't enough. His team was taking damage. One of his fighters, a massive jaguar beastfolk, let out a pained cry as a clawed limb speared straight through his stomach. Blood spilled onto the fleshy ground. The other warrior, eyes burning with fury, roared in defiance, girding his body with kai. His muscles bulged, veins glowing with raw power as he shielded his fallen allies, his very presence acting as a barrier against the nightmarish tide. Then Goroth was there. The combat master stepped into the fray, wielding a colossal war axe pulled straight from his bag of holding. A single swing. 4 monsters were cleaved in two, their regenerating bodies struggling to knit themselves back together before Goroth brought the axe down again, erasing them from existence. Larry's psyche surged, attempting to bend the battlefield to his will, but it was too chaotic. Too wild. He couldn't control everything. One of his duelists misstepped. Just a single miscalculation, and a tendril shot forward, piercing through his abdomen. The noble choked, blood spilling from his mouth as the grotesque limb lifted him into the air. No! Larry's psyche exploded outward, crushing the monster in an invisible vice, its body imploding into a singularity of raw pressure. But he didn't stop. He turned, eyes wide with something primal, his psyche writhing in rage. More monsters caught in its grip, their limbs snapping like dry branches. It took Ragn physically gripping his shoulder to pull him back. Enough, the spymaster hissed. Save your power. Larry's breaths came too fast, his psyche still humming with aggression, but the fight wasn't over. He forced himself to pull back, but he never looked at his fallen teammate again. The centaurs fought with discipline, their sword and shield formations holding back the monstrous tide. But barely. For every creature they cut down, 2 more surged past them. The pose gritted his teeth, slamming his shield forward, shattering a creature's skull, but another lunged for his flank. A sudden barrage of arcane energy tore through the battlefield. Desmorn had summoned a new set of artifacts, floating orbs pulsing with magical light, and in a synchronized movement, they fired laser-like projectiles, cutting down monsters with machine-like precision. For a moment, it helped. But then, the monsters surged again, and they were faster than before. Cedric's mind worked even as he fought. Something wasn't right. He ducked under a swiping claw, countering with a precise uppercut, his strength and luck buffs making his movements unnaturally effective. But even as he fought, his sharp eyes noticed something. Some of the monsters were vanishing, not dying, just disappearing when they reached a certain spot. His breath hitched. What the hell is going on? He saved the observation for later, moving in to save Plog, who was being overwhelmed by multiple creatures. Largy smashed his hammer into the ground, creating a shockwave, sending them reeling back. "We need a better position," Cedric shouted, but there wasn't one. Dinlari let out a pained hiss, her rapier dripping with dark ichor as she clutched her side. A shallow wound, but a wound nonetheless. Marcus turned, his expression tightening. "You okay?" Dinlari gritted her teeth, wiping the blood from her lips. "Get back to work, I'm fine." Then, her kai surged. With unnatural speed, she blitzed forward, her rapier flashing faster than the eye could track. Heads rolled, limbs flew, the battlefield bled. Marcus smirked. "That's more like it." Altheon lifted his hands, magic crackling in the air. "Cover your ears," he shouted. The sky split apart as chain lightning exploded outward, wrapping around the battlefield like an offensive cage, electrocuting everything that moved within it. Marcus took the opportunity. He blasted off at the speed of sound, his blows landing like thunderclaps, his form a blur of motion and devastation. But no matter how many he killed, the monsters kept coming. Saluth's body was burning out. His mana was depleting fast, his kai barely keeping up. Gurglith appeared at his side. "Don't move," Gurglith commanded as he retrieved a clear rune pulsating with rejuvenation mana from his belt. Gurglith crushed the rune in his hand, and a wave of raw, unaligned magic surged into Saluth's body. The swordsman stepped in front of them, attempting to block an attack. "Chi," Saluth muttered, stepping back. "I hate relying on you people." But for now, he had no choice. Marcus had been holding back, afraid of revealing too much, but that hesitation was costing them. They were losing ground. His breath hitched. He looked around. Saluth was struggling to recharge, Dinlari was bleeding, Larry had just lost someone, and the monsters weren't stopping. The teams were breaking, and he knew what had to be done. He exhaled slowly. No more holding back. The others wouldn't be able to tell. With so many different affinities in play, no one would notice him tapping into all of them at once. "I have to end this." The air cracked as Marcus vanished, his speed tearing apart the battlefield. He became a storm, a force of nature, living devastation. Monsters exploded on impact as his fists tore through them, each punch landing with enough force to pulverize stone. Sonic booms filled the battlefield. Dozens fell in seconds. His breathing was heavy. His fists dripped with something black. And still, the horde didn't stop. Marcus gritted his teeth. When will this end? Chapter 171, The Grind. The battlefield was a slaughterhouse, a maelstrom of death and viscera where flesh twisted and limbs sprouted from nothing. And Marcus had lost count of how many he had killed. His fists were numb, his breath came in ragged bursts, every muscle in his body screamed for respite, but the monsters, they didn't stop. He punched through a malformed creature, his knuckles sinking into rotting sinew. It convulsed, its ribcage splitting into grasping tendrils, but before they could ensnare him, he ripped his arm free, pivoted, and obliterated its skull with an uppercut. Another lunged. Marcus ducked low, his movements sharp, efficient, years of honed instinct taking over. How long have I been at this? His body was moving faster than his mind could register. Every second was another dodge, another strike, another kill. But his stamina was draining. His vision blurred for half a second, and in that instant he caught glimpses of his allies. The others were fighting just as hard. Larry barely moved, his hands raised as if conducting an unseen orchestra. His psyche wrapped around the battlefield, twisting through the carnage like ghostly tendrils. A monster turned on its own kind, its limbs contorting unnaturally as it slaughtered its brethren with mindless fervor. Larry was puppeteering them, using the monsters against themselves. Across the battlefield, Altheon's hands burned with magic. A massive wall of fire erupted, its flames devouring everything in its path. Dozens of creatures wailed as they were reduced to cinders, their regenerating flesh unable to withstand the heat of Altheon's mana. Marcus pivoted, barely dodging a clawed strike, and saw Bruin and his warriors, fighting with nothing but raw, Kai-infused rage. The wolf beastfolk warrior crushed a monster's head between his palms, the sickening crunch echoing over the battlefield. And though gravely wounded, the jaguar beastfolk fought on. He lifted a creature twice his size and slammed it into the ground, breaking every bone in its twisted body. The Kai users were overpowering monsters 3 times their size. He was fighting them one by one. It was efficient. It was effective. It was how he had always fought. But it wasn't enough. I need to get creative. He clenched his fists, his true magic flaring once more, and this time he didn't hold back. He launched himself into the air, his form disappearing into the darkness above. The battlefield stretched below him, an endless swarm of writhing flesh and churning limbs. Then he dropped. A comet of raw destruction, he slammed into the earth with enough force to send a shockwave rippling through the battlefield. The ground convulsed, surged, then exploded outward like a tidal wave of stone and flesh. The impact tore through the enemy ranks, hundreds of monsters crushed instantly, their twisted forms ripped apart by the raw kinetic force. Marcus stared at his fist, his chest heaving. A grin spread across his face. Time to cause some mayhem. Marcus flared his true magic again, his form blurring into pure speed. To the others, he vanished. But then he appeared to be everywhere. Across the battlefield, after images of Marcus flashed in and out of existence, each one appeared beside a different monster, throwing a different punch. A left hook, a right cross, an uppercut, a haymaker. Then boom. Every monster erupted into viscera. Hundreds fell in an instant. The battlefield trembled under the sheer force of his assault. For what felt like hours, the groups continued their onslaught. Marcus landed lightly, his body vibrating with power. The monsters were dwindling. They had been winning. But finally, it ended. The last monster collapsed, its grotesque body melting into the fleshy ground, twitching one final time before falling still. Silence crept in like an intruder. The recruits stood amidst the carnage, their weapons heavy, their bodies covered in blackened gore. No one spoke. They had won. But the cost? Larry rushed to his fallen comrade, his eyes wide, his psyche trembling with unchecked emotion. "By the gods," he gasped, dropping to his knees. "They killed Kenneth." Another of his teammates rushed to his side, grabbing Larry's shoulders as if trying to keep him from unraveling. But Kenneth's body was still. The wound in his gut, fatal. On the other side of the battlefield, Bruin knelt beside the Jaguar beastfolk, watching as his friend took his final breaths. The Jaguar smiled weakly, his eyes half-lidded. Then they closed for the last time. Bruin sat in silence for a moment. Then slowly he closed his fallen comrade's eyes. He turned to the group, his voice gruff yet hollow. "What do we do? We can't just leave them here." Desmond stepped forward, his expression unreadable. "We have no choice," he said, his voice cool, matter-of-fact. "We can't carry the dead with us." Larry's head snapped up, his eyes burning with fury. "Like hell we can't." The ground lurched, the battlefield shifted. Then it began to swallow them. The bodies, the monsters, the remains of the fight. Everything was being absorbed. To their horror, the dungeon itself was consuming the fallen. The land twisted and pulsed, as if feeding on the aftermath of war. Larry screamed as Kenneth's body began sinking into the shifting flesh beneath them. He lunged forward, but Ragan grabbed his arm, holding him back. "Don't!" Ragan barked. Larry struggled, but he could only watch as his friend vanished beneath the grotesque, pulsing earth. Silence. Then Marcus spoke. "We have to plan our next steps." His voice was steady, cold, focused. Because now it was clear. They weren't just fighting monsters. The dungeon itself was alive. The silence after the battle was heavier than the fight itself. The recruits stood among the remnants of the grotesque battlefield, bodies heaving, sweat mixing with the thick scent of blood and rot. The flesh-like ground pulsed beneath their feet, as though it were alive, watching them. The horror of it all was settling in. Larry was the first to snap. "What do you mean we need to plan? We need to get out of here." His voice was strained, his psyche still trembling from the fury of the fight. His hands clenched at his temples, his nails digging into his sweaty head. The fear was creeping in now. Chapter 172, Decisions, Decisions. "I don't think that will be possible." Cedric's voice cut through the tense air, calm but firm. Plog turned to him, his large frame stiff. "Explain." Cedric wiped his forehead, streaking grime across his skin, then moved to where he had last seen the monsters disappear. He crouched, tracing his fingers over the air in slow, deliberate motions. "I noticed something during the battle," he said, his voice quieter now, focused. "The entrance. I think it's gone." "Gone?" Saluth's sharp voice cut through. He took a step forward, his body still crackling slightly with residual mana. "You saw it too." "The monsters vanished right here?" Cedric nodded. "Yeah, I think the dungeon's entrance was here. Only the monsters could see it. It's closed to us, and apparently it's even invisible to our senses." He waved his hand through the space again, as if trying to grasp something that wasn't there. The realization was sinking in. A grim hum vibrated from Gurgleth's throat. The merfolk adjusted the runes on his belt, his webbed fingers running over them thoughtfully. This must be how they escape as hordes into our world." His deep-set eyes flickered toward the eerie horizon. "Hopefully we killed enough of those things to give the Xenorian forces on the other side a fighting chance." Larry let out a dry, hollow laugh, except it wasn't amusement. It was hysteria. "Fuck them," he snarled, turning on Gurgleth. "I don't give a damn about Xenorian forces. We need to figure out how to save ourselves. I didn't sign up for this. I don't want to die like this. I don't want to be consumed." Des Moines exhaled sharply. He stepped toward Larry with measured purpose, his psyche rippling subtly. "Pull yourself together," he commanded. "You are a human from Astoria. Do not disgrace our land with your cowardice." Larry flinched. His psyche flared, instinctively pushing back against Des Moines' pressure, but there was no contest. Des Moines was a master of control, and his words hit deeper than his power. A firm hand landed on Des Moines' shoulder before the tension could escalate. "Ragn. Give him a second," Ragn said, his voice unreadable. "He'll snap out of it." Marcus, standing slightly apart from the others, surveyed the survivors. They had lost two. It could have been worse. It should have been worse. He exhaled slowly, forcing his mind into focus. "We only lost two," Marcus said, his voice cutting through the moment, pulling everyone's attention back to him. "We will honor them when the time is right. But right now, we focus on our mission." Marcus's words settled over the group like a weighted blanket. The recruits, bloodied and exhausted, exchanged glances. The battlefield still reeked of death, and the realization of their situation was sinking in. Gorath, standing with his arms crossed, let out a low grunt. "Listen," he said, unbothered by the tension hanging in the air, "the mission is fucked. Right now, our priority is surviving and gathering information." He rolled his shoulders, eyeing the various teams. "We keep the teams the same, but I'll join Bruin's group. Des Moines will go with Larry's team. We're in a dungeon, and no one knows what comes next. Everybody get with your groups and reassess." There was a moment of hesitation before the recruits moved, breaking into their designated formations. Some helped patch wounds, others checked weapons, and a few simply sat in silence, catching their breath. Marcus took a deep breath, letting his gaze travel over his team. Dinlari, leaning against her rapier, gave him a tired nod. Although was already recovering, his breathing steadier than before. They were fine. Cedric, Plog, and Largy stood together, the former still fixated on the invisible boundary where the monsters had vanished. Saluth's team was battered, but alive. His clothes were singed from his own mana-infused flames, but his gaze was sharp. He had fought hard, too fast. He needed to pace himself. The centaurs, though bruised and cut, remained combat-capable. Their discipline had kept them alive. Bruin and his remaining beastfolk sat in solemn silence, the weight of their fallen comrade pressing heavily on them. Larry still hadn't moved from where Kenneth's body had been consumed. Marcus turned as Gorath cleared his throat. "All right," the orc rumbled, his tone final. "Now that we're all situated, this dungeon is still your quest to complete." He gestured to the recruits. "And since one of you still seems to have his head on straight, we will be answering to him." Gorath's finger pointed at Marcus. The silence that followed was suffocating. Des Moines scoffed, crossing his arms. "Preposterous. We're not putting our lives in the hands of a child." Marcus met his gaze, his expression unreadable. "The Academy put our lives in their hands when they made us safeties," Gorath replied, unfazed. "And from what I've seen, he's got more sense than half the so-called elites that got us into this mess." Des Moines' eyes narrowed. "We should be the ones leading." He gestured toward himself, Ragn, and Gorath. "The three of us have more combat experience than anyone here." Gorath smirked. "Experience means nothing when you don't understand what you're dealing with." He turned back to Marcus. "So, Marcus, what's our next move?" All eyes fell on him. Marcus exhaled, letting the weight of the moment settle in his chest. He had fought for his life before. He had made impossible choices. But now they were all looking to him. He had to get this right. Slowly he turned to Cedric. "How sure are you about the entrance?" Cedric met his gaze, his usual casual demeanor absent. "Certain. If there was a way back, we'd sense it. But we don't." Marcus nodded. That meant retreat wasn't an option. His mind shifted, piecing together everything they knew. The dungeon was alive. It had swallowed their fallen. The monsters had an exit, but they didn't. That meant there had to be a purpose behind it. A reason. His fingers clenched. The dungeon wasn't just trying to kill them, it was testing them. Marcus inhaled, then turned back to the group. "We move forward." Des Moines frowned. "And what exactly does that mean?" Marcus's gaze didn't waver. It means we're not escaping. We're clearing this dungeon. Silence. Then Saluth chuckled, shaking his head. Well, that was always the mission, wasn't it? Plog groaned. I was hoping you'd say something else. Largy smirked, clapping him on the back. You'll live. Bruin cracked his knuckles. Fine, but if another one of my guys dies, I'm taking it out on something. Desmoine still looked displeased, but Ragn gave Marcus a knowing look before speaking. If that's the plan, then we need to move before the dungeon resets its forces. Goreth grinned. Now we're talking. Marcus exhaled, steadying himself. Then let's get to work. Chapter 1. 173. A Plan in Motion. The group was silent, with the weight of the unknown looming over them. Marcus gathered everyone around Cedric's maps, his voice steady but urgent. If Cedric's theory is correct, and we're in some kind of mirror version of our world, then we at least have a general idea of where we are. The recruits leaned in as he pointed to the map, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and focus. I say we explore major landmarks and report our findings. Marcus turned to Desmoine. Can these inspect rune thingies communicate with each other? Desmoine shook his head. Not verbally, but if you activate the stone, you can read any messages from the others. Good, Marcus continued, circling key locations on the map. We'll travel separately to cover more ground. The recruits shifted uneasily at the mention of splitting up, but Marcus pushed forward. Bruin, you and your team will go northwest to Mount Joliffe. Bruin nodded. If this place is anything like our world, that mountain's going to be a ways off. Thorpose, you and your group will head west, Marcus continued. Thorpose pawed at the squishy wet earth with his hoof. You mean Blanco Plains? Correct, Marcus confirmed. Larry and his group will head southeast to where the academy should be. My group will head south, toward the Orc lands. Cedric, Largy, and Plog, you'll go east, toward the Acronian Sea. He turned to Saluth, who was already watching him closely. And me? Saluth asked, arms crossed. You and your team will head northeast to Zenor. Saluth scoffed. Surely you don't expect us to make it there on foot in any reasonable time. Marcus shook his head. No, the goal isn't to make it there. The plan is to map out everything we come across. We stay in constant communication and mark our findings. There was a brief silence as the recruits took in the scope of the task. Ragn, who had been quiet until now, stepped forward. And what would you have me do, Marcus? His tone was casual, but his sharp gaze carried an unspoken message. Marcus met his eyes and smirked. Do what you do best. Desmoine's brow twitched. His voice was calm but pointed. You two know each other outside of the academy. Ragn was quick with his answer, giving a dismissive shrug. Nah, he's a good recruit. I've been monitoring the boy for a while now. Goreth scoffed, crossing his arms. You two cut the chatter. Marcus, continue. Marcus returned to the map. So far, the monsters haven't been individually strong. Their main strength is in their overwhelming numbers. We should be fine traveling in smaller teams. From what we've seen, their only goal seems to be reaching the dungeon entrance, but if you encounter something worse along the way, make your way here. He marked a location on the map, away from the dungeon entrance. This will be our rally and regroup point. For a moment, things seemed set, but then, have you guys been hearing that weird thumping? Cedric asked suddenly. The group murmured among themselves, most shook their heads. Marcus furrowed his brow and focused. At first there was nothing, just silence. Then, thump. His eyes sharpened. I heard it. The unnatural thumping, barely perceptible at first, now settled into an eerie rhythm. Cedric exhaled, relieved. That sound's been happening since we defeated the Horde, and if I'm not mistaken... His brows knitted together as he worked through the calculations in his head. The time between each thump is decreasing. Largy, arms crossed, asked the question lingering in everyone's mind. What do you think it means? Cedric hesitated before shaking his head. I don't know. Marcus, feeling unease creeping into his chest, walked toward one of the spots where a monster had been consumed. The ground looked normal, or at least as normal as something could look in this nightmare of a world. But then, as the next thump sounded, he saw it. a small fleshy bulb, barely noticeable, wriggling ever so slightly, and growing. Marcus's pulse quickened. "Cedric, you've been listening to this for a while now. How long until the beats overlap?" Cedric's mind worked rapidly, his fingers tracing invisible equations in the air. "My best guess, 20 minutes. Marcus's thoughts raced. He turned to Ragan. "You fought the hordes outside Xenor before. How often did they spill through?" Ragan folded his arms, his expression dark. "If I remember correctly, about every 4 hours." A heavy silence settled over the group. Des Moines, growing impatient, sighed. "What are you getting at, Marcus?" Marcus clenched his fists, his mind piecing it all together. "Those thumps Cedric and I can hear, if my guess is right, they're like some kind of biological countdown. When the countdown hits 0, a new horde will form." Cedric's eyes widened as he connected the dots. His stomach dropped. "No, no, no, no. This is bad." "Explain," Goroth demanded. Cedric exhaled sharply, his voice tight. "Most dungeons have time dilation, right? We go in for days, and barely any time passes in the real world." Saluth frowned. "All right, I get the horde situation, but what does that have to do with time dilation?" Cedric gritted his teeth. "It's backwards here. Every 20 to 30 minutes we spend inside this dungeon, 4 hours will pass outside." The weight of those words hit like a hammer. The recruits exchanged horrified glances. They had already spent who knew how long in here. How much time had passed in the real world? Larry looked ready to collapse. "You're telling me, by the time we get out of here, weeks, months, could have passed?" Marcus took a deep breath. "Stay calm. Focus them." "We have our assignments," he said, his voice steady, commanding. "We figure out how to beat this dungeon. We gather information, we map the land, and we move." His eyes locked onto each of them, forcing them to focus. "We don't panic. We don't waste time. We survive." A long, heavy silence stretched between them. Then, slowly, one by one, they nodded. Marcus turned back to the map, adjusting their positions. "Let's move out." Chapter 1. 174. A Glimpse Beyond. The path to the Orklands stretched endlessly, winding through a warped reflection of the world they knew. Every step sank into the veined, spongy terrain, the pulse beneath their feet rhythmic, alive. The sky overhead wasn't truly dark, but its dull, oppressive hue felt like a storm on the verge of breaking. Marcus led the way, his senses sharp, but his thoughts restless. It had been roughly 30 minutes since the teams had split. The landscape was haunting, the horizon dotted with grotesque structures resembling collapsed rib cages or petrified sinew. The world felt like a corpse, hollowed out and left to rot. In the distance, the sound rose, first a faint vibration, then a chorus of screeches, roars, and guttural wails. Another horde. Dinlari stiffened immediately, one hand resting on her rapier, her gaze scanning the distance as if expecting the creatures to crest the horizon at any moment. Marcus caught her tension, holding a hand out. "They aren't coming for us," he said, voice calm but firm, eyes steady. "Their goal's still the entrance. We'll be fine." Dinlari's shoulders stayed tense for a moment longer, then she exhaled, muttering softly, "Hinaya protects." She flicked a glance toward the far-off noise. "I hope the soldiers outside can hold them off." Altheon, walking at her side, gave a thoughtful nod. "You saw the pile of bodies back there. Xenor's forces are far from helpless. They'll handle themselves." Marcus didn't join the reassurance. His mind had drifted, looping back to the desperate fight they'd barely survived. He could still hear the wet crunch of regenerating flesh beneath his fists, feel the strain in his muscles. And Cedric, that image lingered. Cedric holding the line with those gauntlets shining under waves of gore, face determined, like he had something to prove. Marcus's brow furrowed. The description said, "When your party is in peril." That was peril. So why didn't it activate? He shook his head, pulling himself out of the thought. His hand dipped into his bag of holding, fingers curling around the smooth rune stone Des Moines had handed him. Its faint pulse was steady, like a quiet heartbeat. He turned it over, studying its etched surface. "Let's see how this stacks up to my inspect." Focusing, Marcus triggered his own inspect skill. Magical artifact. Name, unknown. Description, a magical device created by Des Moines Heller and the minds of Astoria. Grants the user the ability to glean information without possessing a true inspect ability. Marcus smirked faintly, lips twitching. Humans, always pushing boundaries, just like back on Earth. Then a blink. His system chimed, pulling his attention to a new notification. This artifact possesses effects beyond the scope of your natural inspect ability. Would you like to integrate these effects permanently? Yes or no? Marcus didn't hesitate. No caution, no second thought. Yes. The effect was immediate. His gauntlets of the outsider flared violently, runes along the forearms igniting as arcs of energy shot from his wrists. The rune stone levitated, light fracturing around it as its glyphs unraveled, digitizing into pure energy. Marcus's eyes widened slightly, fingers twitching as the symbols wove themselves into the existing framework of his gauntlets, merging seamlessly. Marcus, Dinlari's voice snapped, spinning toward him, her blade halfway drawn. What the hell is happening? Altheon's stance shifted, mana swirling defensively in his hands. What did you just do? Marcus raised his hands, eyes wide but controlled. I don't know. It's the artifact. My gauntlets just absorbed it. The system pinged again. Inspect skill upgraded. New capabilities unlocked. Verbal communication enabled with others possessing Inspect Rune. Minimap function enabled. Points of interest will auto-update. He flexed his fingers. It felt different. Like a thin layer of awareness stretched beyond him now, distant threads tying him to something larger. His senses tingled faintly, landmarks burned into his mind, the presence of others holding similar runes faintly humming in his periphery. Altheon narrowed his eyes, stepping closer. They absorbed what exactly? Marcus swallowed, voice tight but composed. The inspect thing Des Moines gave me. Dinlari lunged toward him, patting down his pockets, face stern. No way you lost that thing. Des Moines is going to kill you. Marcus gently batted her hands away, grimacing. Relax, I didn't lose it. Stop touching me. He let out a breath, hands raised as both of them stared at him. Look, I haven't told many people this, but I have an inspect ability. That froze them. Altheon's eyes widened. That's rare. Marcus nodded slowly, rubbing the back of his neck. I used my inspect skill on the rune. Then the system asked if I wanted to integrate its effects. He glanced at his gauntlets, feeling the hum of new features. I think it upgraded my inspect. I can still do everything the rune could, and more. Dinlari's suspicion didn't waver. No way. Prove it. Elsewhere. Cedric, Plog, and Largy trudged through a narrow ravine, jagged bone-like structures curving around them. The quiet here wasn't peace, it was suffocating, the air thick, oppressive. Suddenly, a flash of light cracked across the horizon, far off. Plog shaded his eyes. What the hell was that? Largy's eyes narrowed, shrugging. Could have been a mana surge, or lightning. Cedric squinted, something sharp gnawing at his gut. That's the direction Marcus's team should be. Largy waved a hand. Your friend's tougher than you think. If something happened, they'd use the rune. Right, Cedric muttered, though the unease lingered. They pressed on, but Cedric froze mid-step, eyes widening as a blinking system notification flashed before him. Incoming message, Marcus Elder. Cedric, don't freak out, it's me. Cedric's jaw dropped. Plog glanced over, hammer resting on his shoulder. What's wrong? Cedric didn't answer immediately, staring at the message like it might vanish. Largy frowned. Kid? Finally, Cedric spoke, voice tight. Marcus just sent me a message through my system screen. Largy blinked. That's not possible. Plog scratched his head. Since when can you talk through the system like that? Cedric swallowed hard, heart racing. Marcus, how the hell are you talking through my system screen? Chapter 175, Mapping the Unknown. The fleshy ground beneath Marcus's feet pulsed faintly, the distant sounds of the dungeon's heartbeat reverberating in his chest. His gauntlets still tingled from the Inspect rune's absorption, like something waiting to be unleashed. Cedric's message floated in front of him. "Marcus, how the hell are you talking to me through my system screen?" Marcus exhaled slowly, smirking despite himself. "It's a long story, but I'm about to try something. Give me a minute." He knelt, grounding himself. Shutting his eyes, Marcus let his psyche unfurl, reaching out past the terrain. His enhanced inspect ability hummed beneath his consciousness, fusing with his senses. The minimap flared to life. It started small, just the immediate terrain. But as Marcus focused, drawing deeper into the dungeon's flow, more and more of the world responded. Landmarks, anomalies, jagged pathways lit up like a constellation. His breathing quickened. The map expanded outward, 50 miles, 100 miles, then further. Clarity near his position blurred uncertainty as the range hit 300 miles, but still there. "Holy hell," Marcus whispered, unable to hide the grin curling on his lips. Without wasting a second, he pinged Cedric again. "Hey, Ced, check your inspect rune. Let me know what you see now." The response was near instant. "Whoa! Marcus, it's updated. There's a map, points showing up everywhere. How did you do this?" "Let's just call it a side effect of my gauntlets. I've pushed the update to the other teams." "This is amazing. Largy, Plog, and I will head straight for the nearest marker." "Good call. Good luck," said. Miles away, Larry and his team moved silently across broken, vein-like terrain. The inspect rune at Larry's side suddenly hummed, glowing faintly. He stopped, holding it up, confused. "What does this mean?" he asked, glancing toward Des Moines. Des Moines frowned, stepping forward, palm extended expectantly. "The map's been updated," he said evenly. Larry handed the stone over without question. Des Moines activated it, and the glowing map sprang to life. Multiple points of interest blinked, neatly marked across areas no team had touched. His eyes narrowed. "This shouldn't be possible," Des Moines muttered, scanning the map again. "No one's reported back yet. No other team has been through these areas." He tapped the rune, pulling up its metadata, the source signature. A unique signature tagged next to the updates. Team 1. Des Moines' expression hardened, eyes narrowing. Team 1, that's Marcus's group. Interesting. He hid his reaction quickly, handing the stone back to Larry. "It would seem you're full of secrets, Elder," Des Moines thought, but his mind was already spinning. How was Marcus able to do this? The artifact should have been limited to basic scanning capabilities, not wide-scale mapping. Teams could only update the map with areas they'd physically been. "We head to the nearest point of interest," Des Moines said as he walked ahead. Back with Marcus's team, he closed communications with Cedric, exhaling slowly. Cedric set. "I've pushed the map to all teams," Marcus said, glancing up at Dinlari and Altheon. "We've got a structure nearby, something big." Dinlari nodded, adjusting her blade. "Let's see what's waiting for us." Altheon's gaze flicked toward the faint horizon. "Right behind you, Elder." Marcus gave a faint smirk, but the weight of responsibility pressed heavier now. "All right, let's move." They set off, their silhouettes vanishing into the shifting landscape, unaware that across the dungeon, Des Moines Heller was beginning to ask dangerous questions. The path toward the marked structure stretched on, veering through a grotesque maze of fleshy ridges and pulsing valleys. The air itself hummed faintly, vibrating with some rhythm Marcus couldn't quite place. Like the dungeon was breathing in time with their steps. Marcus's minimap pulsed faintly in the back of his mind, a guiding beacon amid the chaos. Still, every 100 yards felt longer than the last. The weight of the dungeon pressed heavier the further they went. "This place," Dinlari muttered, wiping dark ichor off her blade as they maneuvered past another twisted thicket. "It's alive. It feels like it's waiting for something." Altheon scanned the horizon, his eyes glowing faintly with mana. If it's waiting, it's not for long. They hadn't traveled more than 10 minutes before the first pack of creatures descended upon them, smaller than the horde from earlier, but no less grotesque. Sinewy things, all jagged limbs and stretched flesh, their bodies twitching unnaturally as if unfinished. Marcus moved first, ducking low beneath a leaping monstrosity, driving his fist upward into its malformed ribcage. It splintered apart like wet clay. Dinlari was already at his side, her rapier flashing, slicing tendrils from a second creature before it could snare Marcus's arm. Althion's voice rang out behind them. His debuff spell crackled through the air, slowing the rest of the pack just long enough for Marcus to blitz through them like a blade through parchment. He could feel the hum of his true magic simmering beneath his skin, but this time he didn't need to unleash it fully. Not yet. Minutes later they trudged onward, leaving the remains of the creatures twitching in the dirt behind them. But the dungeon didn't give them peace for long. Another 10 minutes brought something worse. At first, Marcus felt it, a ripple beneath their feet, as if something vast shifted beneath the fleshy ground. Then the sound came, a low guttural moan that echoed like a death knell across the horizon. From a ridge to their left, a lumbering mass appeared. It resembled the other creatures in composition, raw flesh and twisted sinew, but this one was larger, towering, and its body seemed to crawl with mouths, all gnashing and wailing in chaotic harmony. Marcus inhaled sharply. Altheon, debuff it, now. Altheon nodded, hands weaving intricate signs. Mana crackled in the air as the spell struck home, slowing the creature's movements. Dinlari darted forward without hesitation, her form a blur as she slashed at its legs, drawing ichor black blood with every strike. But the thing didn't fall easily. It swung a massive, tendon-wrapped arm, forcing Marcus to block, the sheer force rattling his bones. Enough! Marcus flared his Kai and Psyker in tandem, augmenting his speed as he launched upward, driving his fist into one of the creature's many snapping maws. It shattered with a satisfying crunch. The creature shrieked once, its whole form collapsing like a rotted tree. Panting, Marcus wiped his gauntlet clean, exchanging glances with his teammates. Dinlari gave a low whistle. That wasn't even a horde, and it took that much. Altheon frowned, his gaze distant. This dungeon isn't just spawning random things anymore, it's adjusting. Marcus nodded grimly, checking the minimap again. The nearest marked point pulsed brightly. They reached it minutes later. What greeted them was not a ruin. It was not even the decayed remnants of some fallen civilization. It was a temple, a horrific structure of bone and sinew, towering like a ribcage emerging from the ground itself. The walls pulsed faintly, veins of dark energy glowing beneath the surface. The entrance yawned like an open maw, columns shaped like skeletal limbs curled upward as if trying to grasp the sky. The oppressive feeling doubled. Marcus felt something deep in his gut twist. Something was waiting inside. Dinlari stepped forward, swallowing thickly. Well, I guess we found something. Altheon's voice was quiet. Something's wrong here. More wrong than usual. Marcus flexed his gauntlets once, feeling the hum of his upgraded inspect ready beneath his skin. He looked at the temple entrance, jaw tightening. Let's see what secrets this dungeon's been hiding. Chapter 1. 176. Otherworldly Encounters. The temple loomed ahead, like a rotted monument, its walls pulsing faintly under the strange half-light. Up close, Marcus could see the grotesque detail, what appeared to be bone and sinew fused into its architecture, as though the structure had grown rather than been built. Marcus reached out, preparing to push open the heavy doors. Before his hands even touched them, the doors quivered. With a sickening, fleshy sound, they peeled open by themselves, parting like a gaping wound. All three of them froze. Of course, Marcus muttered under his breath, casting a glance at Altheon and Dinlari. Both nodded grimly, their weapons already within reach. They stepped inside. The temple's interior swallowed the light. The air was heavy, damp, and almost suffocating. It was like walking into a lung. Their footsteps echoed eerily as they moved deeper. Every surface glistened faintly, and the walls pulsed just slightly, as if something breathed beneath the stone and muscle. Altheon walked a few steps ahead, reaching out to steady himself against something. His fingers brushed a shelf-like structure, and the faintest crash echoed as something tumbled to the floor. A metallic clatter reverberated through the hollow expanse. Dinlari's voice snapped, sharp and low. "Be more careful. Anything could be lurking in here." Marcus was about to chime in when he noticed it. "Uh, guys," he said slowly, eyes narrowing. "Something's definitely in here." As if on cue, several faint blue lights flickered into existence all around them, pinpricks of glowing cerulean hovering mid-air, watching. Dinlari's hand went to her rapier, Althion's mana flared instinctively, shadows rippling at his fingertips. But then, just as quickly, the lights flickered away. Gone. Like they had lost interest. Marcus exhaled slowly and crept forward, drawn by the last place the blue lights had appeared. His eyes adjusted to the dimness, and he finally saw them. Figures. Dozens of them. Humanoid but decayed, flesh clinging loosely to their bones, hollow-robed forms bent low, almost in prayer. Their heads bowed, faint blue dots still glowing faintly in empty sockets. "They're praying?" Dinlari whispered, incredulous. Marcus moved carefully, glancing around. As he stepped into the aisle, one of the humanoids brushed past him without acknowledgement, almost phasing through him. Marcus tensed, noticing the thing's hands. It carried something, a slab of strange glistening meat, dripping viscera onto the floor as it walked. Marcus exchanged glances with Dinlari and Altheon. "Where the hell's it taking that?" he murmured. Altheon watched, frowning. "It looks like an offering, or tribute." Dinlari gritted her teeth. Only one way to find out. They followed silently. The humanoid walked down the central aisle toward a raised dais at the far end of the temple. It stopped in front of what appeared to be an altar and whispered something unintelligible before laying the meat down with care. Then, without fanfare, it turned and took a seat among the other robed figures, joining them in their rhythmic, silent prayer. Marcus's eyes shifted upward, toward the massive throne looming behind the altar. And there, sitting atop it, was a figure. Lifeless, skeletal, yet unnervingly muscular, its head tilted lazily, limbs hanging slack. What remained of its flesh looked petrified, leathery. It sat unmoving, yet regal, like a king left long after his kingdom had fallen to ruin. Altheon crossed his arms, his voice hushed. "This place is strange." Dinlari scoffed under her breath. "This whole dungeon is strange." Marcus studied the corpse on the throne, brow furrowed. "Looks like he's been dead a long time. Wonder why they're still praying to him." Altheon rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Maybe he ruled these lands once, some remnant of an old civilization." "Should we report this to the others?" Dinlari asked. Marcus shook his head after a beat. "No, these guys aren't bothering us. Let's leave them to whatever the hell this is and head to the next point of interest." They turned to leave, but before they could take more than a few steps, the faint murmurs of prayer grew louder. Low at first, then louder. Chanted in unison, a chorus of hollow voices rising like a wave. Marcus's pulse quickened. Dinlari glanced around, her fingers tightening on her rapier. "I don't like this." Suddenly, the prayers stopped. Every single robed figure turned, moving in eerie, synchronized unison. Their hollow blue eyes locked onto Marcus, Altheon, and Dinlari, their faces unreadable. Then the ground trembled. The pulse Marcus had felt beneath the temple surged, resonating through the floor and into their legs. A pressure built in the air, a weight pressing on their chests, hard to breathe. The source of the pulse shifted. It was coming from the figure on the throne. Marcus's eyes widened as he instinctively triggered inspect. Nothing. No name, no stats, no information. "Shit," Marcus whispered. The corpse twitched. One skeletal hand lifted lazily, brushing dust from its arm. Then, with a rasping cough, it leaned forward. Two piercing blue lights sparked in the hollow voids where its eyes should have been. The voice that came from it was dry yet powerful, almost playful. "How rude," it said, tilting its head. "You walk into my house, no gifts, pry into my privacy with an inspectability, and then turn to leave without saying anything. Didn't your parents teach you manners?" Marcus and the others froze. The corpse yawned, stretching its decayed limbs. "Woe is me. it said dramatically. The first guests I've had in, oh, a couple millennia, and they turn out to be rude little assholes. With a lazy step, it descended from the throne, walking casually toward them. Every step made the ground pulse faintly, as though reality warped beneath its feet. The corpse stopped inches away, looming. "Well," it asked, tilting its head, "do you have anything to say for yourselves?" Marcus could feel the power radiating off the thing. It wasn't Kai, Mana, or Psyker. It felt like something far worse. He swallowed hard, fingers twitching, unable to form fists. Quietly, without drawing attention, Marcus sent a message via his newly improved system to every team's rune. System message. This is Team 1. We've encountered a powerful enemy. Backup needed now. The message had been sent, but the corpse's smile widened. "Hey," it drawled, voice light. "I heard that shit." The three of them stood frozen, and the blue eyes burned brighter. Chapter 177. Keep him talking. Cedric froze mid-step as his system screen flashed urgently. Incoming message. This is Team 1. We've encountered a powerful enemy. Backup needed. Now. Largy and Plog stopped behind him, both reading the tension in Cedric's face before he even spoke. "What? Why'd you stop, kid?" Plog asked, gripping the handle of his hammer tighter. Cedric didn't answer immediately. He stared hard at the message, his heart pounding. He activated the strange rune Des Moines had given him and glanced at the map projection. Marcus's last known location pinged not far from their current position. "It's Marcus," Cedric said, voice sharp. "They're in trouble, big trouble." Largy leaned over to better inspect the holographic projection. "Shit, he's not far. Our route's closest." Without needing to discuss further, the three of them broke into a sprint, their boots pounding against the pulsing, fleshy terrain. Plog grunted, matching Cedric's pace. "Tell me he didn't go poking around without telling every one first." Cedric's jaw clenched. The oppressive air around them seemed to thicken, the dungeon itself pulsing faintly beneath their feet as they ran. Cedric flicked one more glance at the points marked on the map, silently willing themselves to close the distance. "I just hope," he muttered under his breath, "we get there in time." Back at the temple, the silence stretched unbearably. Then the corpse tilted its skeletal head, blue flames flickering brighter in its hollow sockets. "What's wrong?" "Cat got your tongue, Shorty." The rasping voice echoed, almost playful. Marcus, Dinlari, and Altheon stood frozen, each muscle locked tight, their minds scrambling to process the thing in front of them. The corpse's grin widened, lazy and cruel. "Or maybe, you're stalling." It leaned forward. "You do know I'm going to kill all of you, right?" At the words, something snapped inside Marcus. His true magic flared involuntarily, crackling in the air around him, Kai, Mana, and Psyker merging into a single oppressive pulse. The corpse's expression shifted instantly, from boredom to glee. "Holy shit," it breathed, almost giddy. "Haha, what are the odds? I thought you looked familiar." "Well, kind of, anyway." It chuckled darkly. "Your organs seem to be on the opposite side, and who cut your dreads so short?" Marcus felt his stomach drop, another dungeon entity that spoke like they knew him. He glanced at Dinlari and Altheon. They mirrored his confusion. Finally, he found his voice. "What do you mean?" "I look familiar," Marcus asked, each word measured. The corpse cocked its head. "Oh, you don't know the truth yet." The smile widened, all teeth, or what was left of them. "I'd explain, but—" It gestured lazily at the crumbling temple around them. "You're here now. So what would be the point?" Altheon stepped forward, voice carefully neutral. "You seem oddly familiar with Marcus. Why kill him? Or us, for that matter?" The corpse sighed dramatically, waving a skeletal hand. "Stop with the questions, pretty boy. You're done." "But him—" It pointed straight at Marcus, eyes burning brighter. "I'm going to add him to my wardrobe." Marcus blinked. "Wardrobe?" "Yeah." The corpse smirked, looking Marcus up and down like a merchant inspecting wares. "Could use a new suit. Don't have one so young. I can still taste the earnestness on you." Dinlari bristled, her hand tightening on her rapier. Marcus swallowed down the knot in his throat. If we're so weak, why haven't you tried to kill us yet? And why my body? The corpse gave a languid shrug, as if they were discussing the weather. To add to my collection, of course, and can you blame me for a little pre-game chit-chat? It gestured at the rows of decaying humanoids still kneeling behind them, locked in eternal prayer. These guys are boring as hell. It leaned in, voice dropping to something almost conspiratorial. I've been sleeping for a long time, bit starved for conversation. Marcus forced himself to stay calm, eyes narrowing. So, you just collect warriors? The corpse chuckled, shaking its head. Not all warriors, just the ones that help me remember. It let the sentence hang for a beat before adding, I lost my last one that merged the affinities. Marcus felt Altheon's eyes flick toward him, sharp with realization. Merged the affinities? Altheon repeated carefully, glancing between Marcus and the corpse. What does he mean? Marcus kept his eyes on the figure before them, lips tight. He whispered sideways to Altheon, If we make it out of here, I'll explain. The corpse's grin stretched wider. Marcus, you got some splaining to do, it said, hands on its hips. You haven't told them about your true magic. No wonder they're just standing there, like they're your equals. Altheon stiffened. True magic, he echoed, the words clicking like a lock turning, but not fully understood yet. Marcus took a breath, steadying himself. If it's me you want, let them go. The corpse's hollow eyes glinted, amused. Absolutely not. It stretched its arms lazily, the joints popping grotesquely. I need the exercise. Fighting with you and all the other beings you got running all over my skin should scratch the itch. And besides, never know when the next variant is going to come wandering on my surface. Without warning, it turned, walking behind its crumbling throne. The three readied themselves, muscles tensing, eyes scanning for any sudden movement. But Marcus's focus sharpened. It wasn't just the corpse's words, it was the way it moved. The swagger, the casual confidence, the way it talked, half joking, half menacing. It was eerily familiar. Then he saw it. The corpse emerged from behind the throne, slipping something onto its skeletal hands. Gauntlets. Not just any gauntlets, Marcus's gauntlets, or something that mirrored them, corrupted and aged, glowing faintly with the patterns. The corpse flexed its fingers, letting the light shimmer across the cracked, leathery surface. Then, without ceremony, it slid smoothly into a perfect fighting stance. A filly shell stance. Marcus's breath caught in his throat. The corpse's grin widened as if sensing the realization. Come on, kid, it rasped. It raised its fists. Let's throw hands. Chapter 1, 178. Southpaw. The muscular corpse stood relaxed in its stance, arms loose but precise, as if waiting patiently, daring Marcus and his team to make the first move. Its skeletal frame radiated danger, not just raw strength, but something deeper, older. A malevolence that couldn't be measured by system stats. Its blue-lit eyes flicked between them, hungry. Marcus could feel it. This wasn't power built through training or effort. It wasn't honed ki, mana, or psyche. It felt inevitable, something born of decay, madness, and eternity. He steadied himself, no hesitation now. Final formation, Marcus barked. Dinlari and Altheon snapped into motion instantly, their movements sharp, drilled to instinct. They could feel it too, that the creature before them wasn't something to test cautiously. It demanded their best. Dinlari flared her kai, energy pulsing as she linked herself to Marcus. Altheon positioned himself at the center, his mana circuits humming to life, glowing faintly. Marcus grounded his true magic, funneling it through Altheon, the air shimmering with the combined force of their efforts. The corpse watched, guard dropped slightly, head tilted, grin widening. It looked amused. Altheon's hands lifted as he began the incantation for a high-level debilitate spell. The words flowed from him, each syllable twisting the oppressive air, mana crackling and bending reality itself. The spell struck true, lancing toward the corpse in a jagged wave of decaying energy. It hit squarely, engulfing the creature in a swirling mass of energy. The thing's decayed flesh withered further, blackened chunks sloughing off. It looked as though centuries peeled away in an instant, hollowing the corpse even more. Marcus tensed, waiting to see the effect. But when the magic faded, the corpse was still standing. It flexed one hand lazily, cracked flesh shifting. Its tongue rolled in its mouth, tasting something unseen. It said lightly. What was that? A few thousand years shaved off? It smiled wider, cruel and calm. Damn it, this suit was already in need of a patch job. You've gone and made it worse. Dinlari's face tightened, her stance wavering slightly. That was our strongest ability. Before she could say more, Marcus exploded forward, fists blazing. The corpse didn't even bother raising its guard fully. Marcus's punches landed clean, torso, jaw, temple, each strike sharp, powerful. But the corpse absorbed them, barely budging. It let him unleash everything. Marcus's last blow clipped its jaw, twisting its head slightly. Then it smiled wider. Without warning, the corpse countered. 3 sharp punches, faster than Marcus could track. A brutal hook to the ribs, an uppercut to the chin, another blow across the face. Marcus's world tilted. He flew back, smashing through the grotesque pews, skidding across the fleshy, pulsing floor. Altheon reacted fast, wind mana cushioning Marcus mid-flight, breaking his fall, but Marcus still dropped to a knee, coughing violently. Blood spattered the ground. The dungeon drank it greedily, like something alive. Tasty, the corpse chuckled, licking its lips. Dinlari surged forward, fury in her veins. Her kai flared violently as she blurred toward the corpse, rapier slashing in a blinding flurry of strikes. The corpse didn't flinch. It blocked every blow, using a single pinky finger, lazily. Then it jabbed. Altheon sensed it, slamming his hand down. The fleshy ground rose to form a shield between them. The corpse's fist blew through it effortlessly. The punch connected with Dinlari's chest. She flew backward, crashing through more pews, sliding to a halt. The corpse walked forward casually, eyes locked on Altheon. See that, Marcus? It called over its shoulder, voice almost friendly. All that magic means nothing. You probably could have stopped my combo if you remembered how to fight a southpaw. Wait, if I'm mirrored, then is it my left, your right? Ah, never mind. It dashed toward Altheon. Ice walls rose, thick and sharp. The corpse punched through each one, shards flying as it closed the distance. Marcus gritted his teeth. True magic surged, and he reappeared beside Altheon, driving his elbow down to deflect the next blow, ready to counter. But the corpse rolled its shoulder fluidly. Marcus missed, thrown off balance. Its fist snapped up, poised to strike. Dinlari returned, kai burning, intercepting with her rapier braced in both hands. But even as she blocked, the corpse's power barely slowed. Marcus stepped in, uppercutting her blade to redirect the force. Altheon found his footing, combining wind and fire, launching a spiraling inferno toward the corpse. It raised a forearm, blocking, sliding back half a step. Not bad, it said, grinning wider. Its gaze locked onto Marcus again. You know, the corpse drawled, cracking its neck. All that system crap, all that magic, just chains. Marcus frowned but said nothing. The corpse bent low, lifting a broken pew and hurled it effortlessly. Dinlari sliced it in half mid-air. The corpse was gone. It reappeared behind them, delivering a vicious blow to the back of Altheon's head. Altheon's body cracked the fleshy ground beneath, unmoving. Marcus and Dinlari moved instantly, a masterfully coordinated attack, perfect angles, sharp timing. The corpse parried every strike, dodging, blocking, redirecting. Then it landed a devastating shovel hook to Marcus's ribs, folding him. Dinlari darted in to cover. Too late. A brutal uppercut caught her under the chin, launching her clean through the temple's ceiling. The corpse tilted its head back, watching her disappear through the hole above. Might have overdone it, it chuckled. It turned, sauntering back toward Marcus. Marcus forced himself to rise, ribs screaming, blood dripping from his mouth. The corpse picked up another broken pew, calmly setting it down before him like a chair. It sat, folding skeletal hands on its knees. You know, it said conversationally, You all fall for the same trick. Marcus wavered but stayed standing. You're granted power, the corpse continued, and you think cultivating that power makes you untouchable. It leaned forward, jabbing its index finger into Marcus's forehead with each conscious word. I knew better. I saw early, all those blessings, all that magic, just chains, shackles to keep you weak. I ripped them off, built my own strength. The corpse spread its arms. Now here I sit. Master of my domain, I beat the restructuring. Marcus wiped blood from his lips, coughing. Beat it? He rasped, glaring. This planet's dead. The corpse's grin faltered, insulted. It stood slowly, eyes gleaming. You little fucker, it growled. I'm beautiful. It slid smoothly back into its stance, a perfect, corrupted mirror of Marcus's. Get your ass up, it ordered, blue flames burning bright. Let's finish this. Chapter 1. 179. Unleashed Potential. Marcus stood amidst the chaos of the desecrated temple, his breath heavy, eyes locked onto the muscular corpse before him. The air was thick with the scent of blood and decay, the ground beneath pulsating as if alive. Summoning the depths of his true magic, Marcus's aura flared, illuminating the grotesque surroundings with a fierce light. In a blur, he closed the distance, unleashing a barrage of 20 flicker jabs in less than a second. Each punch aimed with precision, yet the corpse swayed effortlessly, its head moving side to side, evading every strike. Marcus shifted his stance, stepping outside to deliver a powerful hook to the body. The corpse merely lowered its elbow, deflecting the blow with minimal effort. Undeterred, Marcus stepped back inside, launching 2 rapid uppercuts to the body, followed by 1 to the head. The corpse rolled with the body shots, absorbing the impact, and caught Marcus's fist mid-air as it aimed for the head. Its perpetual grin widened. Man, if you had shed all that bullshit and just focused on your boxing, maybe you could have at least landed a meaningful blow on me. With a casual flick, the corpse hurled Marcus at supersonic speeds. He crashed through the temple doors. The grotesque and ancient doors exploded into viscera under the force. Marcus tumbled across the desolate courtyard, coming to a painful halt. Cedric, Plog, and Lagi arrived at the location indicated by the stones, their journey culminating at the foreboding temple. The structure loomed ominously, its architecture twisted and corrupted. Cedric's eyes scanned the area, quickly spotting Dinlari struggling to stand, her previous encounter leaving her unsteady. Plog rushed to her side, bracing her. Marcus, fighting. That thing, she managed to whisper, her voice strained. Before they could process her words, the temple doors exploded outward as Marcus's body crashed through, skidding to a stop before them. Cedric's heart raced as he sprinted to his friend's side. Marcus, are you okay? What's happening? Marcus coughed, blood staining his lips. Wait for Gorath and the others. We need everyone to beat it. As if on cue, Altheon's body was violently ejected from the temple, landing a few feet away, his voice barely a murmur. We can't beat it. A chilling voice echoed from the temple's entrance. Marcus, you didn't tell me we were going to have company so soon. The corpse stepped into the dim light, its presence exuding malevolence. Plog and Lagi tightened their grips on their hammers and bucklers, muscles tensing in preparation. Dwarves. Oh man, I think I might have enough food to feed everyone, the corpse sneered. As it spoke, the blood spilled from Marcus, Dinlari, and Altheon seeped into the fleshy ground, which seemed to absorb it eagerly. The corpse licked its fingers, savoring an unseen flavor, while the others looked on in horror. What? It said, raising an eyebrow. You don't like my cooking? Lagi and Plog's Kai flared, their determination evident. Lagi glanced at Cedric. Get it together, Cedric. We have to buy these guys some time to recover. Cedric nodded, steeling himself for the imminent battle. Lagi and Plog charged first. Plog ducked under a lazy haymaker, driving a spike through the corpse's foot into the ground, anchoring it in place. Lagi mirrored the maneuver on the other foot, effectively pinning the creature. Cedric joined the fray, and together they unleashed a coordinated assault. Cedric's fists flew, targeting any opening. Plog focused on deflecting potential counters, Largely delivered massive strikes to perceived weak points. The corpse initially played along, feigning pain and defenselessness, but gradually its charade faded. Realization dawned on the trio as their attacks seemed futile. The corpse, noticing their hesitation, chuckled. "Oh, you're done? Your attack was so cool. I just wanted you to feel good about it." It flexed its muscles, the spikes dislodging effortlessly. "If you had used that attack on anyone else, you guys would have done some damage." Fear crept into their hearts as they began to back away. The corpse's demeanor shifted, its face turning serious. "Giving up so soon? Don't leave now, we're all having a good time, right?" Plog and Largy exchanged determined glances. Largy spoke firmly. "Stay back, kid. Tend to the others. Let us handle him." But Cedric's focus was unwavering, his gaze fixed on the muscular corpse and the wounded around him. Largy and Plog launched themselves at the creature once more. Largy swung his hammer at its head, while Plog aimed for its legs. The corpse casually ducked and lifted a foot, effortlessly avoiding their strikes. Frustration mounting, Plog and Largy attacked with renewed vigor, their movements becoming desperate. The corpse responded with devastating efficiency. A hammer fist sent Largy crashing to the ground, unconscious. A straight punch pierced through Plog's torso, ending his life instantly. "Oh, darn it," the corpse mocked, feigning annoyance. "I have something stuck on my arm." Cedric watched in horror as the corpse shook Plog's lifeless body off its arm, treating it like an inconvenient stain. The ground beneath absorbed Plog's body hungrily, the fleshy surface pulsating with grotesque satisfaction. The corpse burped, a grotesque mimicry of satiation as it turned its attention toward Cedric. Paralyzed by fear, Cedric's eyes darted between the advancing corpse, the spot where Plog had fallen, and his wounded comrades. His mind raced, but his body refused to move. The corpse's grin widened as it closed the distance. "What's the matter? Don't tell me you're going to try and run now?" In that moment, something within Cedric snapped. He gently laid Marcus down and rose to his feet, a newfound resolve hardening his features. His eyes began to glow with a bright, shimmering black, an aura of the same hue seeping from his body. The runes on his golden gauntlets radiated with intense light. A system notification echoed in his mind. Blessing activated unlocked potential. The corpse paused, intrigued. "Oh? What's this now?" Cedric's voice was steady, devoid of the earlier tremor. "You won't harm my friends any longer." The air around them grew dense with energy as Cedric prepared to confront the abomination, the fate of his comrades, and the outcome of this battle hanging precariously in the balance. Chapter 180. A Hero's Power. Item, Guardian of the Protector, unique. Blessing, unlocked potential. Description, triggers when the user or their party is in peril. For 20 seconds, the user will achieve the pinnacle of their potential power. Status, activated 20 seconds. Cedric didn't even notice the prompt. System notifications and status screens meant nothing to him now. All that mattered in this hellish imitation of a world was the corpse that had hurt his friends. He advanced on the muscular abomination, raw, uncontrollable energy radiating from him. The creature's grin faltered, its single remaining eye narrowing. "Oh? Is this the famous power of friendship?" the corpse mocked, raising an eyebrow. That doesn't taste like system taint. The flavor reminds me of—" It never finished the sentence. Cedric's fist smashed across its face in a devastating haymaker. 19 seconds. The corpse hurtled backward at impossible speed, ripping through the terrain like a meteor. Its body spun wildly, unable to correct its trajectory, until Cedric appeared in mid-air, catching it mid-spin with a vicious uppercut that rocketed it thousands of feet into the sky. 18 seconds. Cedric blinked forward above the airborne foe and pounded it earthward with a hammer blow. 17 seconds. Before the corpse could register its plummeting fall, Cedric flashed in at its side. Assassin's blades extended from his gauntlets. He pummeled it through the sky like a pinball, every strike precise and punishing. 16 seconds. A precise and devastating blow lopped off a portion of the monster's head. 15 seconds. Desperate, the corpse lashed out with a punch, launching itself free of Cedric's onslaught. It barely regained control. 14 seconds. Only for Cedric to vanish from view. A flash and Cedric appeared above it again, expression blank, both fists driving downward. 13 seconds. Twin hammer fists sent the creature spinning toward the earth. Cedric followed relentlessly, stabbing, punching, and slicing as they fell, a meteor of devastation. 12 seconds. The corpse's flesh burned from friction, its body torn open by Cedric's unrelenting assault. 11 seconds. Cedric positioned the monster to bear the brunt of the impact. 10 seconds. They slammed into the ground like a falling star, forming a massive crater on impact. 9 seconds. Cedric didn't slow. He rained down blows until each attempt by the corpse to rise ended with another bone-shattering punch. 8 seconds. Another series of blows landed. 7 seconds. The force and speed of the blows intensified. 6 seconds. The crater deepened, the earth groaning under the onslaught, stone and bone alike fractured beneath Cedric's unstoppable wrath. 5 seconds. Energy gathered in Cedric's fist, the air vibrating with the force of it. 4 seconds. The corpse tried to laugh, but Cedric silenced it, slamming the gathered energy into its face. 3 seconds. The creature's body shot away, obliterating rock, soil, and sinew in its path, launched clean through the planet, emerging on the opposite side. At the crater's edge, Cedric's remaining seconds ebbed away. Then he collapsed, breathing shallowly, his body spent. Too much power had been forced through a frame not fully ready to handle it. Silence blanketed the battlefield. Those who witnessed it stood frozen, staring at Cedric's unmoving form. Dinlari, Marcus, and Altheon hurried to his side, hearts pounding. Cedric's voice was hardly above a whisper. "Did I do it?" Marcus knelt beside him, voice trembling. "Yeah, you did it," said. "Cool, He never finished. Exhaustion overcame him, and his eyes slid shut. Largi finally came to, surveying the war-torn field. "I missed a lot. Where's Plog?" No one spoke. Altheon walked shakily, laying a steadying hand on Largi's shoulder. The silence told him everything. Largi pressed his lips tight, then carefully lifted Plog's hammer. "Wish we could have shared one more meal," he murmured. "Thume's forge awaits, friend." Nearby, Dinlari leaned in close to Marcus and asked in a hushed voice, "That thing is dead, right?" Marcus didn't answer. His gaze shifted toward the gaping hole Cedric had punched in the ground, listening for any sound he dreaded might come. A low, rasping chuckle echoed across the crater. Marcus's eyes narrowed. Dinlari tensed. Altheon swallowed, heart pounding. The nightmare wasn't over. A hulking shadow rose at the crater's edge, half its face gone, one arm missing, torso shredded, and yet still it stood, as though nothing had changed. Cedric's attack had done visible damage, but the corpse's remaining eye blazed with cold blue light. It glanced down at the stump of its missing arm, then back at them. "Can someone," it said with a mock-pleasant tone, "give me a hand?" It sauntered closer, skeletal grin spreading wide, despite the chunks of flesh missing everywhere. Casually dusting itself off, it eyed the ragged remnants of its arm. "Can you believe this?" it sneered, voice dripping venom. "That blonde bitch ruined my third favorite suit." Marcus's entire body screamed in protest as he forced himself to stand. Pain flared with every movement, but he refused to leave Cedric unguarded. The corpse's single eye fixed on Cedric's limp form. In a blink, it lunged, a grotesque leg drawn back for a brutal kick, aimed straight at Cedric's unconscious body. Marcus moved on instinct, throwing himself in front of the blow. Pain exploded in his ribs as the impact launched both him and Cedric across the ruined field. Gasping, Marcus dragged himself upright. But the corpse came again, until Dinlari and Largi interceded, weapons raised. Dinlari's rapier flashed forward, aimed for the monster's throat. The abomination leaned back at the last instant, smirking, only to expose its back. Largi seized the chance. With a roar, he swung his hammer in a punishing arc, driving it into the back of the corpse's skull. A sickening crack echoed as the abomination staggered. Before it could recover, Altheon slammed both hands to the ground, summoning a massive pillar of earth under its chest. The force catapulted the monster skyward. Dinlari vanished in a burst of Kai, reappearing beside the airborne foe, rapier slicing toward its exposed neck. The corpse's grin never faded. Twisting unnaturally, it snapped its head back, just out of range, and seized Dinlari's wrist. A heartbeat later, it flung her aside, straight into Lagi's path. They collided and landed in a tangled heap. Altheon narrowed his eyes, mana swirling as a barrage of earthen spikes erupted, lancing for the corpse. The creature weaved between them with supernatural grace, never once losing stride. Marcus clenched his jaw against the pain and rushed back in. Timing his attack perfectly, he waited until the corpse twisted away from Altheon's final spike, then drove his fist into the exposed side of its skull, smashing through the fractured remains of its brain. The creature slammed into the ground with a dull thud. For a moment, Marcus, Dinlari, Lagi, and Altheon stood over it, panting hard. Blood and sweat dripped into the dust, and they all silently prayed for a moment's respite. The corpse stirred. Slowly, methodically, it pushed itself upright. Dust cascaded off its ravaged frame like ash. Its gaze swept across the four of them, a jagged smile still clinging to its ruined face. "That was freaky. That almost took out my cerebellum," it shuddered playfully. "I'd love to keep playing like this. But I think it's almost time for me to change clothes." Before they could react, it was on them, a blur of dashing strikes, each impact thunderous. Dinlari fell first, her body ragdolling as a single punch drove her into the ground. Lagi followed, his hammer torn from his grip as he collapsed, coughing. Altheon managed to raise a shielding ward, but the monster shattered it effortlessly, sending him sprawling and unmoving. Marcus braced himself, but the abomination hit faster than he could defend. The world spun as he crashed to the dirt, gasping for air. "Time to try on my new clothes." The corpse chuckled darkly, closing in on Marcus with a skeletal hand outstretched. Then a wall of fire burst into existence, scorching the creature's arm. A pressurized blade of water followed, slicing cleanly through its shoulder. It recoiled, hissing in annoyance, just in time for a short sword to punch through its back, sliding between vertebrae. The corpse turned its single eye, irritated. "Well, shit," it muttered. "There's more of you worthless gnats. Hold up, I think I recognize some of you. I think when we met, you all were a little older, and taller, and meaner." Standing at the crater's rim were three new arrivals. Saluth Arroyo, flames dancing across his tonfas. Gurgleth Gillis, calm but focused, water magic swirling at his fingertips. Serian Tanal, sword still embedded in the corpse's spine. Saluth glanced at Marcus and cracked a faint grin. "You held out longer than I thought. Got a few hits in too." He turned back toward the monstrous figure, eyes sharpening. "Now it's our turn." The corpse choked out a laugh as it ignored the new threats and spoke to Marcus. "Man, I can't wait to live your memories, kid. You variants all live in some creative ways." Chapter 1, 181, The Final Stand. "Come on," the corpse motioned as Saluth, Gurgleth, and Syrian closed in, relentless. Saluth surged forward, tonfas blazing with flame. His movements were sharp, clean. Flames danced around him as he pressed the abomination hard, keeping it off balance. Gurgleth moved in tandem, rune-enchanted wind whips slicing at the corpse from multiple angles, forcing it to split its focus. Syrian was precise, his short sword stinging deftly between their attacks, each strike aimed to cripple. For a moment, the three-man assault held the upper hand, pushing the abomination back step by step. The mangled thing laughed through it all. With a sudden twist, it grabbed Syrian's sword mid-strike, snapping the blade, causing Syrian to fall off balance as he stumbled forward. Syrian gasped in pain as the skeletal behemoth ran him through with the other half of his blade. Before Syrian could even look down to see the blade protruding from his chest, the corpse twisted him into the path of one of Gurgleth's wind blades. The attacks sheared through Syrian, cutting deep. He collapsed without a sound. "Another one bites the dust," the corpse mockingly sang, amused, turning back to Saluth and Gurgleth. Gurgleth's focus wavered as he glanced at Syrian's fallen form. Saluth cursed, flaring his mana harder. Before the abomination could press the advantage, another sound rippled across the crater. Hooves thundering. Thopos and his team of centaurs arrived at full speed. Shields raised, weapons gleaming. Without hesitation, they charged, surrounding the corpse in a coordinated wall of blades and shields. Saluth didn't waste the opening. His gaze flicked between Sirion's lifeless form and Marcus, and he made the call instantly. "Gurgleth, heal Marcus!" Saluth snapped, eyes never leaving the corpse. Gurgleth obeyed, tossing the rune across the crater. Marcus, still gasping, caught it weakly. The rune pulsed, radiating warmth as it dissolved into Marcus's skin, healing torn muscle and fractured bone. Strength surged back into his limbs. Marcus staggered to his feet, wiping blood from his mouth. "Thanks." Before he could rejoin, another group approached. Larry, Des Moines, Heller, and the last human recruit. Des Moines wasted no words. With a gesture, glowing runes spiraled around him, and an array of artifacts materialized in the air. He moved like a man possessed. With an explosion of psyche, spectral, otherworldly weapons fired light-like projectiles, forcing the abomination to actually retreat under Des Moines' barrage. The mutilated wraith's grin faltered, but it retaliated in kind. With brutal efficiency, it closed the distance, bypassing Des Moines' attacks. Its arm lashed out, impaling Larry's final teammate before anyone could react. The recruit collapsed, lifeless, blood soaking into the fleshy ground. Larry let out a raw scream, psyche flaring wildly. Before the corpse could press the opening, the air shifted again. Another presence. A familiar voice barked from the crater's edge. "Enough." Gorath descended into the battlefield, greatsword in hand, Bruin and the remaining beastfolk warrior flanking him. Their presence was like a wall, solid, immovable. Marcus glanced around, breath ragged, surveying who was still standing. Saluth, Gurgleth, Thopos' centaurs, Dinlari, Altheon, Largi, Des Moines, Larry. Bruin and the beastfolk, and himself. They were bloodied, battered, bruised, but alive. Across the crater, the decayed brute stood at its center, what remained of its form grotesque and broken. Its single burning eye flicked rapidly between them, calculating, grinning despite the chunks missing from its frame. Marcus exhaled, steadying his breath. Pain radiated through every inch of his body, but he forced the fatigue down, shook off the heaviness, and slipped once again into his fighting stance. "Let's take this thing down." The others responded immediately, weapons raised, magic affinities flaring. The abomination tilted its head lazily, pointing a cracked finger at itself. "Take me down?" it mocked, voice dry and dripping sarcasm. "You people have no idea how fucked you truly are." But no one cared to listen. The team surged forward, uncoordinated but relentless. Swords, spears, magic, kai, psyche. They came from every direction, a whirlwind of raw power and desperate will. The grotesque fiend weaved between them, forced to dodge, block, and absorb blows it could no longer easily shrug off. Chunks of its rotting flesh flew from each strike, but its mocking voice still rang out. "Why are you people struggling so hard?" Saluth's tonfas cracked against its ribs, flames devouring the broken sinew. "Don't you realize where you are?" Gurgleth's water whips slashed clean through one of its remaining legs, staggering it. "None of you are going to get out of here." Marcus appeared at its side, fists blazing, battering the creature back with a flurry of rapid strikes. Dinlari followed up, slicing her rapier across its midsection. Altheon hurled a barrage of stone lances, pinning what was left of its limbs. Finally, the revenant collapsed, little more than a shattered chest and head twitching. Marcus stood over it, chest heaving, eyes sharp. "You don't have a choice. We beat you. The dungeon itself will set us free." The ruin's head chuckled, low at first, then louder, until it erupted into manic, rasping laughter. Its remaining eye gleamed with twisted amusement. Marcus frowned, wiping blood from his mouth. "What's so funny?" "We beat you." The broken thing's laughter slowed, voice hoarse but clear. "Beat me? No, kid. You beat this worthless body." It tilted its ruined head, grinning wider. "You're kinda slow, huh?" I wonder if I was ever that dense. Marcus felt something twist in his gut. Why isn't this dungeon instance ending? The fiend's eye glinted. Because this ain't just some dungeon, dumbass. Its voice darkened, the words sinking deep. This entire planet is my true form. The surface is my skin. The beasts and monsters you've been fighting. My immune system. And you little variants? You're my fists. Marcus staggered back a step, blood running cold. The husk's eye flickered, dimming as it spoke its final words. The end came for this planet. I had to sacrifice everything to save it. I united every being on this planet into one, by force. Its eye flickered once more and finally dimmed. Sit tight, kid. This suit is ruined. Can't wait to show you my other one. Chapter 1. 182. The Escape Plan. The battlefield lay eerily silent, save for the ragged breathing of the survivors. Dust and ash drifted lazily through the air, swirling between shattered chunks of stone and pools of dark red ichor. The vast expanse of the crater was littered with the remnants of battle, broken weapons, scorched earth, and bloodstains smeared across the fleshy terrain. Marcus stood amidst the debris, shoulders heaving, surveying the aftermath. The abomination's corpse, if it could even still be called that, was little more than a shattered head and chest, twitching faintly as if resisting death itself. They had survived, barely. But now the question loomed heavy over them all. How were they supposed to escape this dungeon world? Before he could dwell too long, a sharp chime echoed in his mind, snapping his attention back. You have defeated Marcus Elder. Marcus stiffened, blinking in confusion as a long designation number filled the screen. The messages continued to flood his vision until Level up, Ascendant Level 4, True Magic plus 20. All stats plus 4. His eyes widened slightly. What the hell? But the system wasn't done. Variant reward available. Gauntlets of the defeated can be consumed by your gauntlets of the outsider. Marcus's gaze shifted instinctively toward the mangled remains of the corpse's gauntlets, corroded, fractured, but somehow still pulsing faintly with residual power. His expression hardened. Quietly, he began to walk, weaving past fallen debris, scanning the ground. It took him a few minutes, but finally, amidst a mound of broken bone and viscera, he spotted one of the cracked gauntlets half buried. Found one, he murmured under his breath, kneeling to pry it free. The texture felt wrong beneath his fingers, slimy, almost alive. Without hesitating, he slipped it into his bag of holding. As he stood, Goroth's voice rumbled from a few paces away. Spoils of battle. Good idea, the orc muttered, his eyes sharp, nodding once in approval. Marcus gave no response, his mind racing with what the system had shown him. Himself, yet not. Another version, another path, and now its remnants belonged to him. A groan snapped his focus back to reality. Cedric stirred nearby, his face pale, hands clutching at the dirt as he struggled to sit up. Marcus crossed the distance swiftly, crouching down to help his friend upright. Cedric's limbs trembled violently, his legs barely holding weight. Whatever energy he'd unleashed during his awakening had left him utterly spent. You're all right, Marcus muttered, steadying him. Cedric only grunted, his eyes glazed but determined. From the corner of his vision, Marcus spotted Des Moines striding toward them, the sharp glint of questions already visible in the man's eyes. But to Marcus's surprise, Des Moines held his tongue. Instead, he pivoted sharply, turning his gaze toward Saloth. Do you have it? Des Moines demanded, voice clipped. Saloth furrowed his brow, patting down his coat pockets. His expression darkened. I must have lost it during the battle, he muttered, frustration flickering across his features. Before Des Moines could unleash the scolding clearly forming on his lips, Marcus cut in smoothly, voice calm but firm. He doesn't have the artifact, Marcus said, locking eyes with Des Moines. I saw you two speaking before the delve. I figured out what it does. Ragan has it now. He's using it to figure out a way to save us all. Des Moines' jaw clenched, eyes narrowing, but he said nothing. Miles away, Ragan knelt amidst the twisted landscape where they had first entered the dungeon. The ground beneath him pulsed faintly, veins of dark energy spiderwebbing across the soil. The remnants of the entry sigil flickered weakly, almost invisible to anyone not trained to see it. The teleportation artifact Marcus had instructed him to lift glowed steadily by his side. Next to it hovered Yara's summoning rune, half-formed and unstable, vibrating with latent power. Sweat rolled down Ragn's temple. The air itself felt heavier now, charged with something primal. Beneath his feet, he could feel it. A rhythmic pulsing, growing faster. The dungeon's heartbeat. The next wave wasn't far off. Piece by piece, he worked, hands moving with controlled urgency. He traced the summoning sigil, adjusting lines, weaving Des Moines' artifact into the matrix. His eyes flicked between components and Yara's instructions. 7 hells! How do I make the energies cooperate? He glanced toward the horizon, his instincts sharp. He couldn't afford to fail. He needed this to work, before it was too late. Back at the crater, the survivors gathered once more, a tense silence hanging in the air like a storm cloud. The exhaustion was palpable, their battered bodies barely upright, but the weight of unanswered questions was heavier still. Altheon broke the silence first. Marcus, he began, voice tight, what exactly did that thing mean when it talked about merged affinities? Larry's voice followed, brittle and trembling, and the restructuring? What the hell was that about? All eyes turned to Marcus, the tension sharp enough to cut. Des Moines, arms folded across his chest, stepped forward, his tone colder than before. Enough riddles. It seems you've been keeping far more secrets than you're letting on, Elder. Marcus met his gaze but remained silent, his jaw tight. The questions hovered in the air, pressing down on him. The silence stretched, teetering dangerously toward confrontation. Then, Gorath's voice boomed across the crater, commanding, "Enough!" Everyone turned as Gorath strode forward, towering, voice rumbling. "Marcus can answer all your questions once we're out of here," Gorath said bluntly, leaving no room for argument. "For now, what matters is how we escape." Marcus nodded once, exhaling. "We need to get back to where we entered." Thupos frowned, hooves shifting uneasily. "But the dungeon portal, it's gone. We can't see it anymore." Marcus met his eyes steadily. "A powerful mage from my village prepared for this. Ragan has experimental sigils, Yara's summoning rune, and Des Moines' teleportation artifact. Combined, he can force the gate open." Des Moines scoffed, folding his arms. "Then we'd better make haste." He glanced toward the horizon, eyes sharp. "I'm sure Ragan will need my intellect to make it work." Marcus allowed a faint smile to tug at the corner of his lips, though exhaustion still weighed heavy. Time was running out, and the dungeon wasn't finished with them yet. Chapter 183, Race Against the Horde. The air thickened with every step, dense as fog, charged with something primal and malevolent. It pressed against their lungs, clinging to their skin, a weight that dragged at their battered bodies. The ground beneath them pulsed faintly, rhythmic and alive, as if the dungeon itself was breathing, watching. Marcus moved at the front, eyes sharp, forcing the pace brutal. There was no room left for hesitation, not now. Behind him, the others pushed forward, bruised, bloodied, but relentless. Every step felt heavier, their wounds screaming, but urgency gnawed at them, propelling them forward. Every few minutes, the ground split open, disgorging fresh monstrosities, misshapen abominations of sinew, muscle, and jagged bone. Creatures half-formed, twitching unnaturally as they crawled free, their bodies stitched together by madness. No two looked alike, but all shared the same wild hunger. Saluth's flames flared hot, carving through the first wave without pause. His tonfas danced, leaving trails of searing fire that devoured anything too slow to dodge. Gurgolith moved beside him, rune-enchanted water slicing through limbs with surgical precision, each movement fluid and efficient. Thupos' centaurs thundered ahead, shields raised, trampling over beasts as their spears struck home, forming a moving wall of defense. Marcus blurred between them, fists cracking skulls, rupturing chests, snapping bone and flesh with every strike. Dinlari, Altheon, and Lagi stayed close, Their teamwork honed razor-sharp, each exchange measured, desperate but precise. Every cut, every spell, every punch mattered now. But the deeper they pushed, the thicker the monsters came. Like the dungeon itself was fighting harder, its pulse quickening beneath their feet. The terrain around them twisted unnervingly, walls of flesh shifting, reshaping, as though the dungeon itself sought to trap them. Jagged bone structures sprouted from the ground like teeth, forming unnatural choke points. Pustules quivered on the walls, veins bulging, ready to burst. "The dungeon's pissed," Dinlari muttered, wiping ichor from her blade. "You feel that?" Altheon panted between gasps, his eyes flicking nervously to the trembling ground beneath them. Marcus nodded grimly, swallowing back the ache in his chest. The pulsing beneath their feet was speeding up, matching the pounding rhythm in his ears. They fought on, every inch gained a victory. Finally, through the swirling haze of heat, blood, and fog, the entrance came into view, barely visible, twisted beyond recognition. Where once there had been clear runic lines, now the stone was warped, tendrils of dark sinew strangling the sigils, almost hiding them from sight. But what drew everyone's attention were the grotesque, fleshy bulbs dotting the ground. Hundreds of them, swollen and quivering, ready to split open. The next horde was moments from breaking free. And at the center of it all, hunched low over faintly glowing runes, was Ragn. Marcus didn't hesitate. He sprinted the last few feet, skidding to a stop beside him. "Status!" Ragn didn't look up, fingers moving rapidly, tracing unstable lines. "I've pieced together most of it, but the sigil's unstable. I need more time." Desmond strode up behind him, eyes immediately assessing. Without a word, he snatched the artifact from Ragn's hands. "Tch," Desmond sneered, squinting at the weave of magic. "You call this a spell matrix? It's a miracle this didn't explode already." He dropped to his knees, hands glowing as he rewrote portions of the runes, reinforcing weakened sections, correcting layering mistakes. Each adjustment brought the portal faintly back into focus, a swirling shimmer, barely visible yet undeniably there. Behind them, the bulbs began to split open, tearing wetly down the center. "They're hatching," Largy barked, hammer raised. The horde came. Dozens of malformed creatures poured forth, limbs flailing, mouths filled with jagged teeth, eyes glowing unnervingly. Their shrieks pierced the air, deafening and chaotic. The first wave hit like a crashing tide, sheer numbers threatening to drown them. Marcus and Gorath took the front, carving a path through brute force alone. Gorath swung his greatsword in massive arcs, cleaving beasts in two, while Marcus weaved between strikes, fists landing with bone-crushing precision. Saluth and Gurglith flanked, flames roaring to consume clusters of the creatures, water slicing cleanly through their ranks. Thoposes' centaurs formed a wedge, shields locked, spears stabbing relentlessly. Larry, raw and unhinged from grief, fought like a storm unleashed. Psyker tearing through enemy minds, bodies snapping like twigs under his wrath. But they kept coming. "Desmoine, how's it going?" Dinlari shouted, stabbing through another monster, ichor splattering across her face. Desmoine didn't look up. "Tell them to stop shaking the damn ground, and maybe I'll finish before we're all dead." Marcus caught his breath, wiping blood from his brow, but something shifted. He glanced to the horizon, pulse pounding. That's when he saw it. The ground trembled, not from the horde, but from something much larger. The terrain itself began to bulge unnervingly, molding as if alive. And there, rising from the pulsing earth, towering over the battlefield, was a monstrous figure. A bloated, corrupted version of himself, familiar features stretched grotesquely, its eyes hollow blue flames. The Titan Marcus. It moved slowly, each step sending tremors rippling through the ground, the earth cracking beneath its bulk. Altheon paled, stumbling. "That is not good." Marcus's gaze locked onto the behemoth. "Desmoine, hurry!" Behind them, the shimmer of the portal flickered more visibly, stabilizing as Desmoine's adjustments took hold. "Almost there," Desmoine barked, sweat dripping from his brow. "Keep the way open." Ragn grunted, adjusting the sigil with trembling fingers. One by one, teams began breaking through. Thorpos's centaurs drove a wedge clear, spears glinting as they forced a path toward the swirling gate. Saluth, Gurgleth, and Larry followed, hacking a bloody line, their bodies slick with ichor. Bruin and the remaining beastfolk fought at their flanks, their savage strikes opening pockets of space. But Marcus, Altheon, Dinlari, Gorath, Desmoin, and Ragn held the rear, cutting down monsters pouring in from all sides, covering the retreat. The Titan Marcus drew closer, its grin stretched unnervingly wide. Dinlari cursed, her blade cutting down another monstrosity. "We need to move now." Marcus grabbed her shoulder, eyes hard. "Go, get through." She shook her head, panting. "Marcus—" He didn't wait. He shoved her firmly toward the portal. "That's an order." Altheon hesitated, glancing between them. "Both of you," Marcus snapped, eyes burning. "Go." Reluctantly, Dinlari gritted her teeth, sprinting toward the portal. Altheon followed, clearing the path. Ragn looked back, desperation in his voice. "Marcus, we all need to go. Now." Marcus never took his eyes off the looming Titan. Marcus clenched his fists. He knew, this is my fight, my dungeon. If I run now, the victory would mean nothing. I need to reclaim this dungeon. If I leave now, nothing changes. Keep the way open for me. Desmond opened his mouth, clearly ready to argue, but Gorath laid a heavy hand on his shoulder. Let him do what he needs to. Marcus stood alone at the portal's edge as the last of the fighters disappeared through the swirling gate. It pulsed behind him, fragile but open. The Titan Marcus lumbered to a halt, casting a shadow over him. It crouched low, its grin grotesque, eyes gleaming hollow blue. "You should have run, idiot," the Titan rumbled, voice echoing deep and mocking. Marcus didn't flinch, fists clenched, body battered, but standing tall. He stared death in the face and steeled himself. Chapter 1. 184. You talk too much. The air hummed with oppressive weight. The towering Titan Marcus loomed over Marcus, each step shaking the ground like distant thunder. It reached down lazily, a massive hand stretching forward, fingers curling to grab him. Marcus raised a single hand, voice sharp despite the tremor in his limbs. "Stop. Listen to me." The Titan paused, brow quirked, dreadlocks swaying slightly. "Last words?" it rumbled, amused. "Make 'em good." "Not last words. Questions?" The Titan scratched at its chin with an idle motion, almost thoughtful. "Nah, we don't really got time for questions." With casual cruelty, it extended its middle finger, bringing it down like a hammer, aiming to crush Marcus beneath it. Marcus gritted his teeth, bracing, his feet dug deep into the ground as he pushed back against the massive digit with everything he had. The weight was unbearable, pressing down harder, grinding him into the earth inch by inch. The Titan chuckled, voice low and mocking. "I like the way you struggle, Variant. Reminds me of a younger me." Marcus's knees buckled, the finger forcing him down. His arms shook violently. He could feel his body breaking, muscle fibers tearing, bones creaking under the pressure. Then, amidst the haze, a memory surfaced, Stem's voice sharp in his mind. "Feel the power in you. Let your mana, Kai and Psyche spill. Unleash everything." The last time he'd done that, he'd fallen into a coma for 3 weeks. His body couldn't handle it, but right now he didn't have a choice. Marcus inhaled sharply and let go. A roar of power erupted from within. Kai, mana, Psyche, everything coursed through him, unrestrained. True magic flared wildly, radiating outward in waves, twisting the air around him. With a final desperate surge, Marcus pushed back. The Titan's finger bent backwards with a crack. The colossal figure blinked, genuinely surprised. It pulled its hand away, nursing the broken digit with mock offense. "You little mother," it growled, smirking as it flexed the wounded finger. Marcus stood, chest heaving, his entire body glowing, veins lit like molten rivers beneath his skin. "I said stop," Marcus snapped, voice thundering. "I need to talk." The Titan's grin returned, wide and toothy. "That's a lot of power you're leaking, kid. Drawback's gonna be hell, isn't it?" Marcus's vision swam, but he held his ground. "You said you beat the restructuring. How?" The Titan snorted, waving a massive hand dismissively. Long story, brat. All you need to know is, I rebelled. I didn't play along. I conquered this world, devoured every ounce of power in it. When the seals broke, I devoured them too. The conversation between Marcus and the gargantuan variant of himself stretched on for what felt like hours. The Titan uncharacteristically opened up. They talked for minutes on end, topics ranging from the system. Hey, did you have an AI companion at some point? Yeah, it was sad when it came time to devour him too. To relationships. What about the orcs? Did you befriend them like I did? No, I destroyed them almost as soon as I reincarnated. To beating the apocalypse. How do you consider this a win? The world has no life. I am life. The mortals of this planet were merely stepping stones to power. I didn't beat the gods and systems for them, and I don't fight variants like you for them. It was all so I could live my life how I wanted. Marcus's jaw tightened. Was it worth it? The Titan leaned back, laughing. Hell yeah, my life's eternal. You can't see it, but in my true form I roam the cosmos. Do what I want. Go where I want. Nothing can stop me. Marcus's patience was thinning. Then why were we sent here if you're not part of the restructuring? The Titan shrugged exaggeratedly. Hell if I know. Your planet's at the first stages of the end, right? Maybe the seals want you to see your potential. Maybe they want you dead. Marcus's eyes narrowed. Dead, I understand, but why show me what I could become? The Titan rolled its eyes, voice dropping. You talk too much. It crouched, looming over Marcus, lips curled into a grin. Out of all the variants I've smashed, the weakest one's giving me the biggest headache. Its tone shifted, almost serious. Don't worry about the why. Just get stronger. Use my path as your blueprint, or forge your own. Doesn't matter. Marcus's body trembled violently now, cracks forming across his skin, energy leaking uncontrollably. So I take it you'll let me go? He rasped. The Titan chuckled. Yeah, get the hell out of here. I can see your body cracking like glass. Marcus gave a faint nod, vision dimming. Thanks. The Titan stood tall, laughing as Marcus struggled to move. Don't worry, kid. I'll close this dungeon off from your world. Should all go back to normal. With a flick of its massive finger, the Titan sent Marcus hurtling toward the portal. Back at the portal, the group stood in tense silence. The swirling vortex remained open but empty. Minutes turned to hours. The field was still, save for the faint hum of unstable magic. Cedric leaned heavily against Dinlari, his body still weak but eyes sharp. Dinlari spoke quietly, frustration seeping through. You know how much trouble one of those things gave us. There's no way Marcus can beat something that colossal on his own. Cedric shook his head, voice tight. Marcus knows what he's doing. He'll make it. But doubt lingered. Each minute without Marcus felt heavier. Then, the portal rippled violently. A figure shot through, tumbling through the air. Gorath reacted instinctively, catching Marcus in a single arm before he hit the ground. Marcus groaned, completely broken but conscious. His body was cracked, black veins of energy pulsing faintly under his skin. But he was alive. Everyone stared in stunned silence. Behind Marcus, they watched as the red veins that had spread across the dungeon's entrance began to retreat. The portal shimmered, its instability fading as the dungeon's corruption peeled away like shedding skin. The dungeon returned to its natural state, calm, silent. And with a final swirl, the portal snapped closed. For a heartbeat, no one spoke. Then Gorath barked out a laugh, hauling Marcus upright. You did it, pup, the orc rumbled, grinning wide. Marcus winced, barely able to breathe. Ow, my bones. Laughter and cheers broke out, relief crashing over them like a wave. They were finally free. Chapter 1. 185. A Hero's Welcome. Marcus stumbled forward, each breath stabbing painfully in his chest, his limbs heavy with the weight of exhaustion. The portal behind him swirled one last time before collapsing in on itself, sealing shut with a quiet finality. The unnatural, twisted landscape surrounding the dungeon entrance had shifted. The oppressive air, once thick with corruption, felt strangely calm, the tension lifting like a heavy fog after a storm. Goroth stood firm at Marcus's side, steadying him with one large hand, his gruff voice rumbling low. "Easy, pup. You're still standing." Before them, rows of Zenorian soldiers stood poised, silent, watchful. At their forefront stood a new commander, a tall canine beast folk with alert, piercing eyes and a hardened stance. Marcus squinted. He didn't recognize him. The commander approached, sharp eyes lingering on Marcus and the recruits. There was something in his expression, a mixture of disbelief and something bordering on reverence. "You lot actually did it," the commander said, voice carrying across the quiet field. "You cleared the dungeon. Maybe there's hope for us yet." Before anyone could answer, Des Moines spoke, his tone clipped and pragmatic. "This dungeon may be cleared, Commander, but the corruption affecting the others hasn't disappeared. Whatever tainted this place may still afflict dungeons continent-wide." Goroth let out a bark of laughter, clapping Des Moines' shoulder hard enough to make the man wince. "Shut it, human. Let us have our moment. This is the first dungeon reclaimed in months." Marcus managed a weak grin, wiping blood from his mouth. "Commander, how long were we in there?" The commander's smile faded slightly, sobering. "It's been about a month," he replied. "Honestly, we all assumed you died. When the portal surged again, we prepared for the worst." Marcus stiffened, the words sinking in like a weight. Time dilation, far more extreme than they'd anticipated. His mind flashed back to Cedric's calculations. A month? He glanced toward his friend but said nothing, the truth gnawing at him. Cedric shifted beside him, eyebrows furrowing, as he noticed something unusual, the growing crowd of Zenorian soldiers silently assembling behind the commander. What's happening?" Without a word, the commander dropped to one knee. And like a wave, every single Zenorian soldier followed suit. Heads bowed, backs straight, a deep, humbling bow of respect. The recruits stood frozen, each reacting in their own way. Dinlari shifted uncomfortably, eyes darting. Altheon stiffened, unsure. Large scratched at his beard, wide-eyed. Goroth just chuckled again, arms folded. Then came the sound, cheers erupting, spontaneous and unrestrained. Praise poured from the soldiers like a flood, words of gratitude and admiration crashing over them, sweeping away the eerie quiet that had lingered. Marcus stood amidst the tide of voices, feeling the weight of it all press down. But beneath the praise, a bitter thought clawed at the back of his mind. The darkened suns will claim this victory. Our survival will only be another feather in their cap, justifying their grip on us all. The commander rose, voice steady again. "We've been ordered by our predecessors to escort you back to the academy. Your success deserves recognition." Far from the battlefield, deep within the chambers of the liquid academy, a Voxiakir stone pulsed, vibrating urgently in Headmaster Ralkar's palm. The message relayed was simple. The recruits had returned alive. Ralkar's smile curled slowly, a predator's satisfaction tightening his sharp features. "So, the initiative has borne fruit," he murmured. But as the report continued, listing names, a single detail made his smile vanish. Des Moines Heller survived. Ralkar's hand tightened around the stone, his gaze shifted to the shadows lining the room. "Kyle." The masked figure stepped forward, Psyche radiating from his frame like a controlled storm. Kyle's face remained unreadable behind his mask, but the expectation hung in the air. "Handle it," Ralkar ordered quietly. "Des Moines Heller cannot leave this academy." Kyle nodded once, then vanished, his presence slipping through the shadows like smoke. Ralkar turned back to the guidance council seated before him, their gazes cold and calculating. "The recruits have succeeded," Ralkar announced, voice smooth once more. "It's time we proceed to Phase 2. Once Des Moines Heller is handled, nothing will stand in the way of our plans for Astoria." The room remained silent, but the message was clear. The sun dipped low by the time the recruits' caravan reached the academy gates. The crimson and gold hues of twilight stretched across the sky, casting long shadows over the towering spires. Word of their arrival had spread fast. Students and faculty lined the courtyard, their faces painted with awe and curiosity. Whispers carried through the crowd, stories already forming. Headmaster Ralkar waited at the entrance, his smile tight, measured. As Marcus and the others descended from the wagon, Ralkar stepped forward, his voice ringing out. "Congratulations, students," he began, eyes sweeping over each of them carefully. "You've done what no one else has in months. For your efforts, you'll be granted 1 week to recover. Then classes resume." Cedric moved stiffly, the exhaustion and grief evident on his face. His voice broke the quiet. "When will we honor the fallen?" Ralkar's expression barely shifted. "In due time." The recruits exchanged uneasy glances, but no one pressed further. Moments later, the wagon carrying the safeties rolled in. Ralkar's eyes immediately scanned the arrivals, then narrowed when he spotted the gap. "Where is Des Moines Heller?" he asked sharply, turning to Gorath and Ragn. Gorath gave a nonchalant shrug, utterly unfazed. The human said he had business to handle, left halfway through. Ralkar's knuckles whitened, rage simmering just beneath the surface. "And you just allowed it?" Gorath offered a lazy grin, brushing past him. "I'm going to check on my class. Fetch me when you're ready for my debrief." Ralkar's gaze hardened as Gorath disappeared. Ragn cleared his throat, voice hesitant. I'll be resting in the instructor wing if you need me." Ralkar waved him away with a flick of his hand, turning back to the exhausted recruits. "Go rest," he ordered, tone clipped. "Tomorrow the Guidance Council will meet with you all, individually." As Marcus followed the others toward the dorms, a cold shiver slid down his spine. His senses prickled, a familiar pressure brushing against his mind. Psyker, carefully masked but unmistakable. Marcus didn't turn, didn't react. But he knew. Kyle was here, and he was moving toward the safeties. Marcus's fists clenched tightly at his sides. What is he up to?